Dear viewers, recently, unprecedented beams of light have appeared across the skies of major cities, attracting widespread attention from all quarters. On the morning of March 21st, the city of Nanli was suddenly enveloped in a brilliant glow, transforming it into a scene reminiscent of midday. On the evening of April 15th, around 8 o'clock, the city of Beihu, already shrouded in night, was similarly illuminated by a bright radiance, prompting numerous citizens to voice their complaints about their inability to sleep. In the early hours of June 7th, the city of Yangqing was also struck by a powerful light, awakening many residents, some of whom had even prepared to leave for work. As the luminous phenomena continued, the duration of daylight gradually extended. In some cities, night lasted for only 3 hours. In light of the widespread insomnia, certain companies began implementing a 966 work schedule to alleviate the monotony. To reassure the public, we have invited expert Wang Jia, who will provide us with a scientific explanation. Li Xiaofeng reclined on his sofa, sipping a fizzy drink while watching the news on television, occasionally munching on potato chips, thoroughly enjoying himself. The news reports held little significance for him, as his city of Wuning had not experienced such brilliant light. The events described seemed far too distant for his concern. At this moment, Li Xiaofeng was more preoccupied with the upcoming college entrance examination, which truly weighed upon his mind. Hello, dear viewers, I am Wang Jia. I have been engaged in the fields of astronomy and geography for several decades. Since the first beam of light appeared, I have led a team in researching this phenomenon. Through my relentless study, I have discovered that this extraordinary light is merely a normal reaction of the sun, which I term the solar flare period. There is no cause for alarm. This is a perfectly natural occurrence. One may wonder how long this phenomenon will persist. I would like to clarify that since the luminous event in Yangqing on June 7th, we have now reached September, and no further cities have experienced such light. I have thoroughly analyzed the situation. The solar flare period has definitively concluded, as Yangqing was the last city affected, signifying that the sun's exuberance has waned. Thus, there is no need for concern. I hereby solemnly announce that the solar flare period has entirely passed. What is this? Who turned on the spotlight? I can't see. As Li Xiaofeng watched Wang Jia conclude his statement, an intense light re-emerged after a 3-month hiatus, prompting him a chuckle. The dramatic effect was rather impressive. He rose to dispose of the trash and began his weekend homework. With a faint sigh, he acknowledged that tomorrow would be Monday, and he would have to return to school. Just as he turned off the television, panicked voices erupted from the program, though regrettably, he did not hear them. Having lost his parents to an accident at a young age, Li Xiaofeng was left with only this house and sufficient funds for his university education. He had spent many years alone, fully accustomed to solitude. College entrance examination, college entrance examination, he muttered as he slowly rose. At that moment, an unexpected brilliance flooded through the window, blindingly intense and nearly impossible to tolerate. He hurried to the window, shielding his eyes with his hands, peering out in an attempt to discern what was unfolding outside. At that instant, his mouth fell agape, and his heart raced wildly. The piercing light bathed the entirety of the city, akin to a divine visitation, yet heralded not an era of prosperity. Instead, chaos erupted in the streets as accidents proliferated, accompanied by screams and curses. This new light was exponentially more potent than any that had preceded it. On this day, every individual transformed into light. Li Xiaofeng quickly drew the curtains tight. If this illumination persisted, his eyes would surely be blinded. Turning back to the television, he prepared to uncover the unfolding events. Dear viewers, we continue our broadcast. No sooner had Li Xiaofeng switched on the television than a crackling sound interrupted, the signal wavering between clarity and distortion. Monsters! Oh my God! Help me! Save me! Ah! To his horror, the television began to emit chilling cries and desperate pleas, each sound laced with anguish and despair. Li Xiaofeng's heart leapt in alarm. Could it be? Was there truly a significant calamity at hand? Why did it all feel so eerily surreal? He had no time to ponder, as a sudden, excruciating pain surged through his mind. It felt as though a creature had burrowed into his brain, gnawing at his very essence. This agonizing sensation was unlike anything he had ever encountered, and he promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. Even in his fainted state, Li Xiaofeng's body convulsed violently, froth escaping his lips, his eyelids turned inside out, as if he were on the brink of death. His spasms intensified, reminiscent of a chaotic dance, toppling nearby chairs, yet he remained devoid of any awareness. Minutes passed, and at long last, Li Xiaofeng's performance concluded. Chapter 2. Becoming a zombie, his consciousness gradually returned, and he couldn't help but curse vehemently. What on earth is happening? But he was instantly struck dumb. As no sound emerged, only a hoarse growl escaped his lips. A sense of dread enveloped him as he attempted to rise slowly. However, his body felt rigid, seemingly unresponsive, and he collapsed once again to the ground. After several attempts, he finally managed to stand up. Although his posture was peculiar, he was, at least, upright. At this moment, he realized that something was amiss with him. Gingerly lowering his head, he felt a faint crack from his neck. Surely it wouldn't snap? Eventually, he bowed his head, and what should have been a simple action became exceedingly arduous. Li Xiaofeng gazed at his hands, which appeared deathly pale, his nails sharpened to a point. Sinister veins protruded, and his skin resembled the wrinkled bark of a tree, exuding an unsettling aura. What the hell is going on? Evolution or mutation? Has a superhero emerged? He yearned to catch a glimpse of his own reflection, and with his distorted body, he slowly made his way to the bathroom. The bathroom was not far from the living room, only a few steps away. Yet, what should have been a trivial distance became a laborious trek. His body seemed to operate independently, his legs incapable of bending, and his joints felt as if they had shattered, resulting in an incredibly awkward gait. In that moment, he wondered if he would steal the spotlight if he were to participate in a fashion show. Such a walk was unattainable for an ordinary person. Minutes later, Li Xiaofeng nearly dragged himself into the bathroom. Fortunately, he often found himself alone and never closed the door while using the toilet. Otherwise, he couldn't fathom the effort it would take to open it again. He felt immensely grateful for this habit. Approaching the mirror, he stared at his reflection in astonishment. His face was pallid, his hair sparse, and his eyes were a ghastly crimson, devoid of any emotion. His mouth hung slightly open, saliva oozing out and dripping incessantly. He bore an uncanny resemblance to a zombie. I have actually turned into a zombie, and my body is dreadfully stiff. Observing his sparse hair, he thought of a programmer who had been coding for decades. His eyes were not only red but bulging, as if they might pop out of their sockets. Even he was frightened by his own appearance. His mouth resembled that of a beast, dripping with drool. At this moment, his emotions were tumultuous and intricate. Ding. Detecting host life status. Detecting host species. Detection complete. All parameters confirmed. Initiating transformation. Zombie evolution system binding commencing. 1. 50. 99. System binding complete. Activation commencing. As Li Xiaofeng marveled at his appearance, a cold, emotionless electronic voice suddenly resonated in his mind. A system? Even as a zombie, I remain the protagonist. Li Xiaofeng wished to look upward, to showcase his loneliness at such heights. Crack. A sharp sound of bones snapping made his body stiffen instantaneously. Damn it, I forgot I'm a zombie now. Li Xiaofeng slowly lowered his head, gently adjusting it with his hand. He could not guarantee that if he lost his head, he would still survive. Suddenly, an interface materialized in his mind, presenting a solitary option labeled host information. With a mere thought, the interface manifested before his eyes. Host, Li Xiaofeng rank. First tier ordinary zombie evolution value. 0-100 talent. Catastrophic nerve virus infection bloody evolution catastrophic nerve. Due to the infection of the zombie virus, multiple nerves in your body have been damaged, granting you the following zombie traits. 1. Your movements are sluggish and your joints are stiff, making it difficult to catch up with ordinary humans. 2. You have lost your sense of pain and your vision and hearing have been significantly diminished. However, your sense of smell is acute, allowing you to detect fresh flesh from hundreds of meters away. 3. As a zombie, you no longer experience fatigue. Given enough time, you could leisurely stroll around the planet. 4. The zombie virus has amplified your strength to more than 3 times that of an adult male. Virus infection. The zombie virus within you possesses a formidable infectivity. Any human you bite will become one of your kind. Bloody evolution. With each additional infected being, the virus within you will strengthen, and you will gain evolution points. Skills. None evaluation. A rather unremarkable little zombie, evenly matched with an ordinary adult male, provided you can catch up to them. Li Xiaofeng's lips twitched slightly, Though the lengthy text appeared impressive at first glance, a closer inspection revealed its inherent weakness. Aren't zombies in the apocalypse known for relentlessly pursuing and slaughtering humans? Why did it seem that he was merely on equal footing? Feeling somewhat dejected, he had hoped for a rise in power, only to discover he was still rather feeble. Chapter 3. Instinct. Suddenly, Li Xiaofeng seemed to hear faint screams, reminiscent of mosquitoes buzzing nearby. He gradually approached the window, gazing at the scene outside, and was momentarily taken aback. The blinding light had vanished, replaced by a sinister red glow illuminating the earth, infusing the atmosphere with a malevolent, bloody essence. Outside, people were constantly screaming in terror, fleeing in panic, trailed by sluggish zombies. Despite the crowd's fear, few were bitten by the undead. Their speed was simply too slow. Only a handful of individuals with fragile psyches, overwhelmed by despair, sat weeping in place, becoming easy prey as zombies sank their teeth into them, tearing away substantial flesh, causing them to faint entirely. Yet, Li Xiaofeng understood that these individuals were likely infected and would soon become new zombies. The streets were predominantly occupied by the undead, indicating the virus's potent capacity for infection. He sighed softly, realizing he had once again aligned himself with the masses, grasping the essence of truth. Some individuals had already reached the base of Li Xiaofeng's building. Observing the terrified crowd, instinctively, Li Xiaofeng felt an overwhelming urge to bite them, his eyes growing increasingly crimson, his demeanor shifting toward a frenzied state. Was this the instinct of a zombie? He delicately twitched his nose, sensing the allure of delectable prey, nearly compelled to leap from the building. However, this notion was abruptly quelled as he, upon transforming into a zombie, met his demise by his own recklessness. How could he possibly integrate into the ranks of his kin thereafter? Reflecting upon his innate sanguine evolution, a flicker of fervor ignited within Li Xiaofeng. It appeared that he harbored the potential to grow stronger. He must seize the present moment when humanity, gripped by terror, dares not confront the undead, to pursue further evolution and attain a formidable existence. Should he delay until people regain their composure, the zombies would likely be much less unrestrained. Especially with the possibility of military intervention, bullets and artillery were not something he could withstand in his current state. Evolution. Delectable humans, I am coming. Am I not human? How could such terrifying thoughts arise within me? A sudden shock coursed through Li Xiaofeng. Despite his transformation into a zombie, his thoughts should still resonate with humanity. Yet this surge of exhilaration from his very soul abruptly interrupted his contemplation. Roar. Li Xiaofeng emitted a hoarse roar, imbued with an aura of dominance. Bang. In the instant he pivoted, he lost control of his body and fell once more, his head striking the toilet, shattering the imposing presence he had attempted to project. Damn it. Li Xiaofeng felt as if a myriad of divine beasts raced through his mind. This was exceedingly difficult. He twisted his peculiar gait, and after a series of frictions, finally arrived at the door. He endeavored to bend his arms, but this seemingly simple action proved insurmountable. His fingers could only curl slightly, unable to form a proper fist. Fortunately, opening the door was not overly complex. He forcefully struck the doorknob with his right hand and thrust his body forward, causing the door to swing open. Bang! However, due to his inability to halt his momentum, he once again toppled at the threshold. Run, it's a zombie. A nearby safety staircase was filled with panicked individuals fleeing in disarray. Upon witnessing Li Xiaofeng's bizarre posture and grotesque arms, they erupted in screams of terror. Li Xiaofeng let out a beastly roar, prompting the crowd to scatter. Unwilling to remain on this floor, he gradually rose, indifferent to the fleeing figures. Not only were their speeds far superior to his, but even the staircase itself loomed as an insurmountable barrier. Instead of pursuing the fleeing humans, he veered towards the elevator, opting to lie in wait here for unsuspecting prey. Though transformed into a zombie, his intellect remained intact. He slowly extended his pale right hand and pressed the elevator button. He positioned himself close to the elevator door, seemingly able to scent the fresh flesh and blood within. Residing on the 9th floor, he watched as the elevator ascended slowly. A tremor of excitement coursing through him, an instinctual response akin to blinking or the knee-jerk reflex, utterly uncontrollable. Inside the elevator, a couple, 2 young men, and an elderly man with a child were all visibly stricken with terror, their faces ashen, with beads of cold sweat trickling down the elder's forehead. This apocalyptic crisis had arrived so suddenly. Who could have anticipated that the radiant light would bear such an insurmountable zombie virus? Grandpa, I'm so scared, wah? The child sobbed incessantly, his face etched with profound fear, clutching his grandfather's hand tightly, trembling uncontrollably. The young boy witnessed a monstrous creature pouncing on a person in the street, subsequently tearing into them, with blood splattering even onto his shoes, an event that would undoubtedly cast a shadow over his life. "Shut up. Stop crying," a college student, filled with rage, shouted. Behind his glasses, his once delicate features were now marred by terror and anger. The apocalyptic scene had rendered his nerves sensitive and frail, and the boy's incessant sobbing only fueled his fury. Chapter 4. A surprising turn of events. Young man, you are educated. How can you be so uncouth? An elderly man next to the boy admonished the college student upon witnessing his outburst directed at his grandson. An argument erupted among the several individuals in the elevator, with two young men even showing signs of physical confrontation, while a couple joined in, and the atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic. The onset of the apocalypse had transformed everyone in some way. Unbeknownst to the 6 individuals, the elevator had come to a halt on the 9th floor. As the doors slowly opened, a zombie stood pressed against the entrance, its crimson, merciless eyes fixated on all of them. "Oh, a zombie. Run." A girl's peripheral vision caught sight of Li Xiaofeng, and her eyes widened in sheer terror. The bickering and shoving among the group abruptly ceased. Time seemingly frozen as all gazes turned towards the elevator's threshold. Those cold, red eyes glimmered with a predatory light, its mouth slightly agape, drool dripping from its lips, its pallid visage resembling that of a malevolent specter. Surprise! Li Xiaofeng's mouth opened wide as he emitted a chilling, inhuman shriek, causing the 6 individuals in the elevator to tremble uncontrollably. None could have anticipated that a zombie would be lying in wait at the elevator door. But what truly astonished them was that it was this very zombie that had pressed the elevator button. "Ah!" The man within the elevator screamed first, impulsively pushing his girlfriend out, colliding with Li Xiaofeng. "Ah, Wangsu, you beast." The young woman's face was a mask of despair, never imagining that her boyfriend, who usually adored her, would cast her into the abyss to save his own life. Dressed in revealing attire, her long legs were as white as jade, and her beauty striking, she found herself clasped in Li Xiaofeng's embrace. Yet, at that moment, he was devoid of any other thoughts. Instinct drove him as his mouth gaped open, and he lunged toward her neck. A large chunk of flesh was torn away, and the intense pain caused the woman to almost instantly lose consciousness, collapsing in his arms. The remaining 5 took advantage of the chaos to flee the elevator, with her boyfriend leading the charge, leaving no one to attend to her plight. Once the virus infiltrated the woman's body, Li Xiaofeng experienced a profound sensation of relief emanating from his very soul. He had believed that as a former human, he would feel discomfort and revulsion at the thought of devouring his own kind, but he had been gravely mistaken. The zombie virus seemed to have altered not only his physical form, but also his very essence. Infecting others and achieving evolution was the virus's inherent instinct. Rather than Li Xiaofeng's consciousness controlling his body, it felt more akin to the virus guiding his very awareness. He had no time to ponder such matters when a cold, electronic voice abruptly echoed in his mind. "Ding! The host has successfully infected a human. Evolution points gained. 10. The evolution points on Li Xiaofeng's panel surged to 10,100. He carried the unconscious young woman out of the elevator, ready to commence his next hunt, casually discarding her at his feet. He was eager to observe how long it would take for the virus to transform a person into a zombie. The elevator doors continued to open, revealing nothing within. It seemed that during such a crisis, those who dared to use the elevator were few. Yet, Li Xiaofeng was brimming with patience. The young woman at his side began to exhibit visible changes. Her once radiant complexion turned pale, and her veins pulsated as if they might burst forth. Simultaneously, her formerly smooth and glossy skin started to dry and wrinkle, gradually adopting characteristics reminiscent of a zombie. Moments later, she slowly rose to her feet, her eyes a blood red and devoid of warmth, her mouth slightly agape as she emitted a hoarse growl. Li Xiaofeng was taken aback by the virus's terrifying efficacy. Within such a brief span, it had transformed a person into a zombie. However, the creature turned away, seemingly in search of fresh flesh. Li Xiaofeng's roars were in vain. He even rushed before her, raising his arms and contorting his face to gauge her reaction. Yet, she appeared unresponsive. Was there no soul left within her? It seemed he was a peculiar case indeed. Yet, how was it that she did not heed his command, having been infected by him? Ding! The host's level is too low to dominate the zombie. Li Xiaofeng was taken aback. He had not anticipated the system would answer his query. He silently pondered whether he could receive evolution points if she infected another human. Ding. The host's zombie virus level is too low. Secondary infections will not yield evolution points. Damn it. I orchestrated this with my extraordinary intellect, infecting one individual, only to receive a meager 10 evolution points in return, with no additional benefits. However, the system merely informed him of his current inadequacy, suggesting that should his level rise. Li Xiaofeng let out an evil laugh, though only a chilling, guttural sound escaped him. Chapter 5. A gift delivered with newfound motivation. He continued his hunt. His current pace was painfully slow, forcing him to rely on this method of waiting for prey. Though inefficient, it was considerably faster than the other zombies. On the 9th floor, where Li Xiaofeng resided, there were 4 households. The nearest neighbors were a young couple. The husband, Lin Quan, and the wife, Shen Yi, had recently married and were striving to establish their careers, believing their fulfilling and sweet life would persist indefinitely. Little did they know that the apocalypse would erupt so suddenly. It was the weekend, a rare moment of respite for the couple. While Lin Quan was engrossed in a computer game, an unprecedented burst of light erupted outside their home, prompting him to instinctively shut his eyes. Fortunately, the blinding light quickly faded, replaced by an eerie red glow that enveloped the landscape. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the kitchen. He hurried to the kitchen, eager to ascertain what had transpired. His wife, Shen Yi, lay on the floor, convulsing uncontrollably, her body undergoing a grotesque transformation. Lin Quan was engulfed in panic, having tried various methods to no avail. Just as he was about to call for an ambulance, his wife unexpectedly stood up. The horrifying visage before him was a far cry from the beautiful woman he knew. Lin Quan was rendered speechless. A guttural growl erupted from her throat. The wife, who had been preparing lunch moments ago, now perceived him as her next meal. Help! Lin Quan screamed in terror, darting around the house, fortunate that his wife's movements were sluggish, preventing her from catching him. Ultimately, he flung open the door and fled, making his way directly to the elevator. To his astonishment, he discovered another person waiting at the elevator entrance. The individual appeared to be a student, albeit somewhat hunched. As the elevator doors opened, Lin Quan noticed the stranger did not enter, so he seized the opportunity and stepped inside, intending to beckon the other in. However, he froze. Li Xiaofeng was equally taken aback, initially filled with disappointment at yet another unsuccessful hunt, only to find a prey had unwittingly walked into his trap. Their eyes locked in a profound gaze, a fleeting moment that felt eternal. Had Li Xiaofeng not been bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and had Lin Quan's complexion not turned ashen, this would have been a scene of exquisite beauty. My God! Lin Quan croaked, his voice laden with sheer terror, utterly unable to comprehend the situation. A zombie waiting for the elevator? What in the world is this? Li Xiaofeng's lips curled into a sinister grin, revealing a more ghastly countenance as he raised his hands, sealing the elevator door shut. As the zombie advanced slowly, Lin Quan's survival instinct surged to its peak. He lunged forward, intending to collide with the creature in a desperate bid for escape. However, Li Xiaofeng was quicker, pouncing upon Lin Quan like a ravenous wolf while he was momentarily dazed. Lin Quan screamed, but it was futile, though the zombie moved sluggishly. Its strength was more than thrice that of an ordinary human. Once ensnared, the outcome was all but inevitable. A gruesome scene unfolded within the elevator as Lin Quan's neck bled profusely, his cries gradually fading into silence. Li Xiaofeng spat out the morsels of flesh. As it seemed, the instinct of the zombie virus was not to consume, but rather to spread its contagion to others. Ding! Host successfully infected one individual, gaining 10 upgrade points. Li Xiaofeng dragged Lin Quan's lifeless body from the elevator, carelessly discarding it onto the floor, and closed the elevator doors once more. At that moment, a female zombie emerged slowly from a nearby door. Li Xiaofeng surmised she must be the man's wife, having scared him out. Just as Lin Quan had escaped the jaws of one predator, he had stumbled into the den of another. Li Xiaofeng made a face at the female zombie, but she paid him no mind, beginning her slow wander in search of humans to infect. The following day unfolded slowly as Li Xiaofeng awaited the next opportunity, believing his plan to be flawless. Yet, others were not foolish. In times of crisis, no one dared to use the elevator. In the past, it was often said that during emergencies, one should refrain from using elevators, as staircases serve as the safer exit. Little did I know that this adage held a grain of truth. Within a single day, he managed to infect 2 more individuals, advancing his infection points to 40, 100. To reach the next stage, he needed to infect 6 additional people, and Li Xiaofeng found himself in a quandary. As the fleeing remnants of humanity returned to their homes, the number of people using elevators was bound to dwindle. The insides of the elevators were now stained with blood, and any rational individual would certainly avoid them. He needed to devise alternative hunting methods. Chapter 6. Intelligence engaged. Li Xiaofeng stepped outside, where a layer of crimson light enveloped the surroundings. Slowly lifting his gaze to the sky, he was taken aback by the absence of the familiar sunlight. Instead, a blood-red sun loomed ominously above, casting a sinister hue across the land, adding a further layer of macabre to this apocalyptic world. The once bustling streets now lay desolate and in ruins. Countless private vehicles congested the roads, devoid of any living souls, save for the staggering zombies that wandered aimlessly. Dried bloodstains marred the car windows, the streets, and the guardrails. A gentle breeze stirred, sending newspapers and leaves swirling in the air, rendering this apocalyptic scene deeply unsettling. This was humanity's end, yet a golden age for the undead. Gazing at the sanguine sun, Li Xiaofeng rested his chin in his hand, embodying the pose of a contemplative thinker. He could ascertain that at least 10 hours had elapsed since he began hunting, undoubtedly placing it in the depths of the night. This was an eternal blood sun. Suddenly, the security door beside him burst open, and a figure stumbled towards him in a panic, emitting terrified screams. Was it possible that fortune had come knocking at his door? A surge of excitement coursed through Li Xiaofeng as he ambled forward, his crimson eyes coldly fixed on the individual, mouth slightly agape, poised to pounce. In that instant, however, a large yellow dog lunged forth, knocking the person to the ground, its sharp teeth glistening with saliva as it tore into the victim. Blood gushed forth in torrents, while the yellow dog savored its meal with a ferocious and frenzied delight. Li Xiaofeng stood momentarily dazed, but in the next heartbeat, he turned with an effortless grace. What in the world? A dog the size of 2 meters. This was nothing short of a monster. To his astonishment, in addition to zombies, there were mutant beasts. The strength and physique of this creature were on an entirely different level compared to zombies. Given Li Xiaofeng's own stature, he could hardly withstand a single swipe. Fortunately, the yellow dog seemed solely interested in fresh flesh, perceiving Li Xiaofeng's body as akin to that of a corpse, giving him but a cursory glance before losing interest. With an awkward gait, Li Xiaofeng cautiously retreated to his home, casting a wary glance at the yellow dog as he exerted every ounce of strength to close the door behind him. He had not anticipated such peril in this world. It was imperative that he evolve swiftly. He required an additional 60 points of evolution to ascend to the next stage, which would undoubtedly bolster his strength. He needed to contemplate alternative strategies. Li Xiaofeng began to ponder, and despite the day's relentless hunting, he felt no hint of fatigue. Evidently, this was the advantage of being a zombie. If given a chance to start anew, would you love me? A sudden melody filled the air, startling Li Xiaofeng. As he realized it was his phone ringing, he ambled over, his vision severely impaired since becoming a zombie, yet he managed to discern the caller ID. 12138, marked as a suspected scam by 74,360 users. He stood frozen, momentarily lost in thought. How dedicated could one be? What a preposterous situation. After ringing for a while, the call was eventually terminated. The absurdity of the call faded, and Li Xiaofeng regained his senses. Could it be that there was still a signal? Approaching the phone screen once more, he noticed a faint bar of signal strength at the top. The global communication system hadn't collapsed yet. Gazing at the phone in his hand, a sudden idea struck him, a brilliant plan. He attempted to open the browser, but his fingers were stiff, unable to bend. Fortunately, with both hands working together, he soon accomplished his goal. Rescue recording downloaded. Half an hour later, he had completed a task that once took mere minutes, marveling at his own intellect. Surely, he must be the foremost genius among zombies. With his right hand extended, the zombie awkwardly clutched the phone and staggered outside, an extraordinary sight that no one could witness. Li Xiaofeng gently shook his head, glancing around for the yellow-haired monster, relieved to find it absent. In his floor, there were 4 households. 3 had perished, leaving only 1 remaining. He arrived at the last household's door, exerting considerable effort to finally press the play button on his phone. "Help! Someone save me!" The recording echoed, albeit in a somewhat bizarre manner, but at this moment, who would notice? After all, No one would be playing a recording at such a time. Simultaneously, Li Xiaofeng's head began to lightly thump against the security door. His arms could not bend, rendering any conventional knocking impossible. An unusual scene unfolded. A zombie persistently knocked its head against the door, producing a rhythmic sound. Its arms raised to obscure the peephole, while the phone incessantly played the terrified pleas for help. Had one not witnessed it firsthand, one might truly believe someone was in distress. Who was it out there? A man's voice emerged, filled with confusion. Yet, outside remained unmoved, persistently repeating the desperate cries. While Li Xiaofeng quickened his knocking rhythm. Chapter 7, Mission System. The man harbored no suspicions. After all, zombies could not speak, yet he remained cautious, attempting to peer through the peephole to discern who was outside. However, disappointment washed over him. The peephole appeared blocked by a hand, revealing only pale skin. Coupled with the fact that the voice pleading for help sounded feminine, he did not dwell on his doubts. Gradually, the man opened the door, but as it creaked ajar, a pale arm grasped the doorframe tightly, causing his heart to race, an overwhelming sense of unease and fear surging within him. The fingertips of that arm were sharp, still stained with dried blood. Li Xiaofeng cast aside his phone with abandon and forcefully yanked open the security door. The man inside was thrown into a state of utter panic. He had heard a woman's cries for help, yet suddenly, a zombie had appeared. A voice modulator? The man, consumed by terror, began to spiral into irrational thoughts, forgetting to flee, as Li Xiaofeng lunged at him with ferocious intent. The strength he possessed, far exceeding that of an average adult, rendered the man powerless to resist. Ding! The host has successfully infected one individual. Evolution points increased by 10. Li Xiaofeng rose slowly, gazing at the man sprawled on the ground, devoid of any remorse. The zombie virus was transforming him. If he did not evolve swiftly, it would be his own demise. From the moment he became a zombie, everything had irrevocably changed. This was not a battle of morality. It was a struggle for survival. There was no right or wrong, only life and death. Li Xiaofeng stepped over the man and continued into the room, only to be met with disappointment as he discovered the man lived alone. After exerting considerable effort, he retrieved his phone, and to his surprise, it was still functional. A knockoff device, truly impressive. Li Xiaofeng then boarded the elevator, advancing on his journey of evolution. The building in which he resided boasted 24 floors, with 4 households on each level. Surely, there must be survivors among the hundreds. He was determined to evolve to the second tier by nightfall. Instead of starting from the first floor, he opted for the top level, reasoning that survival rates would be higher there, as ordinary zombies would not take the elevator. That night, the building became the stage for bizarre occurrences. A zombie incessantly knocked on doors while playing a recording from its phone, the blood-red sunlight casting an ominous glow upon its face. As time elapsed, though the sky remained unchanged, the phone displayed the precise hour, 0642. The deep night had transitioned into the early morning, but unlike before, there were no early risers heading to work, only the tireless zombies wandering about. Throughout the night, Li Xiaofeng had instilled a sense of unending terror in the building. As one zombie relentlessly knocked on doors, playing eerie recordings in search of survivors. Ding! The host has successfully infected one individual. Evolution value increased by 10. Current evolution points, 100,100. The host begins to evolve. Evolution completed. Current tier, second tier, ordinary zombie. The host's strength has doubled, speed slightly enhanced. And both vision and hearing have received minor improvements, along with increased agility. Ding! The system has detected the host's advancement to the second tier. The mission system is now officially activated, generating tasks autonomously. Task generation complete. Please check your tasks, host. Li Xiaofeng stood in stunned silence, sensing a mysterious power coursing through his once rigid body, though it dissipated quickly. Yet, he could distinctly feel his strength amplified, his agility heightened. And the most notable transformation was that he could now walk with a semblance of normalcy. Though still somewhat peculiar, he bore a certain distinction from ordinary zombies. If seen by others, they might merely assume he had a leg ailment, perhaps even encouraging him to take a few more steps. He slightly tested the flexibility of his fingers. Although he could not yet form a complete fist, he was able to bend them to a considerable degree. And he felt a newfound strength coursing through him. Reflecting on the system's earlier notification, which had activated the task system, he delved into his mind. Indeed, in addition to his host information, a task option had appeared on the system interface. Ding! The system tasks were categorized into weekly tasks and random tasks. Weekly tasks would be issued each week based on the host's strength, offering generous rewards, albeit with significant challenges. Random tasks would automatically trigger based on the host's environment, with rewards and difficulties varying unpredictably. Chapter 8. The Cunning Zombie Weekly Task. Restoration of Dignity. Eliminate a first-tier mutated beast. Description: in this apocalyptic world, as a zombie, you seem to have become the ruler. All humans fear your virus. Yet, every creature has its nemesis, and even a small mutated beast could easily snap your neck. Zombie youth, go forth. Restore the dignity of your kind. Difficulty: 2 stars. Task duration: within 7 days. Reward: randomly enhance a specific physical ability. Random task: none. Li Xiaofeng stood still, gazing through the window at the blood-red sun in the sky, enveloped in a faint sadness. Restore your dignity, you say? That monstrous yellow dog could likely crack my skull with a single blow. The tasks seemed unreliable. It would be far more prudent to infect humans. Garnering evolution points to enhance his abilities. After a night of banging on the reinforced door, Li Xiaofeng felt a slight swelling on his forehead, though devoid of pain. It was hardly a concern. Despite the arrival of daylight, no changes occurred outside. A faint red glow still pervaded the floors. Unyielding, he continued his knocking. His slow movements coupled with immense patience allowing him to reach the 14th floor by the end of the night, having infected 7 survivors. Barely achieving his basic goal. He knew the path to evolution remained long, and he must strive further. However, upon reaching the 11th floor, he relinquished his efforts. No one opened the door. And even his phone had run out of battery, which he carelessly pocketed. He began to contemplate his next plan. With all doors tightly shut, entering as a zombie was impossible. He could only wait for them to emerge voluntarily. The outbreak had occurred with such swiftness that most residents could not have stockpiled supplies, and they would inevitably succumb to death's peril, prompting them to venture out. Although his speed had been enhanced once, it still paled in comparison to that of an ordinary human. I need to find a place to wait for them to come to me. Li Xiaofeng returned to his home, casually retrieving a clothes pole, and then took the elevator to the 1st floor. The ground was littered with disordered bloodstains. Evidence of a struggle. He positioned the clothes pole at the elevator's entrance, ensuring the doors could not close, thus forcing other residents who wished to descend to use the staircase. He noticed a few zombies wandering on the 1st floor, resembling hungry beasts in search of prey. He raised his hands and shoved them all out. Roar. Though the zombies lacked intellect, they emitted several guttural roars. Why are you bellowing so loudly? Li Xiaofeng retorted defiantly, immediately responding in kind. After a while, the few zombies vacated the building, and Li Xiaofeng secured the entrance. Any humans descending in search of sustenance would not be deterred by the absence of these zombies. He cautiously positioned himself behind the safe staircase, his body shrouded in shadow, rendering him nearly invisible unless closely inspected. Should anyone descend, they would naturally gravitate towards the stairs, oblivious to the lurking presence concealed behind them. When people's guard was completely lowered, turning their backs to him, he would then emerge slowly, relishing the thought. An evil chuckle escaped his lips, albeit only as a raspy growl, lending an air of terror to the scene. Time passed slowly. It was an excruciatingly tedious wait. Most individuals would succumb to despair in such circumstances. However, the zombie virus had bestowed upon Li Xiaofeng remarkable patience, akin to a predator honing in on its prey, his senses keenly attuned to the slightest hint of fresh flesh. Any approach of new blood would not escape his notice. This was the most effective method to garner evolution points, as his speed was woefully inadequate. Pitting an elderly individual against a vigorous youth in a race was nothing short of cruel. Li Xiaofeng had contemplated waiting at a supermarket for unsuspecting prey. Yet the abundance of zombies there posed fierce competition. Moreover, in these peaceful times, the humans capable of safely reaching the community supermarket would undoubtedly be true elites. Such individuals might not materialize even within a week. After all, the streets were now teeming with wandering zombies, while this building harbored only a scarce few, ensuring a multitude of survivors would likely reach the ground floor. The second day of the apocalypse swiftly passed, yielding no rewards, yet this outcome was anticipated by Li Xiaofeng. The majority of residents had sufficient provisions in their refrigerators to last 2 days. More critically, individuals could survive for 2 days without food, without facing an immediate life-threatening crisis. Whereas venturing out to forage would undoubtedly entail peril. The distinction between the two was clear to any rational human. Yet they overlooked the fact that in a state of hunger, one's strength would wane, exponentially increasing the risks associated with seeking food. Perhaps they did not forget, but rather consciously chose to disregard this reality. The prevailing mentality was to seize each day as it came. Chapter 9. Someone approaches. The third day of the apocalypse arrived swiftly. Li Xiaofeng remained propped against the secure staircase, not having moved an inch throughout the day, feeling no discomfort, a notable advantage of being a zombie. Listening to the continuous roars from outside, he felt an inexplicable sense of calm. It seemed he had fully embraced his identity as a member of the undead. Suddenly, a slow, measured cadence of footsteps pierced the air. However, Li Xiaofeng's hearing had significantly diminished, making it difficult to discern. This sound was merely a figment of his imagination, for he sensed several fresh scents of flesh drawing near, and they were approaching rapidly. At last, someone had arrived. A flicker of excitement coursed through Li Xiaofeng as the long wait of the day bore fruit. As he had anticipated, no one descended in the elevator. While an encounter might have been possible, it would have lacked the element of surprise. He feared being struck down in a moment of misfortune. As he drew closer, his keen sense of smell identified 3 individuals making their descent. At last, he could distinctly hear their footsteps. The trio had evidently reached the 2nd floor. Their pace was slow and deliberate, a clear indication of their heightened vigilance, for their lives depended on it. In traversing merely 2 flights of stairs, a total of 20 steps, they took a full 3 minutes, their movements noticeably cautious. However, Li Xiaofeng possessed greater patience. He remained utterly still, pressed against the staircase, concealed by the shadows. Upon reaching the ground floor, the 3 scanned their surroundings anxiously, confirming the absence of any lingering zombies. With a collective sigh of relief, they began to cautiously approach the exit, preparing to bolt outside. Yet unbeknownst to them, a zombie stealthily trailed behind, soundless and menacing. A terrifying revelation should they become aware of its presence. Each of the 3 wielded a weapon. The foremost individual brandished a baton, capable of snapping a zombie's frail neck with a single, forceful throw. The second held a frying pan, ready to deliver a crushing blow to any approaching undead. The last was armed with a gleaming kitchen knife, its blade freshly sharpened, a rarity in these times, who still possessed a whetstone at home. Li Xiaofeng was further bemused by their attire. Clad in leather jackets, they bore a striking resemblance to characters from the Matrix. Yet it was September, and he couldn't help but admire their resilience. Nonetheless, their garb provided some protection against the sharp claws of the zombies, as even without bites, a puncture from those talons posed a risk of infection. Li Xiaofeng crept closer, his heart racing at the scent of their flesh. Gazing at the vulnerable throats so near, he lunged forward, sinking his sharp fangs into their flesh, the horrifying zombie virus coursing into their bodies. "Ah, help! Save me!" A cry of agony erupted from one of them, startling the others into a state of dread. "What the hell is that?" The second individual, stricken with terror, was taken aback by the unexpected presence of a zombie at their rear. As the last man crumpled to the ground, overwhelmed by pain, he desperately clutched his wound. Fighting for his life, Li Xiaofeng opened his mouth wide, hands raised, and lunged at the middle figure. Despite his terror, that individual summoned the strength to resist. Swinging the frying pan towards the zombie's head, Li Xiaofeng felt his neck twist violently, a disorienting sensation that lacked pain but was nonetheless unsettling. "I'm falling apart," he thought, his head askew, yet still propelling himself towards the man, hands locking around him in a vice-like grip, attempting to realign his neck. With a soft crack, he finally managed to straighten his neck, opening his mouth once more. In the face of the man's wide-eyed horror and despair, he bit down fiercely. Blood spurted forth, engendering an indescribable sense of exhilaration that nearly ensnared Li Xiaofeng in its grasp. The last remaining individual, overwhelmed by sheer terror, discarded his makeshift weapon and bolted through the building's exit. "Oh, valiant warrior, I shall grant you reprieve." Li Xiaofeng, recognizing that he could not pursue, marveled at the courage of his adversary, who, unarmed, dashed into the community, far more perilous than this edifice. Ding. The host has successfully infected one individual. Evolution points increased by 10. Ding. The host has successfully infected another. Evolution points increased by 10. Li Xiaofeng's evolution value surged to 20,200, necessitating a greater expenditure for future upgrades. Would the next requirement be 300 or perhaps 400? This implied that he needed to infect dozens to achieve his goal. The path ahead remained fraught with challenges. Chapter 10. Frenzied Infection Roar. Just as Li Xiaofeng pondered these matters, two of the zombies he had infected began to rise slowly, the virus having irrevocably transformed them. Get out and hunt for monsters. He forcefully expelled the two zombies from the building, returning to his original position to commence the next phase of his hunt. On the third day of the apocalypse, no one dared descend. It appeared that some could withstand hunger. However, in the ensuing days, Li Xiaofeng's bounty would begin. Weak and desperate, humanity would undoubtedly risk everything. Without stamina, how could they contend with him? The youth who had discarded his makeshift weapon never returned. On the fourth day, individuals began to venture downstairs once more. Li Xiaofeng remained utterly still, akin to the most cunning of hunters, lying in wait for his prey to unwittingly enter the traps he had meticulously crafted. To his surprise, a middle-aged man emerged, wielding an iron rod. Yet, despite his usual high status, he was now engulfed in trepidation, his hands trembling ever so slightly. It seemed the iron rod bestowed him with courage as he cautiously descended to the first floor, his eyes wide with fear, scanning his surroundings. Upon noticing the absence of zombies, he exhaled a sigh of relief. However, the bloodstains on the ground made him shudder violently. They were remnants of the two individuals Li Xiaofeng had infected the previous day. Blood splattered upon the staircase. The middle-aged man gripped his iron rod tightly as he approached the building's exit, intent on seeking sustenance. Yet, an unsettling chill brushed against his neck. Just as he turned, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him. He spun around, swinging the iron rod fiercely at Li Xiaofeng's head. Bang! The collision occurred, but Li Xiaofeng remained unfazed, lunging forward and seizing the middle-aged man with fervor. Under the influence of the zombie virus, the man's vision blurred, consciousness fading as he collapsed to the ground. Moments later, a new zombie staggered to its feet, once again pushed out by Li Xiaofeng. The virulence of the zombie virus was terrifying. If humanity did not act swiftly, this planet would soon transform into a paradise for the undead. Li Xiaofeng returned to his prior position, resuming his relentless hunting strategy, a cycle that continued unabated. In the following 3 days, the number of survivors attempting to forage for food increased dramatically, and they began to congregate in groups. This not only emboldens them, but more importantly, should zombies truly emerge, they need only outrun their companions rather than the undead itself. A ravenous throng embarked on a perilous journey, a mere rabble, easily intimidated by Li Xiaofeng's commanding presence. Some, lacking stamina, collapsed instantaneously. Upon regaining consciousness, they found themselves transformed into zombies. Li Xiaofeng's evolution points surged uncontrollably, having infected dozens, with his latest advancement granting a slight enhancement to his physical prowess. Li Xiaofeng's profile now reads as follows. Host, Li Xiaofeng rank. 3rd tier ordinary zombie evolution points. 150, 300 talent. Ruinous nerves, viral infection. Bloody evolution skills. None evaluation, an unremarkable advanced zombie, comparable to an average adult male in a contest of speed, provided one can keep pace with them. Now, as he ambled, he no longer appeared awkward. Had it not been for his grotesque visage, one might mistake him for a young programmer from behind. His running speed had notably increased. He was now capable of participating in senior citizen races, confident of at least securing a silver medal, an innate confidence, without question. His physical agility had likewise improved. Simple movements such as bending or lowering his head flowed effortlessly, no longer a concern for the potential loss of organs. His strength had multiplied, rendering him a veritable colossus among humans. Any ordinary adult would find it exceedingly difficult to best him in combat. Li Xiaofeng had transcended the basic survival crisis, his power vastly superior to when he first became a zombie. With hands on his hips, he gazed skyward, a faint melancholy of the strong enveloping him. Indeed, the heights can be lonely. A sudden zombie roar echoed nearby as a wandering zombie accidentally collided with him, causing Li Xiaofeng to stumble and nearly fall. Damn it! Disrupting my contemplation of this undead existence. It seems the time has come to depart this building and venture into broader horizons. Li Xiaofeng mused. Noting that fewer individuals had emerged today, he had infected dozens, accounting for roughly 1/10 of the occupants of this building. Alongside those who had failed to return home or those not residing here regularly, his meticulous calculations indicated an infection rate of approximately 80 to 90%. With a planet housing billions, this translates to a staggering 8 to 9 billion zombies. A truly terrifying figure. Chapter 11. The garb of the powerful. Upon returning home, Li Xiaofeng began to gather his belongings, preparing to leave the building and embark on his evolution journey. His physical agility had undergone significant transformation, sufficient to wield ordinary weapons for self-defense. An hour later, a zombie with blood-red eyes, pallid complexion, and slightly parted lips, revealing congealed black blood, stood beneath a building, gazing into the distance. This zombie was armed with an unusual weapon, a 1-meter-long iron rod, the top bound with tape to a frying pan. A pink curtain, torn from an unknown source, was tied around his neck. As the gentle breeze caressed it, it fluttered slightly, resembling a cloak. This zombie, with hands tucked into its pockets, began to meander through the residential area with an air of nonchalance, as if surveying its territory. Li Xiaofeng wandered aimlessly, his mind racing with thoughts on how to infect more individuals. Help! Help! A faint cry for assistance echoed nearby, enhanced by acute hearing. Li Xiaofeng turned to see that the sound emanated from the community supermarket. The residential complex, modest in size with only 5 buildings, housed a small supermarket not far from the exit. Normally frequented by locals, the arrival of the apocalypse had only heightened its allure, albeit with certain constraints. A group of young people, risking their lives, had ventured to the supermarket, and by sheer luck, had not encountered any zombies along the way. However, as they packed various food items and prepared to leave, they were confronted by 2 wandering zombies. The fresh scent of blood and flesh immediately captivated the undead, and the narrow entrance of the supermarket became a blockade, leaving the group with no means of escape. Even if there was a slight opening, they dared not pass through. The distance was perilously short, and a single claw from the zombies could spell their demise. Li Xiaofeng, too, felt a thrill of excitement. He howled joyfully, gliding forward with an ethereal grace, his pink cloak billowing in the wind. Running free, he chased the forces of thunder and lightning. Observing that the group had been cornered deep within the supermarket, obscured by shelves, they remained oblivious to Li Xiaofeng's arrival. An idea struck him. He swiftly pivoted, adopting an awkward, jerky gait as he entered the supermarket. His speed surpassed that of ordinary zombies, quickly allowing him to bypass one of them. He raised his hands and forcefully shoved, toppling the creature with ease, though it would take some time to rise again. The 3 college students inside the supermarket gazed at the sudden apparition with bewilderment. A figure draped in a pink curtain, wielding a black frying pan, moved with an eccentric gait, hair sparse, and turned away from them. Yet, this peculiar individual had just bravely dispatched a zombie, exhibiting extraordinary valor. In that moment, the trio felt a surge of hope. Having been steeped in despair, they sensed the arrival of a savior. Though this hero's fashion sense was akin to that of a madman, who could possibly care? Warrior, hero, save us! The 3 students cried out. Li Xiaofeng, with his back to them, nodded slightly and continued to approach with a flamboyant stride. Tears welled in the eyes of the 3, recognizing their true savior. At last, the 2 parties drew near. The students trembled with anticipation, clutching the pink curtain of their benefactor as if it were a lifeline. Benefactor, we are so moved. One bespectacled student exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Amidst the apocalypse, true emotions surfaced. Benefactor, me too, another student echoed. But when he caught sight of Li Xiaofeng's turned face, he suddenly shrieked in horror. Li Xiaofeng lunged forward, biting down fiercely, and in an instant, the student was infected with the zombie virus. Dare you move? I, Li, am here. Who dares to act? The 2 disciples beside me stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished that their savior from the depths of hell turned out to be a zombie. And what an extraordinary zombie it was. Goodness, has biological evolution reached such astonishing heights? Ding. The host successfully infected 1 individual, earning 10 evolution points. In the blink of an eye, another 30 evolution points were added to my collection. What a delight. Li Xiaofeng pushed the 5 zombies in the supermarket out into the world, letting them wander elsewhere, preparing to set his trap once more. This is a supermarket. Survivors from 5 buildings would inevitably converge here. With such a vast number of people, surely many lucky souls would reach safety. As they transported food, I would stealthily approach, and then they would encounter the true zombie overlord. Ha ha ha. With this thought, Li Xiaofeng tightened the pink curtain around his neck and nestled closely against the shelves. The dim lighting rendered him nearly invisible. Chapter 12. Mutated beasts. This day soon passed without the arrival of survivors. However, on the following day, he suddenly heard the cacophony of zombie growls echoing through the air. What on earth? The zombies are in peril. Li Xiaofeng rushed to the entrance of the supermarket to discern the commotion. A young girl clad in a white dress, her complexion pale as wax, slowly approached the supermarket, evidently having gone many days without food, compelled to venture forth in search of sustenance. Wandering zombies reached out toward her. But despite the terror in her eyes, she remained unharmed. Beside her stood a large white dog, its fur as white as snow, measuring over 2 meters in length. With a single swipe of its paw, it dispatched one of the zombies. In a mere moment, for zombies lay defeated, their severed heads rendering them incapable of rising again. My goodness! Li Xiaofeng realized that he stood no chance against that formidable white dog. With a graceful turn, he retreated back into the supermarket. Deep inside, he expertly lay down, covering himself with the pink cloak, and an unexpected corpse appeared in the midst of it all. The girl, relieved, patted her chest, grateful that she had safely reached this place. Big White, thank you. She affectionately stroked the dog's head. The girl lingered outside for a moment, observing the interior of the supermarket, where no zombies roamed. Only a single corpse lay on the ground. Presumably, it was another survivor who had ventured out in search of food. Though his weapon was quite peculiar, featuring a frying pan attached to it. She paid it no mind and began to scour for provisions, chocolate, compressed biscuits, bread. As she beheld these precious items, a smile illuminated her face. Suddenly, a startled cry escaped her lips as her bare ankle was grazed. Akin to the sting of a bee, Li Xiaofeng, however, was quite pleased. An intelligent zombie is indeed a different breed. He had merely reached out his arm as the girl passed, his fingertips swiftly grazing her smooth ankle. The girl, noticing a small cut on her foot, assumed she had bumped into something and dismissed it, continuing to gather food from the shelves. Suddenly, her vision began to blur, and her body lost its ability to stand, causing her to crash directly into the shelves. The large white dog, sensing something amiss with its owner, rushed in, only to find her sprawled on the ground, pacing back and forth in distress. With its limited intelligence, it struggled to comprehend the unfolding situation. Nevertheless, it wagged its tail incessantly, circling around its owner. The girl soon managed to rise, but she was no longer human. She had transformed into a living corpse. The scent of the mutated beast's flesh quickly captivated her. Her face turned pale as she extended her arms and lunged forward. The white dog stood frozen, bewildered by its owner's sudden aggression after years of companionship. Yet, the loyal creature refrained from retaliating, instead barking persistently in an attempt to rouse her from her trance. But the zombie had lost all prior memories. The allure of the fresh, mutated flesh was simply irresistible. In a short span, the dog's body became drenched in blood as the girl continued to ravenously tear into it. The dog's eyes began to glaze over, and with a significant loss of blood, even the strongest creature could not endure. It collapsed to the ground, gazing at its owner with tear-filled eyes, still embodying the gentleness and obedience it had always shown. Having lost the strength to resist, it quietly awaited its demise. Suddenly, within its line of sight, a corpse behind the pink curtain began to rise. The figure approached and kicked the zombie girl aside, advancing to gnaw at the dog. It was Li Xiaofeng, who had been feigning death, deeply moved by the scene before him. Therefore, he decisively stood up, declaring that the dignity of the zombie clan would be safeguarded by him, the zombie overlord. The spark of life in the dog's eyes gradually faded as it closed its eyes, surrendering to eternal slumber. Truly, dogs are humanity's best friends. Had he owned one before the apocalypse, he might have even had a mount by now. Li Xiaofeng continued to devour the flesh voraciously. Now understanding why zombies exhibited aggression towards mutated beasts, it contained a more advanced strain of the zombie virus. A wave of euphoric relief washed over him, even more profound than when infecting humans. Chapter 13, New Weekly Task Ding. The host is consuming the flesh of a first-tier mutated beast, evolution value 10. Ding. The host is consuming the flesh of a first-tier mutated beast, evolution value 10. Ding. The host has completed the weekly task, restoring dignity. Exterminated a first-tier mutated beast. Rewards are being distributed and drawn at random. Reward locked. The host's agility has been significantly enhanced. A new weekly task will be announced tomorrow. Please check promptly. Ding. The host's advancement value has reached 300,300, meeting the advancement criteria. The host begins to advance. Advancement complete. Current rank, 4th tier, ordinary zombie. The host's strength has doubled. Speed slightly increased, and visual and auditory senses have been mildly enhanced, along with improved agility. A series of electronic notifications resonated in Li Xiaofeng's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that defeating a mutated beast would yield such an abundance of rewards. A mysterious force surged within him, and he felt a genuine enhancement of his strength, particularly in his physical agility. The elevation of his rank and the rewards from his weekly tasks made him feel as if the joints within his body were awakening. With a snap of his fingers, unexpectedly, he raised his right hand and produced a sharp crack. At that moment, the advancement value in his mind had reached 50 for 100. A mutated beast had bestowed upon him 200 points, equivalent to the infection of 20 humans. It was no wonder that zombies actively targeted these aberrations. Yet, he pondered, why did he not feel that thrill upon encountering the mutated beast? Ding. Due to the host's inherent weakness, the instinct of the zombie virus has been suppressed to prevent foolish actions that could lead to self-destruction. The system, surprisingly, provided an explanation, showcasing a degree of humanity. But what did self-destruction truly mean? Had he not dashed away with such grace and swiftness upon first encountering the yellow-haired beast? Li Xiaofeng adorned his neck with a pink curtain tied into a bow, instantly feeling a surge of elegance. A formidable demon must possess an equally formidable demeanor. He expelled the young female zombie and dragged the corpse of the large white dog deeper into the supermarket, concerned it might frighten any survivors. This time, he experienced the sweetness of success, unexpectedly completing the weekly task at a critical moment. Fortunate one, come forth. Submit to me, the zombie overlord. Li Xiaofeng howled at the entrance of the supermarket, suddenly pivoting, his right hand gracefully sweeping the pink cape, dramatically retreating into the shadows of the supermarket. Preparing for the next round of waiting. The day swiftly passed without any survivors arriving. It appeared that the fortunate and capable humans were a mere minority. When Li Xiaofeng cast his gaze upon the supermarket clock, he realized it had reached noon. Ding! A new round of weekly tasks has been released. Please check. Host. Weekly task. Divine gift of talent. Acquire a talent. Task overview. The apocalypse has stained humanity's future with bloodshed, yet every situation contains a glimmer of hope. 7 days after the onset of the apocalypse, the sky began to rain countless colorful rays. Anyone who obtains a ray will receive a random talent. This is humanity's turning point. However, zombies are equally eligible to acquire this. Difficulty, 2 stars. Task duration, within 7 days. Reward. The talent you acquire will directly elevate 1 tier. Li Xiaofeng had not anticipated such a turn of events after 7 days. Humanity was beginning to experience a chance for revival. It seemed imperative that he hasten his evolution. Only by becoming a true zombie boss could he claim his rightful place in this chaotic world. Chapter 14. The Mutation of Zombies Roar. 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 Suddenly, outside, the cacophony of zombies began to rise and fall, enveloping the entire city with a profound despair. All zombies emitted their cries, and Li Xiaofeng slowly approached the supermarket entrance, eager to discern what had transpired. Am I being a bit antisocial by not joining in? Observing the zombies howling at the sky, he too began to roar. Yet, what followed left him utterly astonished. The ever-falling blood moon in the sky emitted a fierce radiance, illuminating every single zombie beneath its glow. The undead appeared to absorb this crimson light, and this peculiar phenomenon persisted for 10 minutes before the blood moon's luminescence dissipated. Li Xiaofeng, too, received the red light. Yet he discerned no alterations. The zombies continued their mindless cacophony. Indeed, they were devoid of intelligence. A sense of superiority flickered within Li Xiaofeng. But soon he was struck by a shocking revelation. Once the zombies ceased their howling, their bodies seemed to become more agile, reminiscent of his own recent ascension to the 2nd tier. Had all the zombies advanced? The blood moon possessed such extraordinary power. It was not merely one zombie evolving, but billions across the planet. Yet, why did he feel nothing? System. Ding. Since the blood moon could provide energy to the system, it had absorbed it. How honest you are. A smirk curled on Li Xiaofeng's lips. He had anticipated the system's straightforwardness. No wonder he felt no change. However, with the system at his disposal, his advancement would outpace that of ordinary zombies. Outside, there were only 2nd-tier zombies, while he had already attained the 4th tier. A sudden chill ran down Li Xiaofeng's spine. Truly, It was lonely at the top. The cacophony of countless zombies also stirred the survivors within the skyscraper, all trembling in despair. Some gazed out the window, witnessing the enhanced zombies wailing in anguish. This apocalyptic pressure was enough to drive many to madness. Li Xiaofeng returned to the supermarket, preparing to wait for the final 12 hours until the sky displayed a kaleidoscope of colors, at which point he would begin to pursue his talents. This week's regular task was not to challenge mutated beasts, posing little danger to him. The outside world was perilous for humanity, but for him, it was a true path of freedom. Time slowly passed, and as the clock struck 6 in the morning, it seemed no survivors dared to venture out after the zombies' evolution last night. Yet, in the final 2 hours, some cautious individuals approached the supermarket. 2 young men and a woman stealthily arrived, encountering no other zombies along the way. One man, haggard yet filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Through my meticulous calculations and analysis, we've cleverly avoided all the zombies. Trust me, it's foolproof." The other 2, however, paid him no mind, their eyes gleaming with a ravenous hunger as they beheld the scattered food within the supermarket. They tore open a bag of chips, devouring it voraciously while frantically stuffing food into their backpacks. In this post-apocalyptic world, the value of sustenance became painfully clear. The man also began to collect food at the entrance, while the woman ventured deeper into the supermarket to gather provisions. As Li Xiaofeng observed the approaching humans, a thrill surged through him, every cell in his body vibrating with intensity. This sensation was more potent than ever before. The evolution of the zombie virus had transformed him in profound ways. The light in this place was dim, with even the crimson rays of the blood-red sun struggling to penetrate, yet the woman continued to frantically gather food, utterly oblivious to her surroundings. The allure of sustenance had driven her to the brink of madness. Chapter 15. The Descent of Divine Talent. Bang. The woman appeared to collide with someone, a flicker of confusion crossing her mind. She glanced over her shoulder and was met with a flutter of pink amidst the darkness, accompanied by a pair of cold, crimson eyes. This bizarre scene sent a jolt of fear through her heart. Her mouth fell open as she let out a terrified scream. With a flourish of his pink cloak, Li Xiaofeng enveloped the woman, swiftly pulling her into his embrace. He leaned in closer, his lips nearing hers. Outside the supermarket, 2 men instantly caught wind of her scream. During such times, everyone's nerves were frayed. Cautiously, they approached, one of them activating his phone's flashlight to illuminate the depths of the store. To their shock, they discovered a man with sparse hair draped in a pink cloak, violating the woman. "Get away from that woman. Let me rescue her." The sight of a human perpetrating violence ignited a furious blaze in their hearts. Humanity was already struggling for survival. How could they tolerate such scum? And to top it off, this wretched individual had a repulsive sense of fashion. Without hesitation, the 2 men charged forward, wielding wooden sticks to strike the rogue's head. However, to their horror, the man suddenly lifted his gaze, revealing blood-soaked lips and those ghastly crimson eyes, and let out a terrifying roar. Oh my God! The 2 men felt as if their brains had stalled, completely unprepared to confront a zombie in such a vile act. One stood frozen in shock, forgetting to flee, merely staring as the zombie lunged at him, and was swiftly seized by Li Xiaofeng, who bit down hard. Interruption. The other man reacted quickly, executing a graceful turn, snatching up his backpack, and stumbling out of the supermarket, thoroughly terrified. Disturbing my refined interests. Li Xiaofeng, realizing he could not pursue, let out a roar and resigned himself to the situation. After undergoing another transformation, even the physically fit young man could not outrun him. Yet, the fleeing man moved with agility and strength, his swift turn hinting at an extraordinary prowess, clearly not an ordinary individual. Ding. Host successfully infected 1 individual. Evolution value 10. Ding. Host successfully infected 1 individual. Evolution value 10. Li Xiaofeng's evolution value had now reached 70, 400, still far from the next tier. He began another wait, yet no survivors appeared. Bored, he pulled out his phone, discovering a usable charger, hoping to rejuvenate his device. To his dismay, it had run out of power. Rising to his feet, he rummaged through the backpack of the recently infected female zombie, only to find that her phone's signal had also been completely severed. Had the communication system collapsed as well? Li Xiaofeng stepped outside the supermarket, casually taking a cigarette and placing it between his lips, his crimson, indifferent eyes gazing into the distance. The blood-red sunlight cascaded down, drawing him once more into a philosophical reverie. Memories of his youthful sprint beneath the setting sun flooded his mind, a poignant reminder of his lost adolescence. At that moment, the clock struck noon. Suddenly, a multitude of colorful rays began to appear on the horizon, infusing this despairing end-of-days scene with an enchanting allure. These vibrant hues fell upon various corners of the globe, akin to countless shooting stars, prompting some to make wishes, praying for the swift conclusion of this cataclysm. Li Xiaofeng abruptly rose, expelling the smoke from his mouth, straining to discern the closest band of colorful light. Alas, his vision remained obscured, a far cry from what it once was. He realized he must urgently procure a pair of spectacles. Chapter 16. The peculiar zombies. Li Xiaofeng strode out of the residential complex, intent on locating the nearest source of shimmering light. The once bustling streets lay deserted, overtaken by wandering zombies. Dried blood stained the ground, and the air felt stifling and oppressive. Amidst the throng of corpses, he walked with an air of nonchalance, his unique attire setting him apart. Any ordinary human witnessing his silhouette might mistake him for a fellow human, albeit one with a peculiar mindset. As he wandered the street, he spotted a clothing store not far off, feeling the urge to enhance his appearance. One must not be careless with their talents. Perhaps fortune would favor him with a divine gift. Upon entering the store, he found several zombies, former clerks, aimlessly roaming within. Roar! Li Xiaofeng shouted. But the zombies remained unresponsive. What kind of service is this? Moments later, he exited the store, now clad in a striking red down jacket, his head enveloped in a matching hood. He nonchalantly retrieved a pair of sunglasses from the neighboring shop, placing them upon his face. However, remnants of blood still stained his lips, revealing his undead identity to any observer. Frustrated by the lack of a proper mask, he hastily fashioned a black plastic bag, tying it around his mouth, and donned a pair of white gloves typically used for heavy lifting. Now, Li Xiaofeng had entirely transformed his appearance, becoming a figure that was distinctly non-human. The large white dog had issued a warning. Even in this apocalyptic world, zombies still posed a threat. If the mutated beasts retained their docility and obeyed their masters, they could thrive in this desolate realm. He had no desire to be ambushed by a sudden feline or canine monstrosity while wandering the streets. Docile mutated creatures were likely to heed their owners. And at this early stage of the apocalypse, it was improbable that many would attack on sight. Thus, his human guise offered a measure of safety. The descent of divine talents was slow. Based on his observations, it would take at least half an hour for them to fully dissipate. Li Xiaofeng remained unhurried, calculating that the source of the divine talent likely fell toward the eastern part of the city. He ambled forward, his nose twitching slightly as he sought out any remaining survivors. The path of evolution continued onward. Suddenly, as he passed by an internet cafe, he was struck by the scent of fresh blood mingled with a faint, unpleasant odor. It was a cafe he frequented often. With remarkable agility, he entered, and the interior was awash in a crimson glow, illuminating the computers. However, there were no living souls to be seen, only zombies. Some of the undead meandered aimlessly, while others remained slumped in their seats, seemingly unable to rise, still wearing their headphones, likely infected while engrossed in a game. Perhaps their teammates were still cursing them for being inactive. He slowly approached the back of the cafe, near the restroom, where the door was firmly shut and completely locked from within. The scent of blood he detected emanated from this very place, where, astonishingly, 2 survivors were holed up. He knocked on the door, but received no response. Yet, even with his dulled hearing, he could discern the sounds of fearful breathing from within. He knocked again, attempting to communicate without words, hoping to convey that help had arrived. Still, there was no reaction. It seemed that the harrowing experiences of the past few days had thoroughly terrified them. Li Xiaofeng began to contemplate alternative methods. Unable to speak and finding knocking ineffective, he needed to devise another means of conveying his message. As he pondered, he noticed a gap at the bottom of the restroom door, through which he could potentially slip a note. However, where could he find paper and a writing instrument in this cafe? Unless some students happened to be here on a weekend to copy assignments? Yet, who would truly engage in such a mundane task? Except, perhaps, for Li Xiaofeng before his transformation into a zombie. He wandered around, but found no one so dull. He checked the second floor of the cafe as well, but there was still no paper or pen. However, the restroom door on the second floor was ajar and empty. A plan formed in his mind. He entered the second floor restroom and tore down a few small advertisements from the wall. Cautiously, he approached the first-floor restroom door and tossed the ads onto the ground, kicking them one by one through the gap. Inside were two high school students who had come to the cafe to surf the internet on a weekend. Their joyous weekend had abruptly turned into chaos. The apocalypse had struck with surprising suddenness. Previously, they had fantasized about how they would save the world in such a scenario. But now, they trembled in fear. Fortunately, they had brought some snacks when they fled into the restroom. Otherwise, they would not have made it this far. Yet, it was of little consequence, merely prolonging their inevitable demise. The outside world was teeming with wandering zombies, leaving them with no means of escape. Now they realized that only the protagonists of novels could save the world. They were merely ordinary individuals struggling to survive. Despair was beginning to consume them, and hunger blurred their vision. Shigu, I'm starting to hallucinate. I think I even saw someone slipping advertisements under the door, remarked a gaunt student. I thought I heard someone knocking as well. Could it be that someone is really coming? What are you thinking? With so many zombies around, who would dare to come to the internet cafe? However, Shigu, it appears that someone is indeed distributing advertisements. The two individuals noticed small ads slipping beneath the door and, swaying unsteadily, approached it. Home service, phone number. Upon examining the contents of the advertisement, they were momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this precisely what was plastered all over the restroom? Xiaowei, carry me. The restroom door is made of transparent glass, and I wish to take a look outside. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope surged within them, causing their bodies to tremble slightly. Could it be that someone was actually there to rescue them? After all, zombies wouldn't be the ones to insert advertisements through the door. The two wobbled, with one student standing on the shoulders of the other. Starving yet filled with newfound hope, their adrenaline surged, and strength coursed through their bodies once more. The individual finally pressed their face against the transparent glass, attempting to peer outside. Li Xiaofeng had also heard the commotion and was fully aware of their actions. He had already dispatched the wandering zombies on the first floor and saw them observing the situation outside. He took 2 steps back to allow them a clearer view, even waving amiably. The student's face lit up with excitement upon spotting a figure donning sunglasses, with a black plastic bag tied around their mouth. Clad in a striking red down jacket and draped in a pink curtain, despite the individual's peculiar appearance, the friendly wave was sufficient to instill a profound sense of reassurance in him. Strong individuals often possess eccentricities. He could entirely comprehend this, as it distinguished them from ordinary folks. Xiaowei, let me down. There truly is someone here to save us. The person's face was alight with emotion, tears glistening in their eyes, for amidst the apocalypse, humanity's coldness had been all too apparent. Risking their own safety to aid strangers exemplified a heroic spirit that would inspire the two of them for a lifetime. He unsteadily descended, nearly stumbling in the process. Creak. The door swung open, revealing 2 haggard students. Thank you, uncle, thank you. Their faces were flushed with excitement, their voices trembling with emotion. Li Xiaofeng's expression stiffened at the term uncle. Hadn't he merely been a newcomer to the senior year of high school before becoming a zombie? Such disrespect. Li Xiaofeng stepped forward slowly, gently patting their heads. They felt an inexplicable sense of safety and instinctively threw themselves into his embrace, weeping. What audacity! To leap into the arms of a zombie. Li Xiaofeng reciprocated their embrace, his right hand delicately lifting the black plastic bag. This is how beauties and dramas unveil their veils, he mused. However, what he revealed was a mouth stained with blood. Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much. The two nearly screamed as a sudden, sharp pain shot through their necks. They immediately pushed Li Xiaofeng away, their eyes wide with terror as they noticed the blood smeared at the corners of his mouth. Why you? They clutched their neck wounds, disbelief etched across their faces. In the midst of their horror, that zombie adjusted the black plastic bag once more, nonchalantly shaking its head before turning away with an air of nonchalance. What on earth was this? Chapter 18. The speeding green car. The two individuals had no time to utter a cry. Suddenly, everything before them became a blur, and their consciousness began to fade. Ding! The host has successfully infected one person, gaining 10 evolution points. Li Xiaofeng abruptly flicked his pink cloak and departed with an air of nonchalance. A deed accomplished, he left with his merits concealed. His eyes, concealed behind dark sunglasses, were cold and unyielding as he gazed into the distance. A gentle breeze caressed him, evoking a sense of solitary elegance. Alas, lost in his own pretense, he suddenly noticed a vibrant aurora descending nearby. He must not allow humanity to seize the opportunity first. spotting a small green car beside him. He effortlessly removed the lock with sheer force and elegantly climbed aboard. Lowering his head slightly, he focused intently, skillfully maneuvering to avoid the wandering zombies ahead. The wind generated by his forward motion billowed his pink cloak. A handsome zombie sped down the street with a certain grace. Bang, bang, bang. His poor eyesight, combined with his inadequate driving skills and stiff joints, resulted in a relentless series of collisions with zombies. Had the zombies possessed awareness, they would surely have given Li Xiaofeng a sound thrashing. After 10 minutes of riding, he finally arrived at his destination. As he dismounted, the front wheel of the small green car had already bent at a 90-degree angle. Raising his gaze slightly, he beheld the nearby vibrant aurora, a sight of dreamlike beauty. It descended upon a quaint 5-story building, with the top floor being open air. It seemed he would need to find an entrance to ascend. Li Xiaofeng began to wander around the vicinity and soon discovered an iron door on the left side of the building, likely the entrance. Clang! It was locked. Goodness! Judging by the fortitude of this iron door, it seemed impossible to open by sheer strength alone. Li Xiaofeng quickly noticed several zombies beside the building. 2 of them sat on a stone bench, a chessboard placed between them. They appeared to be 2 elderly individuals engaged in a game, now transformed into zombies. Perhaps their mobility had been impaired even before their transformation, for they had not risen. From a distance, one might easily assume they were still engrossed in their match. Li Xiaofeng approached, surreptitiously rifling through the pockets of the 2. Soon, he discovered a set of keys, likely capable of unlocking the iron door. Glancing at the chessboard, he decisively moved one of the pieces to capture the other, thus terminating the eternally unfinished game. The advisor was a traitor. You have lost. Li Xiaofeng turned and stealthily approached the iron door. He began to try each key, feeling a surge of excitement within. After a series of attempts, he finally found the correct key and unlocked the door. Inside, the light was dim, and the responding lamps did not illuminate. Li Xiaofeng surveyed the steps before him. Feeling a slight headache, this old-style building lacked an elevator, requiring him to ascend step by step. Each floor housed 2 families, and there were 8 households in total. Yet 4 of the doors stood ajar. He was astonished to see zombies lying within. Their limbs were clearly broken, struggling futilely, yet unable to rise. Had someone entered? That seemed the only possibility. However, Li Xiaofeng chose to ignore them and made his way directly to the top floor. Divine talent descends. Here I come. Upon reaching the rooftop, one discovers that the door has been shut once more, this time securely locked from the inside, devoid of any keyhole. Is there someone up here? Could my talents be taken away? A sense of unease enveloped Li Xiaofeng, but he soon heard voices nearby. Song 1. Although I am uncertain of what this vibrant radiance signifies, I am willing to risk myself for it. Brother Xiang, allow me to take the lead. My youth renders me fearless of death, and you must survive in this apocalyptic world. What are you 2 pretending to be? Isn't it obvious that you would receive a notification upon approaching? Even the illiterate can comprehend. Randomly acquire a talent that can enhance your survival in this desolate time. Li Xiaofeng was taken aback. There were indeed 3 individuals on the rooftop, yet they began to bicker. It appears the talent has yet to be absorbed. Chapter 19. The Ruthless Knock. Knock, knock. A slow, deliberate knocking echoed, causing the 3 young men to pause. Is someone coming? In this apocalypse, who would dare approach? They were not residents of this building, but had merely come for a weekend barbecue. Who could have anticipated such an unforeseen event? Thankfully, they had not transformed. However, upon witnessing the zombies roaming the streets, biting indiscriminately, they swiftly secured the iron door. All 3 were fierce individuals. Their food had been quickly consumed, and they began to muster the courage to descend and scavenge for supplies. To their surprise, the so-called zombies were rather lackluster, their bodies rigid and movements sluggish. As long as they avoided being tackled, survival was entirely possible. They dispatched several zombies downstairs and returned with all the food they could carry. Yet today, a radiant spectrum of colors descended slowly from the sky. Initially thought to be a meteorite, they soon realized it bore no harm, and upon closer inspection, discovered it was a reward for a random talent. The trio wholeheartedly believed it. With the apocalypse upon them, what could be deemed impossible? These 3 brothers, typically bound by camaraderie, found themselves at odds over a single talent, an opportunity for survival no one would relinquish. The knocking interrupted their quarrel. Who is it? A burly man, bare-chested with a fierce face adorned with a tattoo of a dragon, stood at the door. The knocking persisted, rhythmic and insistent. The trio grew irate. "What the hell is this? Brother, something is being shoved in from below," remarked a slender youth, reminiscent of a monkey, adjusting his glasses. The burly man approached slowly and peered down. "Home service? What the hell is this? Which bastard dares to mock me?" he roared, swinging the iron door open. A peculiarly dressed individual stood outside, leaving the three men momentarily bewildered. With dark sunglasses, a plastic bag, a pink curtain draped behind, a bright red down jacket, white gloves, and a frying pan strapped to their back, they appeared utterly surreal. "What on earth is this? A lunatic?" Li Xiaofeng disregarded their astonished gazes and stepped inside, his attention drawn to the vibrant circle of light in the corner, igniting a fervor within him. Turning back, his crimson eyes coldly regarded the three men. "How dare these mere mortals insult me?" Li Xiaofeng was on the verge of revealing his true self, poised to deliver a shocking surprise to the three men. "Song 1. Grab your weapons." "He must be insane," the burly man bellowed. The trio brandished gleaming machetes and advanced menacingly. Li Xiaofeng halted abruptly, pondering if all three were indeed thugs. Something felt amiss in this unfolding scenario. Determined to eliminate the burly man first, he prepared to charge forward, only for the man to raise his machete and thrust it toward him with alarming swiftness, even faster than Li Xiaofeng himself. The sound of the blade piercing flesh momentarily stunned him. Despite being a fourth-tier ordinary zombie, he found himself struggling against the armed brute. In a flash of inspiration, he pressed his right hand against his abdomen, pointed at the burly man with his left, and feigned disbelief as he slowly sank to the ground. The burly man extracted his blade, spitting in disgust. "What the hell? What kind of lunacy is this? Wearing a red-down jacket in this sweltering heat?" He turned, his fierce demeanor intensifying, addressing his two companions. "Brothers, it seems our safety is compromised. If we wish to survive, these abilities are essential." Chapter 20. The crushing of intelligence. "You know my character. If I take this ability, there are still other resources available. I can lead you both to them." "What do you say?" the burly man declared, thumping his chest with bravado. "Xiang, I feel my combat prowess has increased. Securing this ability would bolster my confidence," proclaimed another brawny man, adorned with a tattoo of a lazy sheep, particularly resonant with the tufts of hair on his chest. "When I got my tattoo, I didn't utter a single cry. Brother, your dragon is incomplete simply because you feared the pain. Let the younger brother claim this ability instead." "Humph. Why don't we settle this dispute? Whoever triumphs shall take it." A flicker of anger crossed the burly man's eyes. It was a point of humiliation, now resurrected. "Today, my dragon shall devour your plump sheep." "Agreed, but as brothers, let us forego weapons and engage in bare-handed combat." The tattooed man discarded his machete, his gaze equally fierce. "All right. 1. You should refrain from participating. Your physique is too frail. Regardless of who wins between your brother and me, we shall look after you." The scrawny youth's expression remained placid as he stepped back, indicating his withdrawal from the impending confrontation. The elder brother discarded his machete, approaching with bare fists, his muscles rippling with power. The second brother's eyes sparkled as he remained motionless, watching the advancing figure of his sibling, a smirk curling at his lips. "Brother, do not hold it against me." Suddenly, he bent down, seized the fallen machete, and lunged forward without a hint of restraint. The elder brother appeared momentarily stunned but then smiled, glancing at his assailant as he slowly spoke. "You too must not blame me." A machete abruptly pierced the second brother's abdomen, disbelief etched across his face as he began to turn. It was none other than the scrawny third brother, wielding the blade with an expression of fierce determination. "When you..." The robust man let out a hearty laugh, praising Xiaowen. "Well done." However, before his words had fully settled, taking advantage of the brief moment when the elder brother was unable to retrieve his weapon, the third brother charged forward wielding a machete. "Talent is mine," the frail youth shouted fiercely. The strong man, caught off guard, quickly reacted and managed to narrowly evade the first strike. Thus began a fierce struggle between the two. Xiaowen, despite his slender physique, failed to make an impact with his initial attack and found himself quickly overpowered in close quarters. "Damn it! How dare you betray me?" The robust man toppled Xiaowen to the ground, his expression fierce as he unleashed punch after punch, seemingly intent on beating him to death. He could hardly believe that his once respected brothers had turned against him. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, and the strong man felt a searing pain at the back of his head, his vision blurring as he tried to turn around. Bang! Just as he turned, A frying pan came crashing down upon him. Surprisingly, it was the previously incapacitated eccentric who had risen again. You. The strong man barely had time to utter a word before he was knocked down once more by the frying pan. He could hardly fathom how the person who had seemingly lost all combat ability could stand again. Three fools. What are you playing at with this game of deceit? Li Xiaofeng observed the three incapacitated men and slowly began to unveil his black plastic bag. With a roar that revealed his true identity as the zombie demon king. He lunged forward, sinking his teeth into the trio amidst their terrified and despairing gazes. They never expected a zombie would feign death on the ground. And the way he wielded the frying pan was alarmingly adept. Chapter 21. Dual Talent Orading. The host has successfully infected one individual, evolution value 10. Li Xiaofeng's evolution value had now reached 120, 400. He needed to infect 28 more individuals to evolve into a 5th-tier ordinary zombie. It was time to accelerate his progress. Li Xiaofeng pondered deeply, unfazed by his wounds. No blood flowed from his abdomen, and it had no adverse effect on him. He slowly approached the radiant multicolored light, vibrant and at the same height as an ordinary person. As he drew near, he received a prompt, a neutral electronic voice similar to his system's. You have randomly acquired a talent. It will enhance your survival ability in the apocalypse. He stepped into the brilliance, and another prompt appeared. Absorbing talent. Time, 10 minutes. He realized why the three brothers had entered. They were engaged in mutual combat, needing time to absorb. Exiting the glow, he pushed the three new zombies off the rooftop and locked the iron door. This should prevent any disturbances during my absorption. Li Xiaofeng howled as he commenced absorbing the talent. Talent absorption in progress. Absorption complete. Talent, bystander aura. Tier, unknown. Description, your adeptness at disguise allows you to instantly transform into an inconspicuous bystander, significantly diminishing your presence. This is a perfect yet clumsy ruse. Effect, 50 chance to completely reduce your presence. He stood frozen in place, oblivious to the fading multicolored glow, seemingly lost in contemplation. Is this truly a talent? Not only is it unrelated to combat, but its success rate is merely 50%. Rather than acquiring the talent to transform into a super zombie, one would expect at least an enhancement in strength or speed. Ding. The host has completed the weekly task, Divine Talent acquired, a new ability. The reward is in the process of being distributed, aimed at elevating the pedestrian halo's grade. Ding. The pedestrian halo has no grade. The enhancement has failed. The reward is being redirected to generate a new talent. Ding. The host has comprehended a new talent, Protagonist Halo. Talent, Protagonist Halo. Grade, unknown. Description, with your adeptness at disguise, you can instantaneously transform into the protagonist, radiating brilliance and capturing the attention of other beings. This is a flawless yet clumsy ruse. Effect, there is a 50% chance to utterly enhance your presence. A new weekly task will be issued in 7 days. The host is advised to check regularly. Li Xiaofeng gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, a gentle breeze stirring, causing his pink cloak and black plastic bag to flutter slightly. He found himself utterly speechless, astonished that, following the pedestrian halo, the system had further rewarded him with a protagonist halo. Yet the effect was diametrically opposed. What purpose does this serve? Initially harboring great expectations for the divine talent, he now fully recognized his folly. Is this truly the essence of divine talent? A zombie wearing sunglasses gazes into the distance, pulling a cigarette from its down jacket and lighting it, a melancholic expression adorning its face. Despite acquiring 2 talents, his combat prowess remained unchanged, rather than a genuine ability. It resembled more of a whimsical skill, entirely divergent from what he had hoped for. If this talent was unreliable, perhaps it would be wiser to tread the path of evolution. Fortunately, it was a zombie that received such an ability. What would have been the outcome had a survivor obtained it? No matter how inconspicuous you become, to a zombie, you remain fresh meat, and they would pounce upon you. Li Xiaofeng adjusted his disheveled hair and thoughts, secured the black plastic bag, and departed from the rooftop. Chapter 22. The role of the pedestrian halo in this old building. Several doors remained tightly shut, yet Li Xiaofeng could still detect the scent of fresh flesh. Upon arriving at the door of a residence on the 3rd floor, he could distinctly sense the presence of 3 individuals within and politely knocked. Knock, knock. Sawadee-ka. This household consisted of a family of 3, a couple and their elementary school-age child, all huddled together in the bedroom. Their faces were pale, clearly having been starved for quite some time, with traces of dried tears still evident on the boy's cheeks. Damn it! How could such a calamity occur so suddenly? How could this happen? The man, equally weakened, struggled to accept this grim reality. The apocalypse had descended upon them in an instant, just the day before. He was diligently working at the office, harboring hopes for the future, finally being able to take a brief respite on the weekend to spend time with his family. But then, a blinding light shone down, and the sun ceased to rise, replaced instead by an ever-present blood-red sun hanging ominously in the sky. The woman's face was now void of life, her eyes hollow, relinquishing any semblance of hope. Each day, the three of them gazed through the window at the streets filled with wandering zombies, with not a single living soul in sight. The world had irrevocably changed. Initially believing that help would arrive, the overwhelming spread of infection suggested that even the military may have been overwhelmed, especially since this was merely a small city. The shadow of death loomed ominously over them. Suddenly, a slow and rhythmic knocking at the door caused the three individuals to exchange incredulous glances. Could it be an illusion? Bang, bang. Damn it. Li Xiaofeng remained unperturbed. As a zombie, he possessed ample patience, a fundamental trait of a hunter. Was there truly a knock at the door? A flicker of excitement crossed the man's face, his voice trembling slightly. Had hope arrived so swiftly? The woman, too, felt a glimmer of light in her previously vacant gaze. Yet she quickly regained her composure. Could it be the marauders from a few days prior? Days ago, the trio had knocked on doors one after another. Their fierce appearance had frightened the residents into silence. The man struggled to rise, shook his head, and spoke slowly. I shall go take a look. Approaching the door, he peered through the peephole. At such close proximity, Li Xiaofeng could distinctly sense the man's fresh scent of blood and flesh, a thrill beginning to stir within him. He stepped back 2 paces, allowing the man a clear view, and awkwardly formed a peace sign with his right hand. The man stood frozen, his sunglasses paired with a black plastic bag, and a blood-stained frying pan slung over his back, compounded by the peculiar gesture. He certainly did not appear to be a benevolent figure. Could he be yet another criminal? Perhaps a psychopathic one? Despair surged within the man again. Extinguishing any intention, he had to open the door. In this apocalyptic world, despair and fear had laid bare the darker sides of humanity. Allowing such individuals inside would only hasten one's demise. Li Xiaofeng, feeling anxious, sensed the man's reluctance to open the door and activated his protagonist aura. The activation failed. He was momentarily taken aback, realizing its unreliability. He attempted to activate the protagonist aura once more. Cannot use on the same target within a short time. What is this nonsense? He called upon the bystander aura. Activation successful. Your presence significantly diminished. A surge of joy filled Li Xiaofeng. Surprised by the low probability of failure for both auras, the man glanced outside and then turned away, completely disregarding the door. Li Xiaofeng stood in a daze, pondering whether invoking the bystander aura was a wise choice. The other party clearly had no intention of acknowledging him. Chapter 23. The protagonist aura. Had he completely ignored my presence? Li Xiaofeng remained stunned, astonished by the man's decisive and nonchalant departure. It appeared that the bystander aura was indeed quite powerful. Had the protagonist aura succeeded, he might continue downward, where survivors awaited his allure. The residents on the first floor included only an elderly man, surviving on meager portions of rice soup, his eyes vacant as he occasionally gazed out the window. The wandering zombies elicited a complex expression from the old man, especially as he observed 2 old friends below still engaged in their chess game. The world had irrevocably changed. Yet he possessed no means to alter it. The moment his food ran out would mark his demise. Bang, bang, bang. A sudden knock at the door disrupted the elder's thoughts. Could it be those 3 wretched ruffians again? The elder could not contain his anger. Get lost, he bellowed as he approached the door. Li Xiaofeng was taken aback. Had he knocked so politely only to be met with such vitriol? He persisted, resolutely tapping at the door, attempting to project an image of a benevolent savior to the survivor within. The elder, too, was puzzled. Was it not those 3? Peering through the peephole, he beheld a figure outside, dressed in a manner reminiscent of madness. A rescuer, perhaps? Or merely a refugee? For a moment, the elder was taken aback by the stranger's appearance, struggling to ascertain their true identity. The protagonist's aura ignited. Success. Li Xiaofeng was astonished at the ease with which he had drawn attention. In that instant, he felt as if he radiated a divine luminescence. With arms outstretched, He embraced the world as if welcoming a sacred light. The elder, equally transfixed, felt an inexplicable sense of assurance that this person had come to rescue him. At that moment, he experienced an overwhelming sense of peace. Though uncertain of the stranger's intentions, he sensed a trustworthiness about them. "Are you here to save us?" the elder inquired, gradually opening the door, his face alight with excitement. "Worship me, mere mortals. Behold the brilliance of the zombie overlord." Li Xiaofeng maintained his pose. Awaiting the elder's acknowledgement, a protagonist should never sully their hands with menial tasks. Wherever he went, he garnered admiration, and the elder was likely to approach him. Eager to grasp his down-filled jacket, with tears glistening in his eyes, the elder felt compelled to follow the protagonist. Suddenly, a loud clang echoed, and he was taken aback as the door was abruptly shut again. Was it not fitting for a protagonist to command more respect? He had assumed the figure was a savior, only to discover a lunatic. The elder lamented, noting that the individual stood there like a fool. Clearly, he had overestimated the situation. How could such a person be a redeemer? Knock, knock, knock. Li Xiaofeng felt a twinge of urgency. The protagonist's aura seemed less effective than he had hoped. The elder remained indifferent, even contemplating turning away. Fortunately, in a moment of desperation, Li Xiaofeng slipped a small advertisement through the door. "Home service?" The elder picked it up and, filled with rage, whirled around to open the door, cursing. "You!" Before he could finish, Li Xiaofeng lunged forward, tearing open the plastic bag with a flurry of bites. "You old man," opening and closing the door like a game. "Can you not show me a modicum of respect?" The elder, already famished and weakened, was utterly unable to fend off a fourth-tier ordinary zombie. He had never considered the possibility that this could be a zombie. Ding! The host successfully infected one individual, earning 10 points of evolution. Chapter 24. The enormous orange cat Li Xiaofeng turned to leave, having taken a significant step closer to advancing to the 5th tier. It seemed the protagonist's aura still held merit, effortlessly luring survivors out. He attempted to engage with the remaining 2 households, but his efforts were met with indifference. The protagonist's aura had faltered, and they did not even acknowledge him. Could it be that his attire was too dashing? He mused quietly as he departed the aged building. The method of individually attempting to infect was far too slow, and as time passed, the efficiency of infection would likely diminish. He resolved to venture into more populated areas. Li Xiaofeng determinedly mounted a small green bicycle and set off towards the city center. The school. He needed to infect over 20 more individuals to advance, and a place like a school would surely facilitate that. Whistling cheerfully, Li Xiaofeng pedaled along, his gaze sweeping around him with an air of nonchalance reminiscent of a prosperous era. Cars were congested on the roads, yet bicycles remained free to maneuver. However, he suddenly spotted a yellow bus in the distance, surrounded by a throng of zombies, their shrieks echoing as their eyes burned with a crimson hue. Could there be someone inside the bus? He observed the tightly shut doors, while the zombies clawed and gnawed at the exterior, seemingly drawn by something within. Intrigued, Li Xiaofeng steered his bicycle closer. Opportunities must be seized, and it would be a waste to allow these lowly, ordinary zombies to take advantage. As he approached, he realized that the zombies were not attempting to enter the bus, but rather to ascend to its roof. What could possibly be up there? Li Xiaofeng's gaze shifted upward, and he was taken aback, his hands trembling as a shiver ran through him. A creature had jumped off the bus, his bicycle continuing forward until it collided with a zombie, finally coming to a halt. Li Xiaofeng fell to the ground, the hood of his down jacket concealing his head, and began to crawl forward stealthily. His movements were not only practiced, but also graceful. The bystander aura activated. Successfully engaged. He exhaled in relief. What a ridiculous situation. On the roof of the yellow bus lay a colossal orange cat, its size nearly comparable to that of the bus itself, exuding an air of utter laziness. Due to its similar color to the bus and his less than stellar eyesight, Li Xiaofeng had overlooked this behemoth. The zombies below were indeed attracted by the high-level virus emanating from the orange cat's body. The enormous feline basked in the sun, its large eyes gazing curiously at something that had just darted past. Li Xiaofeng felt an overwhelming caution. Was this cat not too large? He speculated that it might have reached the 2nd-tier mutated beast level, surpassing both the large white dog and the yellow-haired dog by a significant margin. Suddenly, the large orange cat appeared somewhat bored, slowly rising to its feet before leaping off the bus. Crash! A private car was crushed beneath it, and with a casual swipe of its paw, several zombies were effortlessly dispatched. How dare they disturb this cat's repose, those inferior creatures. The orange cat turned its attention to the multitude of zombies gathered around the bus, its claws striking with incredible speed, each attack claiming the lives of several zombies. In an instant, limbs, thighs, and heads flew in all directions. Bang! An arm even struck Li Xiaofeng on the head. Damn it, what terrible luck. He continued to crawl forward. With the bystander aura activated, he was unlikely to attract attention, resembling a red caterpillar as he swiftly vacated the area. Behind him, numerous zombies were exterminated, unable to inflict even the slightest harm upon the plump cat. Soon, a serene area was cleared, and the corpulent feline returned to the bus, stretching languidly before resuming its rest. Such wanton slaughter of the undead. I shall return to settle the score once I gain strength. Chapter 25. The boys' dormitory. Li Xiaofeng rose with nonchalance, casting a fleeting glance at the fat cat before hastily departing. After navigating several streets, he finally arrived at the entrance of a school, the educational sanctuary of the city, Wanning Education Institute. It was the institution of his dreams. Though it did not rival prestigious universities, yet it possessed its own merits, just as I have my shortcomings. Upon entering the campus, he beheld various academic buildings and dormitories standing tall, though they had lost their former vibrancy. Along Xiaolin Road, on the playground, and before the sports center, only throngs of zombies roamed aimlessly. Li Xiaofeng made his way to the schoolyard, where he noticed a significant number of zombies clad in camouflage. How fortunate! He had perfectly evaded military training. He mused. This year's freshmen were spared the trials. As he meandered through the campus, his keen sense of smell detected the faint aroma of food. With a flick of his pink cloak, he gazed ahead, spotting a 6-story building. The entire edifice was divided into hundreds of small rooms, each balcony adorned with various garments. A boys' dormitory, he surmised, discerning the array of hanging clothes. Yet, there were a few pieces of women's attire as well. What a peculiar situation, Li Xiaofeng pondered, though the garments were indeed quite appealing. With a spirited shout, he boldly entered the student dormitory. The corridors of the dormitory still harbored several zombies, even devoid of clothing. Such uncivilized creatures. His flamboyant attire rendered him conspicuous, but he felt a sense of pride as he deftly maneuvered past each zombie. His acute sense of smell indicated that the scent of flesh did not emanate from the first floor. Finding the staircase, he struggled to ascend to the first level, internally lamenting the absence of an elevator in a 6-story building. Where had all the exorbitant tuition fees gone? Upon reaching the second floor, his body jolted with excitement. He had found it. Adjusting his sunglasses, he swaggered down the corridor to the end, arriving at a dormitory door marked 218. The door was firmly locked, with dried blood splattered upon it. As he poised to knock, voices suddenly resonated from within. Son, do you think we should head to the activity center? A weak voice inquired. Li Xiaofeng paused, bewildered. A father-son duo in the school? What was going on? Had the father truly endured decades of exams merely to enter the education institute? Quite absurd. Call me father, you ungrateful wretch. Came a voice, though weak, it firmly retorted. Realizing the situation, Li Xiaofeng deduced they must be roommates. However, heading to the activity center would be futile, although hundreds of individuals gathered there. Had they not noticed that every couple of days, boys ventured out in search of food and water? How many could possibly return alive? Li Xiaofeng's hand abruptly halted at the door, astonished to overhear such insider information. Hundreds of people? That equates to thousands of evolution points. Enough to elevate him by 2 tiers. At that point, even an adult man wielding a weapon would likely be no match for him. A glimmer of crimson flickered in his eyes, and he could not restrain a roar from escaping his lips. Who is it? One of the students inside, face-stricken with fear, could not help but voice his concern. Both were uncertain, sensing the presence of zombies, yet something felt amiss. Why did it sound so twisted? Li Xiaofeng pondered if he had been discovered, but he felt compelled to knock on the door nonetheless. Knock, knock, knock. Inside, there was still no response, and both remained silent, apprehensive. He continued to knock, attempting to signal that he was also a survivor. 10 minutes passed, the knocking incessant, leaving Li Xiaofeng awkwardly standing in place. Was he being a tad disrespectful? Chapter 26. Activity Center. At long last, he received a response. Is there a code? Li Xiaofeng froze, his hand suspended in midair. Now zombies need a code to knock on doors? Is this some sort of performance? What was happening? Realizing the absurdity, he resumed knocking, simultaneously tossing a flyer through the gap at the bottom of the door. Unfortunately, the door lacked any transparent glass, preventing them from making eye contact. Otherwise, with his dashing appearance paired with the aura of a protagonist, dealing with the two university students would be a mere trifle. Door-to-door service? One of the students cautiously picked up the flyer, his expression bizarre. Son, this doesn't seem like a zombie. It appears to be a pervert. Should we open the door? One student asked cautiously. Open what? In this apocalyptic era, some individuals are more dangerous than zombies, especially those who, even in the face of doom, think about providing services. One could easily deduce they are nothing but old perverts. Li Xiaofeng tilted his head slightly, momentarily stunned, feeling as though he had been insulted. Wasn't this a male dormitory? Why did distributing a flyer yield such strange results? He knocked again, but the two had fallen silent, clearly uninterested in further engagement. What kind of world is this? As a zombie, not only had he failed to infect anyone, but he had also been unjustly insulted. Had he not been mute, would he have resorted to distributing flyers? It seemed he needed to find some paper and a pen. Although his dexterity was lacking and he could not produce elegant script, drawing symbols would suffice. Knowing that the two had likely deemed him a pervert, it was improbable they would open the door. He quietly departed, his figure obscured by the pink curtains, appearing forlorn and desolate. Li Xiaofeng left the dormitory building, realizing that only this one dormitory contained 2 people. Was the survival rate truly this low? He sought out the activity center the two had mentioned. Hundreds of people. His nose twitched as his keen sense of smell began to search, envisioning the rich scent of flesh and blood from so many individuals. Though it was merely an education college, its area was still extensive, situated as it was in the suburbs, far from bustling districts. An hour swiftly elapsed. Yet he had not encountered any sensations. Shouldn't the activity center be established in a prominently visible location? He gazed forward at the grand inscription reading Western Restaurant. Has the student cafeteria reached such luxurious heights? Yet, he soon found himself wandering towards another dining establishment, the Eastern Restaurant. What nonsense is this cafeteria up to? I had thought a student cafeteria could genuinely be so sophisticated. Suddenly, Li Xiaofeng's body convulsed, his sunglasses clattering to the ground, embodying an image of overwhelming excitement. It was not merely the proximity to the cafeteria that stirred him, but rather the adjacent 2-story structure emblazoned with the words Activity Center. He caught a whiff of an overwhelming scent of blood and flesh. A few minutes later, Li Xiaofeng composed himself, donned his sunglasses, adjusted the frying pan, and brushed off the dust from the black plastic bag. With newfound confidence, he strode forward. Here I come. The Activity Center, though only 2 stories tall, boasted a considerable area, flanked by 2 trees at its entrance. One tree was unfamiliar to Li Xiaofeng, but he did not recognize the other either. With a slight flourish of his cloak, he approached, endeavoring to make his knocking sound irresistibly alluring. Bang! Bang! At that moment, a cold, emotionless electronic voice resonated in his mind. Chapter 27, Random Task. Ding. Random task triggered. Task generation in progress. Ding. Random task released. Efficiency infection. Task description. Within the building ahead lies a multitude of survivors, presenting a tremendous temptation for you. Go forth. Infect more humans, amass greater evolutionary points, and ascend as a more formidable zombie. Difficulty, unknown. Task duration, none. Task rewards, tiered rewards, categorized into 3 levels. Infect 50% of the survivors for a 3rd-tier reward. Infect 80% of the survivors for a 2nd-tier reward. Infect 100% of the survivors for a 1st-tier reward. Li Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback, astonished that not only were there abundant evolution points available, but also a random task had been issued. The system is remarkably user-friendly. Inside the activity center, numerous seats were arranged, with a stage at the front. Any events pertaining to students would typically be held there. However, the atmosphere within the activity center had lost its former cheer, replaced by a group of disheveled, wan-faced students huddled in various corners. Each individual bore an expression of lifelessness, devoid of the previous vibrancy and zeal. Everyone, we need not despair so. A portly middle-aged man ascended the stage. His name was Chen Qinsho, the dean of the academy. Unlike the other students, he was neatly attired, clad in a suit and tie. As the dean of this institution, I shall ensure that all of you will be brought out alive. The middle-aged man relished his moment on stage, exuding an air of authority and righteousness. I firmly believe that this aberrant army will soon be subdued, and at that time, as the sole university in the city, we shall undoubtedly be the primary target for rescue. Rest assured, the government will not abandon you, the elite talents. We must hold on to hope. Strive to survive. In the future, each of you shall become true elites. The world ultimately requires you to save it. The middle-aged man spoke with fervor, believing his words to be profoundly inspiring, yet the response was scant. Indeed, let us not disappoint the dean's expectations of us. We must have faith in his leadership abilities. Mustn't we? A bespectacled and refined student endeavored to evoke a response from the multitude. As the president of the student council, he naturally sought to align himself with the dean. In truth, his instincts proved correct. Aside from 2 female students, he was the sole individual not compelled to venture out in search of sustenance. Each outing felt like traversing a precarious tightrope above a chasm, fraught with peril. Especially now, as the Eastern cafeteria's market was nearly depleted, the quest for food could only lead to other dining halls. The once short distance now brimmed with danger. A moment's inattention could incite a horde of zombies in pursuit. The outcome would be grim. Many students wore expressions of despair, utterly unmoved. In the past, they might have responded with some enthusiasm. Yet now, with their bellies unfilled, how could they summon any fervor? The middle-aged man felt a touch of awkwardness, clearing his throat to rally their spirits. Soon, he would need to send someone out to forage for food. He needed to inspire them, or they would be reluctant to step outside. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden series of knocks echoed through the room. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Qin's expression momentarily froze, quickly replaced by a look of confusion. The others were similarly startled. Since the apocalypse began, they had never heard the sound of knocking from the outside. Today, no students had ventured out for food, leaving only the possibility of other humans. The notion of zombies knocking was inconceivable. What kind of zombie would knock so politely? Chapter 28. The light of the right path with the knocking. A glimmer of excitement appeared on the middle-aged man's face. Whether it was a savior or other survivors seeking refuge, it could only bode well for him. At the very least, he might gain someone to fight alongside him. Although Chen Qin trembled slightly, he attempted to project an air of authority. He exchanged a meaningful glance with the student council president, who promptly understood. The refined student hurried to the door, peering through a small glass pane. However, he was instantly taken aback, his expression frozen in disbelief as he gazed outside. There stood an individual, donning sunglasses that obscured their eyes, bizarrely sporting a black plastic bag over their mouth, with a frying pan slung over their shoulder and draped in a pink curtain. Zhang Xingming was momentarily at a loss, as the peculiar attire shattered his previous understanding. He had never encountered such a sight, even in peaceful times. Little did he expect that with the onset of the apocalypse, such absurdities would emerge. What bewildered him further was the sight of this person raising their hand above their head, forming a heart shape. What manner of individual is this? What is going on? Xingming, what is the matter? The middle-aged man grew puzzled at the prolonged silence. Zhang Xingming, snapping back to reality, still bore an expression of profound strangeness, shaking his head as he turned to speak. Dean, it seems a lunatic has escaped. Li Xiaofeng's hand suddenly froze, a hint of embarrassment washing over him. What does it mean to be a lunatic? He merely attempted to convey warmth and camaraderie by forming a heart. Yet he was deemed a madman. The protagonist's halo has been activated. Mortal beings, prepare to embrace the divine radiance of my sanctity. Ding. Initiation failed. Are you out of your mind? Then do not open the door. A middle-aged man arrived at the entrance, equally taken aback by the sight of Li Xiaofeng outside, whose attire was nothing short of astonishing. Regaining his composure, he decisively rejected him. Allowing a lunatic inside would not only jeopardize everyone's safety, but would also render him uncontrollable, a living disaster waiting to manifest. Li Xiaofeng felt a pang of hurt, his legs slightly bending. He formed a heart sign once more. Yet, the expressions of those inside were filled with disappointment as they departed from the threshold, taken aback that the apocalypse had permitted the mentally ill to roam freely. Damn it! Li Xiaofeng felt as though 1,000 mythical beasts were howling past him. What was this madness? I must change my appearance. These people might find it hard to accept my resplendent brilliance. Li Xiaofeng began to reflect on himself, and ultimately concluded that the taste of the humans within was dreadfully mundane. Clothing store, he silently chanted in his heart, preparing to reinvent his look. Mortal beings, prepare to welcome my new persona. As he was about to depart, he seized the opportunity when everyone had distanced themselves from the entrance and kindly arranged 10 zombies at the door. He even utilized the 2 trees by the entrance to secure the 10 zombies with a rope. Observing his meticulously crafted masterpiece, Li Xiaofeng howled with delight. This should deter anyone from venturing out. As the king of zombies, he naturally sought the highest rewards. If someone were to venture out for food and become infected while he was gone, whom could he hold accountable? He turned slightly to glance at the pink curtains behind him, which seemed to radiate even more vibrantly, filling him with a sense of satisfaction. The crimson light of the blood moon illuminated him, and Li Xiaofeng stood tall, striding away. Is this the light of righteousness? Chapter 29. Shun Qinso. Unbeknownst to the individuals inside, the good deed performed by Li Xiaofeng went unnoticed. The middle-aged man continued to indulge in his self-important speech. Before the military's rescue arrived, we must first engage in self-rescue. The scarcity of food and water is undoubtedly understood by all present, yet fortunately, we have brave and responsible university students of the new era. The times demand them, and we need them even more. Let us now extend our blessings to the hero Xiaowei, that Aji may successfully procure food. Just as the portly middle-aged man concluded his speech, 2 pale-faced students, fear glimmering in their eyes, stood up. To remain here, it is required that 2 individuals venture out every 2 days in search of food and water. This is the rule established by Shun Qinso. Initially, accessing the Eastern Cafeteria supermarket was not particularly difficult, as the distance was manageable. However, as the supermarket gradually emptied, the students were compelled to venture farther, amplifying the peril exponentially. The last 2 students returned empty-handed, with one having transformed into a zombie, intensifying the collective fear. Listening to the dean's encouragement, the 2 students felt increasingly terrified, their legs trembling slightly. Nevertheless, they approached the entrance, each bearing a hefty backpack and wielding iron rods. Roar! As 2 individuals were about to push open the door, a zombie's face suddenly pressed against it, gazing into its wide, crimson eyes. The dried blood at the corners of its mouth, and its pallid visage, the 2 let out a startled cry, losing control of their bodies and collapsing to the ground. What on earth is happening? The middle-aged man, his face tinged with anger, approached the entrance, taken aback by the ineptitude of the 2. Who the hell did this? Upon peering outside, he was met with a throng of zombies densely packed at the door, relentlessly wandering without departing. While it was not uncommon for zombies to roam outside due to the presence of over 100 individuals within, the sheer number blocking the entrance today was unprecedented. With so many zombies outside, the group's plans to venture out in search of food were thwarted, resulting in a drastic reduction in their provisions for the day. The middle-aged man, his face a mask of fury, spoke with a darkened gaze. The students, filled with indignation yet too afraid to voice it, recalled the fate of the first student who had dared to resist. He had been unceremoniously thrown outside, where a swarm of zombies had pounced on him with brutal ferocity. After consuming a meager amount of food, the group lay still on the ground, refraining from any movement to conserve energy, resembling lifeless corpses. The eternal blood-red sun rendered day and night indistinguishable in this world, yet humanity still required slumber. Gradually, the students succumbed to sleep, finding a fleeting glimmer of hope only in their dreams. Lu Yuan surveyed his surroundings and slowly rose, feigning the need to use the restroom in the corner. Yet he discreetly made his way to a small room. This was the exclusive chamber of the director, which other students could not enter lightly. Lu pushed the door open and stepped inside. He regarded the middle-aged man within with a flicker of disdain and hatred in his eyes, though he stood respectfully in place. The man patted his rotund belly, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. "Very well, here is a reward for you," the director said, retrieving a can from the corner of the room and tossing it casually to a female student on the floor. The girl, possessing a pure countenance and an alluring figure, appeared deadened, yet momentarily sparked with life upon seeing the can. She accepted the can and exited the room. Lu Yuan felt a pang of irony watching the once celebrated class beauty compromise her dignity for a mere can of food. However, upon sighting the can, a predatory glint akin to that of a wolf ignited in his eyes. Should the director show an interest in him, he would not hesitate to offer himself. Chapter 30. Successfully infiltrated. As the apocalypse descended, countless souls lacked the courage to end their own lives, preferring to exist as mere shells of their former selves. A morsel of food was sufficient to cast aside all semblance of dignity. Lu Yuan has arrived? The director slowly donned his clothing, maintaining an air of authority as he spoke. Surely, no one wishes to rebel? Lu Yuan shook his head, revealing himself to be the director's planted spy among the students. Should anyone dare to resist, he would promptly report back to the director. A group of naive students, even in the face of the apocalypse, were as defenseless as lambs. They could hardly outmaneuver Qinshinshu. Lu Yuan himself was uncertain how many such traitors existed among them. The dean casually tossed a sausage, gesturing for him to leave. Lu Yuan's hands trembled slightly as he carefully stowed away the sausage. His gaze inadvertently drifted to the corner of the room, where a large backpack filled with provisions lay, his eyes glinting with profound greed. Qinshinshu observed Lu Yuan exiting the room, then retrieved some beef jerky from the backpack, savoring it slowly. Even in the face of apocalypse, his life remained remarkably carefree, prompting him to marvel at his own remarkable capabilities. He had effortlessly ascended to the position of dean during peaceful times, and even amidst catastrophe, he still stood above the rest. The next day swiftly arrived. Everyone gradually awoke from their hunger-induced slumber, simultaneously harboring a ludicrous thought. They had survived another day. Qinshinshu rose slowly, took out some milk and bread, and after satisfying his hunger, tidied his appearance before stepping outside. Surely, the zombies would have retreated by now. He nodded at each emaciated student, projecting an image of approachability. As he reached the entrance, just as he was about to peer outside, a sudden knock startled him, compelling him to glance out. A figure clad in a black leather coat, sporting sunglasses and a black mask, stood at the door, a long sword sheathed in a golden scabbard slung across his back. This peculiar appearance was strikingly out of place in the apocalypse, yet Qinshinshu sensed immense power emanating from the individual, likely a harbinger of salvation. Li Xiaofeng's expression was impassive, successfully activating the protagonist aura, feeling an immediate surge of brilliance. The hundreds inside were utterly captivated by him. The leather attire was indicative of a master, especially with that long sword seemingly taken from a children's toy store. Truly, an embodiment of imposing presence. Upon noticing the formidable figure outside, Qinshinshu's gaze shifted, and he discovered that the multitude of zombies from the previous day had vanished. Had they been eradicated by this individual? Instantly, Qinshinshu donned a fawning smile and eagerly opened the door. Li Xiaofeng felt a rush of heat within, his body trembling slightly, yet he maintained his demeanor and stepped inside slowly. "Pray tell, hero, have you come to rescue us?" Qinshinshu inquired. Bending slightly to lower his stature beneath Li Xiaofeng's, his expression warm and amiable. Li Xiaofeng did not respond, instead turning away to wipe the drool from his mask. He felt as though he had compromised his image somewhat, yet the urge was overwhelming. He longed to transform into a monster, infecting everyone to amass thousands of evolution points. However, he restrained himself. If he were to unleash his wrath now, a multitude would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to flee, and he alone could not contain them. Strategy was essential. As an intelligent zombie, he could not resort to brute force so easily. That would tarnish his elegance. After all, elegance is eternally in vogue. Chapter 31. A fortuitous opportunity. Li Xiaofeng wiped away his drool, adjusted his black mask, and gave a slight toss of his non-existent bangs. Observing the middle-aged rotund man who appeared to be in charge, he shook his head. He had no desire to acknowledge that he was there to save them. He could not speak, and doing so would certainly expose him. The aura of an ordinary passerby activated. Ding! Activation successful. Li Xiaofeng felt a surge of joy in his heart and immediately commenced his performance. He crouched down, covering his face with his hands, shaking his head fervently, embodying an exaggerated semblance of sorrow. Qinshinshu found it quite peculiar. He had previously sensed an intangible aura emanating from the individual that deterred him from making any rash movements. Yet now, this person appeared as ordinary as any passerby. Particularly with this display, he resembled a survivor who had narrowly escaped a dire situation. Could it be that he had misjudged? Qinshinshu straightened his posture, adopting an authoritative demeanor, and cleared his throat theatrically. This classmate, before he could finish his sentence, everyone witnessed Li Xiaofeng becoming increasingly animated, his gestures growing ever more extravagant. Eventually, he began to roll on the ground, frantically kicking his legs and grasping at his sparse hair, a portrait of grief-stricken despair. Qinshinshu's lips twitched. He had never encountered such a spirited student before. "Could you tone down the theatrics a bit? Classmate, do not be sorrowful. You must live on for your loved ones. As long as you adhere to the rules here, we will not cast you away." A faint smile appeared on Qinshinshu's face as he spoke gently. secretly pleased to have gained an additional free laborer. Gradually, it seemed Li Xiaofeng calmed his sorrow, nodding obediently as he squatted in a corner, contemplating strategies. How could he infect everyone? The door could not be locked from within. Should he suddenly act out, someone would undoubtedly escape. The greater challenge lay in the necessity to infect everyone within a brief span. If even one person were infected first, that individual could then infect others, and it would no longer count as his doing. Not only would he lose evolutionary value, but the rewards of the task would also diminish. Everyone paid Li Xiaofeng no heed. An additional survivor merely meant another soul awaiting death. Seizing the opportunity, the middle-aged man stepped forward once more to deliver a speech. Today, we are fortunate. Not only do we welcome a new student, but the zombies that lingered at the entrance yesterday have vanished. I believe today will yield greater rewards. Tomorrow will be even brighter. Chen Qianshou cleared his throat, suddenly gazing at Li Xiaofeng with profound intensity, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he spoke passionately. Classmate, would you be willing to venture out with 2 others to seek food? To save us all? Li Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback. Seek food? Together with others? What a fortuitous opportunity. He glanced at the middle-aged rotund man ahead and thought, you truly are a remarkable individual. Li Xiaofeng nodded vigorously, exuding excessive excitement. The others looked on, bewildered. Is there truly someone unafraid of death in these times? Chen Qianshou was similarly astonished. Had this person's awareness of the situation reached such heights? He nodded slightly, his face radiating admiration. Good. This new era requires talents like you. You are the backbone of society. Xiaowei, Azai, you shall accompany this new classmate. I am certain today will bring you great fortune. The 2 pale students slowly rose, their eyes still reflecting profound fear. There was no escaping this fate. Chen Qianshou deliberately produced a sausage and extended it to Li Xiaofeng as a means of encouragement. Previously, whenever someone ventured out in search of sustenance, they would receive some form of incentive. However, as food became increasingly scarce, this practice was abandoned. In Chen Qianshou's eyes, a human life was worth less than a mere sausage. Being a newcomer, Li Xiaofeng was treated to this gesture of goodwill to win him over. Everyone's eyes sparkled with desire, nearly succumbing to the urge to seize the sausage. Li Xiaofeng stood in a daze, pondering the utility of such a gift for a zombie like him. Chapter 32. The restroom on the playground. Ultimately, the trio slowly exited the activity center. 2 of them still gripped by terror, acutely aware that a moment's inattention could lead to death. However, Li Xiaofeng exuded confidence, even placing a reassuring hand on each of their shoulders. Xiaowei and Azhi were somewhat infected by his calm demeanor, feeling a slight easing of their anxiety. Was this new student exceptionally skilled? In this apocalyptic world, perhaps a savior or someone with extraordinary abilities would emerge. Yet, as they approached him, an unsettling tremor gripped their hearts, akin to standing before a formidable adversary. The onlookers regarded the departing trio with hopeful anticipation, even waving them off, wishing for a bountiful return of provisions to prolong their survival for a few more days. Li Xiaofeng, entirely at ease, wrapped his arms around both of their shoulders, embodying the spirit of camaraderie. In truth, it was merely a tactic to prevent them from fleeing and risking infection by other zombies, which would be an unwise loss. Brother, where shall we find food? Xiao Wei's voice quivered as he spotted a wandering zombie in the distance, heightening his trepidation. Li Xiaofeng, still clutching them, directed them toward the nearby restroom on the playground. Brother, we are supposed to be searching for food, not heading to the restroom. Both were perplexed, questioning whether their companion harbored some peculiar inclination. Why would he hastily lead them to the restroom when their mission was to procure food? Li Xiaofeng merely shook his head, adjusting his sunglasses, exuding an air of a reclusive sage. He guided them to the restroom's entrance, signaling for them to wait patiently. Upon entering, he surveyed the interior and found no zombies. Evidently, the undead did not favor such an environment. He signaled an okay to his companions and ushered them inside, cautiously closing the restroom door behind them. Brother, we are perpetually starving. We hardly have the luxury to use the restroom, they lamented, gazing into the mirror at their pallid reflections, their vitality a distant memory. What are you doing? Xiao Wei suddenly exclaimed as he noticed Li Xiaofeng locking the door tightly and wrapping his arms around his neck. A chill ran down his spine as Li Xiaofeng leaned in closer. A wave of dread washed over him. Was this person deranged? Azhi, witnessing Li Xiaofeng's actions, did not intervene but instead shivered in response. How thrilling was this? Ah! Just as Xiao Wei attempted to push him away, a sharp pain erupted from his neck, and blood gushed forth. Li Xiaofeng unexpectedly lifted his mask, revealing his sharp fangs, with bloodstains visible at the corners of his mouth. Xiao Wei clutched his neck, his eyes filled with utter terror. He could hardly fathom that this was a zombie, one whose behavioral patterns were strikingly akin to those of a human. Aji's gaze was equally frantic, and he cried out, but who outside would come to his rescue? Li Xiaofeng discarded Xiao Wei and slowly approached Aji. Shout all you want. No one will heed your cries, even if you scream until your throat is raw. Ding. Host has successfully infected one individual. Evolution value 10. The evolution value has now reached 150,400. According to his estimations, if he infected the hundreds of people in the activity center, he would directly ascend to a 6th-tier ordinary zombie. Li Xiaofeng adjusted his hairstyle, feeling increasingly suave. Perhaps he should acquire a folding fan to match his remarkable demeanor. He wandered aimlessly, contemplating his next move. Would returning now be too conspicuous? Losing someone in less than an hour would be difficult to explain. Suddenly, he twitched his nose and raised his head, gazing toward the building ahead. The school's holy map library. He caught a whiff of the scent of books, mingled with the fresh aroma of blood. Chapter 33. The library. Li Xiaofeng made his way to the library. Since he couldn't return now, he might as well take this opportunity to infect any remaining survivors around the school. Consider it a little extra income. Immersed in the ocean of knowledge, let him indulge in its depths. Upon entering the library, Li Xiaofeng felt a jolt of reverence. The library was indeed exquisite, exuding a solemn and sacred atmosphere. Numerous zombies wandered amidst the bookshelves, resembling university students from a peaceful era. Yet, regrettably, the scene was starkly different from before. Hey, zombie, don't gnaw on the bookshelf. Show some decorum. Li Xiaofeng raised his right hand, his expression stern, as he admonished the new breed for their utter lack of civility. The entrance to the library was equipped with barriers akin to those at a subway station, requiring a student card for passage. But how could that possibly deter Li Xiaofeng? With a push of his left hand and a stride of his right foot, he leaped over the barrier, as if traversing hurdles in a peaceful era film. His movements were fluid and graceful. Bang! Crack! Time seemed to freeze in that fleeting moment. Li Xiaofeng supported himself on the ground, rising nonchalantly, brushing off the dust from his leather jacket, as if nothing had transpired. His nose twitched slightly as he surveyed the first floor before decisively heading upstairs to continue his search. Li Xiaofeng's body trembled slightly as he wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and slowly drew the toy sword from his back. In an instant, a chilling aura enveloped him, and he felt the dust swirling around him, his presence immensely powerful. Like an ancient swordsman, he slowly approached the women's restroom. At this moment, Zhang Shueshun's face was pale, her petite frame trembling, evoking a sense of pity. As the class's academic prodigy, she spent even her weekends studying in the library. She had been reveling in the sea of knowledge, but after a sudden flash of bright light, the blood-red sun loomed ominously overhead. Unbeknownst to her, without a hint of forewarning or a shred of concern, the apocalypse had arrived. Fortunately, despite her status as a scholarly prodigy, she had a penchant for bringing snacks to the library, especially on weekends when the foot traffic was sparse. Little did she know that this seemingly innocuous hobby would ultimately become her salvation. She witnessed a male academic, not far from her, suddenly collapse to the ground, his legs convulsing violently, causing chairs to topple around him. Initially, she thought he had taken up dancing in an attempt to capture her attention during his study break. However, when the male scholar rose to his feet, she was startled by his ghastly appearance, resembling that of a zombie, prompting her to flee to the furthest stall in the women's restroom, paralyzed by fear. As time dragged on, she anticipated rescue, especially with Monday approaching and students likely to frequent the library. Yet, her hopes were dashed. The feral roars outside gradually wore down her resolve. Through the window, she glimpsed the blood-red sun and the alumni wandering the campus. The world had irrevocably changed. Zhang Shueshan was fortunate to have an ample supply of snacks to sustain her for a while, and thankfully, the toilet still had running water. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, despair had fully enveloped her. Nothing had changed except for the dwindling food supply. Suddenly, she heard faint footsteps accompanied by a scraping sound against the floor. Li Xiaofeng's nose twitched as he dragged a toy sword along the ground, making his way to the last stall in the restroom. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle tapping echoed. Zhang Xueshan was startled but forced herself to remain silent. The knocking continued. Yet no words were spoken. The eerie situation sent shivers down her spine. Unable to contain herself, she whispered, "Is someone here to rescue me?" Li Xiaofeng glanced at the restroom door and realized he couldn't fit through. After all, he had just stumbled at the entrance. The gap beneath the door was substantial. In times of peace, driven by a whimsical notion, he had once peeked into the neighboring stall, an experience that had become the most embarrassing moment of his life. Chapter 34. You're not even handsome. Li Xiaofeng reined in his thoughts, extending his gloved right hand into the restroom, signaling an okay gesture. She should understand this. Although Zhang Xueshan felt a surge of excitement, she retained her composure. In an apocalyptic world, zombies would remain zombies, but humans could potentially be something else entirely. Can you say something? Do you have identification? Li Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback, his mind struggling to comprehend. Identification? A legal document for the infected? There was no place to obtain such a thing. He understood the caution she exhibited. She would likely not open the door easily. Turning away, he resolved to find something to prove his identity. He had thought it would be a simple task to locate paper and a pen in the library, yet after searching, he discovered a disheartening truth. There were only phones on the tables, and not a single pen in sight. You have sullied the ocean of knowledge, he lamented, picking up a phone and pressing a button at random. The screen of the mobile phone unexpectedly illuminated. It is now the 10th day of the apocalypse. What kind of phone can remain operational for 10 days? To his astonishment, the emblem on the device resembled a plump pear. A counterfeit device. Truly remarkable. Upon inspection, he discovered there was no password set, granting him immediate access. Lacking paper and pen, he could still convey his message effectively. He opened the application, intending to send some information to the survivors in the restroom. However, the preloaded content left him momentarily speechless. From 8 a.m. to 11 o'clock a.m., play Honor of Kings. From 2 p.m. to 5 o'clock p.m., engage in League of Legends. From 6 p.m. to 10 o'clock p.m., indulge in PUBG. From 10 p.m. to 11 o'clock p.m., study. What a fulfilling and joyous day. Li Xiaofeng decisively deleted the original messages. If others were to see them, they might think he wasn't a proper zombie. Hello, I am here to rescue you. He extended the phone into the restroom, initiating his seduction plan. In no time, the phone was hurled back out. Li Xiaofeng was taken aback. Was the individual so cautious? Truly a top scholar who instantly saw through his scheme. He had initially intended to bite when the person extended their hand. After all, biting the neck or hand could both transmit the infection. Are you a student at this school? Why are you silent? 10 minutes had passed, and Zhang Xueshan began to feel remorse. Perhaps she had been too cautious, and the other had simply lost patience and left. Although I am quite handsome, I am mute. And I have come specifically from the school activity center to rescue you. Li Xiaofeng extended his left hand, while his right hand twitched incessantly, akin to a chicken's claw. Typing as a zombie was truly torturous. Zhang Xueshan glanced at the words on the phone, her heart easing slightly. Though he appeared self-absorbed, he likely wasn't a bad person. Creak. As the restroom door swung open, Zhang Xueshan froze in place. There before her squatted an individual clad in sunglasses and a mask, dressed in leather, with a toy sword lying on the floor beside him. Most peculiarly, his right hand was in a state of continuous twitching. Has your Parkinson's flared up? Zhang Xueshan also crouched down, observing his hand with concern. Parkinson's? For heaven's sake. If it weren't for the need to type on the phone, would I be in this predicament? Li Xiaofeng, upon seeing the delicate features of the person so close, emitted a strange growl and lunged forward. Pervert. Rogue. Scream all you want. Li Xiaofeng let out an inhuman roar, his trembling right hand finally removing the mask, his heart racing with excitement as he bit down. A surge of pain coursed through her. It seemed she realized he was not a rogue. Finally, she beheld Li Xiaofeng's visage, though he still wore sunglasses. His mouth was smeared with blood, and he continued to howl. A zombie? Zhang Xueshan had no time to ponder. Her consciousness began to fade. Just before collapsing, she softly uttered, "You deceived me. You are not handsome at all." Chapter 35. The zombie's further evolution. Upon hearing her last words, Li Xiaofeng's graceful movements came to an abrupt halt. His entire body suddenly froze, with only his right hand twitching uncontrollably. How could it be that I am not handsome? Li Xiaofeng fell into a contemplative state, as if grappling with a profound enigma of the world, ultimately arriving at a startling realization. The terrifying zombie virus. It had swiftly driven her to utter nonsensical ramblings. He adjusted the toy sword on his back, shook off the spasms in his right hand, and exited the ladies' restroom. The library comprised 5 floors, and he continued his patrol upwards, yet no survivors were found. Before leaving, he casually picked up a book, intending to bring it back to the activity center. 4 books are the true sustenance of the spirit. Although the title was Postpartum Care for Sows. At the University Activity Center, everyone awaited with bated breath, yearning for the sound of a knock on the door. The fate of the trio hinged on their ability to return with food. Chen Qinshu also lingered at the entrance. His desire to deliver a speech evaporated. Suddenly, he spotted a figure approaching in the distance. The toy sword on the person's back instantly revealed their identity. The new student. But why was he the only one returning at this moment? A sense of foreboding washed over Chen Qinshu. Where were Xiao Wei and Aji? Everyone seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, some numbed, others mournful. Li Xiaofeng clutched his head with both hands, removed his backpack, and sank to the corner, embodying a picture of utter despair. Chen Qinshu felt a tinge of embarrassment, taken aback that the other party was ignoring him entirely. Is there something in the backpack? A flicker of excitement crossed Chen Qinshu's eyes. As long as there was a yield, it mattered little. The absence of lives was inconsequential. Fewer mouths would reduce food consumption. He noticed the book in the backpack, and his expression abruptly stiffened. You were sent out to gather food, and you return with a book? A book on postpartum care for sows, no less. Chen Qinshu's countenance darkened as he glared at Li Xiaofeng, who, donning sunglasses, was oblivious to him. Tomorrow, 5 of us will venture out for food. The new student, since there were no gains today, you will also join us tomorrow. With that, he tossed the book onto the ground and, without a backward glance, retreated to his small room. Yet, Li Xiaofeng trembled with delight at these words. What a splendid leader. Thus began his path of hunting, a process of evolution far easier than that of the other zombies. 5 days swiftly passed, and the 3rd weekend of the apocalypse dawned. Li Xiaofeng's heart brimmed with excitement, having received Chen Qinshu's benevolent cooperation. His evolution value had soared to 390,400, with a total of 23 new infections. 16 of them had accompanied him in search of food and were lured into the nefarious restroom. While the remaining 7 were survivors he had skillfully enticed from various corners of the school. Li Xiaofeng sat on the playground, a cigarette perched between his lips, gazing at the blood-red sun above, his heart aflame with anticipation. Tomorrow, he would successfully ascend to the 5th tier of ordinary zombies. Midnight swiftly approached, heralding the arrival of a new week. The blood-red sun once again cast its crimson glow upon every zombie. Suddenly, the wild roars echoed throughout the campus, creating a chilling atmosphere. A crimson glow enveloped him, and he felt a sense of satisfaction, relieved that he had cleverly avoided the activity center. Otherwise, amidst the otherwise normal crowd, his radiant aura would have made him indistinguishable from the zombies outside, leading to an exceedingly awkward situation. Chapter 36. Elite Zombie. Li Xiaofeng's blood red. Indifferent eyes surveyed the peculiarities among the surrounding zombies. Had they evolved again? The crimson glow lasted only a few minutes before dissipating. Yet all the zombies had experienced a notable enhancement in their fundamental strength, successfully evolving into 3rd-tier ordinary zombies. Was this not a bit too effortless? System. Do zombies evolve every week? Ding. The energy of the blood sun can only elevate zombies to 5th-tier ordinary zombies. Further evolution requires the consumption of mutated beasts or the infection of humans. That is reassuring. I just hope that my efforts do not lead to becoming the weakest among zombies. Intelligence alone is of little use. Ding. A new weekly task has been initiated. Please check host. Weekly task. Path to evolution. Successfully evolve into an elite zombie. Task description. In the apocalyptic world, the brilliance of the blood sun has catalyzed the evolution of every zombie. As the only intelligent zombie at present, how can I allow them to catch up? Strive to evolve and become the king among the zombie race. Task difficulty, 3 stars. Task duration, within 7 days. Task reward, a random rare talent. Li Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback. An elite zombie? Ding. Ordinary zombies can reach a maximum of 5th tier. Further evolution will result in becoming an elite zombie, significantly enhancing foundational strength and randomly acquiring a skill. It is no wonder that the energy of the blood sun only elevates zombies to 5th tier. Beyond that lies the elite level. At that point, the strength of the zombies would experience a substantial increase, no longer allowing them to be outpaced by mere humans. Through Li Xiaofeng's relentless efforts, the number of college students in the activity center, originally 108, had dwindled to 90. Each individual found it difficult to sleep that night. Even Chen Qingzhu wore a worried expression. The terrifying roars from outside sent chills down their spines. Having experienced it once, they knew what it signified. Damn the apocalypse. Chen Qingzhu puffed on a cigarette, an absolute luxury in these times, something he usually couldn't afford to indulge in. His face was darkened with worry, as none of the 5 who ventured out for food returned today. In 6 days, only 1 day had seen everyone return. The remaining 4 days had witnessed only Li Xiaofeng's return, and today even he had not come back. Little did he know, that day had been a deliberate act of mercy on Li Xiaofeng's part, intended to prevent suspicion. Chen Qingzhu had never doubted him, as there were no conflicting interests between them. Everyone huddled on the ground, trembling in fear, as the zombies' night of revelry plunged humanity into deeper despair. The night swiftly passed, with everyone feeling an overwhelming sense of gloom, remaining silent as the food supplies dwindled and the terror of death loomed ever closer. Today, 5 individuals are set to venture out in search of sustenance. Originally, they would embark on this quest every 2 days, but it has now escalated to a daily necessity. The expressions of the 5 are somber and numb as they shoulder their backpacks and arrive at the door. Just then, a knock resounds. Early in the morning, Li Xiaofeng made his way from the playground to the activity center, arriving just in time. Had the 5 ventured out without him, the consequences could have been dire. Chen Qingzhu's eyes glimmered with a hint of joy as he hastily opened the door, his gaze fixated on Li Xiaofeng's backpack. Although he often returned alone, his bag was invariably filled with provisions. It can be said that the group's survival over the past days is largely indebted to Li Xiaofeng, who has gradually cultivated a reputation among the students. Chapter 37. Ascending again your back? Chen Qingzhu greeted, a smile illuminating his face as he had grown accustomed to the presence of this taciturn boy. As long as food was brought back, everything else was trivial. In a gesture of camaraderie, he affectionately relieved Li Xiaofeng of his backpack. Upon opening it, he found it brimming with an abundance of food, bottled water, chips, and compressed biscuits. Dear classmate, you've worked hard these past days. There's no need to venture out today. Li Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback, with evolution points in hand. What hardship was there to endure? He quickly shook his head, exuding a sense of urgency that conveyed his unwillingness to be confined. Please, stay here today. We are already immensely grateful to you. A female classmate stood up, her eyes glistening with tears. Indeed, we are all very thankful for your efforts. The others rose, their faces, marred by grime and despair, radiating gratitude. In these apocalyptic times, such awareness was commendable, and Li Xiaofeng earned the respect of all. Li Xiaofeng was equally surprised by the esteem he had unknowingly garnered. He extended his hands, trembling slightly, signaling for silence. Behind his sunglasses, his gaze swept over each person before he slowly shook his head. With determination, he shouldered his bag and resolutely departed the activity center alongside the 5 classmates, leaving behind an imposing silhouette. As Li Xiaofeng's penetrating gaze brushed over them, a shiver coursed through the group. Yet, his actions stirred profound emotions, causing them to overlook the strange sensation. This was the essence of a true hero, an unsung champion. Chen Qingzhu, equally stirred, remarked with excitement, though a subtle shadow flickered in his eyes. The rise of a student to such prominence could threaten his dominion. An opportunity must be sought to eliminate him, otherwise, he might soon usurp his position. Unbeknownst to Li Xiaofeng, he remained indifferent to such machinations. Wasn't it a fool's errand to scheme against a zombie? The 5 companions were imbued with newfound vigor as they gazed at this noble-hearted student, feeling a glimmer of hope within. Half an hour later, the 6 had congregated in the restroom. The 5, astonished, stared at the food within, their eyes filled with disbelief. Is there truly food in the restroom? Am I dreaming? Li Xiaofeng silently lingered at the back, skillfully closing the restroom door. The provisions painstakingly transported from the supermarket were indeed real, not a figment of imagination. To entice them, he had orchestrated this ruse, and the outcome was surprisingly effective. All the students had fallen for it. A few minutes later, several zombies wandering near the restroom were drawn by the scent of humanity, incessantly scratching at the door. With a crash, Li Xiaofeng swung the door open, expelling the 5 new zombies outside. He subtly twisted his body, feeling a surge of newfound strength. Ding! The host successfully infected 1 individual, earning 10 evolution points. Ding! The host successfully infected another individual, earning 10 evolution points. Ding! The host's evolution value reached 400400, fulfilling the requirements for advancement. The host began the evolution process. The host's evolution was complete. Current rank, 5th tier, ordinary zombie. The host's strength has increased, speed has slightly improved, and both vision and hearing have received a slight enhancement, along with increased agility. Ding! The host has ascended to a 5th tier, ordinary zombie, and the system has unlocked a new feature, a backpack. Items can be transferred to the system's exclusive backpack, currently holding 6 items. Li Xiaofeng was pleasantly surprised to discover this feature. He could reclaim his former battle god outfit. A down jacket, a plastic bag, the high-flying elite among zombies. A frying pan, a powdery cloak, strutting down the street with immense flair. Chapter 38. Poisoning. Li Xiaofeng's evolution panel now stood at 40500. He was 460 points away from the next tier, the elite zombie, and the university students at the activity center would suffice for his evolution. With only 7 days for the weekly task, he must acquire the rare talent. Given the current infection rate, it would be challenging to infect everyone. He needed to devise alternative strategies. One zombie sat on the playground, wearing sunglasses and smoking, lost in thought. An hour later, Li Xiaofeng let out a roar and suddenly rose, having conceived a flawless plan. He did not seek out other survivors, but returned directly to the University Activity Center. Chen Qinshou, upon noticing the loss of another 5 individuals without bringing back any food, wore an exceedingly grim expression. Li Xiaofeng appeared despondent, even striking his own head in frustration. I despise my own ineptitude. He discarded his empty backpack and walked straight to a wall. Bang! Bang! Li Xiaofeng began to repeatedly bang his head against it, displaying a countenance of despair and guilt. This sight left everyone momentarily stunned. Was this level of self-awareness too extreme? No one could muster words of reproach, seeing him in such a state. Classmate, it's all right. Please don't blame yourself. Indeed, you have risked your life for so many days without finding food. It is not your fault. While everyone felt a deep sense of disappointment, they rose to console Li Xiaofeng. Listening to the sound of him hitting the wall, they too felt a pang of pain. In this apocalyptic world, such qualities were truly rare. Li Xiaofeng clutched his head, gradually coming to a halt. Observing the emotion in everyone's eyes, even some girls had begun to weep. He despondently retreated to a corner, trembling all over, evoking even more sympathy. Yet within Li Xiaofeng's heart, a flicker of joy emerged. It seemed he could execute his plan the following day. The next day arrived swiftly, marking the 17th day since the apocalypse erupted. Everyone endured another day of hunger. Li Xiaofeng took the initiative to lead 5 individuals away from this place. As they gazed at his departing figure, tears welled in the eyes of the onlookers. Chen Qinshou, witnessing this scene, felt an even stronger desire to undermine Li Xiaofeng. Such a skillful manipulation of emotions was simply intolerable. 3 hours later, Li Xiaofeng entered a supermarket alone, having transformed his 5 companions into 50 evolution points. The supermarket was well stocked, but the overwhelming number of zombies outside deterred any survivors from venturing there. He tirelessly transported various supplies out. Outside, an electric tricycle awaited him. Before long, the tricycle was filled with an array of provisions, including ample drinking water and food. He even took over 100 paper cups. After some searching, he finally acquired 3 lollipops. Li Xiaofeng opened all the bottles of drinking water, allowing his blood-stained fingers to soak within. The water became slightly murky but was soon diluted, its color fading under the dim red light, making it hard to discern. Let us have a good meal before setting off, Li Xiaofeng mused, marveling at his own intelligence for devising such a diabolical plan. Prepare to face the wrath of the zombie overlord, mere mortals. With a toy sword drawn in his right hand, he pointed it at the blood-red sun and let out a chilling roar, exuding malevolence. Bang! The electric tricycle crashed into a tree. He leaned forward, his head colliding with the vehicle's front. Chapter 39. Brotherhood. Chen Qinshou was still plotting his schemes in the activity center. He resolved to send a few trusted subordinates with Li Xiaofeng the following day, ready to shift the blame onto the zombies. Suddenly, a horn blared, interrupting his thoughts, followed by the astonished gasps of numerous students. Wow, so much food. How did he manage that? A hero. You are like a reborn parent to me. My dear elder brother. Chen Qinshou's expression shifted as he stepped out of the small room, immediately spotting Li Xiaofeng returning in a leather jacket, driving an electric tricycle. Was he so carefree amidst the apocalypse? Was he not afraid of zombie infection? Yet, he quickly dismissed these concerns upon seeing the abundant food and water on the vehicle. The students, once despondent, found renewed hope in the presence of food. Chen Qinshuo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurriedly approached, calling everyone to action. This food belongs to me from now on. Quickly, let us help our hero bring everything inside. Dozens of students suddenly found a surge of inexplicable strength, transporting the vast quantities of food and water into the building, an entire vehicle-less worth. It was the first time since the apocalypse that joy filled the air. Fearing a zombie incursion, everyone hastened their efforts, swiftly moving the supplies indoors. Everyone has worked hard. Today, each of you will receive a piece of bread, Chen Qinshuo said with a smile, instructing Zhang Xingming to distribute small loaves to all. Tears glistened in everyone's eyes, their gratitude toward Li Xiaofeng intensifying. It was time. Li Xiaofeng stepped forward, adjusting his sunglasses and tossing his hair. The protagonist's aura had awakened. Ding! Activation successful. He extended his hands, signaling for silence among the crowd. In an instant, the entire activity center fell into hushed stillness. All eyes were fixed ahead, inexplicably sensing an overwhelming aura emanating from Li Xiaofeng. Each face was alight with excitement, and some could not help but shout in fervor. Such a talent is our true leader. Brother, I Xiao Long shall follow you from now on. I Xiao Dong as well. Xiao Chong too shall unwaveringly follow your lead. The sudden abundance of food, coupled with Li Xiaofeng's charismatic presence, infused the atmosphere with palpable enthusiasm. Every individual was visibly moved, their eyes glistening with tears as they gazed upon Li Xiaofeng. Yet, Chen Qinshu wore a grim expression, taken aback by the swift turn of events. Nevertheless, he maintained a gentle demeanor, concealing his true feelings. Li Xiaofeng himself was astonished by how smoothly things were unfolding, his heart racing with exhilaration, causing his entire being to tremble. He unsteadily retrieved paper cups, distributing them to everyone present, filling them with the water he had brought. Each person grasped his hands, trembling in unison. This scene was truly extraordinary, destined to be recorded in history, even though they were separated by gloves. The warmth and reassurance exchanged during the handshake were profoundly felt. Soon, it became apparent to the onlookers what Li Xiaofeng intended. They eagerly picked up their cups, pouring in the water. No one drank first. All awaited Li Xiaofeng's next move in quiet anticipation. Chen Qinshu, maintaining his facade of tranquility while holding a paper cup, occasionally betrayed a flicker of malice in his eyes. Seeing everyone grasping their cups heightened Li Xiaofeng's excitement, causing him to tremble with anticipation. Hundreds of evolution points. Here he comes. He took out a small piece of bread, inserted 3 lollipops into it, and ignited the candy wrappers with a lighter. As he observed the 3 lollipops ablaze, a profound sense of ritual enveloped him. The assembly was visibly touched. Was he about to pledge brotherhood with all of them? Li Xiaofeng slowly scanned the faces before him, his expression solemn and dignified. He raised his paper cup high, and everyone mirrored him, lifting their cups in unison. Li Xiaofeng drank deeply from his cup. Upon finishing, he turned the empty cup towards the crowd. Everyone followed suit, drinking in unison, momentarily feeling the camaraderie reminiscent of ancient bonds even in this apocalyptic world. Henceforth, let our ranks be established from the front to the back, from left to right. Zhang Xingming exclaimed, his spirit ignited by the atmosphere. Even he was swept away by the moment. Second brother, third brother, fourth younger brother, fifth younger brother, 32nd brother, 79th younger brother. Li Xiaofeng, moved by the touching scene, trembled, removing his sunglasses to reveal his blood-red eyes. Brother, your eyes are red. Do not cry. Yes, brother. Your eyes are unusually red. Everyone looked at his gaze, offering their reassurances. The corners of Li Xiaofeng's lips twitched slightly, his crimson eyes surveying each individual, devoid of tears, only reflecting a primal coldness. Brother's eyes seem somewhat eerie. Why do I feel they resemble those of the zombies outside? A sense of unease permeated the crowd, rousing them from their stupor. An overwhelming dread began to spread slowly. Countless paper cups tumbled to the ground, as disbelief washed over everyone. Roar! Li Xiaofeng let out a piercing cry, his heart ablaze with excitement. Struggle, within the abyss of blood and darkness. Suffer, in the inferno of enmity and hatred. Oh! The terrifying screams echoed incessantly, even drawing the nearby zombies closer. Yet, soon some began to feel their consciousness fading. The singular thought that dominated their minds was the shocking realization: we have formed a bond with a zombie. It was akin to a theatrical performance. Yet it culminated in tragedy. At this moment, Chun Qin was engulfed in terror. Despite his myriad calculations, he could never have anticipated that Li Xiaofeng would turn out to be a zombie. He now understood why those who had scavenged for food alongside Li Xiaofeng had vanished. Was this not a blatant invitation to death? His own awareness began to wane, and though he had only taken a sip, he too had been infected. Li Xiaofeng paid no heed to the panicked crowd, instead focusing on the 3 lollipops ablaze before him. For the first time in his life, this bond brought him immense joy. Ding! The host successfully infected 1 individual. Evolution value increased by 10. Ding! The host successfully infected another. Evolution value increased by 10. Ding! The host successfully infected yet another. Evolution value increased by 10. Roar! A bountiful harvest. Li Xiaofeng howled, reveling in the electronic sounds resonating in his mind. The cold, mechanical voice brought him an unexpected sense of familiarity. After lying in wait for so long, the rewards had finally arrived. Ding! The host's evolution value reached 500,500. Fulfilling the requirements for advancement, the host begins to evolve. Evolution complete. Current rank: First Tier Elite Zombie. The host's strength, speed, vision, and hearing have all been significantly enhanced. Li Xiaofeng clenched his fists, an overwhelming sense of euphoria coursing through him. He felt his speed, strength, and agility surpass that of any human. Not only could he easily secure a silver medal in the senior category, but he could also claim gold at the most prestigious athletic competitions. An unprecedented sense of power surged within him. Some students, their minds beginning to fog, harbored an intense hatred towards Li Xiaofeng and charged at him. Li Xiaofeng extended his right hand slightly, effortlessly grasping the throat of one student, his crimson eyes coldly fixated on him. Bang! With a casual toss, the student was hurled several meters away, colliding with multiple others. This formidable strength was unlike anything he had ever known. The disparity between elite zombies and ordinary zombies was astronomical. Yet the surprises were not over. The cold electronic voice continued to resonate. Chapter 41, The Strong. Ding! The host has completed the daily task, the path of evolution, successfully evolved into an elite zombie. Rewards are being dispensed. Reward locked. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the rare talent, Domination. Domination, upgradable as the King of Zombies. You can command 2 zombies of the same rank. You will also gain the derived skill, Will Transfer. Will Transfer. You can choose to transfer your will to the zombies you command, thereby controlling them. Note 1. Please safeguard your essence. Note 2. The zombies under your command will still be capable of utilizing certain functionalities of the system, as well as some of their innate talents and skills. Note 3. 25% of the evolution points acquired by the dominated zombies will be yours. Li Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback, only to be engulfed by a wave of exhilaration. He had initially assumed he would merely lead the zombies, but he was astonished to discover the possibility of transferring his consciousness. More importantly, the ability to still access certain system functionalities and his own talents meant the emergence of 2 formidable avatars. As long as he concealed his true self in a secure location and allowed his avatars to engage in battle, what could he possibly fear? Moreover, the addition of the phrase upgradable was the hallmark of a genuine life-preserving technique. He was utterly delighted. Li Xiaofeng exclaimed, as the King of Zombies. He could not afford to participate personally in any perilous endeavors. To gain evolution points while reclining was the true hallmark of a rightful monarch. Ding! The host has ascended to elite zombie status, randomly acquiring the skill, Hardened Skin. Hardened Skin. Your skin can instantly become as hard as iron, significantly diminishing or even nullifying various attacks. Note: activating this skill will affect your speed. Ding! The host has completed a random task, Efficiency Infection. Rewards are being distributed. Reward locked. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Eye of Insight. Ding! Eye of Insight. This allows you to perceive the information panel of every living being. The greater the disparity in strength, the more detailed the information. The random task's perfection rate reached 80%, enhancing the reward. The range of the Eye of Insight has significantly increased. The random task's perfection rate reached 100%, further enhancing the reward. The Eye of Insight now ignores any obstructions between the 2 entities. Once again, he gained 2 skills, both of which were exceptionally practical, justifying his meticulous planning. Li Xiaofeng's panel transformed as follows. Host, Li Xiaofeng level. First tier elite zombie evolution points. 3, 902,000 talents. Fractured nerve, viral infection, bloody evolution, domination, bystander aura, protagonist aura. Skills, Eye of Insight, enhanced, hardened skin. Evaluation. This is a rare elite zombie whose evolution speed has far surpassed that of other zombies. Capable of contending with formidable mutated beasts. The evolution points required for elite zombies have significantly increased, but their infection efficiency has also risen dramatically, even enabling the hunting of powerful mutated beasts. A single large white dog had once provided him with 200 evolution points. The future indeed holds great promise. Li Xiaofeng gazed at the blood-red sun, experiencing a profound sense of solitude, invincible in his domain. Not only had he acquired a rare talent, but he also possessed 2 skills, complemented by enhanced foundational strength. Is this what it feels like to be powerful? He unleashed a powerful punch towards the entrance of the activity center. Bang! Observing the immovable door, he adjusted his sunglasses, calmly unlocked the door, and stepped outside. How amusing. No wonder these individuals could remain safely inside for so long. Chapter 42. Mutated rat. Li Xiaofeng first sought out his former war god armor. A red down jacket, pink curtains, a black plastic bag, brick-moving white gloves, and a black frying pan. He meticulously accounted for each item, ensuring none were overlooked, and seamlessly incorporated them into his system backpack, astonishingly occupying only a single slot. As he passed by the male dormitory, he contemplated infecting the 2 students who had deemed him a pervert. Upon stepping onto the second floor of the dormitory, a shiver coursed through Li Xiaofeng's body, an unprecedented thrill enveloping him. His eyes, now a deeper crimson, brimmed with avarice and fervor. Mutated beasts. With the augmentation of his strength, the system had lifted its previous constraints, allowing him to sense the more advanced virus residing within the mutated creatures. Li Xiaofeng refrained from rash actions and lifted his gaze. The Eye of Insight. In an instant, darkness enveloped his vision. Yet, as his gaze shifted, a crimson specter abruptly materialized, resembling a rodent. The enhanced Eye of Insight boasted a significantly increased range and could bypass obstructions, truly a divine skill that enabled him to seize the initiative with ease. Name: Mutated Mouse. Rank: Level 1, equivalent to a Level 1 elite zombie. Talent: Malevolent evolution skills. Bite: Agility. Li Xiaofeng stood rooted in place. It was no wonder the mutated beasts he had previously encountered were so formidable, as they began at the strength of elite zombies. Astonishingly, it possessed 2 skills, both combat-oriented. However, what kept Li Xiaofeng immobilized was the mutated mouse's talent. Was it merely a single malevolent evolution? Unlike the bloody evolution of zombies, it bore no viral infection talent. Did the viruses within the 2 creatures differ? Or perhaps the host disparities led to divergent evolutionary paths? At that moment, the mutated mouse seemed to grow frenzied, darting about in search of the source of an enticing scent. Had it discovered him? The virus from the elite zombie within Li Xiaofeng also exerted a fatal allure over it. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, he swiftly exited the male dormitory, pondering alternative strategies. He had yet to utilize his dominance talent. First, he would control 2 zombies to bolster his chances. Facing an opponent of equal strength, a 3-on-1 scenario would significantly increase his odds. Li Xiaofeng arrived at the playground, continuously employing the Eye of Insight to seek out 2 slightly stronger zombies to dominate. Disappointment washed over him as he beheld the identical panels. Name: Ordinary Zombie. Rank: Level 3. Talent: Neural Collapse, Bloody Evolution. Viral infection skills. None before him stood an array of Level 3 ordinary zombies. Nothing but rotten fish and foul shrimp. Even in a 3-on-1 engagement, they would likely be mere cannon fodder. Finding higher-tier zombies proved exceedingly challenging. Suddenly, his gaze shifted, landing on 2 corpulent zombies. And an idea sparked in his mind. Perhaps their bulk could counteract the mouse's agility. Though their strength was lacking, their weight could still serve a purpose. Ding! Successfully dominated 1 Level 3 zombie. The zombie's rank was too low to execute complex commands. The 2 zombies he had dominated displayed no changes in their panels. Yet they each garnered an evolution value, 10,300 and 0,300, respectively. Ordinary zombies could also evolve through consuming mutated beasts and infecting humans. 2 zombies had evidently advanced through the blood day, one of which had successfully infected a human. Li Xiaofeng, accompanied by two imposing, corpulent zombies, set out in search of suitable weapons. However, he found it challenging to locate any, so he casually selected two kitchen knives and stowed them in his system backpack. As he passed by the supermarket beneath the dormitory, he unexpectedly spotted some mouse glue traps. In peacetime, the male dormitory must have been plagued by rodents, which likely resulted in the emergence of a mutated rat. Li Xiaofeng affixed the glue traps to the hands of both hefty zombies, though their effectiveness was minimal. Even a slight advantage would suffice. The three zombies entered the male dormitory, where the first floor remained unchanged. Guided by the eye of insight, he discerned that the mutated rat was located on the 5th floor. He lingered on the 1st floor, casually entering a dorm room while allowing the two corpulent zombies to continue their ascent. Should he proceed further, it would likely provoke the mutated rat, so he intended to join the fray once the hefty zombies had ensnared it. The distance to the 4th floor was trivial for his agile body, and he activated the will transfer. A peculiar sensation enveloped him, as if he had assumed control of another body. The body was exceedingly rigid, utterly incomparable to his own. A slight downward glance revealed a protruding belly. He had officially taken over the corpulent zombie's form. He attempted to use his domination talent. Ding. Talent unavailable. As he had anticipated, the system evidently prohibited such duplication. If left unchecked, given sufficient time, he could dominate all zombies, amassing billions of avatars. He activated hardened skin. Ding. Activation successful. The zombie's skin instantly hardened, its speed diminishing as if clad in heavy armor. Upon transferring his will again, he discovered that the zombie had not released the hardened skin effect. This delighted him greatly. The ability appeared quite formidable. The two zombies, now endowed with hardened skin, advanced slowly. He activated the eye of insight. Ding. Activation successful. A massive red phantom materialized at the end of the corridor. The 5th floor was strewn with corpses, the remains of dozens of zombies laying scattered. Squeak. Numerous large rats gnawed at the carcasses. Each rat measured approximately 30 centimeters, not yet a first-tier mutated beast, but nonetheless ferocious and bloodthirsty. The two corpulent zombies paid them no heed, marching forward unperturbed. The dim lighting made it difficult for the zombies, whose vision was already impaired, to see clearly. However, with the eye of insight, the mutated rats were utterly exposed, and they remained motionless. As the two parties drew closer, Li Xiaofeng deactivated the eye of insight to behold the full form of the mutated beast. It was a gigantic rat, its body alone exceeding 1 meter in length, coiled there like a miniature monster. Its crimson eyes glowed intensely, and its long tail, several meters in length, flicked about aimlessly, indifferent to the two zombies before it. The creature showed no concern for such lowly beings. The two zombies continued their advance. As the distance between the two reached a critical threshold, the mutated mouse suddenly launched an attack. With the limited vision of the zombies, it was difficult to catch sight of it. A massive shadow descended, knocking one of the zombies to the ground. However, the mutated mouse was perplexed. Its claws had inexplicably lost their efficacy, failing to disembowel its prey. Meanwhile, another zombie, unfazed, ensnared the mouse's hind paw with its hands, which were covered in sticky traps. The mutated mouse, consumed by fury, unleashed its biting skill. The obese zombie, now on the ground, suffered injuries that, while severe, were not fatal. Its hardened skin effectively mitigated the mouse's assault. At that moment, Li Xiaofeng commanded the two zombies to hold on tightly, regaining his composure. His agile form darted to the 5th floor of the dormitory, racing towards the end of the corridor. In a brief span, the hefty zombie on the ground had sustained serious wounds. Li Xiaofeng leaped into the air, raising a frying pan high above his head, and brought it crashing down onto the mutated mouse's skull. A resounding thud echoed as the pan became concave, rendering it utterly useless. The mutated mouse lifted its head, glaring fiercely at Li Xiaofeng, its body craving the viral essence within the zombie before it. With a roar, the injured zombie obeyed the command, gripping the mouse's head with all its might. Li Xiaofeng stowed away the broken frying pan and retrieved two sharp kitchen knives from his system backpack, launching an assault. The mutated mouse attempted to evade, activating its speed skill, yet its once prized swiftness faltered in that moment. With two hefty zombies clinging to its form, no creature could remain unaffected. Li Xiaofeng swung his blades with fervor, akin to striking pork, lacking combat finesse but exuding a formidable presence. The sharp knives plunged into the mutated mouse's body, crimson blood gushing forth, splattering across Li Xiaofeng's face. Yet, he remained undeterred, his hands moving with increasing rapidity. The piercing cries of the mutated beast echoed, a stark contrast to the zombies. Its nerves remained intact, with the zombie virus merely enhancing its strength and ferocity, devoid of any other detrimental effects. Agonizing pain surged through it, inciting a frenzy. Swarms of black rats surged onto the 5th floor, intent on tearing Li Xiaofeng and his companions to shreds. They flooded the corridor like a black tide, a sight that could instill despair in anyone. Yet, the strength of its hardened skin became evident at this moment. It could diminish or even nullify various attacks. The assault from the black rats paled in comparison to that of the mutated mouse, rendering their numbers futile. In gaming parlance, ordinary rats simply could not penetrate its defenses. The mutated mouse emitted a chilling shriek, savagely tearing at the obese zombie beneath it. Even the hardened skin could scarcely withstand the onslaught. Ultimately, the hefty zombie met its glorious demise. However, the mutated mouse was now riddled with numerous wounds, blood spilling profusely. A wave of weakness washed over it, and even with the activation of its speed skill, it found its agility hindered. Li Xiaofeng's kitchen knife had become dulled from use. Far more effective than chopping pork. The mutated rat's defenses were rather lackluster. It turned to face Li Xiaofeng, disregarding the obese zombie at its rear. In that moment, it was consumed by madness, its eyes glowing crimson as it lunged at Li Xiaofeng. The priority was to eliminate the zombie wielding the kitchen knife. Activating hardened skin, Li Xiaofeng felt as if he had donned a suit of impenetrable armor. Though his speed was compromised, he had no intention of retreating. Simultaneously, he retrieved a red motorcycle helmet from his backpack and secured it upon his head. With a roar, he raised the kitchen knife high and unleashed a barrage of strikes upon the charging mutated rat. Meanwhile, the remaining obese zombie continued to gnaw at the rat's hind leg. Although the mutated rat had significantly improved since its encounter with the large white dog, it was still merely a first-tier mutated beast. The two adversaries found themselves in a stalemate, yet it was evident that the mutated rat was nearing its end. A desperate scream pierced the air as the mutated rat succumbed, falling silent. In an instant, countless black rats scattered like leaves in the wind. Just as Li Xiaofeng prepared to crouch and consume the rat's flesh for evolutionary value, a figure suddenly lunged towards the corpse of the mutated rat. Li Xiaofeng was momentarily stunned, quickly followed by a surge of anger. How dare anyone brazenly seize his hard-earned spoils? He kicked out with his right foot, sending the figure crashing against the wall. To his astonishment, it was a zombie, truly ungrateful, daring to snatch from his grasp. However, Li Xiaofeng soon found himself in disbelief. There was still a zombie on the 5th floor. This was the territory of the mutated rat. Realizing the anomaly, he activated his insightful eye, receiving information about the zombie. Ordinary zombie. Rank 4. Abilities: neurological breakdown, bloodthirsty evolution, viral infection, camouflage. Skills: none. The zombie before him possessed an additional ability, and its rank had risen to 4, marking it as a formidable foe compared to other zombies. Utilizing its ability, domination. Ding. Ability on cooldown. Damn. Li Xiaofeng ordered the obese zombie to rise and bind this new zombie, while he himself knelt to feast upon the mutated rat. A wave of euphoric satisfaction washed over him, causing his body to tremble. Ding. Host is consuming the flesh of a first-tier mutated beast, evolutionary value 10. Ding. Host is consuming the flesh of a first-tier mutated beast, evolutionary value 10. Ultimately, Li Xiaofeng successfully harvested 200 points of evolutionary value. When he continued to consume the mutated rat, he ceased to gain any further evolutionary value. An idea struck him, and he commanded the obese zombie to continue the consumption. Chapter 45. Intelligent Zombie. Ding. The zombie you dominate is consuming the flesh of a first-tier mutated beast, evolutionary value 25. Ding. The zombie you dominate is consuming the flesh of a first-tier mutated beast, evolutionary value 25. Li Xiaofeng was overjoyed. He had truly begun to appreciate the extraordinary nature of the domination ability. It was, in fact, an experience accelerator. An unexpected 50 points of evolutionary value had materialized, significantly hastening his evolutionary progress. If there were 2 commanding zombies, he would gain an additional 100 evolution points. On the 19th day of the apocalypse, it was now the early hours of the morning, and the outside world was still bathed in a crimson glow. Li Xiaofeng's commanding talent would once again be usable after 24 hours. The panel of the 4th tier zombie was now displayed before him. Name: Ordinary Zombie Tier, 4th Evolution Points, 120, 400 Talents. Neural Breakdown, Bloody Evolution, Viral Infection, Camouflage Skills. None note. This is a zombie that has developed intelligence. Camouflage, upgradable active use allows you to conceal your presence, merging with the environment, making it difficult to detect. Li Xiaofeng was taken aback. This zombie's camouflage talent was surprisingly upgradable. More importantly, it had developed intelligence. This was the first intelligent zombie he had encountered. He immediately commanded it to dance and to fetch a rat, stripping off its skin. Ultimately, Li Xiaofeng concluded that this intelligence was not as he had comprehended. Compared to the obese zombies, it could accept slightly more complex commands, yet its limitations were stark. This 4th tier zombie's survival on the 5th floor could be attributed not only to its camouflage talent, but also to its instinct to avoid actively attacking mutated rats. This already set it apart from countless other zombies. Its ascension to the 4th tier also indicated it had infected dozens of individuals. It was a zombie with considerable potential. Since it was a 4th tier zombie, he named it Xiao Si, while the 3rd tier zombie was dubbed Xiao San. Li Xiaofeng commanded Xiao Si to devour the flesh and blood of the mutated rat, but there was no anticipated notification sound. Had his commanding talent failed? Or had the virus within the mutated rat vanished? He discarded the corpse of the mutated rat downstairs, and the passing zombies indeed ignored it. Did the virus dissipate shortly after the mutated creature's death? Li Xiaofeng pondered continuously. As a zombie prodigy, collecting such information was essential. He exited the male dormitory with his 2 zombies, contemplating his next course of action. His evolution points had now reached 6, 402, 000, and to achieve another advancement, he needed to hunt 5 first-tier mutated beasts or infect hundreds of people. However, each condition was rather arduous. The scarcity of mutated beasts, coupled with their formidable strength, posed undeniable risks in hunting them. As for humans, locating hundreds of individuals was equally monumental, unless he could find a gathering place for humanity. The city of Wuning, where Li Xiaofeng resided, was merely an obscure Tier 18 city in the country, making the survival of a large population quite challenging. It would require venturing into a genuine metropolis. Although the apocalypse had arrived abruptly, resulting in the downfall of at least 80% of humanity in an instant, Li Xiaofeng did not believe that a single viral outbreak could lead to the complete extinction of humankind. Given a little time to develop, they would soon stabilize the situation. Presently, it appeared that humans, mutated beasts, and zombies each possessed their own advantages. The wisdom of humanity, the number of zombies, and the power of mutated beasts. Although it may currently appear that humanity is at a disadvantage, with zombies and mutated creatures holding the upper hand, the future remains uncertain. Should humanity gain control of power, or if mutated beasts and zombies acquire intelligence, the balance among the 3 factions could be swiftly overturned. Although Li Xiaofeng is a zombie, he does not indulge in blind optimism. At present, zombies are besieging and infecting humans. But it may not be long before humans retaliate by hunting zombies. The speed with which the roles of hunter and prey can reverse often exceeds one's imagination. It is imperative to evolve swiftly, for one's own strength is the foundation for survival in this apocalyptic world. If he can surpass the elite zombies and ascend to a higher existence, even if humanity turns the tide, he will possess the means to ensure his survival. The terrifying number of zombies currently provides him with the best opportunity. Chapter 46. Farewell to the Orange Cat. Li Xiaofeng departed the campus with Xiao Si and Xiao Peng. First, he adorned the 2 zombies with attire. The trio, donned in sunglasses and suits, with cigarettes in their mouths, swaggered down the street. Appearing indistinguishable from humans at a distance, Li Xiaofeng intended to explore the city center first, the most prosperous area of the city, which should harbor numerous opportunities for evolution. 2 hours later, they arrived at a crossroads, merely a street away from the city center. This place, once bustling, was one of the few locations in Wuning City prone to traffic congestion. Now, however, it lay desolate. The traffic lights had long ceased operation, the road barriers were damaged, and dried blood stained the white crosswalk. Buzz, buzz, buzz. An eerie sound emerged, and Li Xiaofeng's hearing had vastly improved. He glanced sideways, startled. In an instant, he turned around, and the 3 zombies gracefully fled to a nearby shop. Not far from the crossroads, a fierce battle unfolded between mutated beasts. One side consisted of a swarm of giant green mosquitoes, flitting through the air, the strange sounds emanating from their wings. The smallest of these green mosquitoes measured a full decimeter in length, their proboscises resembling iron needles. If an ordinary human were to be pierced, they would likely drain their blood in a matter of moments. At the forefront of the mosquito swarm were 3 giant mosquitoes, each measuring a meter long. Presumably the leaders of the swarm. Such a horde of mutated beasts would instill fear in any creature. Yet, at this moment, the terrifying swarm of mosquitoes was being relentlessly slaughtered, falling to the ground, their green blood spraying through the air. The only mutated beast engaging them was a single creature, measuring several meters in size, akin to a monster from a film. Li Xiaofeng instantly recognized it as the orange cat that had lain on the bus that day. Its fur had grown even more golden, resembling a massive tiger, and its claws were sharp enough to eviscerate the giant mosquitoes with ease. The situation was decidedly one-sided. Insightful eye. Name: Mutated Green Mosquito. Rank: First Level. Talent: Evil Evolution, Flight Skills. Blood-sucking. The 3 leaders of the mosquito swarm ahead are all first-tier mutated beasts, possessing the innate ability of flight, and their strength surpasses that of the mutated rat. However, the panel information of the orange cat left Li Xiaofeng utterly astonished. Name: Mutated Orange Cat. Tier: Second Talent. Evil Evolution, Keen Nerve Skills, Claw Slash, Intimidation, Extreme Berserk. Remarkably, this second-tier orange cat boasts 3 skills and 2 talents, all seemingly potent abilities. It appears that revenge for the zombies cannot be exacted by Brother in the immediate future, though facing the mutated mosquito swarm. The orange cat remains remarkably composed, not exerting its full strength. Seemingly growing impatient, the orange cat emitted a slight meow. Meow? Its claws glinted momentarily, moving with incredible speed, creating countless afterimages that enveloped the entire swarm of mosquitoes. Claw Slash. Countless green mosquitoes were instantaneously obliterated, their emerald blood staining the ground, their lifeless bodies scattered chaotically. Even among the 3 mutated green mosquitoes ahead, one fell dead on the spot, while the other 2 were grievously wounded, their wings severed halfway. With but a single skill, the entire mosquito swarm was thrown into disarray. The 2 leaders, dragging their injured bodies, fled in panic. The orange cat, however, did not pursue. Opening its mighty jaws, it devoured one of the mutated green mosquitoes. Meow! It let out a resounding cry, its fur transforming into a magnificent golden hue, exuding an awe-inspiring presence, as if it had undergone a significant evolution. Through Li Xiaofeng's discerning eye, the orange cat's tier had evidently risen to the 3rd. This was undoubtedly the most formidable mutated beast he had ever encountered. Chapter 47. Mutated Green Mosquito. The orange cat paid no heed to the 2 fleeing green mosquitoes. First-tier mutated beasts had lost their allure. It turned its gaze towards the city center, its massive body exhibiting remarkable agility, vanishing in a few leaps. Once Li Xiaofeng confirmed the orange cat's departure, he cautiously emerged, witnessing the orange cat's evolution with immense astonishment. He began to grasp the nature of evil evolution. The virus within mutated beasts did not merely infect, but consumed. In contrast, the virus within zombies could evolve through both infection and consumption. While it appeared that the zombie virus was stronger, the specific effects of evil evolution remained elusive, making it impossible to ascertain. If mutual consumption were the case, a horrifying thought struck Li Xiaofeng's mind. Mutated beasts in the city were always a minority, but what about in the deep mountains and forests? With a multitude of mutated beasts battling each other, successfully evolving, what tier of powerful mutated beasts had they achieved? Suddenly, Li Xiaofeng shuddered, envisioning the vast, boundless oceans of the planet. That place was a true paradise for mutated beasts. The evolution of the strongest mutated beasts had undoubtedly surpassed his imagination. Though Li Xiaofeng was among the rapidly evolving zombies, he remained merely a first-tier elite zombie. Even that hefty cat could easily dispatch him. Gradually, he reined in his thoughts. Overthinking at this moment served no purpose. At the very least, he possessed a system, an advantage unmatched by any creature. He gazed into the distance at the 2 fleeing mutated green mosquitoes, his heart brimming with greed. Their tattered wings could no longer sustain their flight. Leaving them to stagger helplessly in the air, their speed significantly diminished. Li Xiaofeng and the plump and thin zombies immediately pursued, resolutely seizing this opportunity to take advantage of their misfortune. However, the sluggish pace of the ordinary zombies was insufficient. Li Xiaofeng surged ahead, unleashing an astonishing burst of speed. Seeing that the orange cat had failed to catch up, the two mutated green mosquitoes slowed down, beginning to search for the wandering zombies on the street. Although the nearby zombies had been decimated, they were still plentiful. At last, they spotted several straggling zombies, preparing to utilize their blood-sucking abilities. A tremor of excitement coursed through the bodies of the two mutated green mosquitoes. Yet, this usual thrill quickly morphed into fear. Had creatures of the same tier arrived? Turning their heads, they beheld a suit-clad zombie, brandishing two kitchen knives, sprinting towards them from several dozen meters away. Reluctantly, they abandoned their chance to feed and continued their flight in the air. Li Xiaofeng, observing the mutated green mosquitoes hovering 3 to 4 meters above, found himself at a loss, merely brandishing his kitchen knives in frustration. Both parties seemed ensnared in an awkward standoff. Li Xiaofeng remained unperturbed. The two green mosquitoes were already gravely injured, and prolonging the deadlock would only benefit him. Perhaps he could claim two mutated beasts without a fight. Victory without conflict was his utmost delight. The two mutated green mosquitoes, acutely aware of their peril, fixed their compound eyes on Li Xiaofeng. Buzzing, the sound of their wings resonated once more as they charged towards him, a desperate gambit for survival. Excellent. Li Xiaofeng felt a surge of excitement, gripping the kitchen knives tightly as he aimed for their abdomens. Simultaneously, he activated his hardened skin. The proboscis of the mutated green mosquitoes proved ineffective, striking against Li Xiaofeng's skin with a metallic clang, unable to penetrate. A wave of joy washed over Li Xiaofeng. They could not breach his defenses. With a swift motion, the kitchen knife plunged into the soft abdomen of one green mosquito, encountering no resistance whatsoever. Their defensive capabilities paled in comparison to those of the mutated rats. Flight and blood-sucking were their true advantages. The mutated green mosquitoes excelled at preying upon the weak. Yet they often found themselves at a disadvantage against creatures of equal rank. The injury of one green mosquito worsened, rendering even simple flight a challenge until it succumbed to death. The other, witnessing its companion's swift demise, hastily flapped its wings, attempting to regain altitude. Yet, the plump and thin zombie finally caught up. The two leaped and ensnared the mutated green mosquito. Its body abruptly halted, descending rather than ascending, its compound eyes flashing with malice as it lunged its sharp proboscis towards the overweight zombie. Unable to breach the defenses of that same tier zombie, could it not slay this inferior one? In an instant, Li Xiaofeng activated his will transfer, his hardened skin appearing instantaneously over the obese zombie. The assault of the mutated green mosquito faltered once again, and its blood-sucking ability became unattainable. In its simplistic thinking, it could not comprehend why this lowly zombie possessed such formidable defenses. It pivoted to attack the other, yet the outcome left it utterly despondent. Two low-tier zombies were unable to breach his defenses. Has the evolution of these inferior undead reached such a stage? Li Xiaofeng approached, wielding a kitchen knife. And under the encirclement of 3 zombies, they swiftly met their demise. Observing the lifeless bodies of 2 mutated green mosquitoes on the ground, Li Xiaofeng was filled with exhilaration and immediately crouched down to begin his consumption. Ding! The host is devouring the flesh and blood of a first-tier mutated beast. Evolution value 10. Ding! The zombies you control are consuming the flesh and blood of a first-tier mutated beast. Evolution value 25. Chapter 48. New system function. In a brief span of time, his evolution value surged by 600, bringing it to 1,240,000, inching him closer to becoming a second-tier zombie. What delighted him further was the fact that the chubby and thin zombies, upon completion of their consumption, had also advanced, transforming into 5th-tier and 4th-tier zombies respectively. Currently, they could only engage in auxiliary combat, but once they evolved into elite zombies, their utility would be greatly amplified. As Li Xiaofeng and the chubby and thin zombies departed from the area, ordinary zombies swiftly surrounded them, incessantly consuming the corpses of the mutated green mosquitoes to gain evolution value, potentially leading to the emergence of a few advanced zombies. Li Xiaofeng abandoned his plan to head to the city center. He had witnessed the orange cat, in a frenzied state after its evolution, charging toward the city center. The sole reason that could incite such excitement in a mutated beast was the presence of equally tiered creatures. Li Xiaofeng speculated that there were 3rd-tier mutated beasts in the city center, a hypothesis that was highly plausible. If he struggled against 2nd-tier mutated beasts, venturing forth recklessly would be tantamount to courting death. He continued down the street, not far from the city center, where first-tier mutated beasts were likely to be more prevalent. If any survivors remained, that would indeed present a truly risk-free opportunity for evolution. The three zombies no longer swaggered boldly, but instead moved cautiously, wary of the sudden appearance of mutated beasts. The orange cat and mutated green mosquitoes made him realize that the city center seemingly was no longer the dominion of zombies. Just as the three zombies passed by a mall, a cold, emotionless electronic voice suddenly echoed in Li Xiaofeng's mind. Ding. Random task triggered. Generating task. Ding. Random task issued. Annihilation of the ant swarm. Task description. Ahead in the mall lies an ant swarm. Though fraught with danger, it is also laden with temptation. Is this not the essence of evolution? Difficulty, unknown. Task duration, none. Reward, new system function unlocked. Li Xiaofeng was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated a task being issued, let alone one that promised a new function for the system as a reward. Currently, the system's functions encompassed host information, tasks, and a backpack. Both tasks and the backpack held immense significance for him. Rather than entering immediately, Li Xiaofeng activated his inside eye. He raised his head, scanning his surroundings in hopes of pinpointing the number of mutated ant beasts. Name, Mutated Ant Queen. Tier, second. Talent, energy absorption, rapid proliferation. Skills, none. Li Xiaofeng was overjoyed. Although it was a second-tier mutated beast, the Ant Queen appeared to lack offensive capabilities. Even the virus merely enhanced its reproductive abilities. He rotated his vision once more, attempting to locate other mutated ants. Name, Mutated Soldier Ant Tier. First. Talent, colossal strength skill, great devour in a brief moment. Li Xiaofeng discerned the combat capabilities of the ant swarm. One first-tier mutated beast accompanied by a useless ant queen. A true evolutionary treasure trove. Should he consume them, it would undoubtedly propel him directly to a second-tier elite zombie, exponentially enhancing his power. He empowered the stout and slender zombies with hardened skin, positioning them at the forefront as they entered the shopping mall. According to the feedback from his inside eye, there were only 2 mutated ants, both located on the 5th floor. He could easily choose to push through layer by layer. Hardened skin is a quintessential skill that thrives on bullying the weak. It could barely withstand a swipe from an orange cat, yet it proved effortless against creatures that were merely first-tier mutated beasts. Chapter 49. The annihilation of the ant swarm. The mall was not particularly large, comprising only 8 stories, each selling a different array of goods. Once bustling with patrons, the first floor now lay desolately empty. This level, once dedicated to the sale of jewelry, was now littered with necklaces and rings scattered across the floor. The glass cabinets lay shattered, with clear signs of looting. He found no anomalies on the first floor and proceeded to the elevator, only to discover it was no longer powered. He had no choice but to ascend slowly. Upon reaching the second floor, traces of black ants began to emerge. Fortunately, their numbers were limited, with only a few dozen scurrying about. Each black ant measured approximately 2 decimeters in length, each carrying various food items, human arms, thighs, and the flesh of mutated beasts, transporting them to the upper levels of the mall. Beside the black ants were 2 even larger specimens, measuring around half a meter, their formidable mandibles exuding a fierce aura. Li Xiaofeng surmised that the ones carrying food were worker ants, while the aggressive ones were soldier ants. The virus of his elite zombie instantly provoked the hostility of the 2 soldier ants, which charged at him with their powerful mandibles quivering. Li Xiaofeng stood unwavering, engaging them in combat with his hardened skin activated. Within a short span, he dispatched both soldier ants, their strength comparable to that of a 5th-tier ordinary zombie. His elite zombie's prowess completely overwhelmed them. This was the type of battle Li Xiaofeng excelled in. The remaining worker ants, in a panic, fled to the upper levels of the mall. Emboldened, Li Xiaofeng advanced to the forefront of the stout and slender zombies, leading the charge to the 3rd floor. There, dozens of soldier ants awaited, prepared for the confrontation. The 3 zombies remained fiercely dominant, crushing their way through. Thanks to their hardened skin, even the 4th-tier stout zombie sustained no injuries. An hour later, the 4th floor was a veritable battlefield, strewn with corpses, shallow yellow bodily fluids pooling across the ground. Finally, he reached the 5th floor, the domain of the 2 mutated ants. As he set foot on the 5th floor, a massive black soldier ant awaited him. Its size a staggering double that of a standard soldier ant, nearing 1 meter in length. Its powerful mandibles opened and closed menacingly, unmistakably a first-tier mutated beast. Li Xiaofeng abruptly retreated a step, positioning himself behind the stout and slender zombies. Charge! He commanded. Two plump and lean zombies, clad in hardened skin, charged forward with unparalleled bravery. Despite the immense strength of the soldier ant, the two zombies clung to it tenaciously, akin to a stubborn adhesive. It was utterly perplexing for the ant. It could neither vanquish them nor shake them off. Meanwhile, Li Xiaofeng's kitchen knife came down with ferocity. Although slightly dulled, it still managed to inflict damage on the mutated ant. The battle devolved into a protracted stalemate. Li Xiaofeng's offensive methods were limited, yet his defensive capabilities were formidable. As long as the knife could penetrate defenses, he could eventually wear it down. The plump and lean zombies continued to gnaw at the mutated soldier ant, and in this manner, one mutated beast was gradually worn down by the relentless assault of the three zombies. However, the overweight zombie sustained severe injuries, with one of its arms severed and lying on the ground. Fortunately, the resilience of zombies ensured that it would not perish. Li Xiaofeng chose not to indulge in devouring, but instead turned his gaze toward a massive ant not far away. It measured over 2 meters in length, with an enormous abdomen that dominated its form. This colossal ant was indeed the mutated ant queen. Even in the face of impending danger, it leisurely consumed the various food sources surrounding it. Li Xiaofeng could not help but admire its composure. Such an unflappable demeanor rivaled his own. With a swift stroke of his knife, he dispatched the feeble second-tier mutated beast in mere moments. Was this the sensation of fighting beyond one's level? Li Xiaofeng's confidence surged instantaneously. Battling above one's tier was the hallmark of a prodigy. Ding! The host is consuming the flesh and blood of a first-tier mutated beast. Evolution value 10. Ding! The host is consuming the flesh and blood of a second-tier mutated beast. Evolution value 20. Ding! The zombies under your command are consuming the flesh and blood of a first-tier mutated beast. Evolution value 25. Ding! The zombies under your command are consuming the flesh and blood of a second-tier mutated beast. Evolution value 5. Ding! The host's evolution value has reached 2000 out of 2000, satisfying the advancement conditions. The host begins to evolve. The host's evolution is complete. Current tier, second-tier elite zombie. The host's strength, speed, vision, hearing, and other attributes have been comprehensively enhanced. The skill-hardened skin has been upgraded. Ding! The host has comprehended the skill. Heavy strike execution. Heavy strike execution, upon active use. The host's strength is augmented by 300, and there is a probability of inflicting a heavy strike during attacks. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown time, 2 hours. Li Xiaofeng felt a surge of joy. He finally possessed a powerful offensive skill. Showboating for 5 minutes, with a 2-hour cooldown. More importantly, this skill combined with will transfer means that the plump and lean zombies could also pose a threat to first-tier mutated beasts. Li Xiaofeng composed himself, slightly puzzled. Why had he not received a notification for task completion? The ant queen had perished, yet the ant swarm remained intact. He lifted his gaze to the 6th floor of the shopping mall. He directed the plump and lean zombies to take the lead and ascend to the 6th floor. Contrary to expectations, there were no mutated ants, but rather an abundance of large white eggs strewn about. It turned out to be the ant colony's hatching chamber. Just as Li Xiaofeng intended to annihilate them, he noticed the plump and lean zombies, uncontrollable, had begun to feast upon them. Could these be precious treasures? He commanded the 2 zombies to remain still. Did they truly lack understanding of decorum and their own identities? Ding! The host has devoured the mutated ant eggs, resulting in a slight enhancement of power. Ding! The host has devoured the mutated ant eggs, resulting in a slight enhancement of power. Li Xiaofeng ultimately consumed nearly half of the ant eggs in the incubation chamber, and the system's notification finally ceased. He allowed the plump and lean zombies to commence their feeding while he exerted a gentle force, reveling in the surge of his newfound strength. Estimating that his power had at least doubled, he was pleasantly surprised by the benefits of the mutated ant eggs. Such formidable strength, coupled with a powerful strike, would likely render most second-tier mutated beasts powerless against him. Once the 2 zombies had devoured all the ant eggs in the vicinity, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding! The host has completed the random task, the annihilation of the ant swarm. Rewards are being distributed. Ding! The system has unlocked a new feature, collection and crafting. Collection. The host may collect materials from the corpses of deceased mutated beasts, with the rarity of materials correlating to the tier of the mutated beast. Crafting. By synthesizing various materials, the system will create different equipment. Note: high-tier mutated beast materials are optimal. Crafting equipment? This system is extraordinarily impressive in a rather unsettling way. Yet I find it delightful. Chapter 51. Upgraded frying pan. Li Xiaofeng turned and descended the stairs. He arrived beside the mutated ant queen and soldier ants, whose flesh had been devoured to a considerable extent. Ding. Collection successful. Acquired the upper jaw of the mutated soldier ant. Ding. Collection successful. Acquired the crystal core of the mutated ant queen. Li Xiaofeng was astonished to have collected a crystal core. Upper jaw of the mutated soldier ant. Material from a first-tier mutated beast, exceptionally hard, suitable for crafting weapons or armor. Crystal core. Can only be formed by second-tier or higher creatures, with vast applications. Currently usable as an auxiliary material for crafting, enhancing crafting effects. Li Xiaofeng was taken aback, realizing that the crystal core could only be formed by creatures of at least second-tier status. He himself had also ascended to a second-tier elite zombie, possessing one within him as well. Touching his abdomen, he pondered, could it be gallstones? Upon completion of the collection, the system stored the materials in a dedicated crafting space. The materials did not occupy his backpack, which was exceedingly user-friendly. With a thought, he noticed that, in addition to the host information, tasks, and backpack, a new crafting option had appeared in his mind. Ding. Please add materials, host. In his mind, 3 large frames materialized. The first 2 were empty, while the third frame bore a symbol indicating the ability to fuse multiple materials for crafting. Above the large frames was a smaller frame designated for the crystal core. Below it were the materials he currently possessed, a black upper jaw and a white diamond-shaped object. He placed both of these into the frames and then added the dented frying pan from his backpack. The model also selected the frying pan and commenced crafting. A flash of light ensued, and a new frying pan was birthed, instantly appearing in his backpack. Upon retrieving it, Li Xiaofeng discovered that the frying pan had grown to twice its original size. The object was entirely black, its material having undergone a complete transformation, as it was forged from the materials of 2 mutated beasts. Is this the upgraded frying pan? Li Xiaofeng weighed it in his hands, finding it remarkably comfortable to wield. Could it be that the frying pan is my true weapon? Now, with the frying pan in hand, he felt capable of shattering the head of that mutated rat. He stowed the frying pan in his backpack, his heart ablaze with battle fervor. Returning to the location of the mutated green mosquito, he intended to gather resources. However, upon his arrival, he was taken aback to find not a single strand remained. With no choice but to press forward, he refrained from approaching the business district. A third-tier mutated beast was beyond his current capabilities. Hunting first- and second-tier mutated beasts for steady evolution was the prudent path. Continuing to traverse the street, he resolved to cleanse the surroundings of the business district first. His evolution points had now reached 1,404,000. Each advancement seemed to double his evolution points, significantly increasing the difficulty of progression. Presently, he needed to hunt 7 second-tier mutated beasts, even factoring in the bonus from his commanding talent. For an ordinary zombie, evolution was indeed a formidable challenge. Unless it could infect a multitude of humans, 400 individuals would suffice for advancement with minimal risk. Li Xiaofeng's current strength made even ordinary doors insufficient to impede him. He could easily force them open. No longer would he endure the dismal days of distributing flyers. Sadly, he had yet to find a gathering place for humans. For now, hunting mutated beasts seemed the more reliable option. With each distance traveled, he activated his insight eye to survey the area. Based on his usage experience, he concluded that the effective range of the insight eye was approximately 1 kilometer. As long as he did not encounter creatures of extraordinary speed, his safety was assured. With fat and lean zombies ahead, he stealthily followed behind. The street was soon traversed, bringing him to the eastern side of the business district, once bustling with activity. Chapter 52. The mutated venom spider. Suddenly, Li Xiaofeng froze in his tracks, standing still. In his line of sight, a massive red phantom hovered in midair. Name: mutated venom spider. Rank: second tier. Talent: swift climbing. Skills: neurotoxic venom, web binding. It was indeed a second-tier mutated beast, though not as aberrant as the orange cat. Li Xiaofeng gazed ahead at a restaurant, which was merely a single story high, while the mutated venom spider hovered above, likely clinging to the ceiling. Should any human survivors seek food, they would be met with the chilling sight of a gigantic spider watching them from above. Li Xiaofeng refrained from approaching rashly. A second-tier mutated beast was of the same rank as himself, and his combat capabilities were not particularly exceptional. Based on his estimation, 3 zombies would have only about an 80% chance of defeating a second-tier mutated beast. He could not afford to recklessly expose himself to danger. Nearby, he discovered 2 machetes beside a large supermarket, their blades remarkably sharp, evidently well-honed. It seemed that a survivor had ventured here, only to meet an unfortunate end, leaving behind their weapons. The corpulent and slender zombies wielded their machetes, delivering formidable blows that inflicted considerable damage even upon the second-tier mutated beasts. In the meantime, they stumbled upon some alcohol and a lighter, which they stowed away in their backpacks as a precaution against the webs of the mutated venomous spider. The once bustling restaurant now lay in desolation, its glass doors shattered and strewn across the ground. The corpulent zombie activated its hardened skin, leading the charge in a suit, machete in hand, exuding a commanding presence. Although the overweight zombie had lost an arm and walked with an unsteady gait, it did not detract from its suave demeanor. However, the mutated venomous spider remained utterly indifferent to the presence of the zombies. Its myriad of eyes darted back and forth, finding no inclination to hunt the lowly zombies before it. The 2 parties were caught in an awkward standoff, with the spider clinging to the ceiling and the zombies unable to attack. From a distance, Li Xiaofeng observed with some confusion, wondering why neither side was making any move. He decided to exert his will and took control of the corpulent zombie's body. Looking up, he spotted the mutated venomous spider on the ceiling. Its body exceeded a meter in length, with its 8 legs stretching over 3 meters. Its red-black exoskeleton and slightly quivering mandibles sent shivers down his spine. Recognizing the absurdity of the situation, he cursed both parties for their stupidity. He hurled the machete in his hand, though his aim was lacking, only grazing the spider's enormous leg. Nonetheless, this action provoked the mutated venomous spider, which emitted a peculiar shriek. Like a raven swooping down, it lunged ferociously, pinning the corpulent zombie to the ground. Li Xiaofeng commanded the 2 other zombies to restrain it, as his consciousness returned to him, wielding a gigantic frying pan with fierce determination. At that moment, the corpulent zombie found itself in peril. Despite the enhancements to its hardened skin, it struggled to withstand the spider's onslaught. The creature's venomous fangs pierced deep into the zombie's flesh, injecting a potent neurotoxin. Meanwhile, several of its eyes fixated on Li Xiaofeng, a surge of excitement coursing through it, igniting a ravenous desire to devour the zombie before it. The spider's legs writhed in anticipation, preparing to strike once more. But the corpulent zombie clung desperately to it, using all its strength. Had the neurotoxin failed? The spider's small eyes brimmed with confusion. The zombie's innate ability to disrupt its nervous system was indeed its nemesis. Yet, Li Xiaofeng would not grant it the luxury of contemplation. Wielding the colossal frying pan with an imposing presence, he prepared to deliver a crushing blow. A powerful force surged within him as he struck down with ferocity. A resounding thud echoed, and the spider's eyes widened in bewilderment, its head ringing with a dull throb. Simultaneously, Li Xiaofeng activated the heavy strike for Shaoxi. The machete cleaved through one of the spider's legs, triggering a powerful blow that severed it with ease. A twitch of annoyance crossed Li Xiaofeng's lips. Such a beheading. The excruciating pain jolted the mutated venomous spider back to awareness, prompting it to emit another strange shriek. However, its cry was abruptly silenced. For Li Xiaofeng swung his arm once more, the immense frying pan crashing down. The spider was engulfed in excruciating pain, its fury boiling over. How could it endure being struck on the head twice in succession? It was about to expel its web, yet it beheld that enormous frying pan descending upon it once more. A tremor coursed through its body, a surge of dread overtook it, and it hastily retreated, dragging the corpulent zombie along, unwilling to confront the threat head-on. A shadow of fear had already settled in its heart regarding that frying pan. Its mouth writhed incessantly, and in an instant, a mass of white substance erupted forth. However, Li Xiaofeng was well prepared, having instructed the plump zombie to obstruct its mouth, thus neutralizing the onslaught. The mutated venomous spider, too, sensed the impending doom. Its talents and skills had been effectively countered. Additionally, having sustained injuries, with one of its legs severed, it had lost all will to fight. With a sudden push of its arachnid legs, it propelled itself from the ground, leaping upwards. Astonishingly, it ascended to the ceiling, carrying the plump zombie with it. Casting a venomous glance at Li Xiaofeng, it activated its innate ability for rapid climbing, seeking to escape this dire situation. Li Xiaofeng scoffed inwardly, refusing to let it have its way. Consciousness transfer. He instantaneously took control of the plump zombie's body, its face now shrouded in white spider silk. Yet, the corpulent zombie's legs remained tightly entwined around the venomous spider. He opened the system's backpack, pouring a copious amount of alcohol over both creatures, deliberately flooding the spider's mouth with it as well. Then, he retrieved a lighter and decisively ignited the alcohol, opting for a mutual destruction. The fierce flames erupted instantaneously. The venomous spider writhed in agony, emitting shrieks, its body plummeting from the ceiling. Li Xiaofeng retreated incessantly, evading the encroaching flames. The spider's legs thrashed about, overturning nearby tables and chairs. Ultimately, it let out a despairing cry, succumbing to death. Only then did Li Xiaofeng leisurely extinguish the flames with a fire extinguisher. Although he had lost one plump zombie, the annihilation of a second-tier mutated beast was entirely worth it. He commenced the consumption of the mutated venomous spider's flesh and blood. While raw and cooked meat held no distinction for him, the roasted spider meat appeared to possess a unique allure. Ding. The host is consuming the flesh and blood of a second-tier mutated beast, evolution value 20. Ding. The zombies you command are consuming the flesh and blood of a second-tier mutated beast, evolution value 5. Ding. The evolution value of the zombies you command has reached 500. 500. Commencing advancement. The zombies you command advance to first-tier elite zombies. Strength, speed, vision, and all aspects have been enhanced. The camouflage talent has upgraded. Random skill acquired. Swift. Swift doubles speed and grants a certain probability to evade attacks. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 1 hour. Li Xiaofeng was elated. Xiaoxi had finally ascended to elite zombie status. A pity about the untimely demise of the plump zombie. Li Xiaofeng reasserted control over a female zombie found on the street, commanding her to consume the flesh and blood of the mutated venomous spider. He once again reaped 100 points of evolution value. With the flesh of the mutated venomous spider completely devoured, a white diamond-shaped object fell to the ground. It was indeed the crystal core of a second-tier mutated beast. Suddenly, he recalled that he had yet to utilize the collection ability. Ding. Collection failed. It turned out that collection was not an act of creation ex nihilo. It merely assisted him in swiftly acquiring the most valuable materials. He should collect first, then proceed to consume. He placed the white crystal core into the system's crafting space. He had a premonition that this crystalline core undoubtedly possessed other functions and was far from being simple. Chapter 54, Taking Your Dog's Life. After devouring the flesh and blood of the mutated venomous spider, the newly empowered female zombie similarly reached the 4th tier, howling with ferocity. A mere second-tier mutated beast was sufficient to augment 300 points of evolutionary value. Li Xiaofeng felt somewhat elated. Indeed, associating with his brother brought indulgence and luxury. Even ordinary zombies could consume second-tier mutated beasts. At this moment, he completely disregarded the charred, corpulent zombie beside him as his nostrils twitched slightly. The scent of survivor flesh? Previously distracted by the allure of the mutated venomous spider's flesh, he had failed to notice. Could there be an unexpected surprise? Li Xiaofeng promptly turned and strode into the restaurant. The venomous spider's location was in the main hall, which contained numerous private rooms. As he entered cautiously, he discovered that above the private rooms were enormous eggs, all enveloped in white spider silk. The unmistakable scent of blood and flesh wafted through the air. Humans? He climbed onto a table, carefully tearing away the layers of spider silk. Inside, he found humans, though many were already lifeless, mere corpses, presumably stored as sustenance by the mutated venomous spider. Li Xiaofeng opened one of the silk-wrapped eggs, and to his astonishment, a sound emerged, filling him with delight. A pale-faced girl rubbed her eyes, her consciousness gradually returning. She had likely been captured by the mutated venomous spider not long ago. The girl possessed exquisite features and striking beauty. As she slowly opened her eyes, she realized she was cradled in someone's arms. Due to hunger and being upside down, her vision was blurred, but she could sense that her savior was a human. Having thought she was doomed, she never expected someone would come to rescue her. A wave of happiness washed over her. Suddenly recalling a classic line, she murmured, "My beloved is a heroic figure." One day he will don golden armor and tread upon clouds of 7 colors to marry me. Li Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the girl's dazed eyes and entranced expression. Truly, this was astonishing. Even in the apocalypse, she was lost in such thoughts. He was indeed here to take her life. Li Xiaofeng leaned down, biting into her neck, injecting the zombie virus. Ding. Host successfully infected 1 individual, gaining 10 evolutionary points. Li Xiaofeng thoroughly searched the entire private room of the restaurant, ultimately infecting 12 individuals and earning a total of 120 evolutionary points. At this moment, he felt invigorated, stowing away his frying pan as he continued on his path of evolution with 2 zombies in tow. Little For also transformed into an elite zombie, grasping new skills, significantly enhancing the power of the trio. Li Xiaofeng sensed a hint of invincible solitude. Even encountering that hefty cat would pose no challenge. Meow? A cat's meow echoed from a distance. Li Xiaofeng's body jolted suddenly as he dropped to the ground, activating his inside eye. No way. I was just joking. To the right, he indeed spotted a colossal red shadow charging toward him. Activate the pedestrian halo. Ding. Activation failed. Why does it always malfunction at such critical moments? Li Xiaofeng experienced a moment of inspiration and activated the will transfer. He directly controlled the newly acquired female zombie, invoking the protagonist's halo. Ding. Activation successful. He maneuvered the female zombie away from the vicinity, hoping to divert the attention of the massive fat cat. He and Xiao Si lay prone beneath the restaurant table, fervently praying not to attract any notice. He certainly did not wish to be torn to shreds by the plump feline. Through the perspective of the female zombie, he observed the rapidly approaching fat cat. Its speed was astonishing, arriving in the blink of an eye. To his astonishment, the great fat cat was covered in blood, the crimson liquid entirely obscuring its golden fur. At that moment, it was chewing on something, its large eyes narrowing with excitement. Suddenly, it turned its head, casting a curious glance at the female zombie. What an intriguing little creature. Chapter 55, Human Awakeners. At that moment, the orange cat scrutinized the female zombie a few more times, but ultimately chose to ignore it. Preoccupied with digesting its meal and savoring the moment as it moved away from the city center, Li Xiaofeng looked around repeatedly, confirming that the orange cat had indeed departed before slowly rising and exiting the restaurant. He couldn't help but ponder whether the fat cat had devoured a 3rd-tier mutated beast. Could it be that it was a prodigy, capable of exterminating beasts of the same tier right after its ascension, much like himself? Li Xiaofeng reined in his thoughts and continued onward with the 2 zombies in tow. Meanwhile, on another street near the city center, a group of fully armed humans advanced cautiously, constantly glancing around. There were 8 individuals in total. 7 were clad in leather jackets and gloves, even wearing helmets, leaving no part of their bodies exposed. This attire provided a certain level of protection against ordinary zombies. The leader among them was a young man in his 20s, dressed in a white short-sleeve shirt, wielding a tang knife with an expression of calmness. The other 7 regarded him with a mix of reverence and envy. What was even more astonishing was that the zombies in the distance were not converging upon them. It seemed they had concealed the scent of blood on their bodies, causing only those zombies within a 10-meter radius to approach. The leader swiftly struck with his knife, separating a zombie's head from its body with decisive and ruthless efficiency. This group of humans appeared utterly out of place in the city center, a known gathering ground for mutated beasts and zombies. Huagu, are we really going to the city hospital? A lean man in the crowd asked, his face marked by trepidation as he looked at the young leader. We must go. Professor Liang's condition cannot be delayed. The young man nodded slightly, his expression resolute. But I've heard that there are terrifying monsters in the hospital. Those who previously sought medicine. I will handle the mutated beasts. Just ensure your own safety. The young man furrowed his brow and struck again, dispatching a nearby zombie. His strength appeared extraordinary. To sever a zombie's head with a single blow could not be achieved solely with a sharp weapon. The group gradually approached the hospital in the city center. At that moment, Li Xiaofeng was taken aback. For his insightful eye revealed a humanoid red phantom. Name, Human Awakener. Rank, First Order, equivalent to a First Order elite zombie. Talent, Enhanced Strength Skill. Mastery of blade techniques. This marked his inaugural encounter with a human possessing a status panel. And astonishingly, it was an awakened one equipped with a talent and a skill. While not overwhelmingly powerful, the implications were profound. Humanity was on the cusp of a turnaround. The strength of the awakened was sufficient to contend with elite zombies and mutated beasts. Li Xiaofeng closed the eye of insight, realizing that both parties were still separated by a cluster of buildings. Should they continue, they would inevitably converge at the street corner. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he slightly adjusted his appearance and donned a mask. 3 zombies, resembling humans, gradually approached the group of humans. Li Xiaofeng felt a thrill of anticipation. What would it feel like to infect an awakened? At last, they reached the street corner. Li Xiaofeng had advanced to a second-order elite zombie, his vision surpassing that of an ordinary human. He was the first to spot the group of humans. The leading awakened wore a cold expression, wielding a Tang Dao, while the 7 behind him were equally well-armed. Those who had survived to this point possessed not only good fortune, but also strength far beyond that of common humans. As Li Xiaofeng scrutinized them, an instant of hesitation seized him, his expression stiffened, and he swiftly darted into a nearby shop. Chapter 56. The Plan Fails. The 2 individuals standing behind the awakened were coldly resolute, unfazed even in the face of zombies. More critically, both bore service pistols at their waists. This was the first time Li Xiaofeng had encountered firearms. In such a small city, the presence of military forces was inconceivable. If it ever came to that, it would signify a complete stabilization of the national situation. However, in less than a month, such a development was implausible. The world remained dominated by zombies and mutated beasts. The pistols were likely procured from the local police station. As the apocalypse was still in its early stages, firearms retained their formidable power. According to Li Xiaofeng's assessment, first and second-order mutated beasts would struggle to withstand them. It would merely be a matter of firing a few shots. However, the threat posed by firearms would significantly diminish against third-order mutated beasts. At the very least, that orange cat could not be vanquished solely by handguns. Yet, the defensive capabilities of zombies were not inferior to those of mutated beasts. It was likely that even a third-order elite zombie would find it challenging to endure. He had initially contemplated a forceful encirclement of the group to infect them directly, aiming to showcase his prowess, but it seemed he had overestimated his position. The 3 zombies swiftly took refuge within the shop. The awakened Wang Hua cast a puzzled glance toward the street, sensing that someone had been observing them. "Be cautious. It seems something is watching us," Wang Hua cautioned, his body instinctively lowering, heightening his vigilance. The 7 behind him exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Despite their envy of the awakened, they harbored immense trust in him. Li Xiaofeng, along with the female zombie, concealed themselves deep within the shop. With a shift of will, he chose to control the body of zombie Xiaoxi. After advancing to an elite zombie, Xiaoxi's strength had similarly undergone a qualitative enhancement. Moreover, with the talents of disguise and swift skills, his survival capabilities surpassed those of others significantly. Xiaoxi donned a mask and sunglasses, carefully stowing away his machete into his backpack. He cautiously approached the group, intending to blend in before devising a plan. Awakener Wang Hua possessed the keenest perception. When the distance between the 2 parties was still 100 meters apart, he suddenly turned and bellowed, "Who goes there?" Xiaoxi shuddered, seemingly startled, reacting just like an ordinary human would. He raised both hands, indicating that he was merely a survivor. However, to Li Xiaofeng's astonishment, Wang Hua shouted in anger, "Get lost if you don't want to die?" Why was this scenario deviating from the expected script? He manipulated Xiaoxi's body, whose raised hands trembled incessantly in an attempt to evoke their sympathy. Wang Hua's right-hand Tang Dao abruptly unsheathed, the crimson light reflecting off the blade, adding to its sharpness. Li Xiaofeng decisively turned to leave, prioritizing Xiaoxi's safety. After all, having just advanced to an elite zombie, he could not afford to sacrifice him so easily. Simultaneously, he discerned that this group was distinctly unlike ordinary humans. They had undergone a transformation, rendering them entirely different from the humans of a peaceful era. This transformation might not amplify their strength, but it significantly enhanced their survival rate. A different strategy was imperative. "Brother Hua, is such a display truly necessary?" questioned a university student within the group, perplexed. In the face of an apocalypse, humanity ought to support one another. Wang Hua seemed to regard the student with importance. Shaking his head, a faint smile breaking through his cold demeanor. Firstly, the individual approached with steady steps and was fully armed, undoubtedly indicating strength. Such a person would find it easy to procure food, yet he presented himself as a victim. Secondly, the fear he feigned appeared genuine, yet his expression remained unchanged. A clear case of self-deception. Most importantly, a survivor traversing the perilous city center bore no weapon. Xiaochun, remember this, in the apocalypse. The only one you can trust is yourself. In an instant, Wang Hua analyzed Li Xiaofeng's suspicions. Such acute insight was far beyond that of an ordinary person. The university student suddenly grasped the situation. Chapter 57. The hospital. The other party certainly bore ill intentions, but I wish to avoid unnecessary complications. Currently, locating medicine is of utmost importance. The expressions of the eight grew increasingly cautious as they slowly advanced towards the city center. Li Xiaofeng felt a sense of frustration. He had not anticipated that methods that had always proven effective would fail him this time. He and the female zombie discovered a tall building, conducted a thorough search, and found no mutated beasts within. Ultimately, they concealed themselves atop the building. Such elevation ensured the safety of his true form. Based on his analysis, the virus detection range among creatures of the same tier did not exceed 100 meters. He manipulated Xiaoxi, intending to utilize the talent for disguise to stealthily follow the group. However, to his surprise, the scent of blood and flesh emanating from them seemed to be masked. He found it nearly impossible to lock onto their presence. This method of concealing the scent of blood and flesh was far from simple. Even if one were to cover themselves in excrement, to a zombie's nose, one would still appear as though enveloped in filth. The other party undoubtedly employed some extraordinary means. Perhaps advancements in scientific research, or maybe the innate talents or skills of the awakened. Should such methods become widespread, the survival rate of ordinary humans venturing out in search of sustenance would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Li Xiaofeng promptly activated his inside eye, pursuing the direction in which the other was headed. The awakened one, akin to a firefly in the darkness, constantly illuminated the path ahead. Xiaoxi trailed at a distance of about a kilometer, remaining undetectable even to the awakened. Li Xiaofeng soon discerned the destination of the group, the central hospital. The 8 individuals arrived safely at the hospital's entrance, the zombies encountered along the way posing no threat to them. Each member could effortlessly dispatch a third-tier ordinary zombie. Clearly, they were seasoned and adept at dealing with the undead. The leader, Wang Hua, stood at the hospital's entrance, his brow slightly furrowed as he gazed upon the once bustling edifice. At this moment, the blood-red sunlight cast its eerie glow upon the hospital's facade, the surroundings silent and devoid of life, not even a single zombie in sight. Yet this silence instilled a sense of trepidation in all their hearts. In times of peace, this hospital was the finest in Wanning City, perpetually teeming with visitors. With the onset of the apocalypse, it would surely become a hot spot for zombies, arguably the most densely populated area for the undead in Wanning. However, the reality here was starkly different. Brother Hua, a burly man, expressed his unease, unable to restrain his words. Wang Hua waved his hand slightly, gripping his tang knife tightly, and boldly stepped into the hospital. The others appeared hesitant, yet they followed closely behind. The main building of the hospital boasted 9 floors, adorned with opulent decor and facilities. However, as the 8 entered, they quickly sensed something amiss. The faint crimson light from outside barely penetrated within, casting the hospital in a dim, oppressive gloom. An eerie atmosphere enveloping them. Upon entering, they found themselves in the registration area, where long lines once formed. Wang Hua abruptly halted and slowly crouched down. The floor was littered with scattered medicine boxes and torn consultation sheets, but beneath him lay a pool of green liquid and several tufts of animal fur. A contemplative look crossed his eyes before he gradually stood up. "Be cautious," Wang Hua urged, leading the way toward the hospital's corridor. They needed to reach the pharmacy to locate specialized medication. As the group disappeared down the corridor, a frail zombie stealthily followed them inside. Chapter 58. The fearless mutant beast. Wang Hua, the awakened, was not a local and was unfamiliar with the hospital's layout. Fortunately, a university student among them was knowledgeable about the structure and guided him. Utilizing the dim red light, they ascended the safe staircase to the 2nd floor. The pharmacy was located on the 5th floor, a design choice made for the convenience of patients throughout the building. The moment Wang Hua stepped onto the 2nd floor, he found himself in a small hall that branched into 4 corridors, each lined with various departments. However, upon a cursory glance, the group noticed 2 green lights flickering in one dimly lit corridor. A shadow slowly emerged, revealing a colossal insect. Its shell was pitch black, and its eyes emanated a profound green light, while its mandibles quivered incessantly, seemingly captivated by its prey before it. With a hum, The mutated insect slightly spread its wings and lunged forward. Yet, Wang Hua remained unperturbed. The confined space curtailed the creature's aerial agility. He drew his pistol from his waist and aimed directly at the airborne beast. Bang! A gunshot echoed, and a wound appeared on the creature's body. However, to Wang Hua's dismay, no blood flowed from the injury, and the creature appeared undaunted by the assault. "Open fire," commanded Wang Hua, and the two armed companions behind him swiftly followed suit without hesitation. The trio, not being ordinary individuals, were nearly infallible at such close range. In an instant, multiple gunshot wounds marred the mutated insect, even one of its legs shattered. It seemed to realize it was not an easy adversary. In the next moment, it abruptly changed direction and vanished into the dark corridor. Throughout the encounter, the mutated beast emitted no sound. Wang Hua's pupils constricted as he observed a green tendril, approximately 5 centimeters thick, pierce through its body during its escape. A vague suspicion arose within him that these mutated creatures were somehow being controlled. Nevertheless, the urgent quest for medicine took precedence, and despite the peril, they had to press on. The group opted not to explore the second floor of the hospital and ascended further. The third floor was eerily calm, devoid of any mutated beasts. Yet they encountered an abundance of green liquid and fur scattered about. The surrounding glass lay shattered, indicative of a fierce battle that had transpired. Just as they were about to proceed to the fourth floor, a massive shadow suddenly materialized. Wang Hua, with a Tang Dao in his right hand and a pistol in his left, remained vigilant. A mutated wasp appeared, blocking the staircase to the fourth floor. The group was taken aback by the emergence of yet another mutated beast, explaining the absence of any zombies in this area. The trio unleashed a barrage of gunfire, the resounding bangs reverberating through the hospital. The mutated wasp's defenses proved inadequate. Thanks to the pistol's firepower, it was quickly reduced to a sieve. Still, no blood flowed from the wasp, nor did it release a sound. However, Wang Hua witnessed a vibrant green tendril withdraw from its corpse once it fell. Just as the group began to relax, thinking the mutated beasts were not as formidable as they feared, a dark mass emerged from the depths of the fourth-floor corridor. Terror gripped them, their legs trembling. It was a swarm of dozens of mutated wasps, gliding towards them, their eyes glinting with an unsettling green light. Wang Hua fired first, his marksmanship unparalleled by his companions, and he swiftly struck a mutated wasp squarely in the head. "Run," Wang Hua urged, instructing his companions to flee while he sought an opportunity to escape himself. The wasps moved with alarming speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Chapter 59. The mutated Ivy. Wang Hua quickly stowed his pistol. With his enhanced strength and mastery of swordsmanship, engaging in close combat with the Tang Dao was far more suitable. The remaining 7 individuals fled in a panic, striving to return to the third floor of the hospital. However, the mutated venomous wasps appeared to possess a degree of intelligence. Over a dozen of these grotesque creatures swiftly emerged, targeting the fleeing group. "Run quickly," shouted the 2 armed men, firing their weapons in an attempt to thwart the oncoming swarm. Yet their efforts proved futile, as the sheer number of wasps overwhelmed them. Armed only with handguns, they were incapable of making a decisive impact. The mutated wasps surged forward, instantly scattering the formation of the 7. Meanwhile, on Wang Hua's side, 4 mutated wasps were launching an assault. Although he had awakened, he was merely at the first tier, confronted by 4 adversaries of the same rank. The situation felt equally precarious. Each of the 7 wielded various cold weapons, but the disparity in strength between ordinary humans and mutated beasts was far too vast. "Split up and flee," one individual decisively proclaimed, breaking away from the group and heading towards a corridor on the 3rd floor. The other 6 followed suit, each in a state of panic as they scattered in different directions. Li Xiaofeng's control over Shaoxi had brought him to a halt on the 2nd floor, his heart brimming with astonishment. Through the vision provided by his insightful eye, a crescent-shaped red phantom emerged. The apparition was small and could easily be overlooked. Yet the information it conveyed was astonishing. Name: Mutated Creeping Ivy. Rank: Tier 4. Abilities: Mental Enhancement, Regeneration. Skills: Corpse Manipulation, Branch Strangulation. This marked Li Xiaofeng's first encounter with a Tier 4 being, and it was a mutated plant at that. He had considered the possibility of plant mutations, but believed they were inherently inferior to animals. Plants possessed only instincts, devoid of intelligence, and he thought that even mutated forms would lack lethality. In his mind, Plants were more likely to serve as aids to humanity. After all, in the face of apocalypse, aside from the threats posed by zombies and mutated beasts, food and water sources also posed survival challenges. Many plants in peacetime relied on sunlight, yet the blood-red sun made normal growth impossible. Mutated crops could sufficiently sustain human needs. However, the mutated creeping ivy served as a stark reminder that mutated flora could also present a threat. He crouched down and picked up a strand of animal fur. Instantly recognizing its owner, it belonged to the mutated orange cat. This feline could contend with a Tier 4 mutated plant and seemed to be gaining the upper hand. This hefty cat was undoubtedly formidable. Observing the incomplete red phantom, he began to grasp what the orange cat had been gnawing on earlier. The mutated creeping ivy had surely sustained significant injuries. Suddenly, a whiff of fresh blood and flesh wafted through the air, snapping him back to reality. Rapid footsteps echoed from the third floor, indicating that the group was in peril. 3 individuals rushed in a panic, their eyes widening in surprise upon seeing Xiaoxi. The peculiar survivor from that day had made his way to the hospital. There was no time for contemplation, as excitement flickered in their gazes. One of the black-clad men, armed with a handgun, wore a cold expression and decisively fired a shot at Xiaoxi, promptly making the most accurate yet cruel decision. Li Xiaofeng strategically incapacitated Xiaoxi to divert the attention of the mutated venomous bees, thus buying precious time for their escape. Prepared for this moment, he activated his skill, Swift, causing his speed to surge dramatically. However, even this enhanced velocity could not evade the incoming bullets. He felt a sharp impact on his right knee joint. Yet, to his astonishment, Xiaoxi remained unscathed, his speed still remarkably swift. The evasion effect of Swift had successfully activated, presenting a phenomenon that defied scientific explanation. Although the bullet had struck him, it inflicted no damage whatsoever. Chapter 60. Acquiring the handgun, the remaining 3 individuals were equally taken aback, their movements momentarily halted. Yet, Li Xiaofeng remained unfazed. His accelerated speed rendered the mutated venomous bees nearly impotent in comparison. He advanced towards the trio, removing his mask to reveal a visage twisted in grotesque ferocity. A zombie. One among them, upon noticing the bloodstains on Xiaoxi's mouth, was seized by a profound fear. They recalled the moment when the zombie had attempted to approach them. Had it not been for the awakened Wang Hua forcing it away, the consequences could have been dire. Perhaps they would have succumbed to infection before even reaching the hospital. The zombies had evolved intelligence. This was an unsettling reality, rendering humanity's plight even more precarious. Yet, they remained unaware that Li Xiaofeng was merely an exceptional case among the countless zombies. Xiaoxi bared his sharp fangs and lunged at one of the individuals. While leather attire might withstand the assault of ordinary zombies, Xiaoxi, now an elite undead, had undergone a qualitative enhancement in strength. The virus surged into the victim instantaneously. Thanks to his swift talent, none of the 3 could evade their fate. Ding! You have successfully infected one of the zombies under your command. Your evolution points have increased by 25. All 3 individuals succumbed to infection, granting Li Xiaofeng a total of 75 evolution points. However, of far greater significance, he acquired a handgun. This posed a substantial threat to second-tier mutated beasts. Yet, he had no time to revel in this acquisition, as several mutated venomous bees quickly set their sights on him. The buzzing of their wings sent a tremor through his senses. Nevertheless, with his astonishing speed, first-tier mutated creatures could hardly approach him. Upon darting into a hallway, he activated his camouflage talent. The mutated venomous bees lost his trail and soon departed from the floor. Li Xiaofeng observed the green tendrils within the bodies of the mutated creatures and suddenly recalled a skill associated with the mutated ivy, corpse manipulation. The mutated beasts before him were but mere corpses, explaining why his insightful eye revealed no information about them. Their strength was also inferior to that of first-tier mutated beasts. Li Xiaofeng prepared to depart, seeking further opportunities to infect the remaining individuals. As he turned slightly, he discovered that he was at the hospital's elevator. To his astonishment, the elevator, which had stopped on the 3rd floor, displayed a downward arrow. Was someone using the elevator? He hurriedly pressed the elevator button. Inside, a figure clad in black leather, holding a gun in his right hand, awaited. He had initially intended to avoid the elevator, but the safe stairwell had been overrun by the mutated venomous bees, leaving him with no other option for descent. He had initially believed he could escape safely. Yet at this moment, he was engulfed in terror. The elevator had come to a halt on the second floor. Could it be one of his teammates? He pondered silently, gripping his pistol tightly and aiming it at the elevator doors, prepared for any potential threat. Li Xiaofeng observed the elevator gradually stopping on the second floor. Yet he refrained from standing at the entrance, wishing to avoid revealing his position too soon. The individual inside felt a twinge of confusion. No one. Rather than stepping out to investigate, he pressed the close button, opting to avoid unnecessary complications. Li Xiaofeng, however, was equally determined, pressing the elevator button to thwart his intentions. Just as the man reached for the elevator button once more, Xiaoxi, with astonishing speed, dashed into the elevator. The man, momentarily distracted, was suddenly tackled by a figure. He quickly regained his composure, realizing that although the opponent appeared human, trust was a luxury he could not afford. He aimed his pistol at the intruder's head, ready to pull the trigger without uttering a word of warning. Yet, a sharp pain suddenly lanced through his neck. Li Xiaofeng wiped the blood from his mouth, stowing away another pistol in his system backpack. He had not anticipated such fortune, acquiring 2 pistols, even in the hands of a common zombie. They posed a significant threat to second-tier mutated beasts. However, ordinary zombies lacked the agility to wield them effectively. One would need to ascend to a 5th-tier zombie for that capability. Chapter 61. Surprise attack. At that moment, Xiaoxi caught sight of a humanoid shadow ascending the stairs once more, an awakened human. The opponent's strength was indeed formidable, although the nature of the crisis remained unknown. While everyone else fled, this individual chose to advance. Had he perhaps resolved the threat? Li Xiaofeng activated his camouflage ability once more, ascending the stairs cautiously. Meanwhile, Wang Hua had dispatched 4 mutated wasps, unraveling what had seemed a precarious situation. He was concealing his true strength. Had he slain the 4 mutated wasps outright, it was likely that even more would have converged upon him. Capturing a first-tier awakened individual was hardly an issue. However, to ensure his escape, he opted to use the remaining 7 as bait. At this moment, he made his way to the 5th floor. A massive wasp materialized before him, towering significantly over the others. Wang Hua felt a jolt of surprise. The creature before him was merely a carcass, seemingly cleaved by sharp talons. With a grim expression, he stepped over the wasp's remains, persistently searching for the hospital's pharmacy. The corridors were teeming with various gigantic mutated beasts, all meeting similar fates. Unbeknownst to him, countless green tendrils descended from the 6th floor, resembling a silent wave of verdant energy. The tendrils swiftly approached Wang Hua. At that moment, he was still engrossed in his search for medicine, a glimmer of joy illuminating his features. At last, he had found it. In an instant, countless tendrils shot through the air, intent on ensnaring Wang Hua completely. However, he sensed the impending danger. A seasoned fighter, he did not turn around. Instead, he propelled himself forward, striving to create distance between himself and the encroaching threat. Simultaneously, he drew the Tang Dao, its razor-sharp blade slicing through the air towards the rear. Countless branches were severed with ease. This Tang Dao appeared to be specially crafted, far surpassing ordinary iron implements. At that moment, Wang Hua also turned around. Witnessing the severed branches, his expression marked by shock. As he had anticipated, there indeed existed a mutated plant within the municipal hospital. However, he found himself unable to ascertain its true strength. The broken branches continually oozed a green sap, indistinguishable from the liquid on the ground below. To Wang Hua's astonishment, countless branches began to regenerate slowly. The 2 sides clashed once more. Although the mutated ivy had reached the 4th tier, it seemed gravely wounded, its branches rendered exceedingly fragile. Concurrently, the controlled mutated beasts had dwindled to merely the mutated wasps, which were hastily returning. At this moment, Li Xiaofeng was preparing to ascend the stairs, his gaze drawn to the multitude of green branches sprawling from above. However, due to his camouflage ability, the branches appeared oblivious to his presence. He retreated, deep in thought. The mutated ivy was engaged in combat with the human awakener. He took the elevator, guided by the insight of his eye of perception. The awakener was on the 5th floor, while the mutated ivy resided on the 6th. He planned to seize the opportunity amidst their battle to stealthily infiltrate their base. The 6th floor, indeed, was remarkably secure, devoid of any mutated beasts. Before him, the mutated ivy occupied the center of a corridor. The hospital's corridors were interconnected. At that moment, he stealthily evaded the numerous branches, approaching the rear of the mutated ivy while simultaneously shutting off his eye of perception. Before him hovered a ball of green light, suspended in midair. This must be the core of the mutated ivy. Surrounding the fragmented green orb were countless roots. These roots extended into branches that descended to the lower floors. He promptly drew his pistol, utilizing his camouflage ability to approach within mere meters of the green light. The mutated ivy was wholly engrossed in the battle on the 5th floor, oblivious to the zombie that had emerged behind it. Chapter 62. A new mission. Bang. 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 The sound of gunfire erupted, reaching even Wang Hua on the 5th floor. His expression shifted dramatically. Gunfire was erupting from above. Yet he had an unsettling premonition that it was not from his comrades. Had an intruder infiltrated their ranks? There was no time to ponder further. The green branches ahead became wildly agitated, exhibiting a feral ferocity. Most of the branches retreated at an alarming speed, unwilling to engage Wang Hua any further. At that moment, Li Xiaofeng was astonished by his own marksmanship. From a mere few meters away, he had only managed to hit once among 7 or 8 shots. Unbelievable. He observed that the mutated ivy appeared incapable of retaliating. The green branches were swiftly retracting, yet it required time. He closed the distance, pressing the gun barrel against the green orb. "Allow me to escort you." Bang, bang. The gunfire resounded, and the green orb instantly dimmed considerably. Ultimately, its radiance faded into nothingness, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Countless branches, too, seemed to have lost their vitality, transforming from vibrant green to a withered, desolate yellow. Within the body of Xiaoxi, an uncontrollable instinct stirred, seemingly desiring to consume the glowing green orb. However, Li Xiaofeng managed to suppress it forcefully. He grasped the green light, feeling its soft texture akin to holding a large jelly, and stowed the luminous mass into his backpack. Such a splendid find was certainly for his own enjoyment first. At this moment, Wang Hua gazed at the fallen green branches on the ground, equally astonished. The mutated plant had perished. Were there still people upstairs? He did not dwell on it. The death of the mutated plant only brought him benefits. Wang Hua swiftly entered the pharmacy, gathered the necessary potions, and prepared to depart from the hospital. The identity of those upstairs was of no concern to him. Li Xiaofeng instructed Xiaoxi to employ his camouflage ability and quietly remain in a corner of the hospital. Regaining his consciousness, he retrieved the green orb from his backpack and consumed it directly. It felt similar to jelly, though devoid of any flavor. He had no knowledge of its specific taste. Ding. The host has consumed the flesh and blood of a 4th-tier mutated beast. Evolution value 80. Ding. The host has consumed the flesh and blood of a 4th-tier mutated beast. Evolution value 80. Ding. The host has consumed the flesh and blood of a 4th-tier mutated beast. Recovery ability significantly increased. Li Xiaofeng felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, his evolution value soaring by 1600, alongside an enhancement of his recovery capabilities. What a delight! Yet, despite being a mutated plant, why did the system still refer to it as a mutated beast? Upon reflection, it seemed that after mutation, the distinctions between flora and fauna had become blurred. Had the mutated plants also been categorized as mutated beasts? Li Xiaofeng slightly smacked his lips, savoring the thought. His consciousness returned to Xiaoxi. He contemplated a coordinated attack from within and without to eliminate the awakened individual downstairs. However, the opponent showed no signs of hesitation, seemingly having found what they sought and bolting towards the exit of the hospital, disregarding even their teammates. Xiaoxi hurried down the stairs, but he was still a moment too late. He stood at the hospital entrance, watching the figure flee northward. Suddenly, a cold, indifferent electronic voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Random mission triggered. Interruption of rescue. Mission synopsis. An awakened individual from Nanyu City seeks to abduct a professor from Wanning City, who is proficient in biological sciences and may play a crucial role in resisting the zombies. As a member of the undead, it is your undeniable duty to intervene. Mission difficulty, unknown. Mission duration, none. Mission reward, acquire new skill, ability extraction. Chapter 63. To awaken one's. Li Xiaofeng did not anticipate the triggering of another random mission. Observing the retreating awakened individual, he noted that they were indeed from Nanyu City. In this apocalyptic era, transportation had likely collapsed long ago. For someone to arrive here, they must have faced considerable peril along the way. Their endeavor to rescue a professor spoke volumes of the individual's importance. Unlike Wanning City, Nanyu City was renowned as a major metropolis. The military would undoubtedly be concentrated there. As a prominent city, It served as a human stronghold, continuously sheltering survivors and restoring order, which was the most prudent course of action. Li Xiaofeng departed the city center, accompanied by 2 zombies, heading in the direction that the awakened individual had fled. As a renowned professor, it is only fitting that his residence is situated in an upscale neighborhood within the city. In the northern part of Wanning City, there is only one community that meets this criterion: Qifei Community. Nestled beside a picturesque lake, the only one in the city, it has been aptly named Wu Lake due to its scenic beauty. Several years prior, developers constructed a luxurious residential complex there. Without wishing to squander a moment, Li Xiaofeng made his way to the location, accompanied by 2 zombies. The individual visiting the hospital for medication was likely doing so for the professor. If he delayed even a day, it was probable that the individual would abscond with the professor. 2 hours later, Li Xiaofeng arrived at Qifei Community, observing the tightly shut entrance. While this may deter ordinary zombies, it would prove ineffective against mutated beasts and elite zombies. He, along with Xiao Si and the female zombie, successfully infiltrated the community. Taking refuge in a patch of grass, he transferred his consciousness to control Xiao Si. The agile skills and camouflage talent of Xiao Si made it the perfect candidate for reconnaissance. The community consists of 9 buildings, sprawling over a vast area, with commendable greenery throughout. Locating the professor within this complex would be a considerable undertaking. Fortunately, with the insight of his eye of insight, once he pinpointed the location of the awakened, the task became significantly more efficient, akin to possessing a radar with a range of 1,000 meters. Despite the community's upscale nature, following the outbreak, it was inevitable that most inhabitants had turned into zombies. Strangely, however, the entire area appeared eerily tranquil, devoid of any zombies. Yet, remnants of blood stains on the ground indicated that a cleansing had taken place. Utilizing the eye of insight, he swiftly identified his target, a tall building in the northern part of the community. To his astonishment, 2 humanoid red apparitions materialized, 2 awakened individuals. Designation: Human Awakened. Rank: First Tier. Talent: None. Skill: Proficiency in Firearms. Despite being first-tier awakened, one of them lacked a talent. Li Xiaofeng surmised that the other person's strength enhancement talent was likely derived from the iridescent light. The awakened were located on the 3rd floor, which likely housed the professor as well. However, at the entrance of the building stood a man dressed in black, armed with a rifle. Noting the firearm in the black-clad figure's hands, Li Xiaofeng realized that even his pistol would be inadequate against such weaponry. A direct confrontation was out of the question. In an instant, he resolved to withdraw Xiao Si from the vicinity of the building, all the while contemplating a plan. It was imperative to discreetly eliminate the armed guardian below. Should the 2 awakened be alerted, the risk of annihilation would be imminent. Although the other awakened lacked talent, his proficiency in firearms posed a significant threat to both mutated beasts and zombies. Chapter 64. The Camouflage Guardian. 2 hours later, Li Xiaofeng once again maneuvered Xiao Si back to the vicinity of the building. Meanwhile, the female zombie had vanished, and he had taken command of a robust new zombie. This new zombie bore a striking resemblance to the armed guard. He arrived near the building, much like the newly transformed zombies. 3 of these undead creatures lurked nearby, their gaze fixed hungrily on the vicinity, while the humans inside remained blissfully unaware. On the 3rd floor, 4 individuals occupied a single room. Among them, 2 individuals bore a cold demeanor and strikingly similar features, unmistakably brothers and awakened beings. The 3rd was a middle-aged man, a renowned physician in Wanning City. During times of peace, it was he who treated Professor Liang's ailments. Currently, an elderly man lay on the bed, gaunt and silver-haired. "Dr. Li, does this medicine truly hold any efficacy?" Wang Hua inquired, his brow furrowing as he gazed at the still unconscious professor. He hailed from an ancient martial arts lineage with a history spanning centuries. In peaceful times, the family remained reclusive. However, with the advent of the apocalypse, as a practitioner of ancient martial arts, only a few within the family succumbed to infection due to their robust physical constitution. The head of the family acted with unwavering resolve, issuing a direct order to eliminate any infected relatives. The turmoil within the family was swiftly quelled, and the stability of Nanyu City owed much to their lineage. This mission, too, had been assigned by the family, as the professor was of paramount importance. In the face of the apocalypse, every opportunity for a turnaround must be seized. "Just a moment," the doctor began, but before he could finish, The elderly man on the bed slightly opened his eyes. A flicker of joy appeared on the faces of Professor Liang and the others. While they tended to the professor, Li Xiaofeng had already commenced his plan downstairs. He manipulated the burly zombie, adorning it in a battle suit, a red down jacket, sunglasses, black plastic bags, and a pink curtain. An inexplicable sense of calm washed over him. The hulking zombie approached the opposite side of the building, turning its back to a guard standing below, armed and alert. "What is that?" The guard frowned, instinctively aiming his gun at the zombie, unable to discern the face. It was challenging to differentiate between the undead and a human from behind. Yet, innate vigilance compelled him to raise his firearm, issuing a warning. "Leave immediately." Unperturbed, the burly zombie waved its hands, the pink cloak billowing dramatically, commencing a dance while clapping its hands. The guard's lips twitched in confusion. Was this some sort of performance art? The figure showed no inclination to approach, merely dancing in place, prompting him to refrain from firing. However, with the professor inside, they could not allow any potential threats. Hence, they had specifically evacuated the survivors from the building. "Leave at once." The guard's command was cut short as a hand suddenly clasped over his mouth from behind. Simultaneously, a jolt of pain surged through his neck. Yet, his formidable physique prevented him from collapsing immediately, struggling to turn and fire his weapon, but it proved exceedingly difficult. As an elite zombie, Xiaoxi possessed strength far surpassing his own. A newly transformed zombie soon appeared beneath the building. Li Xiaofeng commanded Xiaoxi to continue covering the zombie's mouth to stifle any sound. After ascending to elite status, Xiaoxi's intelligence had also seen a notable enhancement. Li Xiaofeng maintained his mental control as the burly zombie proceeded to change its attire downstairs. Soon, a new guard appeared. If one were to focus solely on his silhouette, it would be nearly impossible to detect any flaws. Xiaoxi activated his camouflage ability once more, concealing himself within a patch of grass. The infected zombie also rose, emitting a fierce roar. Li Xiaofeng then manipulated the zombie to fire directly. Bang! Chapter 65, The Infected Kingly. The gunshot instantly alarmed the 4 individuals on the 3rd floor. Wang Hua's expression shifted, and he subtly raised his head, casting a glance at the nearby awakener. Another awakener drew 2 handguns from his waist, performing an elegant flourish before descending the stairs. For an awakener, the distance from the 3rd floor was but a fleeting moment. He soon spotted a zombie clad in a red-down jacket, continuously howling. Due to its blood-red eyes, Wang Li failed to recognize it at first. More importantly, the guard remained stationed in place. Without suspicion, he inquired, "i.e., what is happening?" The zombie controlled by Li Xiaofeng still faced away from him, its left hand pointing at the aforementioned zombie, conveying a message. Wang Li furrowed his brow, perplexed. How could a zombie suddenly appear in the community? There was no time for contemplation as the zombie lunged directly at him. Bang bang. The gunfire resounded as Wang Li accurately targeted the joints of the zombie's legs. With its support gone, the zombie collapsed but continued to crawl forward. A cold smile appeared on Wang Li's face as he drew a military dagger, stepping forward to eliminate the zombie directly. However, just as he approached, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted. Bang bang bang. Observing the awakener with his back turned, Li Xiaofeng decisively picked up his rifle and commenced a sweeping fire. The immense recoil nearly rendered him unable to maintain his grip on the weapon. Yet the proximity of the two ensured some shots found their mark. "Iu." Wang Li gritted his teeth against the searing pain, swiftly turning and firing back. Shock flickered across his face as he realized that the guard, i.e., had transformed into a zombie. Had he been deceived by a mere zombie? Moreover, this zombie could even shoot. In that instant, Wang Li felt his worldview shatter. Li Xiaofeng was unconcerned with the turmoil in others' minds. He raised his rifle and continued firing. He held no fear of death. This was merely an ordinary zombie under his command. To him, as long as he remained unharmed, anyone else could be sacrificed without hesitation. Despite one wielding a handgun and the other a rifle, the superiority was evident. Li Xiaofeng's ammunition was nearly exhausted, while Wang Li, a marksman of great skill, rarely missed. It appeared that the zombie under Li Xiaofeng's control would meet its demise first. "Be careful." At that moment, a scream coincided with a flash of a blade. Wang Hua had descended the stairs the instant the gunfire erupted. The simultaneous discharge of the rifle and handgun signified the presence of a formidable foe. However, upon reaching the ground, he was met with an astonishing sight. His own side was in conflict. standing behind Li Xiaofeng. He could not discern the latter's identity. However, as a brother, Wang Huan naturally believed Wang Li without hesitation. He unsheathed his tang knife and swiftly dispatched the zombies controlled by Li Xiaofeng. Meanwhile, taking advantage of Wang Li's focus on the front, Xiaoxi had already received his orders. Utilizing his talent for disguise, he stealthily approached Wang Li's vicinity. With a swift motion, he opened his mouth and bit down. Wang Huan noticed this scene and instinctively shouted a warning, but it was too late. Damn it! Fuming with rage, Wang Hua eliminated the zombies under Li Xiaofeng's command and swiftly drew his handgun, determined to eliminate Xiaoxi. He recognized Xiaoxi as the one who had previously attempted to infiltrate their ranks. Little did he expect that the individual was a zombie. Moreover, it had ventured into the community. Shocked, he felt an unsettling sensation, as if this was not merely a zombie attack, but rather someone orchestrating events behind the scenes. Everything unfolded with an eerie strangeness. Chapter 66. The withdrawal of powers since the death of the zombie, Li Xiaofeng's will had returned. However, witnessing the imminent danger to Xiaoxi, he activated his ability to transfer his will once again and took control of Xiaoxi. In the astonished gaze of Wang Li, a zombie astonishingly brandished a handgun, confronting him. Neither party fired a shot. The situation seemed to be at a standstill. Bang! A gunshot shattered the stalemate. A bullet pierced through Wang Hua's skull, instantly slaying an awakened individual. Yet, the zombie across did not fire. The shot had come from the side. Wang Hua's eyes were filled with shock, but he could not fathom who had pulled the trigger. Slowly, Li Xiaofeng emerged from the nearby bushes, blowing gently at the muzzle of his gun. He had not anticipated that this shot would be so lethal. Should he fail, he would have to sacrifice Xiaoxi. His mastery of the will transfer skill was remarkable. First, he had used the newly dominated zombie to draw the guard's attention, silently infecting them. Then, disguised as a guard, he had severely injured an awakened person. Under the guise of a guard, he attracted Wang Li's focus, commanding Xiaoxi to infect him when he was off guard. Subsequently, using Xiaoxi, he diverted the attention of another awakened individual. He himself emerged from the bushes and eliminated that threat as well. He retracted both the handgun and rifle, retreating back into the foliage. At this moment, Wang Li had been infected and had become a zombie. Li Xiaofeng reasserted his dominion over him. To his astonishment, he discovered that this was a fifth-tier ordinary zombie. After being infected, an awakened individual started off at a significantly higher level than an ordinary person, yet did not inherit the skill of marksmanship. The zombie Wang Li entered the building, making his way directly to the third floor. Dr. Li Quan, within his room, felt a flicker of fear. Gunshots echoed in succession, mingled with the growls of zombies. Had the zombies begun their assault? Knock, knock. A sudden series of knocks resounded at the door. Li Quan looked toward the entrance, only to find Wang Li standing there. However, at that moment, his right hand was clasped over his head, inadvertently obscuring his eyes. The pallor of his face suggested he had sustained an injury. The knocking on the door was urgent, and Li Quan did not ponder deeply. There was but one reason. Ordinary zombies could not infect awakened beings. The level of the zombie virus within them was far too low. Once it entered the body of an awakened individual, it would be eradicated by the mysterious energy residing within. However, Xiaoxi was an elite zombie, on par with Wang Li, and could easily infect. It was precisely for this reason that Li Quan never considered the possibility of Wang Li being infected. Thus, he opened the door without a shred of caution. In a brief moment, a cold electronic voice echoed in Li Xiaofeng's mind. Ding! The zombie under the host's command has successfully infected one individual. Evolution value 25. Ding! The host has completed a random task. Rescue interrupted. Rewards are being distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill. Ability extraction. Ability extraction. When you slay a human awakened being or a mutated beast, there exists a chance to obtain one of their talents or skills. Li Xiaofeng was taken aback, astonished that he had been awarded such a divine skill, the ability to directly seize one talent or skill from another. Had he awakened this skill sooner, he could have plundered the corpse manipulation of that mutated spring vine. The thought alone was terrifying. If he could control more mutated beasts' corpses, Li Xiaofeng could traverse with impunity. However, the corpse manipulation likely had its limitations. Yet, this ability extraction was undoubtedly a remarkable skill, potentially rivaling the Dominion talent. Though Li Xiaofeng possessed a multitude of talents and skills, far surpassing what could be compared at the same tier, he understood that each talent and skill was immensely valuable, capable of directly enhancing one's strength. Were it not for the system, he would never have amassed such an array of talents and skills. Only upon ascending to elite zombie status could one fully comprehend a skill. Each progression of an elite zombie came with a probability of understanding a skill, such as Li Xiaofeng's heavy strike execution. Although that probability was not particularly high, ability extraction presented him with an opportunity. The more mutated beasts or human awakened beings he slayed, the more skills and talents he could acquire. The system's reward of this skill was undoubtedly tempting, a temptation that no one could resist. Chapter 67. The mutated mantis. As Li Xiaofeng pondered, the zombie he commanded, Wang Li, approached him. Just as the zombie exited the building, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. In an instant, a colossal shadow descended from the sky. Wang Li's body was cleaved in two, blood gushing forth. Li Xiaofeng's contemplation was abruptly interrupted, and his expression changed as he gazed ahead. Before him loomed a massive green mantis, concealed within the grass. Li Xiaofeng activated his inside eye. The information regarding the mantis materialized before him. Name: Mutated Mantis. Tier 3. Talents: Precise Evasion, Sharp Force. Skill: Execution. Li Xiaofeng was equally surprised by the sudden appearance of a Tier 3 mutated beast within the community. It appeared to be searching for something. Was it drawn to the zombie virus within him? Li Xiaofeng remained motionless amidst the grass. At the same time, the will was transferred. Manipulating Xiaoxi to retrieve a rifle from the backpack. The gunfire erupted incessantly. The mutated mantis twisted in an eerie manner, activating its innate ability for precise evasion in a futile attempt to dodge the bullets. However, for a marksman like Li Xiaofeng, its talent proved insignificant. Regardless of its activation, the outcome remained unchanged. Dozens of bullets inevitably struck their mark. Even a blind punch can fell an experienced master. Its defenses were feeble, unable to withstand the rifle's assault, and green blood spurted forth instantaneously. Enraged, the mutated mantis could scarcely believe that this lowly creature, akin to an ant, posed a threat to it. With a slight leap, it aimed to slice through its adversary completely. Xiaoxi activated his swift skill, skillfully engaging in a kite-flying tactic. The combination of long-range firearms and Xiaoxi's agility enabled him to combat above his level. Despite his lack of marksmanship, some bullets always found their target. The green blood continued to gush forth. The mutated mantis, now ferociously enraged, let out a shriek as its speed surged dramatically. Being a third-tier mutated beast, it quickly closed the distance to Xiaoxi and lunged at him. Observing that Xiaoxi could not escape, Li Xiaofeng promptly activated hardened skin for him. Although it would not grant immunity to the mantis's attacks, it would at least prevent instant annihilation. Amidst their entanglement, Xiaoxi continued to fire. With both parties in close proximity, even if Li Xiaofeng's shooting was subpar, he could still ensure that every shot hit its mark. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, green ichor sprayed everywhere, and the mutated mantis was severely injured in a matter of moments. Utilizing the evasion effect of his swift skill alongside the hardened skin, a third-tier mutated beast was thus vanquished by Xiaoxi, its lifeless body collapsing to the ground. Only then did Li Xiaofeng emerge nonchalantly, exuding an air reminiscent of a relaxed conversation while ships turned to ashes. He crouched down and began to activate the newly acquired ability for extraction. With a sense of anticipation, he pondered whether the sharp force or precise evasion would be more beneficial. He found himself in a quandary. Ding! Ability extraction failed. Li Xiaofeng's lips twitched in surprise at the unexpected outcome. An inauspicious start. Ding! Collection successful. Obtained the forelimbs of the mutated mantis. Ding! Collection successful. Obtained the crystal core of the mutated mantis. Fortunately, he had gathered materials, providing a modicum of consolation. He sighed, crouching down to commence the consumption of the mutated mantis. Ding! The host is devouring the flesh and blood of a third-tier mutated beast. Evolution value 40. Ding! The zombies under your command are consuming the flesh and blood of a third-tier mutated beast. Evolution value 10. Chapter 68. New weekly task. The evolution value of a third-tier mutated beast is 800 points. Including Xiaoxi's share from the consumption, a total of 1,200 evolution points were obtained. At this moment, his domination ability was on cooldown, preventing him from commanding a new zombie. Looking at the remaining mutated mantis corpse, he felt a twinge of wastefulness. A spark of inspiration struck him. and he stowed the mantis corpse in his backpack, eager to test whether the system's inventory could halt the virus's demise. The next day arrived swiftly. Li Xiaofeng once again commanded a common zombie and extracted the remains of the mutated mantis, a discovery that filled him with immense joy. Ding! The zombie under your command is devouring the flesh and blood of a Tier 3 mutated beast, gaining 10 evolution points. He received an additional 200 evolution points, bringing his total to 38,404,000. He was a mere 160 points away from achieving a Tier 3 elite zombie. As he surveyed the remaining corpse of the mutated mantis, a sudden idea struck him. If he were to command another zombie to consume the remains, would he continue to gain evolution points? Should this hypothesis prove correct, the evolution points he could amass from hunting colossal mutated beasts would be unimaginable. In a bid to validate this theory, he waited another day, only to be met with disappointment. This so-called bug had failed. The newly commanded zombie could gain evolution points, yet he himself received none. Was it a limitation of his commanding talent, or had he erred at some stage? Suddenly, a cold, indifferent electronic voice interrupted his thoughts. Ding! A new weekly task has been released. Please pay attention to the details. Weekly task: challenge beyond your rank. Task summary: as the most intelligent member of the zombie clan, the foolish mutated beasts stand no chance against you. Ultimately, great power will yield to wisdom. Go forth and slay a Tier 5 mutated beast to prove your strength. Task difficulty: 4 stars. Task duration: within 7 days. Task reward: the system will unlock basic pet functionality. Note: your own rank must be below that of a Tier 5 elite zombie. This system is indeed formidable. Should he succeed in acquiring a pet, his combat prowess would surge yet again. However, fulfilling this task would not be straightforward. Slaying a Tier 5 mutated beast within 7 days posed 2 significant challenges. The first was locating a Tier 5 mutated beast. Given his current evolutionary status, Tier 5 mutated beasts are undoubtedly among the apex predators. Even the mutated IV at the city center hospital was merely a Tier 4. Finding a Tier 5 would not be easy. If all else fails, he would have to venture into the wild. Yet the wilderness is markedly different from the city, where the likelihood of encountering packs of mutated beasts is substantially higher. At present, his commanding talent only allowed him to control 2 zombies, leaving him lacking in both quality and quantity. Unless absolutely necessary, he preferred to develop cautiously within the city. His initial course of action would be to inspect the city center. He had only visited the city center hospital, while the library and cinema remained unexplored. Perhaps he might discover a Tier 5 mutated beast there. The second challenge of the task lay in how to slay a Tier 5 mutated beast. Although he possessed 2 handguns and a rifle, his supply of handgun ammunition was limited. Fortunately, he had found hundreds of rifle bullets in a room on the 3rd floor, enough for a considerable duration. However, it would likely be exceedingly difficult to inflict harm on a Tier 5 mutated beast with just a rifle. Moreover, his marksmanship left much to be desired. Unless he were to thrust the rifle directly into the maw of the Tier 5 mutated beast. Chapter 69. The terrifying library. It is imperative to first acquire evolution points to achieve advancement. Should one manage to ascend to a 4th tier elite zombie within 7 days, and perhaps grasp 1 or 2 formidable skills, the chances of success would significantly increase. Li Xiaofeng chose not to seek out the humans within the community, as he deemed the efficiency of obtaining evolution points through them to be woefully inadequate. Were it not for this random task, he would have never ventured into the human enclave. Due to the effects of his dominion talent, hunting mutated beasts was, in his view, the swiftest path to evolution. Once again accompanied by 2 subordinates, Li Xiaofeng prepared to return to the city center. The newly dominated zombies were impressively robust, towering at a height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, creating a stark contrast to the slender figure of Xiaoxi. Before returning to the city center, Li Xiaofeng activated the crafting function. The crafting interface reappeared in his mind. He placed the forelimbs of a mutated mantis and a crystal core onto the interface, alongside a machete, intent on forging a new weapon. He selected the machete model once more. In a flash of light, a brand new machete materialized in his backpack. The blade emanated a faint green glow, its composition altered, rendering it extraordinarily sharp. He stowed the blade away. Firearms and ammunition were expendable resources, best reserved for dire situations. The 3 zombies set forth to return to the city center. Along the way, they encountered no humans. However, within mere minutes, they stumbled upon a first-tier mutated beast. Utilizing his hardened skin and heavy strike, Li Xiaofeng was capable of overwhelming it effortlessly. To his dismay, he failed to collect resources, and the extraction of abilities was unsuccessful. Fortunately, the evolution points gained allowed him to advance once more. Ding! The host is consuming the flesh and blood of a first-tier mutated beast, gaining 10 evolution points. Ding! The zombies under your dominion are consuming the flesh and blood of a first-tier mutated beast, gaining 25 evolution points. Ding! The host's evolution points have reached 4,000. Meeting the advancement criteria, the host begins to advance. The advancement is complete. Current level, 3rd tier elite zombie. The host's strength, speed, vision, and hearing have all been significantly enhanced. The skill Heavy Strike has been augmented. Heavy Strike. Upon activation, the host's strength is increased by 400, and there is a higher likelihood of delivering a critical blow. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 2 hours. Li Xiaofeng felt unprecedentedly invigorated. With each advancement, his power surged exponentially. Regrettably, this time he did not comprehend a new skill, only enhancing Heavy Strike. 3 hours later, Li Xiaofeng gazed at the distant city library, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. A place he cherished during peaceful times now lay desolate, devoid of any life, not even a single zombie. No zombies? Li Xiaofeng suddenly turned his gaze towards the library, noting the absence of any undead. This scenario mirrored that of the city hospital, leaving only one possibility. There must be formidable mutated beasts within. Exercising caution, Li Xiaofeng activated his inside eye, seeking to locate the mutated beasts inside. He nearly stumbled backward in shock, his mind reeling. In his line of sight, a vast expanse of crimson phantoms suddenly materialized. At least dozens of mutated beasts. Designation, mutated bat. Rank, 1st tier. Talent, flight. Skill, venomous bite. Li Xiaofeng realized that he had stumbled upon a horde of mutated beasts. The library comprised 5 levels, with the first level teeming with 1st tier mutated bats, numbering no less than 15. The second level housed 7 2nd tier mutated bats, equally formidable. The third level contained 3 3rd tier mutated bats. The fourth level featured a colossal crimson phantom, singular in presence, yet it achieved a rank of 4th tier. Such a congregation of mutated beasts could likely traverse the city center with impunity. Even 5th tier mutated beasts would dare not provoke them. The prospect of consuming them all filled Li Xiaofeng with exhilaration. With over 10,000 points of evolution value, he could undoubtedly ascend to a 4th tier elite zombie. Chapter 70, a genius zombie? Not only would he experience a tremendous enhancement, but the 2 zombies under his command would also gain an influx of evolution value, transforming them into 3rd tier elite zombies and becoming exceedingly powerful allies. At that point, his overall strength would see a significant augmentation. However, dealing with the bat swarm in the library necessitated a strategy of individual strikes rather than a reckless assault. Should dozens of mutated bats converge upon him, it would be a nightmare. Even that portly cat would hesitate to breach the library. The 3 zombies observed the library from a distance, opting not to approach. Li Xiaofeng concealed himself and resumed control of Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi was a 1st tier elite zombie, and the virus within him exuded a deadly allure for 1st tier mutated beasts. If Li Xiaofeng himself attempted to lure them, it was likely that the entire bat swarm would mobilize. Xiaoxi stealthily approached the library's entrance and gently pushed it open. Through the vision granted by his insightful eye, he discerned a mutated bat hanging upside down from above the door. The moment Xiaoxi stepped into the library, a tremor rippled through the air. Several mutated bats, filled with excitement, had not anticipated such an easy prey presenting itself. Drawn by the zombie virus within Xiaoxi, they swiftly exited the library. The mutated bats' eyes glowed a furious crimson, their behavior rendered savage by the influence of the virus. Xiaoxi activated both his hardened skin and swiftness skills. The synergy of these abilities rendered his speed unaffected while significantly bolstering his defense. Li Xiaofeng's hardened skin had been enhanced once he reached the 2nd tier, making it nearly impervious to 1st tier mutated beasts. Xiaoxi continued to retreat, ultimately returning to Li Xiaofeng's concealed position, evoking a sense reminiscent of aggro management in online games. Li Xiaofeng emerged from the foliage, wielding a massive frying pan. Simultaneously, he activated his Heavy Strike skill, amplifying his strength 4-fold with a heightened chance of delivering a critical blow. Xiaoxi brandished a green cleaver, also activating his heavy strike. Meanwhile, the burly zombie remained on the sidelines, merely observing. This battle was beyond his capacity to engage. As a third-tier elite zombie, Li Xiaofeng possessed 2 combat skills and wielded a formidable frying pan. His combat prowess had surpassed that of the vast majority of similarly ranked mutated beasts. However, his fear of death typically prevented him from engaging directly. A mutated bat was swiftly dispatched by a strike from his frying pan, plummeting to the ground. Though it did not perish instantly, its ability to fight was unequivocally compromised. Xiaoxi's combat prowess was equally formidable. The green sickle, crafted from the forelimbs of a third-tier mantis, rendered each blow nearly insurmountable for the bats. In a mere fleeting moment, 7 mutated bats met their demise in this location. Ding. Collection successful. Acquired the venomous fangs of the mutated bat. Ding. Extraction of abilities failed. As anticipated, the extraction of powers had never ceased to disappoint in this regard. Ding. The host is consuming the flesh and blood of a first-tier mutated beast, gaining 10 evolution points. Ding. The zombies under your command are devouring the flesh and blood of a first-tier mutated beast, gaining 25 evolution points. Li Xiaofeng directly amassed 2,100 evolution points, drawing ever closer to advancement. To his astonishment, the newly dominated zombies also completed their evolution, transforming into elite zombies. Ding. The evolution points of the zombies you command have reached 500500, fulfilling the advancement criteria. Advancing. Advancement complete. Current tier, first tier elite zombie. Acquired talent, robust physique. Acquired skill, rapid recovery. Robust physique. A strong body can somewhat diminish any incoming attacks. Rapid recovery. Once activated, recovery capabilities are significantly enhanced. Duration, 3 minutes. Cooldown, 5 hours. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Li Xiaofeng was elated. Though its appearance was unremarkable, could it be a genius zombie? Chapter 71, Second Tier Mutated Bat. The skills and talents acquired by the robust zombie are exceedingly beneficial, providing substantial enhancements in combat. It is entirely capable of serving as a meat shield for the team. Noticing its imposing stature, Li Xiaofeng christened it Xiaozhuang. He ceased to manipulate Xiaoxi, opting instead to transfer his consciousness into Xiaozhuang. The towering figure bestowed upon Li Xiaofeng a novel sensation. After evolving into an elite zombie, Xiaozhuang now stood nearly 2 meters tall, forcefully pushing open the library's grand doors. The remaining first-tier mutated bats also took flight. Although the swarm possessed terrifying strength, their intelligence was lamentably low. He effortlessly lured them out. The remaining 8 mutated bats also succumbed, with Li Xiaofeng himself hardly exerting any effort. Xiaoxi and Xiaozhuang were now entirely capable of overwhelming first-tier mutated beasts. After devouring the entire first-tier mutated beast on the ground, Li Xiaofeng gained another 2,400 evolution points and collected the venomous fangs of the mutated bat. Regrettably, the ability extraction skill failed entirely. He felt as though this skill was somewhat of a disappointment. The success rate seemed comparable to that of certain online games during peaceful times. Was it due to the skill itself or his own ineptitude? For a moment, Li Xiaofeng found himself questioning the efficacy of his zombies. Fortunately, the successful evolution of Xiaoxi offered him some consolation. Xiaoxi also reached the status of a second-tier elite zombie. However, it was unfortunate that no new skills were acquired. Nonetheless, the swiftness of its abilities had been enhanced, significantly increasing both speed and evasion probability. The remaining mutated bats in the library are formidable foes, each at least second-tier mutated beasts, proving to be quite a challenge. Currently, there are 3 zombies, one at third tier, another at second tier, and the last at first tier. Hours later, all skills have cooled down. Li Xiaofeng once again takes control of Xiaoxi's body, cautiously activating the camouflage talent as he enters the library. He aims to lure only 1 or 2 mutated bats, as more would be beyond his capacity to handle. Through the eye of insight, the information on the second-tier mutated bats reveals notable differences. Name, mutated bat. Tier, second. Talents, flight, tenacious life, evil evolution. Skills, venomous bite. With the addition of the tenacious life talent, these creatures are significantly stronger than first-tier mutated bats. As the first-tier mutated bat downstairs has yet to return, the second-tier bats appear agitated. Despite the camouflage talent being active, one of the mutated bats spots him, letting out a shrill cry. In an instant, Countless books tumble throughout the library, and all 7 mutated bats spring into action, creating a terrifying spectacle. My goodness! Li Xiaofeng commands Xiao Si to activate the swift skill. Fortunately, after enhancement, Xiao Si's speed has increased dramatically, making it difficult for the mutated bats to keep up. In this moment, Xiao Si dashes for dear life, not needing to pause to draw their ire. The second-tier mutated bats are exceedingly aggressive, determined to pursue relentlessly. Li Xiaofeng wields a massive frying pan, executing a heavy strike aimed at one of the mutated bats. Bam! Even as a second-tier mutated beast, it crumbles under Li Xiaofeng's tremendous strength. With a successful hit, he retreats and grants Xiao Zhuang the hardened skin ability. Xiao Zhuang charges into the swarm of bats, now immensely fortified with both rapid recovery and hardened skin. A mere first-tier elite zombie can withstand the attacks of second-tier mutated beasts, though Xiao Zhuang's offensive power may be lacking. Both Xiao Si and Li Xiaofeng continuously launch sneak attacks from the sidelines. Having advanced to second tier, Xiao Si's intelligence seems to have risen once more, allowing him to comprehend more complex commands, thus alleviating some of Li Xiaofeng's burdens. However, the strength of the second-tier mutated bats should not be underestimated. Xiao Si often requires multiple strikes to dispatch them. Once the rapid recovery skill concludes, Xiao Zhuang begins to show signs of injury, blood flowing. Yet he remains steadfast against the barrage of attacks. Chapter 72. The overall strength of the team. These mutated bats possess the ability to fly, exhibiting extraordinarily evasive capabilities. Although Li Xiaofeng's frying pan can deliver fatal blows, it risks running out of energy. After several minutes of combat, the 7 mutated bats finally fall, vanquished by the 3 zombies. Ding! The host is consuming the flesh and blood of the second-tier mutated beast, gaining 20 evolution points. Ding! The zombies under your command are consuming the flesh and blood of the second-tier mutated beast, gaining 5 evolution points. Li Xiaofeng has once again amassed 4,200 evolution points. Ding! The host's evolution points have reached 8,000, 8,000. The advancement conditions are met. The host is evolving. Evolution of the host is complete. Current rank, 4th Order Elite Zombie. The host's attributes, strength, speed, vision, and hearing, have been significantly enhanced, with the skill of hardened skin also receiving a boost. Ding! The host has comprehended the skill Battle Intent Surge. Battle Intent Surge. Upon activation, your strength, speed, and defense are all elevated by 50 for a duration of 2 minutes, with a cooldown period of 3 hours. After devouring 22 mutated bats, Li Xiaofeng's evolution value soared dramatically. He amassed a total of 8,700 evolution points, elevating him to a 4th Order Elite Zombie. In the entirety of Wanning City, he now stands as a formidable entity. Moreover, he has once again grasped a new skill. Such status-enhancing skills provide him with the greatest boost. With his commanding talent, he has assimilated a skill equivalent to that of 2 additional zombies. Yet, the melodic chime of enhancement in his mind has not ceased. Ding! The evolution value of the zombies under your command has reached 200, fulfilling the criteria for advancement. Advancement in progress. Advancement complete. Current rank, 2nd Order. The host's attributes, strength, speed, vision, and hearing, have further amplified the skill of rapid recovery. Rapid recovery, upon activation. Recovery capabilities are significantly enhanced, lasting 6 minutes with a cooldown of 5 hours. A substantial amount of evolution points has also enabled Xiao Zhuang to successfully advance. Although he did not comprehend a new skill, nevertheless, his rapid recovery has doubled in duration, and his tanking abilities have been further augmented. The final statuses of the 3 zombies are as follows. Name, Li Xiaofeng. Rank, 4th Order Elite Zombie. Evolution value, 860, 016, 000. Talents, catastrophic nerves, bloody evolution, viral infection. Protagonist aura, bystander aura, domination. Skills, hardened skin, eye of insight, enhanced, heavy strike execution, battle intent surge. Note, this is a highly evolved zombie, not only possessing immense strength, but also intelligence. If encountered, fleeing is advised. Such a lavish profile is likely unattainable for any 4th Order being. It boasts 6 talents, though most are not particularly potent. Xiao Si's profile is as follows. Name, Elite Zombie. Rank, 2nd Order. Evolution value, 325, 754, 000. Talents, camouflage, bloody evolution, viral infection. Catastrophic nerves. Skills, agility. Note, this is a zombie endowed with intelligence, very close to becoming a third-order elite zombie, primarily due to Li Xiaofeng's domination talent, which has siphoned their evolution points. Xiao Zhuang's profile is as follows. Name, elite zombie. Rank, second order. Evolution value, 160, 040, 000. Talents, strong body, bloody evolution, viral infection. Catastrophic nerves. Skills, rapid recovery. Now, the strength of the three zombies has surged dramatically, far beyond mere appearances. Not only do they possess 3 firearms, but the weapons they wield are also remarkable. More importantly, Li Xiaofeng's hardened skin, heavy strike execution, and battle intent surge can augment the capabilities of the other 2 zombies. Their collective strength is now fully capable of confronting 4th-order mutated beasts. The status of 5th-order mutated beasts remains presently unknown. Li Xiaofeng meticulously collected all the venomous fangs of the bats and sequentially employed his ability to extract powers. Initially anticipating failure, he was astonished when success graced him once. Ding! Power extraction successful. He acquired the talent, resilient life. Upon extraction, it did not manifest immediately, but rather formed a small red orb that appeared in his palm. Gazing at the red sphere, it resembled a marble, albeit soft to the touch. Concurrently, a message conveyed itself. Consuming this will grant the talent, resilient life. Li Xiaofeng was taken aback. It could indeed be utilized by another. He tossed the red orb to Xiao Zhuang, commanding him to consume it. The significance of personal consumption was minimal. Ding! The zombie under your command has acquired the talent, resilient life. Resilient life enhances your recovery capabilities. The more severe the injury, the greater the recovery. Xiao Zhuang became notably sturdier. Li Xiaofeng's curiosity piqued. What if the extraction yielded the talent of flight? Would consuming it grant the ability to fly even without wings? He surmised there would likely be limitations. However, he chose not to dwell on such thoughts, recognizing that speculation without practical application was a waste of time. Furthermore, given the odds of power extraction, he deemed it improbable to achieve, unless the skill could be upgraded or methods to enhance success rates were discovered. Chapter 73. I shall conquer 10 within the library. The remaining mutated bats were few. Only 3 third-tier mutated bats and 1 fourth-tier mutated bat remained. Li Xiaofeng continued to command Xiao Si, entering the library with the intent of luring out the third-tier mutated bats. A forceful assault seemed unlikely to succeed, and he was reluctant to risk the lives of Xiao Si and Xiao Zhuang. Previously, he had commanded ordinary zombies, which could be easily replaced. However, the current situation was vastly different, as both zombies had distinct functions. Losing either would significantly weaken Li Xiaofeng's combat prowess. Xiao Si possessed the talent of camouflage, allowing him to evade the attention of the 4th-tier mutated bat. Moreover, being merely a 2nd-tier elite zombie, his viral potency was not formidable. With the aid of his camouflage ability, he cautiously ventured into the 3rd level of the library, yet the 3rd-tier bats paid him no heed. Astonishingly, he was overlooked. The 3 mutated bats hung upside down from the ceiling lights. Upon noticing Xiao Si, they merely opened their eyes slightly before returning to a feigned slumber. Even in the face of death, they continued their charade. Li Xiaofeng directly commanded Xiao Si to approach the staircase while drawing his pistol. Bang! The instant the gunfire erupted, Xiao Si activated his speed and bolted outside. As anticipated, the shot went awry once more, yet it incited the wrath of the 3 bats, who soared into the air. Directly pursuing Xiao Si, Li Xiaofeng had long awaited outside the library. Xiao Zhuang, now endowed with resilient life, had fully healed from his injuries. He activated his battle fervor and hardened skin, positioning himself at the forefront. Unfazed by the 3 third-tier mutated beasts, Xiao Zhuang was more than capable of enduring their onslaught, at least for the duration of his accelerated recovery. At this moment, Li Xiaofeng set his sights on a mutated bat, awakening his heavy strike and fervent combat spirit. A surge of formidable energy coursed through his body, allowing him to truly perceive his own strength. Seizing the opportunity, he brought down a massive frying pan upon the unsuspecting bat. The impact resounded with a thud. The bat was instantly disoriented, struggling to maintain its flight. Furious at being ambushed, as a 3rd-tier mutated beast, its resilience was commendable, and it was on the verge of recovery. Yet, before it could fully regain its senses, Li Xiaofeng's frying pan struck again. Thud! Once more, the bat felt an overwhelming dizziness, teetering precariously in the air. With a sinister grin, Li Xiaofeng continued his relentless assault, each blow fueled by his heightened abilities from the fervent combat spirit. The sounds of heavy impacts echoed repeatedly. In a matter of moments, the bat plummeted to the ground, blood gushing forth, utterly lifeless. A third-tier mutated bat had been decisively slain. Meanwhile, the other two bats relentlessly attacked Xiao Zhuang. As third-tier mutated beasts, their venomous fangs could easily tear through Xiao Zhuang's skin. However, endowed with tenacious vitality and rapid recovery skills, along with hardened skin and the enhancement of fervent combat spirit, each wound healed almost instantaneously. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Zhuang stood unscathed, resiliently enduring the assaults of the two mutated beasts. Xiao Xi's attacks were equally fierce, wielding a green machete, empowered by heavy strike and fervent combat spirit. Each slice sent blood spraying from the mutated bats, severely injuring one of them. Whenever the bats attacked, Xiao Xi would deftly retreat behind Xiao Zhuang, inciting ire in the two bats. Their fury intensified as they launched a frenzied assault on Xiao Zhuang, yet all their efforts proved futile. Li Xiaofeng was taken aback by Xiao Xi's cunningness, clearly a reflection of his teachings. He hadn't used any mind transfer. Instead, he had merely issued a general command. However, Xiao Xi's intelligence had notably improved, distinguishing him from ordinary zombies. Observing Xiao Zhuang's counterattacks, which were limited to futile bites that posed no threat, it was evident that he was engaged in a fruitless endeavor. Nevertheless, Xiao Zhuang's role was solely to absorb damage, with no expectation of inflicting harm on the mutated bats. Under the relentless assault of the three zombie brutes, the mutated bats fell one after another. Li Xiaofeng once again accrued 3,600 evolution points. Simultaneously, Xiao Xi successfully advanced to become a third-tier elite zombie, standing at the pinnacle of zombie evolution. Regrettably, he had not mastered any new skills but had enhanced his agility skill. After 2 upgrades, the speed of the agility skill had quadrupled, and the chance of evasion had significantly increased. In the library, only the last 4th-tier mutated bat remained. Li Xiaofeng felt no fear. He too was a 4th-tier elite zombie. He ceased to control Xiao Xi and Xiao Zhuang, boldly striding into the fray, ascending to the 4th floor. With a roar that echoed through the air, Li Xiaofeng proclaimed his audacious intent. I shall defeat 10. Chapter 74. The purge of the library. The zombie virus coursing through his veins instantly awakened the mutated bats of the same tier. Their crimson eyes glowed with intense excitement. The 4th-tier mutated bats were colossal, nearly towering over a human. Hanging upside down from the light fixtures, they appeared truly fearsome. Activating his insight, information about this gigantic bat was relayed to him. Name: Mutated Bat Tier. 4th Talent: Tenacious Life, Flight, Precise Target Lock Skills, Pounce, Venomous Bite. Sonic Shockwave. It was utterly incomparable to ordinary mutated bats. The statistics of the Bat King were notably more extravagant. Its strength and speed were beyond that of a common bat. Li Xiaofeng activated his hardened skin, heavy strike, and battle intent, amplifying his power significantly. Armed with a black frying pan, although his speed paled in comparison to the Bat King, his strength was vastly superior. Li Xiaofeng stood resolute, anticipating the Bat King's offensive. Given its low intelligence and the influence of the virus within, it would undoubtedly succumb to instinct and strike first. As expected, the Bat King let out a ghastly shriek, spreading its wings wide like a dark curtain, and lunged forward to attack. Li Xiaofeng remained unfazed, swinging the frying pan with force. Bang! The Bat King was taken aback by the sheer power of Li Xiaofeng's blow. Its head twisted awkwardly, leaving it momentarily dazed. However, as a formidable 4th-tier creature, it quickly regained its composure. Simultaneously, it distanced itself from Li Xiaofeng. The Bat King suddenly pivoted, opting to target the smaller creature, Xiao Xi, who intended to launch a sneak attack under the guise of stealth. Yet, it was swiftly discerned by the Bat King's precise targeting ability. Fortunately, Xiao Xi activated Swift, quadrupling his speed, making it difficult even for a 4th-tier creature to pursue him. Xiao Zhuang attempted to ensnare the Bat King, but miscalculated. The creature's ability to fly rendered any pursuit futile. For a moment, the 3 zombies found themselves at a loss against the Bat King. Soaring in the air, the mutated bat's ferocious crimson gaze fixated on the trio of zombies, emitting an eerie, unearthly screech. Though Li Xiaofeng felt no pain, he was aware of his injuries. Blood began to pour from his mouth, nose, and ears. Sonic shockwave. The Bat King, recognizing the formidable nature of the three zombies, unleashed its lethal move. Li Xiaofeng attempted to retaliate, only to find himself hindered, stumbling as he tried to move. The area control and immense damage of the attack were indeed overwhelming. Li Xiaofeng's reflexes were quick. If this situation prolonged, while he could endure, Xiaoxi would likely be the first to fall. From his system backpack, he retrieved a rifle. Even immobilized, he could still wield it. The Bat King's attack had its own drawbacks. It too was unable to maneuver, its wings flapping as it hovered in midair. Rat-a-tat-tat. Li Xiaofeng swiftly raised the rifle and began firing incessantly. The resilience of a fourth-tier creature was astonishing. A mere handgun would struggle to inflict harm. However, the rifle's power was formidable, while it did not wound the Bat King. The impact of the bullets forced it to shift its position. The Sonic Wave's assault was abruptly interrupted. Simultaneously, the Bat King plummeted to the ground, seemingly suffering from the backlash of the disrupted skill. Li Xiaofeng's consciousness returned, and upon witnessing this scene, he thought to himself that it was an opportune moment. Three zombies advanced to attack, seizing the chance while the Bat King found it difficult to move, and they launched a fierce assault. The blades and frying pans struck in succession, and even the Bat King found it hard to withstand the onslaught. Particularly, the chance-triggered heavy strikes dealt even more devastating damage. In a matter of moments, before the Bat King could regain its senses, it met its demise. Ding. Collection successful. Acquired the venomous fangs of the mutated bat. Ding. Collection successful. Acquired the crystal core of the mutated bat. Ding. Ability extraction failed. Ding. The host is devouring the flesh and blood of a fourth-tier mutated beast. Evolution value 80. Ding. The zombies under your command are devouring the flesh and blood of a fourth-tier mutated beast. Evolution value 20. Ding. The evolution value of the zombies under your command is 4000-4000, meeting the advancement conditions. The host attributes, strength, speed, vision, and hearing, are all enhanced, bolstering the talent of a robust physique. Ding. The zombies under your command have randomly comprehended the skill resilience. Resilience. Your resistance to abnormal states such as poisoning and bleeding is enhanced. After consuming the flesh and blood, Li Xiaofeng's evolution value surged by 2,400 points. To his surprise, Xiao Zhuang advanced once more, acquiring yet another passive skill. Observing Xiao Zhuang's robust form, he was astonished to discover that this simpleton possessed even greater potential than Xiaoxi. Moreover, both had acquired defensive skills. It seemed that in any uncertain situation henceforth, Xiao Zhuang could be sent to explore. Li Xiaofeng scoured the entire library in search of treasures, but ultimately found nothing of value. After this thorough cleansing of the library, the strength of the three zombies had significantly increased, and they had amassed a wealth of venomous fangs and crystal cores. The trio of zombies, adorned in sunglasses, swaggered through the city center, having established themselves as the apex predators of Wanning City. Fourth-tier creatures were no longer their adversaries. Li Xiaofeng began to search for mutated beasts. Preparing to complete his weekly task, he intended to head towards the cinema first. However, before he could approach, a sudden meow pierced the air. Chapter 75. The Battle of Cats and Snakes. It was that mutated orange cat once more. Li Xiaofeng involuntarily shuddered and immediately dropped to the ground. The series of actions were almost instinctual. Yet, as he regained his composure, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. How could he forget? He was now a fourth-tier elite zombie, accompanied by two third-tier elite zombies. He had every confidence to confront that hefty feline. Peering into the distance, he indeed spotted the large orange cat, resembling a tiger in its demeanor. Eagle-eye. Name: Mutated Orange Cat Tier. Fourth talent: Evil Evolution, Keen Reflexes, Battle-Ready Skills, Claw Slash, Intimidation, Limit Break. Potential Surge. The mutated orange cat had ascended to a fourth-tier mutated beast, yet its attributes were terrifyingly formidable. Compared to the last encounter, it had gained an additional skill and talent. Judging by their names, they were undoubtedly powerful combat skills. It was likely that, apart from Li Xiaofeng, no other fourth-tier creature could possess such a status. If we were to solely consider strength, the three zombies combined might still fall short as opponents. At this moment, the ginger cat was engaged in battle with another mutated beast, a colossal serpent, its body adorned in a striking pattern of red and black, was relentlessly clashing with the ginger cat, stretching an astonishing 10 meters in length. The sheer size of the serpent was formidable, exuding an aura of intimidation. At this juncture, the ginger cat found itself suppressed. Li Xiaofeng, in a rather furtive manner, took refuge within a shop, refraining from any rash actions. While his discerning gaze was fixed upon the gigantic serpent. Name: Mutated Crimson Chain Snake. Rank: Level 5. Abilities: Hard Shell, Agile Body, Sensory Perception, Malevolent Evolution Skills, Mighty Strangulation. Biting to his delight, Li Xiaofeng realized that this was indeed a level 5 creature. Could it be that the opportunity for his routine task had arrived so swiftly? However, the serpent's power was truly terrifying. Although its attributes did not surpass those of the ginger cat, it consistently maintained dominance over it. The cat's sharp claws struggled to breach the serpent's defenses. The strength, speed, and defensive capabilities of a level 5 creature were significantly enhanced. The ginger cat was now wounded, its body stained with blood, a considerable chunk of flesh bitten away. Its defenses were not particularly robust, rendering it utterly incapable of matching the mutated crimson chain snake. Meow! The ginger cat emitted an earth-shattering cry. The nearby low-tier mutated beasts and ordinary zombies kept their distance, too fearful to approach. Despite the ginger cat's remarkable speed, it seemed intent on inflicting harm upon itself. Gradually, its injuries worsened, blood rapidly enveloping its entire form. Far more grievous than the wounds sustained in its battle with the mutated ivy. The serpent's eyes gleamed with excitement, starkly contrasting the low intelligence of the other mutated beasts. Whether due to its level 5 status or the serpent's innate attributes, both mutated creatures exhibited a notable level of intelligence. Blood from the ginger cat soon pooled around it, while the mutated snake remained unscathed. A fleeting flash of fury flickered in the serpent's eyes. Suddenly, its speed surged, and its tail moved with a swift, uncanny grace. Mighty strangulation. In an instant, it ensnared the severely injured ginger cat. With overwhelming force, it prepared to eradicate the feline entirely. As the specter of death loomed, the ginger cat remained undaunted, a glimmer of determination shining in its eyes. Its aura surged dramatically, its eyes turning a deep crimson, as if stained with blood. Extreme rampage. The ginger cat's claws extended once more, now 3 inches longer, razor-sharp. With a swift strike, the cat's claws tore through the serpent's resilient defense, blood splattering onto the ground. Hiss! Enraged, the crimson chain snake, stung by intense pain, grew even more ferocious. Its body began to constrict, ready to execute its lethal grip. Yet, the ginger cat's power had surged, the claws launching another assault, the faint glimmer flashing once again. The mutated crimson chain snake's body was rent anew, scales cascading to the ground. Fear gripped it. In a moment of instinct, it released the ginger cat and hastily retreated. With its intelligence, it struggled to comprehend how its opponent, once dominated, could suddenly unleash such formidable power. The orange cat's combat prowess surged dramatically, its eyes filled with a savage ferocity, resembling a terrifying mutated tiger. The mutated red chain snake dared not confront it head-on, continuously retreating to evade the cat's attacks. Both adversaries found themselves in a stalemate. The mutated red chain snake began to sustain injuries as well, though they were not fatal. The orange cat, seemingly consumed by impatience, recognized that if it failed to dispatch its foe swiftly, it would succumb to weakness. The red chain snake, likewise, discerned the cat's vulnerability. It began to writhe incessantly, maintaining a state of defense and evasion. As the enemy advanced, it retreated. As the enemy retreated, it pursued. Meow! The mutated orange cat's eyes glowed with unrestrained fury. Yet it could not deliver a fatal blow. After all, the red chain snake was a 5th-tier mutated beast, surpassing the cat in both strength and speed. Although the cat could temporarily amplify its power through skills and innate abilities to suppress the snake, such enhancements were not enduring. Li Xiaofeng observed the orange cat as it began to tire, its speed and strength waning. Eventually, its claws could no longer penetrate the snake's defenses, even drawing blood from its hardened exterior. The mutated orange cat withdrew, seeking to escape. However, the red chain snake would not allow it to flee unscathed. Suppressed by a 4th-tier creature, it was filled with rage. Seeing its opponent weakened, it seized the opportunity. With a ferocious roar, the snake writhed, blood flowing freely, fixated solely on devouring the orange cat. Chapter 76. Mutual destruction. Li Xiaofeng had been observing for quite some time and was now concealed in his true form. He transferred his will to control Xiao Zhuang, launching an offensive alongside Xiao Si. With a heavy strike and fervent battle spirit, they surged in power. With the enhancement of 3 significant buff skills, their strength increased substantially. Armed with a massive frying pan, Xiao Zhuang prepared to ambush the red-chained snake. The snake, possessing a keen sense of perception, had already detected the 2 zombies. However, dismissing them as mere third-tier zombies. It focused solely on the 4th-tier orange cat as its true adversary. Noticing the snake's disdain, Li Xiaofeng directed Xiao Zhuang, wielding the frying pan. Bang! The heavy strike combined with fervent battle spirit caused Xiao Zhuang's power to swell, fortuitously triggering a critical hit effect. In an instant, the red-chained snake's pupils dilated. Its awareness clouded, overwhelmed by a buzzing sound echoing in its mind. Its assault on the orange cat ceased abruptly. Without hesitation, Xiao Zhuang struck again in rapid succession. Simultaneously, Xiao Si wielded a green machete with the ferocity of a bandit, hacking relentlessly. The metallic clang of their strikes filled the air, sparks flying. Yet they failed to breach the snake's defenses. The defensive capabilities of a 5th-tier creature left Li Xiaofeng with a newfound understanding. It was far superior to that of the 4th-tier mutated bat. Subsequent strikes from Xiao Zhuang did not trigger the critical hit effect again. The mutated red-chained snake swiftly regained its senses. Hiss! It let out a fierce roar, turning its gaze upon Xiao Zhuang. In an instant, the snake lunged, sinking its fangs into him. Splat! Flesh was torn asunder, its venomous fangs proving too sharp. Even the remarkably resilient Xiao Zhuang could not withstand the assault. For he was merely a 3rd-tier elite zombie. Rapid recovery. Xiao Zhuang activated his life-saving skill, complemented by a newly acquired resilience ability. Whenever he sustained an injury, he would heal at an astonishing rate. With the crimson chain snake looming nearby, Xiao Zhuang swiftly stowed away his frying pan and drew forth a police handgun, thrusting the muzzle directly into the serpent's maw. However, before he could pull the trigger, a sharp crack resounded. Li Xiaofeng was stunned to discover that the handgun in his grasp had been shattered. This was beyond comprehension. The might of a 5th-tier creature defied conventional reasoning. At that moment, Xiao Si frantically swung his machete, but to no avail. It failed to penetrate the creature's defenses. Li Xiaofeng commanded Xiao Si to strike at the serpent's wound, a weakness already exploited by the orange cat. Yet, just as the blade was about to descend, the crimson chain snake seized the opportunity, its tail whipping violently. The sound of air splitting could be distinctly heard. Xiao Si was flung over 100 meters away. But fortunately, he had activated his swift skill, rendering him immune to the damage. Otherwise, that single blow would likely have been sufficient to obliterate him. Li Xiaofeng felt a sense of urgency. Rushing in himself would serve no purpose. This 5th-tier mutated snake was simply too formidable. Glancing at the severely injured orange cat, he realized there was little hope of assistance. Moreover, Xiao Zhuang could not endure much longer. He was merely relying on his rapid recovery to prolong his survival. Even so, his situation was precarious. If 6 minutes elapsed, Xiao Zhuang was almost certainly doomed. Opening his system backpack, Li Xiaofeng suddenly noticed the remaining alcohol and lighter from his previous encounter with the mutated venomous spider. He directed Xiao Zhuang to seize the alcohol barrel and began to pour it into the serpent's mouth with fervor. The snake bit down slightly, piercing the barrel. Yet it proved ineffective. Instead, more alcohol flooded into its maw. A large barrel of alcohol was thus emptied into the creature, with a significant amount splashed onto the surface of the mutated crimson chain snake. Xiao Zhuang produced the lighter and hurled it into the serpent's mouth, while igniting the alcohol coating its exterior with another lighter. The flames spread almost instantaneously. The mutated crimson chain snake began to thrash violently, but what tormented it even more was the inferno raging within. A torrent of alcohol filled its belly, and the flames consumed it from within. The dual conflagration drove it into a frenzy, yet it refused to relinquish its grip. The life-threatening crisis ignited its fury. It was determined to take its nemesis down with it. At this moment, Li Xiaofeng felt a weight in his heart. Trading a 3rd-tier elite zombie for a 5th-tier mutated snake didn't seem like a loss. However, Xiao Zhuang's ability to grasp such a plethora of skills and talents rendered him an exceptionally rare zombie. For Li Xiaofeng, this was a significant setback. Had he known, he would not have acted so impulsively. Initially, he believed that wounding a 5th-tier creature would allow him to reap the benefits. Yet, the reality was starkly different from his expectations. Nonetheless, what was done was done. If they did not perish together, The mutated crimson chain snake would not spare Xiao Zhuang either. The outcome remained unchanged. For Li Xiaofeng, since the result was immutable, he needed to contemplate how to maximize his gains. A considerable amount of alcohol spilled onto Xiao Zhuang's clothing, igniting into fierce flames. Chapter 77, The Mighty Orange Cat. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The newly acquired tenacity skill of Xiao Zhuang came into play. As the flames licked at his skin, they were swiftly extinguished, failing to inflict any harm upon him. With the aid of his rapid recovery skill, the searing fire proved to be less formidable than the assault of the mutated red chain snake. Was burning considered an abnormal state? Li Xiaofeng realized he had perhaps underestimated this new skill. The mutated red chain snake emitted desperate hisses, but it was too late. Even a fifth-tier creature could scarcely endure such flames. Thus, a colossal mutated serpent was burned alive. Ding! The host has completed the weekly mission, surpassing the ranks in battle. Rewards are being dispensed. Ding! The system has successfully activated the beginner pet system. The beginner pet system allows for the taming of a mutated beast not exceeding the host's tier as a combat companion. This system enforces compulsory taming, regardless of the mutated beast's willingness, although it will possess an initial affinity. Should the affinity drop below a certain level, the pet may betray its master. Note: pets cannot be replaced. Li Xiaofeng rejoiced in his heart, striding out of the shop with an air of nonchalance. He surveyed the still vibrant Xiao Zhuang, nodding in satisfaction. Remarkably, he had endured the raging inferno. His skin, however, had turned an inky black, and with his towering height of 2 meters, he resembled a formidable black tower. Simultaneously, the revelation of the pet system sent a jolt of excitement through him. The aspect of enforced taming meant he could instantly transform a foe of equal tier into an ally. Yet, the inability to replace pets indicated that he had but one opportunity. Otherwise, this pet system could be wielded as a weapon. Any mutated beast of the same tier would fall before him. Currently, as a 4th-tier elite zombie, he was capable of taming a 4th-tier mutated beast. Li Xiaofeng glanced at the injured orange cat beside him, deep in thought. Should he tame the nearby orange cat? Or wait until his own tier increased to capture a more powerful mutated beast? He possessed the talent for dominion, growing at an astonishing rate, and worried that the orange cat might lag behind him. After all, the pet system was unlike his dominion ability. It allowed for the taming of only one companion. Meow? The orange cat mewed, its eyes glistening with unshed tears, casting a pitiful gaze upon Li Xiaofeng. He gently patted its plump head. Once more, he examined its panel, noting the ability to fight beyond its tier, indicating its immense potential. Ultimately, Li Xiaofeng chose the orange cat. Ding! You have successfully tamed the mutated orange cat as your pet. Name: Mutated Orange Cat Tier. 4th Potential. Exceptional Affinity, 70. If affinity drops below 50, betrayal may occur. If affinity reaches 100, it will never betray. Evolution Points: 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 16, 0, 0, 0 Talents. Malevolent Evolution, Keen Reflexes, Battle-Hardened Skills, Claw Slash, Intimidation, Limit Break. Potential Surge Malevolent Evolution. Consuming the flesh and cores of same-tier creatures grants evolution points. Surpassing tiers in consumption yields greater evolution points. Keen Reflexes. Possesses heightened reaction speed during combat. The longer the battle endures, the more one's strength, speed, and overall prowess will gradually enhance. Claw Slash. By utilizing one's claws, deliver a powerful and swift assault that possesses a certain degree of armor penetration. Dread. This ability can suppress the strength of lower-tier creatures. The greater the disparity in power, the more pronounced the suppression. Limitless Rampage. Once activated, combat power surges by 300%, and the armor penetration effect of Claw Slash triples, but upon expiration, a 2-hour state of weakness ensues. Duration: 5 minutes. Cooldown: 24 hours. Potential Eruption. A passive skill. The more grievous your injuries, the greater the strength you can unleash. Li Xiaofeng has now come to comprehend the true strength of this plump feline. No wonder it can battle beyond its tier. Both the tenacity in battle and the potential eruption amplify its power. Coupled with Limitless Rampage, its might surges instantaneously. At full strength, it can effortlessly crush opponents of the same tier. However, the downside is that Limitless Rampage lasts only 5 minutes. If it cannot eliminate the opponent swiftly, it may find itself in peril. Chapter 78. The Mightiest Power Meow. The mutated orange cat lies on the ground, appearing exceedingly docile. Li Xiaofeng approaches the charred corpse of the mutated red-chained snake. Ding. Collection successful. Obtain the snake gall of the mutated red-chained snake. Ding. Collection successful. Acquired the crystal core of a 5th-tier creature. Ding. Ability extraction failed. The extraction of abilities has once again failed, but fortunately, the snake gall was collected. Can this substance also be fashioned into weaponry? Li Xiaofeng is somewhat bewildered. Without further contemplation, he gazes at the roasted snake body and begins to consume it alongside Xiao Si and Xiao Zhuang. The evolution value of a 5th-tier creature is 3,200. With the added bonus from dominance, Li Xiaofeng once more gains 4,800 evolution points. The electronic voice echoes in his mind once again. Ding. The host's evolution value reaches 160,001,6000. Satisfying the advancement conditions, the host begins to advance. Advancement complete. Current tier, 5th-tier elite zombie. The host's strength, speed, vision, hearing, and all-around capabilities are enhanced. The skill Battle Frenzy receives an upgrade. Battle Frenzy. Once activated, your strength, speed, and perception are enhanced by 75 for a duration of 2 minutes, with a cooldown of 3 hours. Although no new skills have been grasped, Li Xiaofeng still feels an unprecedented surge of power. The higher the tier, the greater the enhancement with each advancement. Observing the eager gaze of the mutated orange cat, Li Xiaofeng tosses the mutated red-chained snake at its feet. Meow. The mutated orange cat lets out an excited cry and immediately begins to devour the offering. The electronic voice in Li Xiaofeng's mind continues to resound. Ding. The affinity of the mutated orange cat increases by 1. Ding. The affinity of the mutated orange cat increases by 1. In a brief span, the affinity of the mutated orange cat skyrockets to the maximum of 100. Is it truly this easy to gain favor with a mere morsel? Li Xiaofeng is somewhat perplexed. Yet it is ultimately a positive development. The risk of betrayal from the mutated orange cat has been averted. The quantity the orange cat can consume far surpasses that of a zombie, and in the blink of an eye, a significant portion of the massive snake body has vanished. Li Xiaofeng hastily stows it away in his backpack. How can it eat so voraciously? The flesh and blood of the mutated red-chained snake still hold value, as it is a rare 5th-tier creature. In the future, its dominion ability will undoubtedly enhance, allowing it to command a greater number of zombies. At that time, it will be entirely feasible to elevate the new zombies to an exceptionally high level. After consuming a substantial amount of flesh, the mutated orange cat visibly began to recover from its injuries. It could gradually rise, yet remained in a state of weakness. It let out a discontented meow, casting a sorrowful glance at Li Xiaofeng. At that moment, Li Xiaofeng also noticed that its evolution value had reached 1,400,016,000. The consumption of the mutated red-chained snake had granted it an additional 4,000 evolution points. Based on Li Xiaofeng's observations, a 1st-tier mutated beast has an evolution value of 200, a 2nd-tier 400, and so forth. A 5th-tier mutated creature possesses 200 evolution points. It appears that mutated beasts differ from zombies, and judging by its appearance, continued consumption will still increase its evolution value. Li Xiaofeng retrieved a 2nd-tier mutated bat crystal core from the system's storage space and tossed it before the orange cat. The malevolent evolution allows mutated beasts to gain evolution points by consuming crystal cores. Li Xiaofeng was eager to see how much it would yield. To his surprise, the orange cat regarded the 2nd-tier crystal core with disdain on its chubby face. Ultimately, with seemingly no other option, it reluctantly swallowed it. Li Xiaofeng did not expect the orange cat to be so dismissive of the 2nd-tier crystal core. The evolution value indeed increased, but only by 100 points. He then tossed a 3rd-tier crystal core. At this moment, a glimmer of excitement appeared on the orange cat's face as it promptly consumed it. The evolution value surged by 400 points, a 4-fold increase compared to the 2nd-tier core. He then threw a 4th-tier crystal core. The orange cat became immensely excited, displaying a face full of blissful satisfaction. The evolution value astonishingly skyrocketed by 200 points. A ferocious aura began to emanate from the orange cat, directly breaking through its bottleneck. Ding! Your pet, the mutated orange cat, is starting to advance. Advancement completed. Current tier, 5th tier. Ding! The mutated orange cat's attributes, strength, speed, defense, have all been significantly enhanced. and its skill, Limit Break, has received an upgrade. Limit Break, once activated, overall strength is increased by 400%, and the defense-piercing effect of claw strikes is quadrupled. Upon the expiration of this effect, the cat will enter a state of weakness for 2 hours. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 24 hours. The mutated orange cat's power has similarly surged, and although it has not acquired new skills, its core abilities have been fortified. While all of the orange cat's skills and talents are formidable, Limit Break is undoubtedly the most crucial skill. Once activated, its power multiplies fourfold, and the claw strike's defense penetration effect also amplifies 4 times. It seems that even high-tier creatures would find it difficult to withstand its onslaught. The mutated orange cat has thus become the strongest combat force within the team. Chapter 79. The Fall of Wanting City with such a powerful pet. The path to advancement has become much easier. Nowadays, even 3 zombies together would likely pose no challenge. Of course, this is under the condition that Li Xiaofeng does not resort to tricks. Observing the comically clumsy orange cat beside him, Li Xiaofeng felt he could readily sacrifice it multiple times without concern. Meow. The mutated orange cat, having evolved, gazed at him with an expression of utmost charm, its tail wagging incessantly, relishing the essence of the 4th-tier crystal core. Li Xiaofeng's lips twitched slightly. You are a cat. What purpose does your tail wagging serve? Upon realizing that it had captured Li Xiaofeng's attention, the mutated orange cat became even more exuberant, leaping directly towards him. Oh no! Seeing its massive form, several meters in size, Li Xiaofeng hurriedly dodged aside, commanding it to stay put and behave. Did it not have any awareness of its own weight? If that orange cat were to land on him, the consequences could range from injury and bloodshed to incapacitation. Observing the cat's pitiful expression, Li Xiaofeng nodded in satisfaction. Though it was somewhat heavy, its combat prowess was remarkable, and it could prove to be a valuable ally in the future. Unfortunately, his commanding abilities had no effect on the orange cat. Had his 3 status-enhancing skills been applied to it, it could likely take on 10 adversaries single-handedly. At that moment, a notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Host has triggered a random mission, The Fall of Wanting City. Mission overview. As a 5th-tier elite zombie, you have ascended to the apex of the zombie hierarchy, yet high-tier mutated beasts still pose a significant threat to ordinary zombies. Your task is to hunt and eliminate mutated beasts of the 3rd tier and above, transforming Wanting City into a veritable paradise for the undead. Mission duration, 1 month. Mission difficulty, unknown. Mission reward, unlock the city-wide map. Zombies within Wanting City will receive a 10 combat power boost. To enhance mission efficiency, certain functions of the city map have been pre-activated, precisely pinpointing all high-tier mutated beasts. Li Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a random mission. However, the reward held little relevance for him. He had already cleared the high-tier mutated beasts from Wanting City. What need did he have for a combat power boost unless it could extend beyond the city? Yet, upon further contemplation, he realized that this reward could prove immensely beneficial for the zombie horde. Should humans or mutated beasts attempt to invade Wanting City, the impact of this reward would be monumental, fortifying over 1 million zombies. Additionally, with the functionality of the city map, it seemed implausible for any invasion of Wanting City to succeed. With direct assaults and invasions rendered nearly impossible, Wanting City would become a bastion of strength. Coupled with his exceptional intellect, establishing himself in Wanting City could transform it into a true stronghold for the undead. As the strength of the zombie horde grew, the effects of this boost would become increasingly formidable. This was an essential quest. After gathering his thoughts, Li Xiaofeng noticed a map materializing within his mind's eye. Upon inspection, he saw over a dozen red dots, with himself represented as a green dot. Those red dots were undoubtedly the high-tier mutated beasts, 4th, 5th, and perhaps even 6th-tier creatures. However, he could not ascertain the presence of any 6th-tier beasts. Completing this mission would undoubtedly lead to another evolution for him. At that point, he would discover whether 6th-tier elite zombies truly existed. Once his strength surged once more, he could contemplate venturing beyond Wanting City to explore the vast world, a realm he had longed to experience. In times of peace, opportunities had eluded him, yet the advent of the apocalypse had granted him the chance he craved. Li Xiaofeng decided to commence his purge from the city center, gradually radiating outward to various parts of the city. On the map, there were not many red dots near the city center, with 3 advanced mutated beasts present. Mounting his orange cat, he prepared to experience the exhilaration of speed. Bang! He was promptly thrown off by the orange cat. What a misfortune! Li Xiaofeng glared at the orange cat, which appeared displeased and even scratched him a few times. Hadn't their affinity reached a perfect 100? Yet, he was denied even the chance to ride. He retrieved a fourth-tier crystal core and tossed it to the mutated orange cat. Seizing the moment while the cat eagerly consumed the crystal core, he mounted it once more. Truly an insatiable feline, it would do anything for food. The trio of 3 corpses and 1 cat officially set forth. With a map in hand, Li Xiaofeng's efficiency in hunting would significantly increase. The nearest mutated beast was not far away, and they quickly arrived at their destination. Upon looking up, Li Xiaofeng found himself in front of a clothing store. Inside, a gigantic red spider hung from the ceiling. Its enormous and grotesque form was somewhat unsettling. This creature also reached the 4th tier, with blood still staining its mandibles, suggesting it had devoured numerous mutated beasts. At this moment, Li Xiaofeng felt no fear in the presence of the 4th tier mutated beast. He gave a slight toss of his head, signaling the mutated orange cat. The cat, however, remained indifferent, continuing to groom itself. Suddenly, it flung him off its back. Chapter 80. The end-time situation. Li Xiaofeng issued another command, and only then did the orange cat leisurely enter the clothing store. A surge of excitement coursed through the mutated spider. Yet, it exhibited no desire to fight. The orange cat had already reached the 5th tier, far beyond its capabilities. Attempting to escape along the ceiling, the mutated spider was met with a yawn from the orange cat, whose claws elongated suddenly. In a swift leap, it closed the distance to the mutated spider and struck down with a paw. Sizzle! A sound echoed, followed by a spurt of blood. Bang! Li Xiaofeng watched as the mutated spider's body was cleaved in 2, crashing to the ground. The orange cat rushed forward, its nose twitching slightly, and it promptly consumed the crystal core from within the mutated spider. Oh, the thrill! Li Xiaofeng felt exhilarated as he collected the spider's venom glands and led the 2 zombies to begin feasting on the flesh. Gaining evolution points without battle was indeed blissful. He found the flesh of the mutated spider exceptionally tender, particularly to his palate. The mutated orange cat, however, seemed disinterested in the spider's flesh, continuing to groom itself without a care. A hint of disdain flickered in its eyes as it regarded the 3 zombies. After Li Xiaofeng finished his meal, he couldn't shake the feeling of being looked down upon. It seemed this plump cat was rather particular about its food. After finishing, he carelessly discarded the remaining body of the mutated spider to the horde of zombies. Having a few more elite zombies was only beneficial for him. So far, he had not observed any instances of zombies turning on each other. Though the zombie clan may be somewhat diminished, they remain remarkably united. The trio of 3 corpses and a cat embarks once more on their journey. This time, the random mission proves to be exceedingly time-consuming, while battles can be resolved swiftly. Traversing the city consumes a substantial amount of time. A month slips by in the blink of an eye. Li Xiaofeng has been tirelessly purging the mutated beasts across Wanning City. 2 months have elapsed since the apocalypse began. In times of peace, 2 months pass by effortlessly for humanity, where calm lives unfold without turbulence. Yet, with the advent of the apocalypse, those 2 brief months have witnessed a cataclysmic transformation. The old order has long since shattered, replaced by an entirely new set of rules. Due to the Blood Day phenomenon, all zombies have attained at least Tier 5, and even elite-level zombies are no longer a rarity. There are always fortunate zombies capable of infecting dozens or consuming the corpses of mutated beasts. Nationwide, the situation remains grim, with zombies dominating most cities. However, the most formidable rulers are the mutated beasts, who occupy their territories, preventing even zombies from encroaching. As for the human survivors clinging to life in the cities, their fate is all but sealed. Either they will succumb to starvation or be infected by zombies. With a population of 2 billion in China, the moment the apocalypse erupted, 1.8 billion were infected. This marks a despairing and brutal cleansing. After 2 months of arduous survival, the remaining 200 million have dwindled to approximately 130 million. Never in history has any natural disaster or man-made catastrophe been so terrifying. What was once referred to as the era of prosperity is now dubbed the Blood Day era. A new age has unequivocally commenced. A multitude of survivors has spontaneously gathered, initiating the formation of survivor bases. In a remarkably short span, China has witnessed the emergence of thousands of survivor bases. Yet only two are truly colossal. The City of Hope in the north and the City of Light in the south, collectively housing tens of millions. Within just 2 months, humanity has utilized modern weaponry from the peaceful era to establish these two safest havens. However, they remain precariously vulnerable. The overwhelming stench of flesh emanating from millions of humans is utterly inescapable, akin to a volcano erupting in the night, dazzling and blinding. Countless zombies in the vicinity instinctively begin to surround the human bases. The scenes reminiscent of zombie sieges from films have materialized into reality. Fortunately, both major survivor bases are rooted in China's most prosperous cities, equipped with formidable weaponry and numerous well-trained soldiers who tirelessly fend off the waves of zombies. Yet, the collapse of communication systems has rendered various modern weapons ineffective. Even more disheartening is the presence of mutated beasts. These high-tier mutated beasts are colossal, with exoskeletons of unparalleled toughness. Most modern weaponry struggles to inflict catastrophic damage upon them. When groups of mutated beasts move en masse, they descend like a catastrophic flood upon any survivor base, casting a nightmarish shadow. Each assault by mutated beasts claims countless lives. These monstrous beings are the true threat to humanity. More importantly, the mutated beasts continue to evolve relentlessly. With each encounter, they face increasingly terrifying abominations. Yet hope and despair are eternally intertwined. The end of the road may lead to hell or paradise, but we must press on. Chapter 81. Humanity. Countless individuals have united, toiling day and night for the resurgence of humanity. A glimmer of hope has begun to emerge. Leading bioengineering experts are collaboratively studying the zombie virus. If they can swiftly develop an antidote, even restoring the undead to their former human selves, it would mark a monumental shift in human history. However, they have faced failure. The zombie virus has utterly ravaged the human nervous system, rendering medical restoration impossible. Nonetheless, they have achieved a significant breakthrough, having formulated a cure for the virus. If infected within half an hour, the antidote can eliminate the zombie virus. However, this remedy is only effective against ordinary zombies. Infection from elite zombies still results in zombification. This remains a remarkable advancement, offering astonishing news for countless civilians. More critically, the raw materials for the antidote are derived from zombie blood, allowing for mass production. Various military experts are also working tirelessly, continually constructing new defensive facilities to fortify the base. This is humanity's beacon of hope. Simultaneously, they are continuously simulating combat strategies to prepare for the ever-present mutated beasts. Since the apocalypse, humanity's milestone discovery has been the resolution of survival issues. Most crops withered and died when the blood moon arrived. Yet, there are exceptions. A few mutated crops yield astonishingly high outputs, 100-fold of what was produced in peaceful times. Some mutated fruit trees are not aggressive. Rather, they coexist harmoniously with humans, providing an abundance of fruit that humanity diligently cultivates. Additionally, certain mutated beasts harbor a less advanced virus that can be eradicated artificially. Their flesh is delectable and nutritionally rich, offering a substantial source of sustenance. The finest minds have designed a filter for the zombie virus, capable of purifying any water source. With these advancements, humanity has managed to survive against the odds. Another source of hope is the emergence of awakeners. The method of awakening has also been uncovered. By slaying elite zombies or mutated beasts, there is a chance to directly become an awakener. However, limitations persist. Firstly, the use of firearms must be avoided, as it significantly reduces the likelihood of awakening. Yet, it is exceedingly challenging to defeat mutated beasts with melee weapons. Furthermore, the awakening probability remains low. Thus, awakeners are still a minority. To date, only one method for enhancing awakeners has been discovered: consuming the flesh and blood of similarly tiered mutated beasts. As awakeners, they can resist viruses of the same level, but the enhancement provided by the flesh of mutated beasts is minimal, akin to a drop in the ocean. Therefore, awakeners cannot yet serve as the primary fighting force. Nevertheless, this still attests to the fact that humanity can indeed contend with advanced zombies and mutated beasts through sheer strength. As the apocalypse descends, the primal instincts within human nature are unveiled to their fullest extent. The brutality of humankind, in comparison to the zombies and mutated beasts, is far more terrifying. They are the true demons, rendering the world akin to hell. Aside from the vast survivor strongholds such as the City of Hope and the City of Light, There exist numerous smaller bases, perhaps home to only 1,000 souls. Yet, as long as their location remains secure, they manage to survive. Astonishingly, a significant number of these smaller bases adhere to archaic systems of slavery, showcasing humanity's various evils. Within these bases, the inhabitants are true rulers, viewing anyone else as mere livestock to be ruthlessly slaughtered. Compared to zombies, they are even more devoid of humanity. As the end of days approaches, the desires long suppressed in times of peace are unleashed in full. Given the chance, anyone could become a tyrant. In certain large bases, populations numbering in the hundreds of thousands, even millions, reside. However, the systems within are just as chaotic. The rulers spend their days not devising strategies to fend off external threats or establishing order, but rather scheming to seize power and wealth. Intent on transforming the base into their private domain, they revel in their ignorance, blissfully unaware. The lower-tier survivors suffer immensely, with even the most basic means of survival becoming a challenge. There is no glimmer of hope here. Yet, humanity is an amalgamation of divinity and savagery. The brilliance of the divine illuminates every dark corner. It does not seek hope, it embodies hope itself. Within the city of light and the city of hope, countless scientific talents labor incessantly, conducting research day and night, tragically succumbing to exhaustion within their laboratories. Numerous managerial experts also toil, without rest, tirelessly formulating and refining new orders, determined to ensure harmony within the survivor bases. The plight of humanity is already precarious. Should internal strife arise, annihilation seems inevitable. Each confrontation against the zombie onslaught and the assault of mutated beasts results in the sacrifice of numerous soldiers. They are the unequivocal heroes of humanity, motivated solely by the desire to safeguard the last vestiges of hope. With no ulterior motives, they deem their sacrifices worthwhile if it grants even a fleeting second for humanity. The walls of the base are constructed not only of reinforced concrete, but are also steeped in the blood of human heroes. Despite the ferocity of battle, countless civilians still harbor immense enthusiasm for military service. They are not unafraid of death. Rather, they recognize that someone must face it. Beyond enlisting, many citizens devote themselves to various positions within the base. They exert every ounce of effort, with no one considering the notion of reward, simply wishing to emanate their own light and warmth. The precise operation of machinery relies on every single screw. In this apocalyptic era, although the path ahead for humanity is shrouded in darkness, there are still those who carry torches to illuminate the way. Chapter 82. Mutated Beasts. At this moment, the most powerful faction on the planet remains the mutated beasts, not to mention the terrifying oceans, where the number of mutated beasts is unfathomable. The current rulers of major cities are still the mutated beasts. Wanting City is merely an exceptional example among countless urban landscapes. These cities are inhabited by creatures that regard zombies as mere inferior beings. To the mutated beasts, humans and zombies are indistinguishable, both considered insignificant as ants. However, the situation is further exacerbated by Huagua's profound commitment to environmental preservation during times of peace, strictly prohibiting any form of man-made destruction in order to maintain nature in its most primal state. This dedication stems from past overexploitation, which led to the frequent occurrence of various natural disasters. Thus, efforts are made to ensure the harmonious coexistence of humanity and nature. This has resulted in the existence of 9 vast expanses of pristine forests within the country, teeming with a multitude of ferocious birds and beasts during peaceful times. Yet, due to the presence of restricted zones, the daily lives of the populace remain largely unaffected. The countless trees within these forests have gradually purged the once polluted air, causing the impacts of industrialization to wane. The extensive greening has even earned Huagua the title of the lungs of the planet. However, with the advent of the apocalypse, everything has changed. The 9 primordial mountain ranges have erupted in turmoil, with earth-shattering roars echoing through the land. Fortunately, no mutated beasts have yet broken free. Yet, this tranquility is short-lived, as formidable mutated creatures have begun to emerge from their mountainous lairs, infiltrating major cities. In the southern Huatai mountain range, a terrifying giant elephant has appeared, resembling a small hill, capable of trampling skyscrapers with a single step. More alarmingly, its habitat lies in close proximity to the southern city of Guangming, instilling fear in all survivors. Similarly, from the southeastern Linhai mountain range, a white tiger has descended, its powerful roar cleaving through the air, causing numerous zombies to disintegrate and skyscrapers to collapse. In the northern Black Dragon mountain range, a colossal black python has emerged, its length spanning over 1,000 meters, a true behemoth. Wanning City is situated in the southwestern region of Huaghua, near the central Huajiang River. The nearest primordial mountain range to Wanning City is the Qingtsang Mountains, which too harbors formidable mutated beasts. A flock of golden eagles has taken flight, their sharp cries resonating in the sky, eventually settling in a city to the south, though still quite distant from Wanning City. Between the two lies a substantial survivor base, the Nanyu base, founded in the city of Nanyu. Across the nation, mutated beasts roam freely, whether in cities, skies, or forests. These mutated creatures are undeniably the current rulers of the planet. Fortunately, they lack unity among themselves. For mutated beasts, devouring those of the same tier and continuously evolving is of utmost importance. If they truly harbored ambitions of domination, humanity would swiftly face annihilation. Even the staggering numbers of the zombie horde would merely prolong their existence for a brief time. The situation in Huaghua serves as a microcosm of the global landscape, mirrored in other nations as well. At this moment, Li Xiaofeng is driving a luxury vehicle from the era of peace. Its resplendent yellow exterior exudes opulence, while its massive tires command attention, and its extendable arm adds to its imposing presence. An excavator traverses the road, with two zombies seated beside him, and a plump orange cat lazily sprawled atop the excavator's roof. Li Xiaofeng operated the excavator, a rigid smile etched upon his face. The past month had yielded substantial rewards. His evolution value had reached an impressive 3,132,000, leaving him but a step away from his next advancement. Both Xiao Si and Xiao Zhuang had also ascended to the rank of 4th-tier elite zombies. While Xiao Zhuang had not acquired any new skills, he had enhanced his rapid recovery ability, extending its duration to 12 minutes. Conversely, Xiao Si had fortuitously mastered a skill known as the Blade of Extreme Breach. Blade of Extreme Breach, a passive skill that imbues your attacks with a certain breach effect. The swifter your strikes, the more pronounced the breach effect. This skill, intrinsically linked to speed, when combined with Li Xiaofeng's fervent battle intent and his own agility, would yield a terrifying breach effect. The evolution value of the orange cat stood at 2,432,000, considerably less than that of Li Xiaofeng. The primary reason for this disparity lay in the cat's finicky eating habits. It regarded the flesh of 4th-tier mutated beasts with disdain, deriving most of its evolutionary value from devouring crystal cores. Though Li Xiaofeng's evolution speed had slowed, only a single red dot remained on the map. He was but a step away from completing a random quest. Over the course of the month, he had also undertaken 4 weekly tasks. The rewards for these tasks were as follows: a rare material, a halo skill, a skill aimed at enhancing pets, and an expansion of the system backpack. Chapter 83. The mutated wild boar. The rare material did not belong to any mutated beast, but rather was a piece of black stone rewarded by the system. At first glance, it appeared utterly ordinary, yet it possessed a singular characteristic. It was exceptionally hard. Without hesitation, Li Xiaofeng forged it into a frying pan. The pan, with a diameter of 1 meter, appeared immensely large and possessed an even deeper shade of black. Any creature would be felled by a single blow, and it could also be utilized for culinary purposes in special circumstances. The Halo skill was named the Attack Speed Halo. Attack Speed Halo. It bestows a 20 increase in attack speed to zombies within 100 meters. Though the enhancement may seem modest, it is a passive effect, akin to a perpetual boost. More importantly, it can be conferred upon other zombies, rendering it a strategic skill. As for the third reward, Li Xiaofeng once more elevated the core skill of the mutated orange cat, Limit Break. Limit Break. Upon activation, it enhances all-around strength by 500, amplifies the breach effect of claw slicing 5-fold, and upon expiration, the user will enter a state of weakness for 2 hours. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Once activated, its power surges 5-fold. This plump orange cat was becoming increasingly formidable. Should Li Xiaofeng engage it in battle, the outcome was indisputable. He would meet a most unfortunate demise. The system backpack had also expanded to 12 slots, a seemingly modest enhancement that proved immensely beneficial. When combined with his talent for dominion, the effects were further amplified. No matter how distant he was from Xiao Si or Xiao Zhuang, He could utilize the backpack to transfer items among them. As Li Xiaofeng envisioned a promising future, a sudden cacophony of grunts and roars pierced the air. Before he could react, he caught a glimpse of a black beast charging towards him from the corner of his eye. Bang! The yellow tractor was sent tumbling onto the road. Fortunately, the three zombies had grown accustomed to such chaos, despite the bumps and jolts. They were elite zombies and emerged unscathed. During Li Xiaofeng's practice sessions with the tractor, he had flipped it countless times. The three zombies calmly crawled out from the overturned door. The orange cat had already leaped down when the vehicle collapsed, casting a disdainful glance at the trio. However, it quickly turned its attention to the oncoming mutated beast. Its eyes began to glow crimson, fixating intently on the foe, radiating a fierce battle spirit. Li Xiaofeng rubbed his head and also gazed ahead. A massive wild boar, covered in thick black fur, was thrashing its front legs and grunting menacingly, exuding an aura of brutality. The boar was several meters in size, resembling a small black room. Had I truly collided with a wild boar? Insightful eye. Name: Mutated Wild Boar. Rank: Tier 5. Abilities: Great Strength, Tough Hide Skills, Minor Charge, Major Charge, Ultimate Charge. Li Xiaofeng's lips twitched. Not out of fear of facing a Tier 5 mutated beast, but rather due to the sheer shock of the boar's skills. A deadly triple charge? Before he could issue a command, the mutated orange cat had already lunged forward. The two soon engaged in fierce combat. The orange cat, capable of fighting above its tier, managed to suppress the wild boar without even activating its limit-breaking mode. Its sharp claws relentlessly pierced the boar's hide, causing blood to splatter across the road. In response to the excruciating pain, the mutated wild boar became even more ferocious, its eyes turning a deep crimson as it emitted a thunderous grunt. Its front hooves began to sway back and forth as if gathering energy. Boom! With a resounding crash, the mutated wild boar transformed into a streak of black lightning, exuding an awe-inspiring force. Li Xiaofeng was taken aback by the unexpected ferocity of the boar he had previously mocked. Fortunately, the mutated orange cat possessed keen reflexes and remarkable speed, swiftly dodging the onslaught. Bang! The boar slammed into the yellow tractor, sending it flying. Li Xiaofeng stood there, dumbfounded. Goodness! If that had hit me, would I have been sent soaring into the sky? Despite the boar's formidable charge, it had its drawbacks. It struggled to maneuver during its sprint, advancing in nearly a straight line. The mutated wild boar, now slightly dazed, shook its head and glared menacingly at the orange cat. Its limbs trembled wildly as it entered a state of buildup, emanating an intimidating aura. Gripping a frying pan, Li Xiaofeng suddenly stepped back. Could it be the major charge? In the meantime, the mutated orange cat seized the opportunity during the boar's buildup to activate its claw-slicing ability. As the battle progressed, it grew increasingly formidable, its combat prowess enhancing. However, it seemed that the mutated wild boar fortified its defenses during this build-up phase. The claws of the orange cat proved formidable, barely leaving a few scratches as it defended itself. The wild boar, shaking its limbs as if reaching its limit, let out a furious roar and charged forward. The mutated orange cat's eyes gleamed with disdain. It intended to evade the attack as it had done previously. Yet, the situation took an unexpected turn. The mutated wild boar demonstrated remarkable agility in its turns, maintaining its relentless momentum. Its speed surged, threatening to collide with the orange cat. Although the cat possessed formidable offensive capabilities for its rank, its defensive prowess was lacking, devoid of any defensive skills. Should it be struck by the wild boar's charge, it would likely be rendered incapacitated in an instant. As a fifth-tier mutated beast, it possessed only 3 skills, their names seemingly whimsical, yet their power was undoubtedly extraordinary. With danger imminent, the mutated orange cat unleashed its ultimate rampage, amplifying its strength 5-fold. Its speed soared, resembling a streak of yellow lightning, deftly avoiding the wild boar's charge. In fact, its velocity surpassed that of the boar in the midst of its onslaught. The 3 zombies had already retreated hundreds of meters away, and Li Xiaofeng trembled in fear. Such was the spectacle of a divine clash. The orange cat's ultimate rampage could last for 5 minutes, while the wild boar's charge would cease after just a minute. At this moment, the wild boar, panting heavily and exhaling clouds of white mist, appeared utterly exhausted. Seizing this opportune moment, the orange cat's claws elongated once more, glinting with a chilling light. With a ferocious roar, the wild boar sustained numerous wounds, blood gushing forth. After activating its ultimate rampage, the cutting effectiveness of the orange cat's claws had increased fivefold, making it effortless to pierce through the defenses of its kind. In an instant, the mutated wild boar was thoroughly subdued, its blood staining the ground. As its demise drew near, the orange cat's large eyes sparkled with excitement, even licking its lips as drool escaped. It was utterly unselective when it came to the flesh and blood of its kind. The wild boar, sensing the impending threat of death, displayed no fear. Instead, it radiated an overwhelming murderous intent. Once again, the cat's claw sliced through, taking a significant portion of the wild boar's flesh. With a roar that seemed to reach a critical point, the wild boar's eyes became bloodshot, emitting a faint wheezing sound. Its body convulsed as if it were a sieve. If a dramatic soundtrack accompanied the wild boar's plight, it would undoubtedly enhance the moment. Li Xiaofeng, observing the wild boar's condition, couldn't help but let his imagination wander. Yet, the cry of the mutated orange cat interrupted his thoughts. The wild boar appeared to gather strength once more, its trembling intensifying, and an overwhelming aura emanated from it. Was it preparing for the legendary ultimate charge? The mutated orange cat grew anxious, finding its claw strikes increasingly ineffective against the boar's defenses. A layer of white light enveloped the wild boar, completely absorbing the cat's attacks. The wild boar's ultimate charge had fortified its defenses beyond imagination. The impact of the orange cat's defenses was rendered ineffective, even as its claws failed to serve their purpose. Li Xiaofeng abandoned his previous stealth and stood tall, retrieving a massive frying pan from his backpack. Brandishing this imposing utensil, he charged forward with remarkable vigor. To him, the hundreds of meters seemed but a stone's throw away. Upon closing the distance, Li Xiaofeng leaped into the air, poised for a devastating strike. His battle spirit surged. Here he comes. The wild boar, now charged to its limit, was on the verge of breaking free. A formidable aura emanated from it, resembling not a mere boar, but a prehistoric behemoth. With a thunderous roar, the mutated wild boar ignored Li Xiaofeng in midair, intent on obliterating the plump feline. Bang! A sound akin to thunder erupted suddenly. The mutated wild boar emitted a cry of agony as Li Xiaofeng's frying pan struck its head, twisting it askew. The radiant white light surrounding its body could only shield against sharp attacks, rendering the blunt force of the frying pan largely unaffected. The reinforced pan remained as pristine as ever, yet the boar's head buzzed, as if its brain had been scrambled. In a climactic twist, the wild boar's ultimate charge was abruptly interrupted. The backlash from its skill caused it to spew forth blood, meeting its demise. Li Xiaofeng flicked the frying pan, a gentle breeze tousling his hair with a nonchalant elegance. Is this the might of a swift kill against an equal opponent? The potency of a single strike was indeed terrifying. Gasp! Li Xiaofeng repeatedly inhaled sharply, the scene undeniably eliciting such reactions. Chapter 85. Zombie Lord. The mutated orange cat regarded Li Xiaofeng with a look of incredulity. It then turned its attention to the carcass of the mutated wild boar, beginning to devour its flesh. Xiao Si and Xiao Zhuang similarly ignored their leader, leaving Li Xiaofeng to bask in his solitary glory. What audacity! To offer him no respect whatsoever. In a fluster, he squeezed forward to partake in the feast of the mutated wild boar. Ding! Collection successful. Acquired the long tusks of the mutated wild boar. Ding! Ability extraction successful. Acquired the talent Herculean strength. Li Xiaofeng had initially held little hope. Yet the extraction of abilities had succeeded. Gazing at the red orb in his hand, he pondered briefly before swallowing it. His weapon being the frying pan. An enhancement in strength was of utmost significance. Herculean strength, double strength. The description of Herculean strength was simple, yet it was a rare and valuable talent. Ding! The host is consuming the flesh of a 5th-tier mutated beast, evolution value 160. Ding! The zombies under your command are consuming the flesh of a 5th-tier mutated beast. Evolution value 40. The long-awaited moment for Li Xiaofeng had finally arrived. Ding! The host's evolution value has reached 3,200,032,000, fulfilling the advancement conditions. Commencing evolution. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura radiated from Li Xiaofeng. The orange cat gazed with envy, yet remained ever vigilant, ensuring that Li Xiaofeng could safely complete his evolution. This time, the process of evolution was prolonged. Li Xiaofeng tightly closed his eyes, seemingly immersed in an enigmatic state. Following the enhancement of the blood sun, The zombies roaming the streets had reached the 5th tier. Yet, they still lacked intelligence, even devoid of the instinct to seek benefit or avoid harm. However, these machine-like zombies came to a halt, gazing at Li Xiaofeng from a distance of a kilometer. A continuous stream of zombies gathered, quickly forming a large circle comprised of thousands of them. Yet, none dared to approach within a kilometer, and the mutated orange cat showed little interest in these inferior beings. The faces of all the zombies no longer bore the grotesque and bloodthirsty expressions. The crimson glow of the blood sun illuminated their features, creating a faint atmosphere of tranquility. The once beastly zombies now seemed to be in a state of pilgrimage. As time passed slowly, the apocalypse blurred the distinction between day and night. With the blood sun still high in the sky, this scene showed no signs of change, yet more and more zombies were drawn in. Tens of thousands of zombies congregated, among them many elite-level ones. It was a grand assembly of the undead. Ding. Host has successfully advanced. Current tier, 1st tier zombie lord. Ding. The host's strength, speed, and overall capabilities have significantly increased. Ding. Talents and skills are undergoing comprehensive upgrades. The upgrade of the broken nerve has been completed, evolving into an active talent. The host may choose whether to activate it. The upgrade of the viral infection has been completed, elevating the host's zombie virus level once again. This grants the following abilities. Ability 1. Infinite infection. As your virus spreads, you shall receive full evolutionary value. Ability 2. Ability to infect lower-tier mutated beasts. The upgrade of bloody evolution has been completed. Infecting lower-tier mutated beasts will yield evolutionary value. The upgrade of the giant strength talent has been completed, tripling, doubling your strength. The upgrade of the domination talent has been completed. The number of controllable subjects has increased to 4. 2. The upgrade of hardened skin has been completed, allowing you to withstand or even become immune to stronger attacks. Ding. Hardened skin is now at maximum level, providing an additional effect. No longer suffers from speed reduction. The upgrade of heavy strike execution has been completed. Upon activation, strength increases by 500, 400, with an increased chance of delivering a heavy strike. Ding. Heavy strike execution is now at maximum level, providing an additional effect. Duration is doubled. The upgrade of battle intent has been completed. Upon activation, combat power is comprehensively increased by 175. The upgrade of attack speed aura has been completed, enhancing attack speed by 30, 20. Note, values in parentheses represent unupgraded figures. The protagonist aura is not upgradable. The bystander aura is not upgradable. The Eye of Insight is not upgradable. Ding. The host has acquired the exclusive skill of the Zombie Lord, Leadership. Ding. The host has obtained the exclusive skill of high-tier beings, Intimidation. Leadership, upgradable. You can designate 100 zombies of a lower tier as your followers. Intimidation, a skill unique to high-tier beings, instilling fear in lower-tier creatures. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the rare skill, Ultimate Disguise. Ultimate Disguise, not upgradable. You can transform into human form. However, your power will be suppressed by 90. Li Xiaofeng slowly opened his eyes, the incessant electronic sounds leaving him in a state of bewilderment. At the moment he completed his advancement, a mysterious aura emanated from his body. Upon absorbing this essence, the zombies began to undergo a gradual transformation. They emitted roars, swiftly evolving from 5th-tier zombies to elite zombies. Though this was merely a minority, the vast majority of zombies only garnered a modicum of evolutionary value. Li Xiaofeng felt an unprecedented surge of vitality, a powerful sensation welling within him. Chapter 86. The eerie event. Li Xiaofeng had not anticipated such a significant enhancement upon ascending to the rank of zombie commander. All his upgradable skills and talents had elevated. His foundational combat prowess had multiplied several times over. Moreover, he had comprehended 3 new skills. The intimidation skill, as one might expect, was not unfamiliar, as even the orange cat possessed it, though Li Xiaofeng's version proved to be more effective. Most importantly were the other 2 skills. The commander's exclusive ability, Leadership, allowed him to instantly acquire 100 loyal minions, fearless in battle. Even in death, he could replenish their ranks at will. In this apocalyptic era, zombies were in plentiful supply. With his current strength, he could easily facilitate the rapid advancement of 100 ordinary zombies. 100 strong and obedient zombies could rival an army of thousands. Furthermore, The leadership skill was upgradable. The description indicated that an upgrade would undoubtedly increase the number of zombies he could command. Li Xiaofeng could already envision the scene of him leading countless zombies rampaging through the apocalypse. Roaring with delight, he expressed his elation. The mutated orange cat, having grown accustomed to Li Xiaofeng's foolish demeanor, turned its head in disdain, refusing to look at him. After a while, Li Xiaofeng emerged from his reverie. Noticing the cat's contemptuous expression, he approached and pinched its plump face. "Meow," protested the orange cat, but given Li Xiaofeng's newfound strength, it found escape impossible. After a few moments of playful torment, Li Xiaofeng relented and began to contemplate another rare skill he had comprehended. The system recognized only two skills as rare. One was his dominion talent, while the other was the newly acquired ultimate disguise. Li Xiaofeng activated the ultimate disguise. In an instant, it was as if a miracle had occurred. His appearance underwent a profound transformation. His crimson eyes shifted to a striking black and white, and color gradually returned to his face. The bloodstains at the corners of his mouth vanished, and his sparse hair regrew. The once wrinkled and parched skin became remarkably smooth. Li Xiaofeng felt a tremendous change within his body as he gazed at his hands. The sharp claws had disappeared, and his palms regained their rosy hue. "By heavens!" he exclaimed involuntarily. However, as soon as he uttered those words, his mind jolted, disbelief flooding his face. "I can speak?" He trembled, laughter escaping him. This was the first coherent human word he had spoken since the onset of the apocalypse. It feels peculiar. Perhaps it should be phrased as the first utterance of human speech. He could disguise himself as a human, which meant infiltrating human bases would be a simple task. At that point, infecting humans would be effortless, wouldn't it? Accompanied by his newly upgraded viral infection talent, it signifies that he, single-handedly, could infect an entire city. He is far more terrifying than a plague. Countless evolution points await him. However, Li Xiaofeng has yet to realize a crucial fact. In this era of peace, he was once human. Despite having spent 2 months as a zombie since the apocalypse began, he ultimately belonged to the human race. Now that he has awakened this skill, it implies that he can fully reintegrate into humanity. As long as he does not reveal himself, no one would recognize his identity as a zombie. Yet, at the first moment, his thoughts do not dwell on returning to humanity, but rather on infecting humans. It seems that since becoming a zombie, his will has been entirely transformed. More alarmingly, he remains oblivious to any discrepancies, believing everything to be perfectly normal. This is the most peculiar aspect. He is no longer Li Xiaofeng of the human race, but rather Li Xiaofeng the zombie. Just as the name of this rare skill suggests, ultimate disguise. No matter how authentic it may seem, it is merely a facade. Li Xiaofeng is entirely unaware of any irregularities. At this moment, he gazes contentedly at his panel. In this vast world, where can he not go? As he looks at his evolution points, a slight twitch appears at the corner of his mouth. His evolution points have reached 3, 800, 100, 000. Observing the subsequent 100,000 in advancement points, he casts a 45-degree glance at the sky, feeling an overwhelming sense of sorrow. It appears that he has only improved a little over threefold compared to a 5th-tier creature. However, one must not overlook that this is merely the evolution value of a 1st-tier lord. If he is not mistaken, the evolution value for a 2nd-tier lord will be 200,000. From here on, it will continue to exponentially increase. The required evolution points in the future will be a terrifying figure. Nevertheless, Li Xiaofeng remains unhurried. He now possesses the means to ensure his survival. In this post-apocalyptic world, he has become a formidable entity. Li Xiaofeng surveys the throng of over 10,000 zombies surrounding him, among which are elite zombies. He promptly activates his commanding skill. In an instant, all the information about the zombies manifests before his eyes. They each emit a glow, with the intensity of the light correlating to their level of evolution. Li Xiaofeng quickly identifies the elite zombies. Out of a total of 235 zombies, only 32 are elite. Moreover, the majority of these elite zombies have advanced due to his influence. The Eye of Insight evaluates each elite zombie's skills and talents, ultimately selecting 2 elite zombies. Utilizing his commanding talent, he gains control over them and commands an additional 30 elite zombies along with 70 ordinary 5th-tier zombies. 100 zombies immediately step forward from the ranks, quietly gathering together. The remaining zombies begin to wander aimlessly, reverting to their primal beastly forms. However, None dare approach Li Xiaofeng. Pleased with the elite zombies before him, Li Xiaofeng feels a sense of satisfaction. He can finally depart from Wanning City. He discards the bodies of the fourth-tier mutated beasts he has hunted over the past month, prioritizing the evolution of those 102 zombies. In the apocalyptic realm, fifth-tier ordinary zombies are indistinguishable from decayed fish and rotten shrimp. Notably, the two newly acquired abilities of the commanding zombies are the Healing Hand and the Frenzy Technique. The Healing Hand, capable of mending the injuries of other creatures, with a cooldown period of 10 seconds. The Frenzy Technique enables other beings to experience a 50 surge in attack speed, lasting for 2 minutes and with a cooldown of 1 hour. Both abilities serve as supportive skills, yet their impact is profound. They can significantly empower Li Xiaofeng or the mutated orange cat, as his team is already fortified in terms of offensive might. Furthermore, with 100 zombie minions at his disposal, their growth will undoubtedly yield tremendous strength. 3 days later, atop a skyscraper in the city center, a figure adorned with sunglasses reclines leisurely on a white beach chair, a chilled watermelon by his side. Beside him sprawls a massive orange cat, lazily yawning. It is none other than Li Xiaofeng and the mutated orange cat. At this moment, he has activated an ultimate disguise. Appearing entirely human, with his chaotic nerves quelled, the long-lost sensation of taste has returned, and the coolness of the watermelon brings him immense pleasure. In this desolate world, he is perhaps the most carefree of all beings. Currently, Li Xiaofeng holds a map in his hand, contemplating his plans for venturing out. The situation in Huagua is precarious. With various mutated beasts reigning supreme, he dares not provoke the vast survivor bases. Every move necessitates meticulous planning. Life is singular, and Li Xiaofeng cannot afford to act recklessly. As for Xiao Si, Xiao Zhuang, Xiao Peng, the newly commanded zombie who has mastered the frenzy technique, and Xiao Mei, who has grasped the healing hand, they each lead 100 zombie minions to commence the genuine purge of Wanning City. The 4 elite zombies command 25 minions each, embarking on their cleansing mission. Neither mutated beasts nor humans can escape their wrath. Thanks to Li Xiaofeng's month-long efforts, the remaining mutated beasts are no more than Tier 3. Xiao Si and Xiao Zhuang can easily dispatch them. Although Xiao Peng and Xiao Mei initially face some challenges, with Li Xiaofeng's willpower directing them, they too can triumph effortlessly. Having completed a random task, Li Xiaofeng has thoroughly unveiled the map of Wanning City. No mutated beast finds refuge within its confines. However, there is an unfortunate development. Upon ascending to the rank of Zombie Lord, lower-tier mutated beasts can no longer provide him with evolution points. This implies that he must hunt down formidable mutated creatures to advance. The eradication of weaker beings will not facilitate his evolution. After a month of systematic purging, Xiao Si and Xiao Zhuang have both achieved 5th-tier elite zombie status. Xiao Mei and Xiao Peng have ascended to 4th-tier elite zombies. More importantly, all 100 zombies have transformed into elite zombies, with 18 of them reaching 2nd tier. Li Xiaofeng has once again reaped dozens of 3rd-tier and 2nd-tier crystal cores. The mutated beasts within Wanning City have become exceedingly scarce. Unbeknownst to Li Xiaofeng, since his elevation to Zombie Lord, many mutated beasts have fled the city. A month later, all zombies have returned, their strength having notably increased. Splendid. Quite splendid indeed. Li Xiaofeng donned a suit, adorned with sunglasses, and stood with his hands clasped behind his back, projecting an air of authority. Below him, over 100 zombies stood still, seemingly attentive to his address. However, his subordinates exhibited restlessness, emitting sporadic growls, with some even drooling. The scene was utterly bizarre. Unperturbed, Li Xiaofeng felt a surge of fervor coursing through him. Today, we embark on a campaign to seize glory for the zombie clan. Each of you is an elite, yet with greater power comes greater responsibility. The path ahead for our kind demands our venture, despite the perils that lie in wait. But you are all warriors. Tell me, are you afraid? Li Xiaofeng inquired passionately. A chorus of scattered growls responded, onward. Satisfied, Li Xiaofeng nodded, deactivating his ultimate disguise and reverting to his zombie form. The horde of over 100 zombies departed from the city center, accompanied by a large orange cat trailing behind. Li Xiaofeng intended to commence his cleansing of the nearby cities, targeting the various mutated beasts. Chapter 88. Survivor community to the north of Wanning City lies Chili City. The two cities are not far apart, yet their levels of prosperity are incomparable. Chili City boasts numerous tourist attractions, making it a renowned destination within Huagua, thus bolstering its economic growth. For Li Xiaofeng, a bustling city undoubtedly harbors more formidable mutated beasts. Currently, apart from infecting humans, only fellow lords can yield evolution points for him. The 100-plus zombies, all of elite caliber, sprinted with remarkable speed. More crucially, they were tireless. In a brief span, they reached the outskirts and prepared to leave Wanning City. Li Xiaofeng, wearing sunglasses, detected a hint of fresh blood and flesh in the air. Since ascending to the rank of a lord zombie, his sensitivity to the scent of blood had intensified. He signaled the other zombies to remain still and activated his ultimate disguise. Instantly, he transformed into the guise of a student. The outskirts of Wanning City, while not affluent, offered affordable housing, leading many to purchase homes there, resulting in the construction of numerous small communities. One such community was named Quiet Community, where the old gate had been dismantled and replaced with a formidable steel door. Outside the gate, iron plates were welded together, each adorned with sharp steel spikes. Within the gate, a small high-rise had been erected, providing a clear view of the surroundings. A burly man, sporting a buzz cut, stood atop the building, a handgun holstered at his waist, idly gazing outside the community. The suburbs were not bustling, and the population was relatively sparse. The number of zombies was negligible compared to the city center, with mutated beasts being few and far between. Armed with a few handguns and an ample supply of food, this group had fortuitously survived for 3 months. Such small bases were commonplace in the apocalypse. Their survival was less a testament to strength than to sheer luck. The guard, with an easy demeanor, looked outside the community. Zombies had become a rare sight. Even if 1 or 2 occasionally wandered near, they could hardly breach the community gate, rendering them no threat at all. Suddenly, the guard's expression froze in disbelief as he rubbed his eyes. Before him, a student approached with an air of nonchalance. Behind the student was a bulging backpack, its zipper not fully closed. The burly man immediately glimpsed its contents, a can of meat. Is it filled with food? A jolt of surprise surged through him. Although the small base provided basic sustenance, it was exceedingly limited. In the post-apocalyptic world, satisfying one's hunger had become a luxury. He had not tasted meat in 2 months. Upon seeing the food in the backpack, a desire to seize it ignited within him. Who is this person? The man suppressed his greed, feigning curiosity as he asked, "Brother, I have come to seek refuge." Li Xiaofeng waved his hand and even bounced a few steps. With a thud, the can of meat fell from the backpack. In an instant, the man's gaze transformed into that of a ravenous wolf, wholly captivated by the can. Li Xiaofeng casually picked it up and said, "I kindly request you to open the gate to the community." While he could have leaped in directly, he deemed it unnecessary to raise alarms. If he frightened off any survivors, it would be a loss. As for sending a horde of zombies to attack, that would be unwise. The other party had firearms, which he could ignore, but the other zombies could not. To infiltrate the community, he had deliberately filled his backpack with food from a distant supermarket. Once inside, everything would be under his control. "Don't worry, I'm coming to open it now. Just stay where you are." The man's greed became increasingly evident. The food in that backpack was a prize he was determined to claim. He nonchalantly descended the small building and directly opened the community gate. Li Xiaofeng felt everything was proceeding flawlessly. His disguise was remarkably effective. Bang! Just as he prepared to enter the community, his sharp senses detected the guard's sudden movement. The man fired a shot at him. Li Xiaofeng activated his hardened skin and surged with combat fervor. Although his human state only possessed 10 of his strength as a zombie lord, he still wielded the power of a 5th-tier being. With both skills activated, Li Xiaofeng stood firm, his defenses skyrocketing. The bullet struck his abdomen but inflicted no harm whatsoever. Even a rifle struggled to penetrate his defenses. A standard handgun posed no threat at all. As his evolution level increased, the efficacy of modern weaponry diminished significantly. The man's face turned pale with terror, his eyes wide in disbelief at the scene before him. Is this still a human? A handgun is ineffective against him. In this apocalypse, only those who became awakened could significantly increase their strength. Yet, the burly man was entirely unaware that someone could withstand bullets. The leader of the small base was indeed an awakened one. The man had witnessed the awakened's strength firsthand. They were far superior to ordinary people. However, to say that one could block bullets was simply impossible. Who on earth is this person? But there was no time for further contemplation. The student had already begun to walk calmly into the community. "You shot at me?" Li Xiaofeng sneered coldly, but then realized his wording was inappropriate, and he rephrased. "Did you just fire at me? Who are you?" The burly man's face turned pale, overwhelmed by the immense pressure from Li Xiaofeng, who exuded an authority far surpassing even that of the base leader. Li Xiaofeng stepped forward, gripping the man's neck with his right hand, his expression chillingly indifferent. "Take me to your leader." Chapter 89. The new leader struggling for breath. The man's pallor deepened into a crimson hue, and he nodded frantically, gripped by an overwhelming fear. Now entirely submissive to this student, the two made their way into the community. The tranquil neighborhood was modest, consisting of merely 4 buildings. "How many people are in your base?" Li Xiaofeng surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of any humans. "Over 100, the man replied, his voice laced with trepidation as he cautiously answered. They soon arrived at the first building, where a man and a woman were engaged in an indecent act outside. Spectators had gathered around them. The man, with an unattractive visage, wore a sinister grin, while the woman appeared emaciated, clearly deprived of sustenance for an extended period, though her delicate features remained visible. Her eyes, however, were devoid of life, resembling those of a corpse. The man, still brimming with enthusiasm, acknowledged the arrival of the burly man and Li Xiaofeng with a wave. A flicker of panic crossed the burly man's eyes, and he responded to the man in a desperate attempt to convey his plea for help. Yet, the man remained oblivious, completely disregarding him. Provoking a silent curse from the burly man, Li Xiaofeng, with an impassive expression, observed the scene unfold. As they passed 2 more buildings, they encountered various unsightly behaviors. Finally, they arrived at the last building, where 2 armed guards stood at the entrance. Upon noticing Li Xiaofeng and his companion approaching, the guards barked in immediate demand. "Li Wei, who is this person?" Li Wei, with an ingratiating smile, stammered, "I wish to see the boss." "Does anyone get to see the boss?" The guards were visibly displeased, taken aback by Li Wei's audacity to bring a stranger. Ignoring the 3 men, Li Xiaofeng, with his discerning gaze, had already spotted an awakened individual, presumably the leader. He strode in without acknowledging the guards. The guards, seeing this, raised their handguns, their faces contorted with warning and threat. "Don't act recklessly." Panic surged within Li Wei, who attempted to halt the guards' reckless behavior. Should they provoke this student, the 3 of them might very well meet their demise on the spot. Li Xiaofeng's speed suddenly surged as he dashed into the building. The guards disregarded Li Wei, their expressions darkening as they pursued Li Xiaofeng. If the leader discovered they had admitted an outsider, they would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. The entire base lived in fear of the leader's ruthless methods. However, when the 2 burst into a room on the 9th floor, astonishment and terror washed over their faces. A gaunt man lay on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, gravely injured and unconscious. His legs had been brutally shattered. Nearby, a beautiful woman trembled in fright, clutching a blanket. A student observed this scene with satisfaction and addressed the approaching guards. "From this moment forth, I have assumed control of this community," Li Xiaofeng stated in a calm tone. "Gather everyone downstairs. I have an announcement to make." The 2 guards, witnessing the downfall of their leader, who was an awakener, dared not defy the order. Moreover, the people's loyalty towards him was non-existent. It stemmed solely from fear of his ruthless methods. A subtle smile crept onto Li Xiaofeng's face. By assembling everyone at once, he could efficiently spread his influence. The woman on the bed gradually regained her composure. As she settled, she flashed a flirtatious smile, boldly shedding the sheets and sauntering toward Li Xiaofeng. Alas, he was but a zombie, impervious to her allure. "Get dressed and assemble downstairs," Li Xiaofeng said, his expression unyielding as he cast a brief glance at the woman before turning away. A shiver ran through her. His gaze instilled an inexplicable dread within her, devoid of any semblance of human emotion. Yet, he appeared unmistakably youthful, which only deepened her confusion. Ultimately, she dressed and spat at the former leader. To her, as long as there was sustenance to ensure her survival, the identity of the leader was inconsequential. It was merely a change in servitude. As the 2 guards disseminated the news, the community experienced a significant upheaval. The former leader's numerous henchmen were shaken, yet devoid of sorrow. The ordinary citizens, however, exhibited a numbed demeanor, showing no signs of change. Observing the over 100 individuals below, Li Xiaofeng nodded in satisfaction. "Li Wei, confiscate all firearms," he commanded decisively. The armed individuals stiffened, some unable to suppress their grip on their guns. Anyone who dares to act recklessly will be shot on the spot. I appoint him as the vice leader. His straightforward declaration swiftly quelled the brewing unrest. No one dared to glance at Li Xiaofeng. Instead, they directed wary gazes toward the other armed individuals. Yet, amidst the crowd, one person bore a fierce expression, who would willingly entrust their life to another. In this apocalyptic world, the only entity one could rely on was oneself. A flicker of concealed malice crossed his eyes as he contemplated shooting Li Xiaofeng. If he eliminated him, he would become the new leader. However, before he could raise his weapon, he suddenly sensed an ominous shift. The new leader had vanished. A wave of trepidation washed over him, and before he could react, a searing pain erupted in his abdomen, as though he had been struck by a freight truck. Li Xiaofeng had anticipated the man's ill intentions and charged forward, delivering a single blow that incapacitated him. The strength of a fifth-tier being far surpassed that of an ordinary human. With an expression of indifference, he shattered the man's legs as well. Such ruthless measures instantly subdued the crowd. The student-like figure before them was far more merciless than the previous leader. A deeper despair settled in the hearts of the ordinary citizens. Li Xiaofeng gathered the handguns, surveying the unarmed populace with a smile. "Follow me." The behavior of the new leader perplexed the crowd. However, the ability to slay the awakened suggested that he, too, was an awakened being, devoid of firearms. The chasm between ordinary individuals and the awakened was insurmountable. Over 100 people gathered at the entrance of the residential complex, where Li Xiaofeng commanded Wang Chang to open the gate. Confusion spread among the onlookers, yet a thread of inexplicable dread began to weave through their minds. Reluctantly, Wang Chang complied, executing the order despite his profound uncertainty. As the gate creaked open, a chilling sight unfolded. A horde of zombies began to amass outside with alarming speed. Within moments, hundreds of the undead appeared. Unlike mere roaming beasts, they seemed imbued with a semblance of intelligence, poised as if awaiting orders. Yet, the savage hunger in their eyes remained palpable, instilling terror in all present. With a smile upon his face, Li Xiaofeng transformed into his zombie form. Panic erupted among the crowd as they screamed and fled in a frenzy, but their efforts were futile. They could not fathom how the new leader, evidently human, could instantaneously morph into a zombie. The former henchmen of the original leader were now engulfed in fear, realizing their days of comfort had vanished. The ordinary citizens, in stark contrast, wore expressions of numbness laced with confusion, and perhaps even a hint of relief. In mere moments, over 100 individuals succumbed to infection. The once thriving survivor community was rendered desolate, overtaken by wandering zombies. Leading his horde, Li Xiaofeng set forth once more. He was not a savior, but rather a harbinger of the undead. Behind the zombie squad, no survivors were encountered. Wanning City had irrevocably transformed into a realm ruled by zombies. Departing from Wanning, Li Xiaofeng embarked upon the road to Chili City. The number of zombies on the highway sharply diminished, as if all the undead were drawn to Wanning City. The road was strewn with various abandoned vehicles, though they were few in number. The landscape stretched out desolately, steeped in silence, resembling a post-apocalyptic wasteland. The distance between the two cities was not vast. With the speed of his zombie horde and their inexhaustible nature, he estimated they could reach their destination in approximately 2 days. Yet, a cloud of frustration shadowed Li Xiaofeng's countenance. Since his ascension to the rank of Zombie Lord, the system had issued a weekly task to advance to the second-tier Zombie Lord. Unfortunately, ordinary mutated beasts no longer provided him with evolution points. His progress had stagnated, and so had the tasks. To evolve further, he needed to hunt creatures of the same tier. However, such beings were scarce in Wanning City. To expedite his evolution, he would likely have to venture into the primitive mountains, a perilous undertaking given his current strength. Consequently, Li Xiaofeng resolved to visit various cities, hoping to encounter solitary creatures of his tier. Meanwhile, half a month prior, after devouring a substantial amount of crystal cores, the orange cat had also undergone an evolution, and its status panel reflected this transformation. Title: The Mutant Orange Cat Rank. First Tier Lord Talents: Evil Evolution, 2. Keen Senses, 2. Battle Frenzy, 2. Skills: Claw/4. Intimidation, 2. Ultimate Rampage, 4. Potential Surge, 3. Bloodthirsty Slaughter, 1. Brutal Force, 1. Since his ascension to Lord Zombie, the system's panel has undergone a transformation, now featuring the levels of talents and skills. The orange cat has similarly mastered two new skills: bloodthirsty slaughter and brutal force. Bloodthirsty slaughter. In the midst of battle, each enemy killed amplifies strength by 1, up to a maximum of 100. Brutal force. When activated, the next attack's penetration effect is doubled, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. These are two formidable combat skills. Following his evolution to Lord, the orange cat possesses the capacity to engage enemies of higher ranks. However, without encountering a second-tier Lord, it remains difficult to assess his true strength. The zombie squad consists of 2 Lord-level beings, making crises unlikely. The journey proceeds smoothly, with only occasional encounters with mutant beasts, which are swiftly overwhelmed by the zombie squad without requiring intervention from him or the orange cat. The squad's progress is remarkably seamless. Yet the eager Li Xiaofeng finds this lack of formidable foes somewhat disheartening. Chapter 91. The mutant rat swarms suddenly. Li Xiaofeng's movement falters as he spots houses beyond the road. Since his promotion to Lord Zombie, his vision has significantly improved, far surpassing what it once was. The leap from elite to Lord is akin to an elevation in life tier, no longer measurable by ordinary standards. The ability to withstand bullets alone signifies the disparity between the two. Rows of houses stand atop a peak, forming a village built into the mountainside, while the valley below is dotted with patches of land where various crops grow. However, with the arrival of the blood moon, most of the crops have withered, struggling to survive. As Li Xiaofeng gazes at the distant village, a frown creases his brow. He observes no signs of human presence, not even zombies. Intrigued, he leads the zombie horde closer to the village, emboldened by the 2 Lord-level beings. Upon approaching the village, an exhilarating sensation washes over him, eliciting an excited cry from the orange cat. It has been far too long since he experienced such a feeling. There are Lord-level creatures in the mountains. Almost simultaneously, the Lord creature also senses Li Xiaofeng and the orange cat. In an instant, the entire mountain begins to tremble, and Li Xiaofeng's gaze sharpens at the sight of the earth shaking. Boom, boom, boom. The numerous houses atop the mountain start to collapse, revealing dark openings of several meters in size within. The mountain appears riddled with holes, akin to honeycomb, concealed until now by the structures above. Li Xiaofeng's spirit stirs as dark, colossal beasts emerge from the openings, their crimson eyes feral and frenzied. They are none other than mutant rats. The first mutant beast Li Xiaofeng ever killed was a rat, albeit a mere first-tier mutant. Before my eyes, countless mutated beasts surged forth, intermingled with an uncountable number of ordinary rats. The tide of rodents resembled a colossal wave of darkness, a fearsome force in this apocalyptic world. Li Xiaofeng now understood the eerie silence enveloping the highway. With so many mutated rats around, it was unimaginable how many mutated beasts had been consumed. Due to the constraints of distance, Li Xiaofeng could not approach the mountains nor access any information. However, it was certain that a mutated rat king lurked within. The speed of the mutated rats was astonishing, trampling countless plants and crops in their path. All the rats seemed bewitched, intent on overwhelming the zombies ahead. The sight of tens of thousands of black rats charging was truly terrifying. Over 100 zombies appeared exceedingly frail by comparison, a mere fraction of the opposing force. Yet, these zombies were all of elite rank. A cursory glance revealed nearly 1,000 mutated beasts, the vast majority being first-tier mutated rats. The speed of these mutated rats was unparalleled. With no chance of escape, Li Xiaofeng was compelled to engage them directly. The clash between the zombies and the mutated rats erupted instantaneously. Li Xiaofeng possessed an attack speed aura that enhanced the overall strength of the zombies. Furthermore, being elite zombies, the ordinary black rats found it exceedingly difficult to pierce their skin. Nevertheless, the situation remained grim. The outcome was almost immediately apparent. The number of mutated rats approached tenfold that of the zombies, most of whom were also elite first tier. Relying solely on the attack speed aura to fight 10 with 1 was nothing short of delusional. Li Xiaofeng chose not to exterminate the mutated rats, but merely inflicted cuts and bites upon them, injecting the zombie virus into their bodies. At present, his virus could only infect first-tier mutated rats, yet it proved remarkably effective. In a matter of moments, the mutated rats were infected. Their minds grew increasingly chaotic, and they quickly turned against their own kind. Ding! The host successfully infected a first-tier mutated rat, earning 20 evolution points. The upgraded virus's infectious capabilities were now in effect. However, The ordeal was far from over. If a zombie rat inflicted wounds, it would also become infected. The zombie virus within Li Xiaofeng spread like a plague among the rat horde. In a brief span, the situation stabilized. Simultaneously, the efficiency of the mutated orange cat's attacks was exceptionally high, bolstered by the fury technique of the portly companion. The cat's claws moved with astonishing speed, leaving only fleeting afterimages in their wake. Several mutated rats were dismembered, blood spraying across the ground. If this trend continued, the over 100 zombies would still face total annihilation. However, the mutated rat horde would likely meet a similar fate. This would spell trouble for the mutated rat king, as its strength would diminish significantly without the horde. A hoarse and chilling screech echoed from the distant woods. All the rats seemed to receive a command, shifting their positions. Countless mutated rats ceased their assault on Li Xiaofeng and the orange cat, instead turning to attack other zombies. Tens of thousands of ordinary rats charged towards Li Xiaofeng and the orange cat like sacrificial lambs, desperately using their lives to delay the inevitable. As soon as hundreds of zombies fell, all the mutated rats surged forth to assail the orange cat. The Rat King emerged from the shadows, intent on ensnaring Li Xiaofeng, fully capable of exhausting them. Chapter 92. The Rat King Li Xiaofeng also sensed the nefarious plot of the mutated Rat King. The ordinary rats swarming were feeble and easily dispatched with a mere flick of his hand. He could opt for infection, yet the evolutionary value gained was non-existent. Simultaneously, the mutation of the ordinary rats proved utterly futile, as they would be torn apart in an instant by the horde. Undeterred, Li Xiaofeng charged through the tide of rats, determined to hunt the mutated rodents. However, being ensnared significantly diminished his infection efficiency. Often, when he aimed to infect a single mutated rat, dozens of ordinary rats would obstruct his mouth, specifically to ensure his infection. The Rat King must be eliminated first. Li Xiaofeng had not anticipated the tenacity of the rat horde. Both of his lordly creatures were ensnared. He made a decisive choice. If the Rat King were vanquished, the horde would naturally disperse. He activated Hardened Skin for his 4 commanding zombies, hoping they would survive this encounter. Simultaneously, he mounted the mutated orange cat. The cat's terrifying claws swiftly tore a gaping hole through the black wave of rats. With its full speed unleashed, the mutated rats were utterly incapable of hindering its advance. As long as he could approach the forested mountains, Li Xiaofeng would be able to pinpoint the location of the Rat King. The duo of 1 zombie and 1 cat moved swiftly, reaching the base of the mountain. Insightfully, Li Xiaofeng attempted to discern the position of the Rat King, but initially found nothing. He urged the orange cat to continue its ascent towards the summit, continuously shifting his view to lock onto the Rat King's whereabouts. Soon, they arrived at the mountainside, where a multitude of ruined houses lay scattered about, with several meter-wide dark holes permeating the entire forest. Suddenly, a colossal red phantom materialized within his sight. Name: Mutated Rat King. Rank: First-tier Lord. To Li Xiaofeng's astonishment, he could not perceive the skills or talents of the Rat King. This unexpected development caused him to furrow his brow, uncertain whether it was due to the low rank of his insightful eye or the Rat King's peculiar nature. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. As long as he could ascertain its location, that sufficed. 2 lordly creatures should easily handle a single foe, especially since the orange cat possessed formidable strength that allowed it to fight beyond its rank. The location of the mutated Rat King lay at the mountain's peak. However, Li Xiaofeng was at a loss for how to navigate there, as the numerous branches of the rat tunnels made it all too easy to become lost. Unless he could tunnel through the entire mountain, he could only see the Rat King's position without knowing the route to take. If he squandered too much time in the rat tunnels, his zombies would likely perish. For the first time, Li Xiaofeng felt the formidable challenge posed by lordly creatures. Meow? At that moment, the orange cat reacted, its large nose twitching with palpable excitement. It promptly carried Li Xiaofeng into one of the rat tunnels. The mutated orange cat navigated like a seasoned veteran, deftly turning left and right, showing little hesitation as it ventured deeper. Meanwhile, within Li Xiaofeng's field of vision, the position of the mutated Rat King began to shift. Was it attempting to escape? The orange cat's demeanor grew exceedingly agitated, letting out a thunderous yowl. Without Li Xiaofeng's command, the orange cat embarked on an extreme rampage. Its speed surged dramatically as it dashed straight into the depths of the mouse hole. Within, the mutated Mouse King loomed large, resembling the mutated orange cat in every aspect. Yet, at that moment, it was overtaken by an instinctual terror. The sensation of encountering a natural enemy sent the mutated Mouse King into a frenzied retreat deeper into its lair. However, the Mouse King's speed paled in comparison to that of the orange cat, which had unleashed an unprecedented burst of velocity. Suddenly, the mutated Mouse King came to a halt, its face betraying a human-like fear. The Lord-level mutated beast possessed a certain degree of intelligence. A pair of crimson eyes materialized before the Mouse King, glowing like lanterns in the darkness. Li Xiaofeng was unceremoniously tossed aside. The orange cat, brimming with excitement, surged forth with renewed vigor, fiercely targeting the Mouse King. Damn it! Li Xiaofeng felt a surge of indignation. After all, he was a formidable zombie lord, yet he had been so easily discarded. But as he gazed forward, he could not help but be struck by the terror of the mutated orange cat. The rampaging creature was beyond the capacity of any being of its tier to contend with. In a mere moment, the mutated Mouse King bore wounds, blood gushing forth and soaking into the soft earth. Squeak! The mutated Mouse King emitted a piercing cry, daring not to engage the orange cat in combat. Its eyes reflected sheer terror. It cast a glance at Li Xiaofeng and, in a fit of desperation, charged towards him in a frenzied attempt to escape. Li Xiaofeng, having been flung aside by the orange cat, was seething with rage. Raising an eyebrow, he saw the Mouse King lunging at him. He swiftly produced a black frying pan. A powerful strike was unleashed. His battle spirit ignited. Li Xiaofeng's strength surged as he gripped the frying pan tightly. Bang! A thunderous sound reverberated through the mouse hole. A massive black figure was sent hurtling backward. After activating his skill, Li Xiaofeng's power was no longer something of the same tier could rival. Moreover, the Mouse King's strength was not its advantage. Chapter 93, Group Advancement Claw Slice. The airborne, mutated Mouse King was unable to leverage its strength. The orange cat's eyes blazed with fervent light. A hissing sound filled the air as its claws, like fleeting shadows, swept upward without encountering any obstruction. Following its extreme rampage, the slicing ability of its claws had also significantly increased. Splash! Blood sprayed forth as the Mouse King's innards spilled onto the ground, accompanied by the fall of a crystal core the size of an egg. With a single swipe, the orange cat dismembered a lord-level creature. Li Xiaofeng barely had time to intervene as the mutated orange cat abruptly kicked off, swallowing the crystal core whole. The cat's movements were astonishingly deft. A seamless display of artistry. Li Xiaofeng's heart sank. A lord-level crystal core had been lost just like that. The mutated orange cat, appearing satisfied, scampered over to nuzzle its plump head against Li Xiaofeng. Reluctantly, he accepted that the orange cat's power enhancement could only benefit him. Li Xiaofeng approached the corpse of the mutated Mouse King to begin the process of devouring it. The mutated orange cat also moved to another spot, voraciously consuming its share. Ding! Ability extraction failed. Ding! The collection was successful, yielding the claws of the mutated Rat King. Ding! The host is currently devouring the flesh and blood of a first-tier lord, gaining an evolution value of 500. Ultimately, Li Xiaofeng amassed a total of 10,000 evolution points. Although lord creatures are formidable, the evolution value they provide surpasses that of elite creatures. The mutated orange cat possesses the talent of evil evolution, enabling it to consume crystal cores. With the additional evolution value from devouring flesh and blood, the total reached 20,000 evolution points. Observing its appearance, it continued to consume. Yet the rate of evolution value accumulation slowed significantly. Li Xiaofeng hastily intervened. The evolution value required for the lord creature to advance was excessively high. It would be more prudent to allow the other zombies to consume. By creating additional lord zombies, the strength of the team would significantly increase. After the demise of the mutated Rat King, the battle outside also reached a conclusion. In an instant, all the mutated rats began to flee in all directions, opting not to return to their burrows, where two lord creatures instilled a primal fear within them. Ultimately, the ground was littered with countless black corpses, hundreds of mutated rats, along with innumerable ordinary rats. A casual step revealed their soft, yielding bodies, with blood occasionally spurting forth. However, the zombies also suffered heavy losses, leaving only a dozen behind. The remaining zombies had vanished without a trace, entirely consumed by the mutated rats. The surviving zombies emitted growls, saliva continuously dripping from their mouths as they gazed upon the corpses of the mutated rats. Yet, under Li Xiaofeng's command, they managed to restrain their instincts. Li Xiaofeng and the orange cat swiftly departed from the rat burrow, observing the remaining zombies. He felt a sense of relief seeing that the 4 zombies under his dominion remained intact. He retrieved the corpse of the mutated rat king and commanded the 4 zombies to begin consuming it. His evolution value surged by another 10,000, but he still required over 70,000 for the next advancement. The ground was strewn with the corpses of mutated rats. Regrettably, after Li Xiaofeng ascended to the rank of Lord Zombie, lower-tier mutated beasts ceased to provide him with evolution value. Even his dominion talent had become ineffective, failing to yield any evolution points. He began to fervently utilize collection and ability extraction. Most of the collected items were claws or fur, proving rather trivial for crafting weapons or armor. However, the ability extraction surprised him, yielding a total of 10 swift skills. While the effects were not as potent as those of Xiaoxi and lacked any special evasion effects, he distributed the 10 swift skills among the 10 zombies, including the 3 under his dominion. Yet, Xiaoxi could not learn them due to skill conflicts, and its tier was inferior to his own swift ability. As for himself, he chose not to utilize the skills, as their enhancement was minimal, and more importantly, the upgrade of skills was entirely random. This indicated that acquiring a myriad of skills was not necessarily advantageous. Once the consumption was complete, he instructed the 4 zombies under his dominion to begin devouring flesh and blood, preparing to cultivate Lord Zombies first. With hundreds of mutated rat corpses on the ground, each mutated rat could sustain 3 zombies. The total evolution value available amounted to several 100,000. Thus, the 4 zombies under his dominion embarked on their path of evolution. The recent battle against the mutated rats, though costly, yielded substantial rewards. Ding. The evolution value of the zombies under your command has reached 3,200,000, fulfilling the conditions for advancement. Ding. The evolution value of the zombies under your command has reached 3,200,000, fulfilling the conditions for advancement. This time, the advancement process was swift, far surpassing that of Li Xiaofeng. There were no zombies gathering around, suggesting that Li Xiaofeng was indeed a unique case. Ding. The overall combat capabilities of the zombies under your command, including strength and speed, have significantly improved. Ding. All skills and talents of the zombies under your command have been upgraded. Current rank, 1st tier zombie lord. Ding. The zombies under your command have comprehended the skill group healing. Ding. The zombies under your command have comprehended Shadow Claw. Ding. The zombies under your command have comprehended damage reduction. Ding. The zombies under your command have comprehended Extreme Frenzy. Ding. The zombies under your command have comprehended the Skill Commander. Chapter 94. The Golden Eagle Group Healing. Capable of healing creatures within a 10-meter radius. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. Shadow Claw. Claws imbued with dark energy. Creatures struck will enter a weakened state. Cooldown time, 1 minute. Damage reduction. A passive skill that mitigates incoming damage. The effectiveness of the reduction depends on the enemy. The higher the enemy's rank, the weaker the reduction. Extreme Frenzy. Grants a 30 speed boost to the 10 nearest beings. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. Li Xiaofeng felt elated. The 4 zombies he commanded had each comprehended their respective skills, perfectly aligning with their characteristics. The newly commanded Little Fatty and Little May had once again acquired rare supportive skills. Such skills are even rarer than combat abilities. More importantly, all 4 zombies had grasped the commander skill. The number of zombies in his command could surge to 500, all of which could be upgraded. As the levels of his commanding talent and commander skill increased, the number of zombies he could lead would multiply exponentially. Li Xiaofeng gazed at the remaining corpses of the mutated rats and continued to allow individual zombies to devour them. The gap between zombie lords and elite zombies was vast, easily allowing one to contend against 10. First, he needed to cultivate a zombie lord. The assistance provided by elite zombies was minimal. A new zombie lord emerged, yet its improvement appeared inferior to that of the 4 commanded zombies. Most crucially, upon using the inside eye to inspect it, Li Xiaofeng discovered it had not comprehended the commander skill. Could it be that commanded zombies were incapable of comprehension? If they could, Li Xiaofeng could swiftly command millions of zombies and begin to dominate the apocalypse. However, he was not surprised. He had anticipated this outcome. After all, the number of zombies a zombie lord could control was limited. Yet, should he advance further, transcending to a rank above lord, the number of controllable zombies would undoubtedly surge. He could only command 2 elite zombies, while he could already control hundreds of Lord zombies. With each advancement, the number of controllable zombies would increase dramatically. The remaining mutated rats had once again produced 3 zombie lords. Though not as formidable as Little C and the others, they were still superior to him. Yet, despite this, it surpassed the 5th-tier creatures by a significant margin. A surge of joy filled Li Xiaofeng's heart as he realized that, although he had not mastered the commanding skills, the zombies had experienced a remarkable increase in intelligence upon evolving into lords. Apart from their inability to speak, they were nearly indistinguishable from ordinary humans and fully capable of executing complex commands. The strength of the team had once again risen. 9 Lord-level creatures traversed the highway, effortlessly annihilating any mutated beasts that dared to cross their path. However, after evolving into lords, ordinary mutated beasts no longer provided any evolutionary value. It had become imperative to hunt Lord-level creatures. The number of zombies on the road was exceedingly sparse, leaving Li Xiaofeng unable to utilize his commanding abilities. Ultimately, only a little over 10 zombies continued on their journey. Upon reaching Chili City, replenishing their ranks would be a natural course of action. The remaining zombies were all at least 4th-tier creatures. With their tireless nature and swift pace, Li Xiaofeng activated his ultimate disguise, mounting the orange cat with an expression of pride. With 9 lord creatures by his side, they exuded an overwhelming power wherever they went. How lonely it is to be invincible. Just as Li Xiaofeng's off-key rendition of a song reached its climax, it was abruptly interrupted. A sharp cry echoed from the sky, causing the bodies of the zombies to tremble. The mutated orange cat arched its back, its eyes filled with vigilance. Suddenly, it shook violently, tossing Li Xiaofeng to the ground. Thud! Li Xiaofeng's head struck the pavement, but he exhibited no reaction. With a slight movement of his hands, he shattered the concrete, piling it atop his head and casually inserting a vibrant red flower. He muttered incessantly, "You can't see me, you can't see me." The other zombie lords similarly prostrated themselves on the ground, instinctively playing dead without needing any command from Li Xiaofeng. Their fluid motions showcased Li Xiaofeng's true teachings. The mutated orange cat had long since vanished from sight. Only a few elite zombies remained standing, looking around in confusion. A magnificent golden eagle soared past, its wings spanning several meters, truly a behemoth of the skies. Its enormous shadow loomed over the lord zombies, causing them to tremble in fear. Unbeknownst to Li Xiaofeng, the golden eagle hailed from the Qingtsang Mountains, residing in a city located to the southwest. However, between Wanning City and the golden eagle lay a vast human settlement, Nanyu Base. It was unclear why the eagle had crossed over Nanyu Base to arrive here. Nevertheless, it seemed oblivious to the zombies below, or perhaps it simply did not care. Once the golden eagle had flown far away, Li Xiaofeng slowly rose, exhaling a sigh of relief. Damn it, why are there so many monsters in this apocalypse? Due to the considerable distance between them, he was unable to use his eye of insight, thus remaining ignorant of the eagle's tier. Yet, it was certain that it was beyond the capabilities of the zombie squad to contend with. Did he not notice how swiftly the orange cat had fled from danger? Meow. At that moment, the hefty cat emerged slowly from the surrounding woods. Its fur remained slightly bristled, and its vigilant posture had yet to be fully relaxed. Fortunately, the zombie squad emerged unscathed. The demise of each lord-level zombie weighed heavily on Li Xiaofeng's heart, for they were incomparable to mere elite zombies. Chapter 95. The smile of the villain. The zombie squad set forth once more, drawing near to Chili City, and they anticipated arrival within a mere half-day. They had become exceedingly cautious, with 9 lord-level creatures prepared to feign death at a moment's notice. Time swiftly passed, and the once monotonous scenery along the roadside began to transform, revealing houses and settled villages. Li Xiaofeng continuously twitched his nose, seeking any signs of a human base. On this highway, the presence of zombies and mutated beasts was scarce, heightening the likelihood of encountering a human settlement. Suddenly, Li Xiaofeng halted, for he detected the distinct scent of fresh blood and flesh ahead. In the distance, a village nestled within the fields came into view, encircled by a low wall of blue bricks, no more than 2 meters high, sufficient to deter scattered zombies. He activated his human guise, instructing the zombie squad to remain hidden nearby, awaiting his command. Although they could easily overrun an ordinary village, Li Xiaofeng preferred a more cautious approach. Engaging with them in his human identity, catching them off guard, was the safest strategy. He resembled a student, with a backpack filled with provisions. Greed often clouded one's judgment. To his astonishment, the village appeared utterly deserted, steeped in eerie silence. Yet, his keen sense could not be mistaken. There were indeed living beings inside. He approached the village gate, which was firmly locked, obscuring the interior's condition. Each side of the gate bore a recess in the wall, the purpose of which remained a mystery. However, what captivated Li Xiaofeng's attention was a wooden rack outside the village, upon which hung smoked meat, exuding an enticing aroma. In this apocalyptic era, such a sight was an immense temptation, one that no one could resist. In a world where mere sustenance was a luxury, the prospect of consuming meat was truly extravagant. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the meat belonged to mutated beasts. As he edged nearer, he instantly sensed the viruses within, while it appeared edible. It was a deadly poison for ordinary humans. Li Xiaofeng refrained from consumption, recognizing it as merely the flesh of a first-tier mutated beast. As a lord-level being, such flesh held no allure for him. However, just as his attention was ensnared by the smoked meat on the rack, a pair of cold, indifferent eyes materialized from the recess in the wall to the right of the village gate. Upon noticing Li Xiaofeng, the eyes sparkled with a sickly fanaticism. An ancient crossbow lay poised within the recess, aimed directly at Li Xiaofeng's neck, exploiting the blind spot of its wielder. Whoosh! A silent bolt was released towards Li Xiaofeng. The individual's face lit up with excitement, seemingly envisioning Li Xiaofeng's imminent collapse. They licked their lips, consumed by greed. Yet, what unfolded next would forever etch itself into the annals of that person's memory, their ghastly expression freezing in place. The student, as if endowed with a pair of eyes on his back, swiftly raised his right hand like a bolt of lightning. His index and middle fingers slightly parted. He astonishingly grasped the incoming crossbow bolt tightly. The expression on the villager's face was one of utter astonishment, leaving him momentarily frozen in place. Should a villain truly wear such a smile? In his bewildered gaze, the student slowly turned around, a peculiar smile emerging on his face. The villagers widened their eyes, a flicker of fear igniting within their long-dormant humanity. Simultaneously, a vague sense of familiarity crept into their minds regarding his words. Li Xiaofeng touched the crossbow bolt, which appeared to be smeared with an unknown liquid. In a surprising act, he even licked it a few times. Zombies are least affected by toxins. Only corrosive poisons can inflict harm upon them. Having shut down his crumbling nerves, he felt a slight tingling sensation. An anesthetic? A curious smile crossed his lips. Was it specifically designed to combat humans? He activated his crumbling nerves, rendering him immune to this toxin. The fear in the villagers' eyes threatened to spill over. Initially, they believed his act of licking the anesthetic was a reckless gamble. Yet, he exhibited no reaction, remaining steadfast in his position. "Kind sir, could you please open the door?" Li Xiaofeng said with a warm smile, tapping on the iron gate of the village as a gesture of politeness. Alas, the man could no longer endure the bizarre scene and dropped his bow, fleeing in terror. "How rude," Li Xiaofeng muttered to himself, then swiftly flipped over and entered the village. He was now aware that the weapon wielded by the villager was a tranquilizing bolt, ineffective against zombies. He commanded his zombie squad to advance and commence the purge. Just as Li Xiaofeng stepped into the village, numerous villagers emerged from their homes. Each bore a hint of dazed smiles, seemingly possessing the same primal instincts as the zombies. They brandished crossbows, aiming directly at Li Xiaofeng. Surely, the man at the entrance had alerted them. With a crash, the village gate was violently breached. All the villagers turned in shock toward the outside, their previously expressionless faces now displaying the long-forgotten emotion of fear. Zombies. Chapter 96. Chili City at last. A change appeared on the cold faces of the crowd. The zombies had forcibly broken through the iron gate, an unprecedented occurrence. Leading the horde was a towering zombie, over 3 meters tall, resembling a grotesque human beast, instilling terror in all who beheld it. This imposing zombie was none other than the small leader under Li Xiaofeng's command. Since ascending to the rank of Lord, the appearance of the zombies had undergone a significant transformation. Xiaoxi had also become emaciated, resembling a gaunt monkey. Only Li Xiaofeng's transformation was relatively subtle. With a roar, over a dozen zombies surged forward, directly invading the village. The villagers, in a state of panic, began to flee. They witnessed firsthand Li Xiaofeng's transformation from a student into a zombie. This unbelievable scene shattered their psychological defenses completely. Half an hour later, the zombie squad garnered several hundred points of evolution value. In light of the requirement of 100,000 evolution points, this could only be deemed a meager gain. Casting a backward glance at the village, Li Xiaofeng departed once more with a dozen zombies in tow. The city of Chili lies just ahead, with the village situated in close proximity to its outskirts. The location is exceptional, frequently attracting fugitives, thereby significantly enhancing its safety. After half a day's journey, the zombie squad found themselves standing within the confines of Chili City. In stark contrast to the backwardness of Wanning City, this place radiates an unparalleled prosperity. Towering skyscrapers dominate the skyline, and luxury vehicles abound on the streets. However, the former vibrancy has now succumbed to desolation. Countless zombies roam about, their dried blood staining the ground, a harrowing sight indeed. Li Xiaofeng casually touched the face of one of the zombies, letting out a soft sigh. The ornate railings and jade structures should still remain, yet the beauty has faded. He refrained from utilizing his commanding skills, as zombies were ubiquitous in the city. To reassert control over hundreds of zombies at this moment would impede the squad's speed, so he decided to delay that until they reached the city center. He led the zombie squad directly toward the heart of the city. Typically, the likelihood of encountering high-level mutated beasts in the city center is substantial. Given the large human population that could give rise to advanced zombies, which in turn attract mutated creatures, 9 Lord-level beings roamed the city center without restraint. Surprisingly, the urban environment proved to be safer than the wilderness. The zombie squad moved at full speed, not pausing along the way. Within half a day, they arrived at the bustling city center, but to his astonishment, the number of zombies here was relatively sparse, especially when compared to other areas of the city. The lack of a surge in numbers was quite uncharacteristic for a city center. The ground was still marred with dried bloodstains. Logically, such a situation would suggest the presence of powerful mutated beasts, yet Li Xiaofeng was puzzled by the absence of any signs of them. Everything indicated that the city center had likely been purged by someone. He began to instruct the 7 zombie lords to disperse. The city center was vast, and the squad's collective movement would prove inefficient. With the intelligence of the zombie lords having greatly increased, they were akin to humans and could effectively conduct search operations. Coupled with their adeptness at feigning death, there was little cause for concern. Li Xiaofeng, alongside the mutated orange cat, commenced a search in a different direction. 2 hours later, a sudden signal from Xiao Si caught his attention. Li Xiaofeng could manipulate 4 zombies under his command, and they were equally capable of providing feedback. Such swift progress? He activated a mental transfer, his vision shifting to that of Xiao Si. The extraordinary sight soon revealed the situation ahead. A towering building, several dozen stories high, stood before him. The other entrances were completely sealed, leaving only a singular iron door for entry. Flanking the main entrance, spaced approximately a meter apart, were 4 dark openings, each protruding with ominous firearms. This defensive arrangement starkly contrasted with the base Li Xiaofeng had previously encountered. Returning to his own body, he began to gather the zombie squad, preparing to infiltrate this survivor base. In a brief span, over 10 zombies congregated at a distance from the building. Li Xiaofeng activated his ultimate disguise once more, employing a method that had proven effective time and again. A direct assault on the base would be recklessly foolish. It was wiser to blend in first. Then, with a coordinated assault from both inside and outside, total annihilation of the enemy would be achievable. Once again, Li Xiaofeng, resembling a student, cautiously approached the base. As he neared a distance of approximately 1 kilometer from the facility, 4 menacing black gun barrels immediately turned towards him. A shiver coursed through his body. In that moment, he appeared disheveled, striving to present himself as a survivor. He raised his hands to signal his lack of weaponry and slowly advanced towards the building. "Are you a refugee?" came an inquiry from a nearby opening on the right. Li Xiaofeng nodded, his pallid face betraying a profound terror reflected in his eyes that were fixed upon the gun muzzles. One could not help but acknowledge that his performance was, at the very least, commendable among the undead. The 4 individuals inside conferred for a moment. Upon confirming that Li Xiaofeng posed no threat, they opted to open the door. With a heavy clang, the iron door creaked ajar. A flicker of joy crossed Li Xiaofeng's face as he prepared to step inside. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from behind him, and sparks erupted at his feet. He had not even noticed someone approaching from behind. In his human state, his abilities were suppressed by 90%, and his attention was solely focused on the individuals within the building. He could never have anticipated that someone would come up behind him. Chapter 97. The Corpse Hunting Organization. What a coincidence. Just as you are opening the door, a burly, bald man with a sinister grin, a cigar clenched between his teeth, approached with an air of utter arrogance. Armed with a rifle and clad in garments fashioned from dark scales, he radiated menace. Li Xiaofeng turned around, his expression filled with increasing dread. If he was to act, it was essential to be convincing. Such realism was a fundamental principle for an actor portraying the undead. Internally alarmed, he noted that the man's attire was crafted from materials derived from mutated beasts. While the craftsmanship was undeniably crude, it signified that humanity had begun to harness the resources of these aberrant creatures to fabricate weapons and armor. With the eye of insight activated, he discerned the man's status. Human awakened, rank 2, with no discernible talent and the skill of keen perception. It was no wonder he exuded such arrogance. An ordinary person stood no chance against him. The expressions of the 4 individuals inside shifted dramatically, their eyes filled with fear. What is this? Am I not welcome? The burly man slung his rifle over his shoulder and strode confidently towards the base, showing no concern that the 4 inside might open fire. As for Li Xiaofeng, this student was of no consequence to him. In the face of the apocalypse, such individuals were mere cannon fodder. The 4 men lowered their rifles, their faces forced into rigid smiles. How could it be? It is indeed an honor for strong brother to visit us. The man walked straight inside, and Li Xiaofeng cautiously followed him into the building. The first floor was teeming with dozens of individuals, each bearing fierce gazes and holding firearms. Should a conflict erupt, they would undoubtedly present formidable combat power. Yet, what astonished Li Xiaofeng was that every single person was armed. From where had so many firearms originated? The burly man surveyed the wary and resentful eyes of those around him and scoffed disdainfully. Suddenly, he turned to Li Xiaofeng. Boy, come with me. Li Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the man's intentions. However, the people in the base did not impede him. All eyes were fixed upon Li Xiaofeng. At this moment, he wore an expression of trepidation, closely trailing behind the burly man. The 2 ascended directly to the upper floors of the 36-story edifice, swiftly making their way to the top. The man's physical prowess was commendable. Observing Li Xiaofeng lagging behind, the giant was taken aback by his ability to keep pace. As an awakened individual, his physical capabilities were beyond those of ordinary folk. The fact that the student like Li Xiaofeng could manage this was indeed unexpected. Meanwhile, Li Xiaofeng internally cursed. To avoid arousing suspicion, he had to feign exhaustion and meticulously regulate his speed. Fortunately, they soon reached the 36th floor. Li Xiaofeng also noted that every level housed survivors, indicating that the building contained at least several hundred people. The eyes of each individual cast towards the burly man were filled with fear. After the duo ascended, whispers began to circulate below. Li Xiaofeng, endowed with remarkable hearing, could easily discern their murmurs. Another group from the Corpse Hunting Organization has arrived. There is hardly any food left, and they'll take at least 40%. These people are so unscrupulous. Shoo, keep your voice down. We can't afford to be overheard, especially since our weapons were supplied by them. The mention of the Corpse Hunting Organization startled Li Xiaofeng. Was their name truly so infamous? On the 36th floor, a solitary figure awaited them. Seemingly having been there for quite some time, he was the leader of this building. Brother Wang was here to collect protection fees, it seemed. The man stood tall, around 30 years of age, clad in a black coat, with a smile gracing his face. Wang Chong maintained an air of arrogant nonchalance as he slowly extended 5 fingers, asserting without room for debate, 50%. The organization takes 40, and I personally take 10 as a service fee. The man's brow furrowed slightly, his expression suddenly stiffening. It was rather greedy of him to demand an additional 10% as a personal fee. Brother Wang, how is the survival situation at the base lately? Wang Chong impatiently interrupted him. He abruptly raised his rifle, aiming it at the unsuspecting Li Xiaofeng behind him. Bang! The gunshot echoed throughout the building. Everyone inside was taken aback by the unexpected sound of gunfire. The crowd below looked on in astonishment, and some even attempted to rush upstairs but were swiftly restrained. The Corpse Hunting Organization was not to be trifled with. The base's survival was largely due to the organization providing weapons and having previously eradicated the powerful mutated beasts in the city center. Otherwise, how could they have safely endured for 3 months? On the top floor, Wang Chang's demeanor was cold and ruthless. Bringing Li Xiaofeng up here was merely a means to use his life as a deterrent. Li Xiaofeng was not part of the base, and even if he were to be killed, it was unlikely to provoke retaliation. If you utter another word, you will meet the same fate as him. The burly man remained fixated ahead, deliberately ignoring Li Xiaofeng, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. It seemed he had already instilled sufficient fear. Observing the terror etched on the base leader's face, Wang Chang nodded in satisfaction. The leader trembled, extending a quivering hand towards his rear, his visage contorted in sheer horror. Wang Chang's brow furrowed slightly. Was the psychological resilience of a base leader truly so fragile? Corpses were a common sight in this apocalyptic world. It is merely a lifeless body. This is the leader of the base. How absurd. Wang Chang scoffed, his face a portrait of disdain. Chapter 98, The Cunning Leader. However, the terror etched on the leader's face deepened, unsettling Wang Chang. He turned around abruptly, his form freezing as his eyes widened in incredulity. The student, who should have been a corpse, stood firmly in place, a hint of a benevolent smile gracing his features, his gaze fixed intently upon him. Strangely, his right hand wielded a massive frying pan, seemingly materializing from thin air. A chill coursed down Wang Chang's spine, causing his scalp to prickle. Before he could utter a word, the frying pan descended upon him like a flash, sending him crashing to the ground. The burly man from the corpse hunting organization slumped down, incapacitated. Had he exerted too much force? Li Xiaofeng crouched down, not intending to kill Wang Chang outright. He needed him alive for another purpose. The leader of the base was aghast, rendered speechless by shock, momentarily frozen in place. You killed members of the corpse hunting organization? A palpable fear gripped the leader's countenance. If the organization were to discover that Wang Chang had perished on his territory, it would surely spell disaster for him. Yet, Li Xiaofeng instilled a sense of trepidation that deterred any retaliation. He had clearly witnessed bullets striking the foe, yet no harm had ensued. This extraordinary phenomenon baffled him, as even a fifth-tier awakener would find such feats challenging. For an ordinary individual to encounter an awakener was a stroke of fortune indeed. The leader's expression hardened. Seizing the moment while Li Xiaofeng was crouched, he dashed forward and bolted down the stairs. Li Xiaofeng paid him no heed. Once he confirmed Wang Chang was unharmed, he exhaled in relief, as he still required Wang Chang's assistance to infiltrate the corpse hunting organization. How audacious to assume such a brazen name, clearly showing no respect for him. Li. Just as he was about to descend the stairs, a cacophony of fervent shouts erupted from below. Countless survivors, armed with makeshift weapons, recklessly charged at Li Xiaofeng. He was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time he had been actively assaulted by humans. Did the leader fail to inform them of his prowess? He was impervious to bullets, let alone mere blades. In an instant, his visage transformed dramatically, revealing the countenance of a zombie. The advancing survivors halted abruptly, their eyes widening in disbelief as they beheld Li Xiaofeng. Simultaneously, chaos ensued below. Several Lord-level zombies forcibly breached the iron doors, with one towering nearly 3 meters. Leveraging its immense strength at the forefront, the building was soon filled with the anguished cries of despair. Armed guards confronted a disheartening realization. Their bullets could not penetrate the skin of these zombies. For 3 months, they had never encountered such formidable undead. In truth, Lord-level zombies were a rarity nationwide, only ascending swiftly due to their unique cultivation under Li Xiaofeng's guidance. It was a mere folly for ordinary zombies to hope for the complete annihilation of mutated beast hordes. The leader of the mutated beast clan must undoubtedly be a Lord-level creature. Ordinary zombies can only evolve by devouring lower-tier mutated beasts or infecting humans. Within a mere 10 minutes, the entire building had been emptied, leaving behind only a horde of hundreds of zombies. However, to his surprise, the leader had managed to escape. Truly a clever human. Had the survivors within the building succeeded in killing Li Xiaofeng, he could have returned unscathed, providing an explanation to the corpse hunting organization. But if there were a total annihilation, he could simply flee without consequence. In either scenario, his life would be spared. Unfortunately, his underlings failed to comprehend this and recklessly charged forth to meet their demise. At this moment, Li Xiaofeng had reverted to his human form, standing indifferently on the street. Beneath him lay a burly man, unconscious and unresponsive, his face marred by excess flesh. Hours slipped by, and Wang Chang gradually regained consciousness. Rubbing his eyes, he was immediately struck by an excruciating headache. A gentle touch to his forehead brought him fully awake, revealing a massive swollen bump that rendered his appearance quite peculiar, and effectively Xiaofeng's frying pan. He had deliberately restrained himself, otherwise a single blow could have easily crushed his skull. Upon awakening, Wang Chong noticed a student nearby who held a large frying pan in his right hand. A surge of primal fear coursed through him, nearly causing him to faint once more. Li Xiaofeng looked down at the awakened man, offering a faint smile. "You're awake?" His voice was exceedingly gentle, yet his demeanor compelled the burly man to consider fleeing. "Take me to the corpse hunting organization." There was no superfluous chatter, nor was there any threatening tone, only an unmistakable command. The man's fearful expression momentarily flickered with hesitation, but it quickly vanished as a large frying pan was placed over his head. "Any questions?" Li Xiaofeng flicked the frying pan with his left hand, producing a resounding noise that reverberated through the man's eardrums. Wang Chong shook his head frantically, signaling that he had no objections. As for why he had suddenly found himself on the street, he dared not question it. Li Xiaofeng slung the frying pan behind him, having already stored the backpack filled with food into his system. He slightly raised his head, signaling the burly man to lead the way. His curiosity about the corpse hunting organization was piqued, as it likely housed many awakened individuals. Chapter 99. Successfully infiltrated. The two moved swiftly, primarily due to Li Xiaofeng's presence behind him, which left Wang Chong no room for delay. As for the other Lord Zombies, Li Xiaofeng had instructed them to purge the mutated beasts in Chili City. This faction should be sufficiently powerful to dominate the area. Furthermore, with the orange cat accompanying them, no unforeseen events were anticipated. Regarding the corpse hunting organization, he intended to investigate alone. After traversing several streets, they reached a location that was no longer considered the city center. Ultimately entering a tall building, they arrived at a room deep within the first floor, which was clearly an office space. Several tables and a sofa were arranged within the room, the tables cluttered with scattered work documents. Li Xiaofeng furrowed his brows, casting a disapproving glance at Wang Chong, uncertain of the latter's intentions for being here. Slowly, he removed the frying pan from his back. Wang Chong shuddered suddenly, a hint of a sycophantic smile creeping onto his face. He carelessly kicked the sofa aside, revealing a concealed object. A formidable alloy door emerged, appearing exceedingly sturdy. Wang Chong extracted a magnetic card from his pocket. Beneath one of the desks lay a card reader. Beep! A crisp electronic sound resonated, and the alloy door began to open slowly. A staircase materialized, leading into the depths below. Lights flickered to life along the sides of the staircase. Li Xiaofeng had not anticipated that this so-called corpse hunting organization was constructed underground. However, if they were to encounter a burrowing mutated beast, escape would likely be impossible. The two entered, with Wang Chong leading the way. The lights were bright, and the ample electricity clearly addressed any power issues. The staircase was more extensive than Li Xiaofeng had imagined, descending over 100 meters before reaching the bottom. At the staircase's end, yet another enormous iron door awaited. Wang Chong presented his card once more, and a green beam of light shot forth from above the door. After scanning Wang Chong, it directed its attention toward Li Xiaofeng, seemingly verifying his identity. Li Xiaofeng was astonished at the high-tech nature of this laboratory. Minutes later, the alloy door creaked open. "I can lead strangers into the organization," Wang Chong explained, noting that as an awakened individual, his standing within the organization was not low. The two stepped inside, greeted by a long corridor. Li Xiaofeng momentarily paused, a flicker of excitement crossing his face as he caught a whiff of the scent of human flesh. Touching the iron door, he noticed what appeared to be a mysterious dust coating its surface, masking the stench of blood and flesh from within. Merely this dust could suffice for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. The only issue left to address was that of food. The two traversed the corridor, no longer requiring identity verification, and pushed through a door. The white light inside illuminated the space as if it were the daylight of a peaceful era. Li Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback. He had not seen the light of day or night for several months. The world had been cast in red, seemingly unchanging, and the once familiar daylight now felt profoundly nostalgic. Yet, Li Xiaofeng quickly regained his composure, gazing at the scene ahead. Before him lay an expansive underground plaza, surrounded by walls forged from steel, with over a dozen openings. Except for the central opening, which was sealed with an iron door, the other openings stood ajar. A sign hung above the openings, marking areas for accommodation, dining, exchange, and arenas, among others. It was evident that this place had been renovated following the advent of the apocalypse. However, the entirety of this underground space must have existed since the peaceful era. It was inconceivable to have created such an area while keeping watch over zombies and mutated beasts for months. If one possessed such capabilities, there would be no need to remain hidden. Oh, it seems we have newcomers. Wang Chong, observing the delicate appearance of the young man, couldn't help but wonder if there was an intimate connection between them. To his surprise, it seemed that he had an inclination for such preferences, which explained his disinterest in women. The square was adorned with tables and chairs, with numerous burly men scattered about. Upon Wang Chong's entrance, all eyes turned mockingly towards Li Xiaofeng, accompanied by a chorus of whistles. These playful jests, however, sent a shiver down Wang Chong's spine. Goodness! It would be wise not to provoke this individual. Gazing at the enormous flat-bottomed pot behind Li Xiaofeng, Wang Chong felt a pang of anxiety on his forehead. He had not witnessed Li Xiaofeng's zombie-like demeanor and merely assumed he was a formidable awakened being. With a smile on his face, Li Xiaofeng surveyed the crowd. The lambs never truly recognized their own standing. The two approached an empty table, disregarding the onlookers. Please, enlighten me about the organization. He expressed a curiosity, particularly regarding the heavily locked entrance at the center of the square. Chapter 100. 10 consecutive victories. The corpse hunting organization was established at the dawn of the apocalypse, serving as an underground research facility during peaceful times. When calamity struck, it became a natural refuge. Over months of development, many survivors joined, and the number of members has now grown to several hundred, including a significant number of awakened individuals. The founder was a researcher from the era of peace, yet most of us have never laid eyes on him. Li Xiaofeng, maintaining a stoic expression, was beginning to grasp the fundamentals of this organization. After a brief pause, he inquired, "How did you become an awakened being? What led to your enhancement?" This curiosity had long lingered in his mind. While he was well acquainted with the evolutionary rules of zombies and mutated beasts, humanity remained a mystery. Hunting formidable mutated beasts or zombies could yield a chance to become awakened, but utilizing firearms significantly diminished that probability. Wang Chong held no reservations in sharing this information, though a sense of doubt began to fester within him. Did the other party truly not know how to become awakened? If so, where did his power originate? No matter how hard Wang Chong pondered, he could not fathom Li Xiaofeng's identity as a zombie. As for the methods of enhancement, they involved entering the laboratory, the very entrance that was sealed off, by bringing back crystal cores or the corpses of powerful creatures and earning merit for the organization. One could gain access to the interior and receive an injection of a strengthening serum, thus amplifying their abilities. I only had the opportunity to enter after a month of my arrival here, which allowed me to enhance my strength, Wang Chong recounted. This method was not a secret within the corpse hunting organization. Every member was aware of it, serving as motivation for all to strive for strength through the relentless hunt of mutated beasts and zombies. A serum? Li Xiaofeng mused, lightly tapping the table with his fingers, a contemplative glint emerging in his eyes. It appeared this organization was not merely a typical human base. They had indeed developed a serum for enhancement. Yet, it remained uncertain whether it would be effective for zombies. Is there any way to meet the leader of the organization? Li Xiaofeng directly shifted the conversation towards his growing interest in the head of the organization. Not only are there potions that enhance one's strength, but it is likely that the powder concealing the scent of blood and flesh was also concocted by that esteemed doctor. You think you can meet the leader? Before Wang Chong could respond, a burly man at a nearby table turned his attention to Li Xiaofeng. Rising abruptly, towering nearly 2 meters, he exuded an imposing presence. Li Qi, don't be reckless. Wang Chong's expression shifted dramatically, almost instinctively admonishing the man. However, Li Qi paid no heed to Wang Chong. As a third tier awakened, he was stronger than Wang Chong. His large hand landed on Li Xiaofeng's shoulder, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Allow me to answer for Wang Chong. Enter the arena and achieve 10 consecutive victories to meet the leader. His grip tightened, seemingly intending to crush Li Xiaofeng's shoulder. Yet, his expression suddenly froze, as the other party displayed no reaction whatsoever, nor was there the anticipated sound of bones fracturing. Li Xiaofeng furrowed his brow, sensing he had not provoked this man. There will always be fools eager to demonstrate their strength. Thank you. He offered a slight smile before swiftly striking out with his right hand. Slap. A resounding sound echoed. All eyes turned to Li Xiaofeng's table, astonished and incredulous. The nearly 2-meter-tall Li Qi was sent flying several meters away. As he tumbled through the air, he coughed up blood and lost consciousness upon hitting the ground. Is there such a rule? Li Xiaofeng ignored the unconscious man and turned to Wang Chong. Fear flickered in Wang Chong's eyes, his body trembling as he spoke. Indeed, there is, but it is best to avoid it. The final match is against the corpse hunter, and you must last at least 2 minutes. Corpse hunter? Li Xiaofeng's brow furrowed in confusion. The corpse hunters are powerful figures within the organization, a mere 8 in total, who typically do not undertake missions and can freely access the laboratory, serving as maintainers of the organization's order. Li Xiaofeng remained silent, rising to enter the arena. Inside was a grand hall, with dozens of individuals standing around, and in the center, a massive platform was erected. Wang Chong understood Li Xiaofeng's intentions and led him through the crowd to an elder. Elder Zhao, a friend of mine wishes to meet the leader. The elderly man, with graying hair and cloudy eyes, clad in black, appeared slightly moved upon hearing Wang Chong's words. This rule is designed to directly filter out the strong. However, in the 3 months since the organization's establishment, only one person has ever challenged it, the third corpse hunter. I will arrange an opponent for you. Just step up. The elder's brow furrowed as he regarded Li Xiaofeng's physique, which seemed frail amidst the brawny men surrounding him. Were it not for Wang Chong's relatively high standing in the base, he would have believed the young man was mocking him. Chapter 101, The Corpse Hunter. News of Li Xiaofeng's challenge for 10 consecutive victories swiftly spread throughout the arena. Other organization members, who were resting or dining, hurried over. Many of the newcomers had not witnessed the last 10 victories and were eager to seize this opportunity. Soon, over 100 individuals gathered around the arena. Surrounding the platform tightly, Li Xiaofeng's insightful gaze ignited, a subtle smile flitting across his face. The members of this organization were not lacking in awakened individuals, and some had even attained the 3rd tier of power. Should he annihilate this organization, he would not only gain evolution points, but also harvest crystal cores. Most importantly, he harbored a keen interest in the organization's enhancement serums, eager to discover their efficacy against zombies. Even if he could not utilize them himself, the elite zombies under his command would benefit just the same. Under the arrangement of the Elder Zhao, soon one individual ascended the arena. This person, appearing to be in his early 20s and of similar height to Li Xiaofeng, possessed eyes as sharp as a hawk's. A sinister grin adorned his face as he looked disdainfully at the student-like figure before him. You dare challenge at 10 consecutive victories? Li Xiaofeng offered no reply. It was futile to waste time on such trivial competitors. His true objective was to enter the laboratory and meet the leader of the organization. With a powerful push from his legs, he surged forward. In the face of absolute strength, any technique proves ineffective. The man, witnessing Li Xiaofeng's youthful combat style, clearly noted his lack of formal training in martial arts. As the opponent's fist lunged towards him, he swiftly sidestepped, preparing to evade the attack. Simultaneously, he clenched his right hand into a fist and struck at the opponent's abdomen. Bang! An unexpected turn of events occurred. Li Xiaofeng's fist veered, landing squarely on the man's head. In his perception, the opponent's speed appeared agonizingly slow. A low-tier awakened individual stood before him like a mere child. With absolute strength, victory was assured. The man collapsed, unconscious. The spectators' expressions shifted from mockery to gravity. It was no wonder he dared to challenge 10 consecutive victories. Nonetheless, this individual was not particularly formidable within the organization. The subsequent opponents would only grow stronger. The Elder Zhao, clad in black, also narrowed his eyes in surprise, having not anticipated that an awakened individual could be so thoroughly overwhelmed. It seemed he too was an awakened being, and not a weak one at that. However, the first challenger was merely a test. The elder had only heard rumors of the 3rd-tier awakened Li Qi being knocked unconscious by a single slap. Since he had not witnessed it firsthand, disbelief lingered. Yet now, he could ascertain that this individual surpassed Li Qi by a significant margin. Li Xiaofeng clapped his hands and casually kicked the man off the arena. His second opponent quickly followed, a towering figure at 2 meters tall, muscles coiling like a dragon. He exuded an intimidating presence. Kid, you're unlucky to face me. Remember my name, Han. Li Xiaofeng instantly discerned his strength. He too was a 3rd-tier awakened being. However, the disparity in their abilities was equally vast. He felt no inclination to engage with such individuals. With no time to entertain his ramblings, He delivered a single punch that sent Han crashing into unconsciousness. He made no effort to summon another challenger. Engaging in combat with these individuals was utterly meaningless, yielding no enhancement whatsoever. Were it not for his desire to meet the so-called leader and obtain the enhancement serum, he could have easily transformed into a zombie and infected them all. Yet he restrained this impulse, wary of alarming the snake in the grass. Please bring that so-called corpse hunter up. I am pressed for time. Li Xiaofeng's arrogance sparked a flicker of anger in everyone present. Yet, none dared to voice their frustration. The individual before them was not someone they could provoke. Anyone capable of defeating Li Qi and Han Yu was undoubtedly a formidable force within the organization. The number of individuals capable of besting him was exceedingly rare, particularly given the scarcity of fourth-tier awakened beings within this faction. The elder responsible for arranging the opponents furrowed his brow, taken aback by Li Xiaofeng's impatience. Just as he was about to speak, a figure emerged onto the arena from the square, casting a glance at Li Xiaofeng. Clad in black battle armor and wielding a massive cleaver, this individual exuded an aura of bloodlust and detachment, as if he had lost all sense of humanity, starkly contrasting with those around him. Li Xiaofeng activated his inside eye to examine the newcomer's information. Rank, human awakened. Tier, 5th. Talent, mastery of strength, skill, frenzy. Astonishingly, this was a 5th-tier awakened being, mere steps away from a lordly creature. Such individuals were exceedingly rare, even among all of humanity. This was the corpse hunter, Lu Fu, and to his surprise, he had been summoned directly. Li Xiaofeng recalled witnessing Lu Fu cleave a mutated beast in two with a single swing. Among the 8 corpse hunters, he was indeed a formidable presence. Dragging the cleaver, Lu Fu ascended the platform, and the confrontation was imminent. Li Xiaofeng was taken aback, overhearing discussions that revealed this organization boasted 8 5th-tier awakened beings. Such strength would undoubtedly ensure survival in the apocalypse. Preserving one's life would be a trivial matter. With no words exchanged, Lu Fu charged at Li Xiaofeng, hoisting the cleaver high. The heavy axe, weighing hundreds of pounds, was wielded with ease, swiftly closing the distance. Li Xiaofeng's expression faltered momentarily. Astonishingly, he sensed a virus within Lu Fu's body, one reminiscent of both the zombie virus and the mutated beast virus. It appeared to be a hybrid of the two, leaving him perplexed. How could a virus also parasitize within a human host? He had never encountered such a phenomenon before, making Lu Fu a notable exception. Without granting Li Xiaofeng a moment's respite, Lu Fu raised the cleaver, intent on cleaving him in half. Maintaining his composure, Li Xiaofeng clenched his right fist and sent Lu Fu hurtling backward with a powerful blow. The onlookers gasped in shock. Yet none noticed the significant transformation that occurred in Li Xiaofeng's right hand at the moment of impact. His skin turned pale and wrinkled, even his nails sharpened. However, this metamorphosis was fleeting. Once he retracted his fist, he returned to his normal state. Even the most observant would likely dismiss it as an illusion. In that fleeting moment, Li Xiaofeng had transformed his right hand into a zombie-like form. After all, his strength had been suppressed by 90%, and he lacked the confidence to eliminate a 5th-tier being in an instant. As Lu Fu was propelled backward, agony surged through his abdomen, yet his expression remained stoic. Whether due to sheer willpower or some other reason, he pressed his hand to his midsection, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Surprisingly, he did not faint, but instead gradually stood up. This alone was a testament to his superior resilience compared to others. Lu Fu's eyes began to redden, and veins bulged on his face as he emitted a hoarse growl. He activated his skill, Rage. Just as he was about to charge again, his complexion suddenly turned pale, as if affected by some unseen force. He clasped his hands over his head and slowly knelt down. A look of struggle appeared on his face, and his rage skill was abruptly deactivated. Li Xiaofeng furrowed his brow, puzzled by Lu Fu's intentions. Was he feigning? If so, his performance was nothing short of extraordinary. Minutes later, Lu Fu's pale visage regained color, seemingly returning to normal. The struggle in his expression vanished, and he finally spoke in a hoarse, indifferent tone. You have won. The leader has agreed to meet you. Li Xiaofeng felt a twinge of confusion. The opponent had surrendered so readily and claimed that the organization's leader had consented to see him. Yet, he had heard no sound. And the other party was not wearing earplugs. Was it mind communication? Lu Fu disregarded his bewilderment, ignoring the crowd below, and leapt down from the arena. Follow me, he commanded, turning to leave for the square. Although Li Xiaofeng was perplexed, his goal of meeting the so-called leader was within reach, and he harbored no concerns about safety. He had stationed the mutated orange cat at the entrance of the organization's building. Should danger arise, he believed that the Iron Gate would be no match for the feline. After all, the organization boasted 8 fifth-tier awakened beings. If the leader turned out to be a Lord-level creature, he would not be surprised. Li Xiaofeng followed closely behind. The iron doors sealing the laboratory's entrance opened automatically as Lu Fu approached, seemingly equipped with a specialized identity verification system. What lay before them was a pitch-black corridor. Unlike the brightly lit entrance, this passage was shrouded in darkness. However, Lu Fu navigated it with ease, moving swiftly through the obscurity. The darkness posed little hindrance to Li Xiaofeng's vision, and he kept pace. At the end of the corridor, there was no iron door, but rather an elevator. A subterranean elevator? Li Xiaofeng felt a flicker of curiosity but stepped inside nonetheless. They were already situated 100 meters underground, and now they were descending further. The elevator lacked a floor display, serving merely as a means of vertical transport. After another 100 meters of descent, they finally reached their destination. The elevator doors swung open with a clang. Li Xiaofeng stepped out, momentarily taken aback. Light flooded the area, though it was tinted green. Before him stretched a vast corridor several meters wide. To his astonishment, enormous cylindrical glass vessels lined the sides, filled with an unknown dark yellow liquid. What shocked him most was the contents within these vessels, remnants of mutated beasts and zombies. There were massive skulls, sharp forelimbs, and even fur matted with fragments of flesh. Li Xiaofeng frowned slightly, recognizing that these severed limbs had been preserved for quite some time. This also signifies that at the dawn of the apocalypse, this leader commenced his study of these cadavers. Could it be that he too has realized that the virus is the very essence of evolution? Li Xiaofeng's curiosity intensified as he continued to trail behind Lu Fu, making his way deeper into the corridor. The surroundings remained unchanged, lined with colossal glass vessels. However, the remnants within had grown increasingly formidable. The viruses had not perished, likely due to the sustaining properties of the liquid, allowing them to endure. This liquid functioned much like Li Xiaofeng's backpack, preserving the life of the viruses. Indeed, the ingenuity of humanity should not be underestimated. After traversing several hundred meters, they encountered corpses of fifth-tier organisms. Illuminated by a green glow, the corridor exuded an aura of dread and peculiarity. Should an ordinary person behold the zombies and mutated beasts flanking the path, they would likely be paralyzed by fear. Yet, Li Xiaofeng remained unfazed, his expression composed. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed ahead. Beneath the flickering green lights, a figure donned in a white lab coat came into view. Before him lay a glass table upon which a zombie rested. Li Xiaofeng was taken aback, sensing that the zombie had recently succumbed to death. The individual in white appeared oblivious to their presence, engrossed in his experiment. With a remarkably sharp scalpel, he delicately sliced through the zombie's skin, excising a portion of flesh. Simultaneously, he extracted a piece of tissue from the zombie's abdomen, revealing a white crystalline core nestled within. Placing the two segments under a nearby microscope, he began to observe them with an air of detached focus. After a brief while, he commenced recording experimental data, his demeanor consistently cold, occasionally punctuated by an intense fervor. Li Xiaofeng and Lu Fu patiently awaited his conclusion. As the dissection unfolded, Li Xiaofeng felt no stirrings of emotion within. After half an hour, the man concluded his experiment with a sigh. The viral concentration near the crystalline core was notably higher, yet the core itself contained no viruses. Rather, it harbored a mysterious substance, truly perplexing. Li Xiaofeng's eyes widened. He had long been aware that the crystalline core was devoid of viruses. He had once attempted to consume the core, but it had yielded no evolutionary value. The man removed his white gloves, rubbed his temples, and turned to face the two. Lu Fu, please transfer the zombie into the vessel, he instructed directly, his gaze fixed on Li Xiaofeng. To Li Xiaofeng's astonishment, the individual appeared remarkably youthful, resembling a university student. He had anticipated that the organization's leader would be an elderly figure, perhaps with thinning hair or at least someone in their 50s. Yet, to his surprise, the individual was so young. Adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, he exuded an air of gentility, and a faint smile graced his face, radiating warmth. However, throughout, his eyes remained unchanged, cold and indifferent, as though he regarded others as mere corpses. "Hello," I am Zhou Yuan. He extended his right hand, exuding an aura of kindness. Li Xiaofeng, with a subtle smile gracing his lips, exchanged a slight handshake with his counterpart. Surprisingly, they shared a commonality. Both exuded an aura of approachability. Yet their eyes betrayed an icy indifference. The distinction lay in the fact that Li Xiaofeng's gaze was devoid of any emotion, for he was a zombie. Good day, Dr. Zhou. Zhou Yuan forewent any semblance of pleasantries, plunging directly into the crux of the matter. You sought me out, presumably to gain strength? Li Xiaofeng, however, remained unhurried. Posing a question instead. You previously mentioned that the crystal core contains a mysterious substance. I am eager to discern what this substance truly is. He harbored inquiries regarding both the virus and the crystal core. Lacking precise instruments and the requisite intellect, he had been unable to ascertain the answers. The doctor before him seemed capable of illuminating many of his uncertainties. The high hairline of the individual suggested an exceptional intellect. Zhou Yuan, momentarily taken aback, did not anticipate being questioned by his interlocutor, who appeared less concerned with power. This unexpected turn resonated with him, starkly contrasting with other members of the organization. Though he himself was not an awakened being, he wielded control over the entire organization, signifying that wisdom held greater value than brute strength. I have already analyzed the material within the crystal core. This substance has never been encountered on this planet. It is entirely novel. Through rigorous experimentation, I discovered one of its effects. It heightens neural sensitivity and excitability. Initially, I presumed it akin to a stimulant, yet its molecular structure is entirely distinct. Concealing an additional function, it revitalizes life functions. A fervor illuminated Zhou Yuan's countenance as he relished the opportunity to engage in discussion, his excitement palpable. The efficacy of the crystal core's effects escalated with its grade. More significantly, the rejuvenating properties could be infinitely compounded, with a minimal decrement in effect. Theoretically, as long as there were sufficient crystal cores, one could resurrect individuals from the brink of death. Zhou Yuan's form trembled with anticipation. He inhaled deeply before exhaling a sigh. Alas, there are not enough crystal cores to support the experiments. Li Xiaofeng's expression remained impassive, but he mentally cataloged this information. While it held no immediate utility for his evolution, it at least unveiled another facet of the crystal core's capabilities. Yet, he understood that the crystal core was more complex than Zhou Yuan suggested. The mutated beasts, after consumption, could evolve, indicating that the substance within undoubtedly facilitated the viral evolution of these creatures. Subsequently, Zhou Yuan proceeded to present various experimental data, periodically elucidating his analyses. The plethora of technical jargon left Li Xiaofeng in a state of bewilderment. Enough. Li Xiaofeng, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, interrupted the flow of conversation. Dr. Zhou, let us return to the matter of gaining strength. Though momentarily interrupted, Zhou Yuan displayed no signs of irritation, maintaining his genial demeanor. The enhancement serum is also something I developed during the first month of the apocalypse. I specifically researched various mutated beasts and zombies, discovering that their formidable nature stems from the viruses within them. However, the viruses of the two are entirely distinct, yet they share certain connections. Zhou Yuan turned and approached a table not far away, where several enlarged images lay displayed. Clearly, they depicted two types of viruses, yet their forms were utterly identical. At least for now, their most prominent similarity was their ability to consume. By absorbing other viruses, they could augment their own existence. Zhou Yuan flipped through several additional images, which also featured viruses, albeit considerably larger. This notion led me to contemplate the possibility of utilizing viruses to empower humanity. However, I failed. Zhou Yuan sighed, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. At the outbreak of the apocalypse, I developed the first generation of enhancement serum and administered it to a physically robust individual. Yet, in a mere span of time, that virus obliterated the person's nervous system. I inadvertently created a zombie. I realized that perhaps the virus was not the pathway for human evolution. Nevertheless, the emergence of awakened beings heralded a breakthrough in my research. A fervent and excited expression graced Zhou Yuan's face as he eagerly stated, "They can actually be immune to viruses of the same tier. This signifies that I could inject them with viruses without the apprehension of destroying their nervous systems." However, I encountered a new dilemma. The enhancement effect of viruses of the same tier was far too feeble. I commenced the concentration of the virus, but once again, the concentrated virus manifested the old issue, threatening to annihilate the awakener's nervous systems. Everything seemed to revert to square one. My research yielded no fruitful results. A smile graced Zhou Yuan's face as he gazed at Li Xiaofeng, continuing to recount his experimental experiences, until I discovered a particular chemical substance that could diminish the sensitivity of the nerves. It sounded akin to a weakened version of a virus. Yet, its invasiveness was formidable. This also implied that after the injection of this substance, the virus would no longer devastate the nerves. Li Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow slightly, speaking slowly. This is merely a form of chronic demise. Although it may grant temporary survival and strength, it ultimately serves only to quell an imminent boil. No wonder that Lu Fu appears devoid of human emotion. Clearly, he has undergone excessive injections of this substance, rendering his nerves exceedingly dulled. Zhou Yuan did not refute this, shaking his head, a perplexing expression in his eyes. But isn't the ability to grow stronger sufficient? Moreover, this substance, once purified and concentrated, could also induce anesthetic effects, far more terrifying than ordinary anesthetics. A gentle smile emerged on Zhou Yuan's face. Just as you perceive the scent now. Li Xiaofeng furrowed his brow. Having subdued his frayed nerves, he indeed detected an unusual odor. Initially, he presumed it to be merely the typical medicinal scent of a laboratory. Yet, unexpectedly, it turned out to be a nerve toxin. However, due to his own nerves being somewhat dulled, he did not react immediately. Clap, clap. Zhou Yuan clapped his hands, and from the depths of the corridor emerged 8 individuals. Among them was Lu Fu. Li Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow in surprise. There stood 8 fifth-tier awakeners. Presumably, they were the 8 corpse hunters of the organization. Their expressions were vacant, resembling mere husks, yet they remained obedient to Zhou Yuan's commands. Unless their nerves were utterly shattered. At that moment, they too would be forsaken, becoming a mere crystal core in Zhou Yuan's grasp. Recently, I conceived a new experimental idea to inject a more concentrated virus, thereby creating even stronger subordinates. However, a second injection would cause their nervous systems to collapse instantaneously. Thus, I must seek a formidable individual who has never been exposed to the virus. Fortunately, you have arrived. Zhou Yuan's countenance remained benevolent, as if conversing with an old friend. Li Xiaofeng initially contemplated unleashing his fractured nerves in a violent outburst, yet hesitated upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words. He too was curious whether the concentrated virus would have an effect on him. As for the potential destruction of his nerves, he was indifferent. After all, he was already akin to a zombie. Li Xiaofeng offered no resistance, his eyes beginning to glaze over, resembling that of a poisoned individual. A corpse hunter lifted him onto the glass table where the previous zombie had lain. He became a subject of experimentation. Yet this was merely Zhou Yuan's unilateral desire. Zhou Yuan, brimming with enthusiasm, did not even restrain Li Xiaofeng. He was exceedingly confident in the concentrated neurotoxin. Turning away, he ventured deeper into the corridor, where an eerie green light illuminated several iron doors. Zhou Yuan opened one of the doors on the right and stepped inside. Li Xiaofeng caught a glimpse of the room's location from the corner of his eye. Chapter 105. The outburst 10 minutes later. Zhou Yuan emerged clad in a white lab coat, a blue vial of serum now in his possession. This concoction, derived from the viruses of numerous powerful mutated beasts and refined through my unique concentration process, is something I would typically reserve for only the most extraordinary individuals. Yet, I require a formidable subordinate. My analysis suggests that if successful, your strength will experience a significant leap, rendering the 8 individuals behind me mere trifles to confront. Li Xiaofeng maintained a stoic expression. Indeed, Zhou Yuan was a genius. Above 5th-tier organisms lie the Lord-level beings, which would indeed signify a substantial enhancement in power. Were it not for the system, Li Xiaofeng would have been utterly oblivious. Zhou Yuan extracted the serum into a syringe, a smile gracing his features. Should this endeavor succeed, once tamed, I shall rely on you to deal with those cockroaches in the marketplace. The combination of immense power and my specially formulated insecticide will surely yield new experimental materials from that colossal cockroach. He carefully set the blue serum aside and drew another colorless serum into the syringe. It must be the neurotoxin, designed to mitigate the virus's destructive impact on the nerves. Li Xiaofeng had anticipated that the needle would struggle to pierce his skin. Yet, it effortlessly penetrated his body, likely a specially crafted needle akin to Zhou Yuan's surgical instruments. capable of breaching even the defenses of fifth-tier organisms with ease. This was also due to the fact that he had activated his ultimate disguise, resulting in a significant decrease in his defensive capabilities. The serum was gradually injected into him. Li Xiaofeng exhibited no reaction. The neurotoxin had minimal effect on him. Zhou Yuan, unaware of any abnormalities, commenced the injection of the concentrated virus. His pace was deliberate, seemingly intent on observing Li Xiaofeng's bodily reactions. Li Xiaofeng's calm expression momentarily faltered as an electronic voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Host has injected a high concentration of virus, evolution value 500. Ding. Host has injected a high concentration of virus, evolution value 500. It was astonishingly effective. Observing the doctoral student before him, who resembled a typical university student, he couldn't help but marvel at the brilliance of the individual. It was noteworthy that ordinary biological viruses no longer provided him with any evolution value. Yet, this individual had achieved a breakthrough in power level through concentration. A single vial of concentrated virus had granted him an astounding 30,000 evolution points, equivalent to 3 Lord-level creatures. If he truly encountered a fifth-tier organism, there would be a significant likelihood of advancing to a Lord-level being. At that moment, Zhou Yuan's face was alight with fervor and excitement, akin to a madman, as he repeatedly murmured, "It worked, it worked." Li Xiaofeng clearly had not suffered irreversible neural damage. A promising start had already achieved a considerable degree of success. Zhou Yuan, now somewhat delirious, turned and laughed heartily. However, just then, he noticed the 8 individuals before him wearing expressions of utter disbelief. Their nerves, already dulled, were exhibiting such reactions. Behind him, Li Xiaofeng, who had injected the virus, slowly began to rise. He gradually moved his body, having gained 30,000 evolution points without any apparent cost, justifying his deliberate infiltration into the organization. Bathed in the glow of the green light, Zhou Yuan saw a shadow rise behind him. The smile on his face abruptly froze. Yet, he chose not to look back. His keen instincts immediately alerted him to impending danger. He dashed forward into a nearby room. Simultaneously, the 8 corpse hunters surrounded him. They were indeed cautious, opting to evacuate the area. However, they did not flee outward. Despite the unexpected turn of events, Zhou Yuan believed his 8 subordinates were more than capable of managing the situation. Li Xiaofeng transformed back into his zombie form. A mere student had instantaneously morphed into a zombie. This stark contrast left the 8 individuals momentarily stunned, though they had endured extensive exposure to neurotoxins, rendering them exceedingly sluggish. Their minds still functioned. They were perplexed. How could a being that was clearly human transform into a zombie? But Li Xiaofeng did not afford them the luxury of contemplation. His speed surged dramatically. He swiftly approached the nearest corpse hunter, thrusting his right hand forward, eviscerating the individual with brutal efficiency. A white crystal core was extracted. The hunter collapsed, devoid of life. A fifth-tier creature appeared exceedingly fragile before his full strength. The remaining 7, though gripped by fear, charged forward without hesitation. In a matter of minutes, 8 lifeless bodies lay strewn on the ground, each with a gaping wound in their abdomen where the crystal cores had been forcibly removed. Li Xiaofeng turned, not reverting to his human form, and began his search for Zhou Yuan. In a monitoring room, Zhou Yuan witnessed through the cameras as Li Xiaofeng transformed into a zombie and swiftly dispatched the 8 formidable corpse hunters. His expression shifted in astonishment. Could it be that Li Xiaofeng was this powerful? Had the experiment failed? He had not anticipated that he would inadvertently create another zombie. Yet he sensed that something was amiss. If this were a failure of the experiment, the virus should have destroyed some neural pathways upon injection, manifesting the characteristics of a zombie. However, at that moment, he could have halted the injection entirely, and the subject's capabilities would not have reached this level. It seemed as though the entity had deliberately allowed him to complete the injection. Chapter 106. Ingesting the serum, Zhou Yuan felt a pang of confusion. The experiment had taken an unforeseen turn. Yet, he harbored little fear, for he had coated the room with a mysterious powder, sufficient to mask the scent of his flesh and blood. The opponent was likely relying on smell to locate him, and moreover, a zombie's intelligence was exceedingly limited. However, Zhou Yuan's expression soon hardened. Li Xiaofeng had unaccountably approached the room he occupied. Did he know my whereabouts? A terrifying thought invaded his mind. The entity was nothing like an ordinary zombie. Was it due to evolution or some inherent peculiarity? despite the looming threat to his life. Zhou Yuan's professional instincts prompted him to analyze the situation. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room, abruptly interrupting his thoughts. An unprecedented chill surged within him. A zombie was actually knocking at the door? And how could it have arrived so swiftly? Zhou Yuan deduced that the knocker was indeed the zombie. No one else could enter this laboratory save for the 8 renowned corpse hunters. Li Xiaofeng, with a cold demeanor, had already locked onto its position. Seeing that the entity did not respond, he removed the frying pan strapped to his back. Bang! The resounding noise shattered the tranquility of the laboratory, piercing and jarring. The alloy door was dented under the force of the blow. Zhou Yuan's heart quivered, and through the gap, he caught a glimpse of Li Xiaofeng outside. The true peril of life and death had arrived. Yet, his overwhelming dread dissipated, and his expression regained its calm. All that remained within him was a profound sense of regret. He had far too much research yet to complete. He picked up a nearby handgun and pointed it directly at his temple. Bang! The thunderous impact and gunshot rang out almost simultaneously. The iron door was utterly obliterated, and Zhou Yuan met his end. Li Xiaofeng had not anticipated such decisiveness from his adversary. The concentrated virus would prove invaluable if it could be mass-produced. There would be no need to expend effort in eliminating foes. Daily consumption of the serum would suffice. However, Zhou Yuan was a perilous individual, one that Li Xiaofeng found difficult to control. Should he reveal his ability to disguise himself as human, it could spell trouble. Perhaps death was a blessing in disguise. Li Xiaofeng could only console himself with this thought. He began to search the room Zhou Yuan had previously entered, hoping to discover another vial of that concentrated virus. To his delight, he found an additional tube. Beside the serum, there was also a black canister, evidently intended for spraying. He disabled the damaged neural pathways and released a small amount of the serum from within. In an instant, an overwhelmingly pungent odor filled the air, almost inducing nausea. More alarmingly, this stench rapidly permeated the entire underground laboratory. Li Xiaofeng recalled the specially formulated insecticide mentioned by Zhou Yuan. Could this be it? He decided to keep it for a test against the cockroach swarm later. As he activated his chaotic nerves, the unbearable scent overwhelmed him. Li Xiaofeng began injecting concentrated virus, a precious serum capable of providing 30,000 evolution points. The key was that its raw materials came from elite organisms, though the quantity required might be exceedingly large. Otherwise, given the numerous awakened individuals in the corpse hunting organization, it would have been impossible to produce merely 2 vials in 3 months. Ding. Host injected high concentration virus. Evolution points 500. Ding. Host injected high concentration virus. Evolution points 500. With a total of 30,000 evolution points accumulated, Li Xiaofeng's evolution points surged to over 80,000. Just a step away from another advancement. This ascension would not only enhance his strength, but also enable him to complete the long-standing weekly task that had plagued him. Weekly task: the birth of a second-stage lord. Task description: having already achieved the first-stage lord status, your power has significantly increased, yet the path of evolution continues. Fraught with greater challenges. Advance to become a second-stage lord and lead the zombie clan onward. Task duration: within 7 days. Task reward: randomly upgrade 1 skill or talent. This weekly task had troubled him for over a month. Although the stipulated time was 7 days, the subsequent week still presented the same task after the deadline. Such a vexatious task. Fortunately, he was on the brink of completion and could finally escape this torment. He needed only to hunt down 1 more Lord-level creature to achieve his advancement. An idea began to take shape in his mind. The enormous cockroach in the shopping mall that Zhou Yuan had mentioned. It must be a Lord-level creature, one that had eluded the corpse hunting organization. After all, they had 8 5th-stage awakened individuals, making the hunt for a 5th-stage mutated beast a trivial matter. Bang! A steel door was completely shattered. This was the last small room. Initially expecting nothing, he was taken aback by what he found. Chapter 107. The cockroach swarm. He had anticipated nothing, yet was astonished. In the room stood a white iron box, filled with numerous crystal cores, including both 5th and 4th stage cores. The total reached several hundred. This bounty was collected by the corpse hunting organization over 3 months of hunting. Li Xiaofeng's expression brightened. He had not expected such an unexpected gain. No wonder the number of elite zombies and mutated beasts in the city center was so scarce. They had already been cleared out by the corpse hunting organization. This discovery also saved Li Xiaofeng considerable effort. After thoroughly searching the entire laboratory, he found nothing further. Li Xiaofeng began commanding all the zombie lords to return, preparing to completely infect the entire organization. There were quite a few awakened individuals inside, and crystal cores could provide evolution points for the orange cat, making them quite useful at present. An hour later, the zombie squad emerged from the underground corpse-hunting organization. Within Li Xiaofeng's system space, an abundance of over 100 crystal cores had reappeared, albeit many were of lower tier. The sheer number of awakened individuals within a group of several hundred was indeed alarming. Although Zhou Yuan's research had its shortcomings, it remained undeniably valuable. Even a gradual demise was preferable to instant death. The choice between the two was self-evident. Li Xiaofeng stood on the street for a moment, contemplating his next move towards the mutated cockroach swarm mentioned by Zhou Yuan. According to his description, a lordly creature must surely reside there. He was merely a step away from advancement. The various lord zombies began to disperse, scouring nearby shopping malls with heightened intelligence, capable of pinpointing their destinations with mere rudimentary descriptions. Their efficiency in searching was remarkably high. In a short span of half a day, a lord zombie successfully located one. Li Xiaofeng promptly summoned the multitude of zombies to return, urging them onwards without delay. The shopping mall was situated on the outskirts of the city center. He remained uncertain whether the mutated cockroach swarm actually existed. Nevertheless, with no other malls in proximity, he resolved to investigate. A throng of zombies gathered before the mall, which boasted 9 levels, constructed in a circular design, surrounded by various shops. Li Xiaofeng entered cautiously. However, as soon as he stepped inside, an overwhelming rush of excitement surged through his body, causing him to tremble slightly. The exhilaration was even more intense than when he encountered the mutated rats. A stronger lordly creature? Despite the excitement bubbling within him, Li Xiaofeng furrowed his brow, forcing himself to remain composed. He immediately led the zombie squad to exit the mall and reassess their strategy. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The previously serene mall erupted with cacophonous sounds. From every shop, corridor, and staircase, an overwhelming tide of black cockroaches surged forth. The smallest of these cockroaches were the size of a fist, resembling colossal insects. The swarm crashed in like a deluge, threatening to engulf the zombies entirely. Li Xiaofeng's scalp tingled with alarm as he swiftly guided hundreds of zombies to flee. Despite anticipating the terrifying number of cockroaches, the scene before him surpassed his imagination. Looking up, he could no longer discern any crimson light, only pure darkness. Countless black cockroaches had completely obscured the blood sun, surrounding the more than 500 zombies. Li Xiaofeng's expression turned grave. Even the lordly creature might face peril. When numbers reached a critical mass, a qualitative change occurred. Each cockroach's bite could potentially devour a zombie entirely. He began to leverage the virus infection to constantly infect the mutated cockroaches, attempting to incite chaos within the swarm. Yet, it proved futile. The disparity in numbers was insurmountable. Each zombie cockroach that emerged was instantly shredded. Even the ordinary cockroach's sharp mandibles could inflict minor harm on elite zombies. The entirety of each zombie's body was soon covered in a mass of black cockroaches. The moment the two parties came into contact, a multitude of zombies were devoured entirely. It was likely that thousands of mutated cockroaches were taking flight, while the number of ordinary cockroaches was incalculable. Even at this moment, cockroaches continued to swarm in from various corners of the mall. Though the mutated orange cat could still achieve swift kills, it was merely a drop in the ocean, as the sheer number of cockroaches was terrifying. Li Xiaofeng's expression turned grave as he recalled the specially formulated insecticide in his backpack. He hoped it would prove effective. The concoctions developed by Zhou Yuan were reputed to be quite potent. He unleashed the contents of the bottle, and in an instant, a foul odor permeated the air, spreading with alarming speed. Within a short span, the entire mall was enveloped. Li Xiaofeng's countenance shifted. The cockroaches before him suddenly halted in their tracks, and thereafter began to plummet to the ground. Countless ordinary cockroaches were exterminated almost instantaneously. The lower-tier mutated cockroaches managed to endure for just over 10 seconds before wobbling like drunken men and collapsing. Only those of the third tier and above could withstand the onslaught without falling, though their combat prowess had significantly diminished. Zhou Yuan truly was a remarkable talent. Li Xiaofeng had not anticipated such efficacy. He had swiftly resolved the daunting issue of the mutated cockroaches' overwhelming numbers. Chapter 108. Second-tier lord. At that moment, A piercing scream resonated from the depths of the mall. Li Xiaofeng's eyes narrowed as he beheld a colossal shadow descending from above. His reflexes were instantaneous. He grasped the frying pan tightly. Heavy strike, battle spirit, hardened skin. With these three skills activated, Li Xiaofeng's strength surged dramatically. He struck out at the enormous cockroach with all his might. However, to his astonishment, although he managed to repel the creature, he himself was forced to retreat several steps. His right hand trembled uncontrollably, making it difficult to maintain his grip on the frying pan. For the first time, this powerhouse found himself suppressed. The gigantic cockroach shook its head, equally astonished. Now, Li Xiaofeng could finally discern its form, a massive black cockroach, slightly unfurling its wings. Its size dwarfing that of the orange cat. It was easily over 10 meters long, with two exceedingly long antennae swaying mindlessly. Insightful eye. Name: Mutated Cockroach King. Rank: Second-tier Lord. Li Xiaofeng's insightful eye could only reveal its rank. Its talents and skills remained inscrutable. This left him unable to fully assess the enemy's capabilities. He could only ascertain the rank of his opponent and lock onto its position. This was the first second-tier lord he had encountered, explaining its ability to command such a terrifying horde of cockroaches. At that moment, the Cockroach King let out a fierce roar, its speed surging once again as it charged directly at Li Xiaofeng. Meanwhile, the mutated orange cat, which he had placed great hopes upon, was swaying unsteadily, evidently affected by the specialized insecticide. After all, mutated beasts lacked the resilience of zombies with broken neural faculties. Fortunately, aside from the orange cat, he still had 7 lord-level zombies at his disposal. 8 lordly creatures besieged his second-tier lord. Concurrently, Li Xiaofeng activated 3 enhancement skills for 4 of his zombies, causing their combat prowess to surge dramatically. Yet, the mutated Cockroach King exhibited equally formidable strength. The disparity between a first-tier lord and a second-tier lord was colossal, far exceeding the tier differences among elite beings. After all, achieving 100,000 evolution points significantly amplified one's power. In that moment, both sides found themselves locked in a stalemate. The orange cat appeared visibly distressed, sneezing persistently. The Cockroach King seemed to grow impatient, emitting a fearsome roar akin to a colossal black beast, suddenly unleashing an even greater aura of power. Its strength surged instantaneously. Li Xiaofeng could not discern its precise information, but surmised that this was also an enhancement skill. In an instant, the zombie lord found itself struggling to withstand the onslaught. Its tendrils lashed out with lightning speed, ensnaring one of the zombie lords. Utilizing its appendages, it dragged the unfortunate creature back, its fearsome mandibles ruthlessly tearing into the zombie. Within moments, the zombie was gravely injured. In this dire moment, Li Xiaofeng had no choice but to mentally command Xiaozhuang to activate rapid recovery and charge forth, attempting to save the beleaguered zombie. However, the mutated Cockroach King remained indifferent, clearly endowed with heightened intelligence. It understood the principle that injuring 10 fingers is less effective than severing one. Its mandibles continued their savage assault, and soon the zombie was drenched in blood. Xiaozhuang arrived directly before its jaws, displaying remarkable resilience, undeterred by the onslaught. Simultaneously, he retrieved a specially formulated insecticide from his backpack. Before the Cockroach King could evade, a torrent of insecticide was unleashed directly into its mouth. Although the airborne insecticide had minimal effect, the direct ingestion magnified its potency manifold. Drink to your heart's content. In mere moments, the mutated Cockroach King began to thrash violently. Its tendrils slackened, but the zombie was all but consumed, its survival now impossible, with even its core falling to the ground. Meanwhile, the Cockroach King writhed in agony, its tendrils ensnaring Xiaozhuang, while its sharp mandibles relentlessly gnawed at him. Yet, Xiaozhuang's formidable defense, coupled with rapid recovery, rendered him fearless, as he continued to frantically spray the specially formulated insecticide into its maw. The Cockroach King's strength waned, and while it was not slain by the insecticide, it remained in a weakened state. Seizing this opportunity, Li Xiaofeng surged forward, urging Xiaopeng to bolster him with frenzy, significantly enhancing his attack speed. His black frying pan struck the mutated Cockroach King with fervor. In its weakened state, the Cockroach King's defenses faltered, leaving it dazed from Li Xiaofeng's relentless blows. The enhanced attack speed rendered Li Xiaofeng akin to a whirlwind. In just a few minutes, he had dispatched the second-tier lord creature. Meanwhile, The remaining third-tier and above mutated cockroaches, still alive, wobbled and fled into the distance. Despite their sluggishness, they are remarkably intelligent. Though in a state of panic, they ultimately chose to flee by flight. Although Li Xiaofeng and his companions are immensely powerful, they lack the ability to fly. Fortunately, thousands of low-tier mutated cockroaches have already been left on the ground. While they lost a Lord-level zombie, the loss can be fully compensated. For Li Xiaofeng, it suffices to consider the gains and losses. Chapter 109. Tremor Execution. He began to lean down, employing his abilities to extract and collect from the Cockroach King. Ding. Collection successful. Acquired the antennae of the mutated Cockroach King. Ding. Collection successful. Acquired the crystal core of a second-tier lord. Ding. Ability extraction successful. Acquired the skill hard shell. Li Xiaofeng did not anticipate that the ability extraction would be successful once more. Hard shell. Upon activation, it condenses a black shell on designated parts of the body, capable of resisting and weakening various physical attacks. Li Xiaofeng was uncertain of the skill's power. However, being derived from a second-tier lord, it should possess a certain degree of defensive capability against second-tier creatures. He handed the red orb to Xiao Zhuang for him to consume, as this skill was not what he desired for himself. Observing the orange cat approach, albeit unsteadily, yet with unwavering determination, its face reflecting a mix of pleading and adorableness, Li Xiaofeng tossed the crystal core to it. Had the insecticide not affected the orange cat, it would surely emerge victorious. With its terrifying attacking prowess, it could undoubtedly breach the defenses of the Cockroach King. Ding. The host is consuming the flesh of the second-tier lord. Evolution value 1000. Ding. The zombies under your command are consuming the flesh of the second-tier lord. Evolution value 250. Li Xiaofeng's evolution value surged once more, totaling an impressive 40,000. Ding. The host's evolution value has reached 100,000, meeting the advancement criteria. Advancing. Ding. Advancement complete. The host's strength, speed, and other fundamental attributes have significantly increased. Current tier, second-tier lord. Ding. The host has comprehended the skill, Tremor Execution. Tremor Execution. Utilizing the power of vibrations, it ignores the enemy's armor, directly inflicting severe damage to their internal organs. The greater the force, the more devastating the vibrations. Cooldown time, 1 minute. Ding. The host's commanding skill has leveled up, currently able to control 200 zombies. Ding. The host's skill Battle Frenzy has leveled up. When activated, it provides a power boost of 150. Battle Frenzy is now at maximum level, with an additional effect, duration doubled. Li Xiaofeng felt a surge of joy, never expecting to comprehend the skill Tremor Execution. Its description clearly indicates an ability to bypass armor, with damage linked to strength. This is truly a perfect skill for him. This skill rivals even the extreme rampage of the mutated orange cat. With a mere 1-minute cooldown, he now possesses the capability to engage in battles beyond his tier. Additionally, Battle Frenzy has reached its maximum level, with the extra effect doubling its duration. With a full 4 minutes of doubled power, combined with his newly acquired skill, his destructive capability likely surpasses that of the mutated orange cat. Simultaneously, his foundational strength experienced a monumental enhancement, surpassing that of a first-tier lord by several folds. It is no wonder that the Cockroach King could withstand multiple zombie lords without faltering. The advancement between each tier of lords is exceedingly significant. However, to achieve his next evolution, he requires an astounding 200,000 evolution points. Concurrently, an electronic voice echoed persistently in his mind. Ding. The host has successfully completed the weekly task, achieving second-tier lord status. Rewards are being dispensed. Ding. The host's talent, Immense Strength, has leveled up. Passive effect, strength increased 4-fold from 3-fold. While immense strength may appear inconspicuous, it is a passive talent that provides tangible enhancements each time. Coupled with his vibrating lethal strike, his destructive capability has reached new heights. Finally, he has completed this absurd weekly task, which had hindered him for over a month. Li Xiaofeng commenced the orderly consumption of mutated cockroaches by elite zombies. Thousands of mutated cockroaches were sufficient to cultivate several zombie lords. However, the sheer number of ordinary cockroaches on the ground was overwhelming, consuming a significant amount of Li Xiaofeng's time. After a full 2 days, he finally depleted the mutated cockroaches. He chose not to collect materials, as the contributions of these elite cockroaches were minimal, only gathering the crystal cores. Alas, he obtained only a few dozen second-tier crystal cores, as first-tier mutated cockroaches contained none. In those 2 days, over 1,000 mutated cockroaches had augmented his zombie army by a remarkable 8 zombie lords. The strength of the team surged once more, now boasting 16 lord-level beings. 1 zombie had perished, including 1 second-tier lord. Likewise, with the newly upgraded commanding skill, Li Xiaofeng once again controlled 100 elite zombies, further expanding the team's ranks. With a decisive wave of his hand, he strode forward, resolutely prepared to continue the hunt. Just then, a sudden chime resonated in his mind, yet no information followed. Is the system malfunctioning? Closing his eyes, the system panel materialized in his mind. While all else remained unchanged, the map's markers flickered with a soft glow. Was there a problem in Wanting City? Chapter 110, Encountering the Golden Eagle Again. Li Xiaofeng opened the map, discovering no other issues, nor any signs of mutated beasts invading. However, at the city's center, a yellow light pulsated incessantly. He attempted to zoom in on the map to discern the nature of the phenomenon, yet no information materialized. Typically, if a mutated beast were present, the map would indicate its tier. Just as Li Xiaofeng pondered this mystery, a towering yellow beam suddenly pierced the sky in the distance. Its origin was unmistakably Wanting City. And in conjunction with the light on the map, he began to formulate a theory. A significant event must have transpired in Wanting City. The yellow beam was extraordinarily radiant, visible even from Chili City. Based on his analysis, it was likely that the entire province could perceive this luminous column. Li Xiaofeng promptly resolved to return home. Should his base be presented with an opportunity, only to be seized by others, it would spell disaster. The horde of zombies began to sprint at an alarming pace, decisively opting to leave Chili City. They had already amassed sufficient spoils. Returning to Wanting City was paramount. Over 600 elite zombies embarked on their journey home, led by a dozen formidable lord-level creatures. Should they encounter a swarm of mutated rats again, they would undoubtedly be able to trample them with ease. Upon reaching the familiar highway, the zombie procession made no stops this time. They pressed on tirelessly, estimating that they would arrive in Wanting City within a day and a half. Throughout their journey, no unforeseen events unfolded. However, at that moment, a chilling cry from a mutated beast suddenly pierced the air. The sound was unmistakably familiar to Li Xiaofeng. It was identical to the golden eagle they had encountered earlier. Instinctively, he dropped to the ground, mirroring the actions of the elite zombies beside him. The leading zombie, displaying an uncanny sense of unity, feigned death. Yet, the mutated orange cat did not retreat into the woods. Instead, it entered a state of frenzied aggression, its eyes glowing a fierce crimson. With a resounding meow, it issued a provocative challenge to the golden eagle soaring above, exuding an aura of fierce determination. Li Xiaofeng slightly lifted his head to behold the impressive posture of the orange cat. This hefty feline had certainly grown bolder. It had previously fled in terror. Whether it was the cat's daring challenge or some other factor, the golden eagle suddenly swooped down towards them. The vast shadow of the creature enveloped the zombie squad. The other elite zombies instinctively gazed skyward, letting out primal roars. However, Li Xiaofeng sensed something amiss. The shadow descending upon them seemed rather small. He raised his gaze to the incoming beast, confirming it was indeed the golden eagle. Yet, it appeared smaller than before, and its menace was significantly diminished. Could it be a different one? As the golden eagle approached within a kilometer, Li Xiaofeng activated his Eye of Insight. Name: Mutated Golden Eagle. Rank: Second-tier Lord. Merely a second-tier Lord? Li Xiaofeng concluded that this was not the same golden eagle they had encountered previously. It was not only smaller, but also considerably weaker. The last one had been at least a fourth-tier lord. This second-tier golden eagle sharpened its claws, targeting a first-tier lord. Did it truly dare to be so arrogant against an opponent of the same tier? Li Xiaofeng remained motionless, yet he was mentally prepared for the confrontation. With fervent battle spirit, the golden eagle screeched and lunged at a zombie lord. Yet, an unexpected surge of excitement coursed through its body, the allure of the same-tier virus compelling it to flee. It was utterly astonished to discover a second-tier lord among the zombie ranks. In that fleeting moment, Li Xiaofeng sprang into action. A black frying pan materialized in his hand as he leapt up. No creature would harm my subordinates before me. This was an affront to my dignity, unless they possessed greater strength than I. With an earth-shattering strike, he swung the massive frying pan with unparalleled ferocity. creating a deafening whoosh with its force. Then, a tremendous crash resonated through the air. The golden eagle let out a pained cry as its head was violently struck askew. More critically, an eerie wave of force surged into its skull, delivering a devastating blow. Simultaneously, the mutated orange cat had already braced itself. Its leaping ability dramatically enhanced under extreme duress. With razor-sharp claws, it sliced through without encountering any resistance, effectively dismembering the massive golden eagle. Li Xiaofeng had anticipated this outcome. The colossal frying pan lay open before him. The thuds echoed as the enormous eagle's corpse fell into the pan, too large for it to contain entirely, with parts spilling over the edges. The synergy between Li Xiaofeng and the orange cat was nothing short of impeccable. This time, however, Li Xiaofeng took the lead, as the destructive power of his tremor attack was truly formidable. He could almost ascertain that after being struck, the golden eagle would struggle to even maintain flight. Chapter 111. The Change in Wanning City. Ding. Collection successful. Obtained a second tier, Lord's Crystal Core. Ding. Ability extraction failed. Ding. The host is consuming the flesh and blood of the second tier Lord. Evolution value, 1000. Ding. The zombies under your command are consuming the flesh and blood of the second tier Lord. Evolution value, 250. Despite the failure of ability extraction and the collection yielding only a single crystal core, it provided him with an impressive 40,000 evolution points. His evolution value soared to over 60,000, yet he was still far from the 200,000 mark. Meanwhile, the orange cat, having devoured the crystal core along with a substantial amount of flesh, successfully advanced as well. It was not deprived of evolution points by Li Xiaofeng, and its ability to consume crystal cores allowed it to evolve at a comparable pace. Ding. Your pet, the mutated orange cat, has reached an evolution value of 100,000. Advancement conditions met. Commencing advancement. Ding. Advancement complete. The mutated orange cat's strength, speed, and fundamental capabilities have significantly increased. Ding. Skill claw/upgraded. It now possesses enhanced penetration effects. Ding. Skill frenzied slaughter upgraded. Each enemy killed increases strength by 1, up to a maximum of 150, 100. Although the mutated orange cat did not gain new skills or enhance its extreme rampage, the simultaneous upgrade of 2 skills marked a considerable improvement. Together, the corpse and the cat could potentially attempt to hunt third-tier Lord creatures. Just as Li Xiaofeng reveled in his triumph, a piercing and mournful cry erupted from Qingbei City, located in the southwest of Huagua, near the Qingshan mountain range. The horrifying sound waves swiftly disseminated, shattering and collapsing numerous high-rise buildings, plunging the entire Qingbei City into utter chaos. Nearby zombies suffered explosive head ruptures, with even elite zombies falling victim to the onslaught. Lower-tier mutated beasts were not spared either. In the heart of Qingbei City, a group of golden eagles, numbering in the dozens, continuously emitted mournful wails. Each of these golden eagles was a lord-level creature, and the leader among them bore a distinctly human-like fury in its eyes. It gazed northward, already sensing the deaths of its kin within the clan. The golden eagle leader spread its wings, each spanning several dozen meters, casting a shadow over the land as it soared rapidly towards the north. Had Li Xiaofeng been present, he would undoubtedly recognize this majestic creature, the very aberration that had once instilled fear within him. Unbeknownst to him, the upheaval of the golden eagle flock had gone unnoticed. After devouring the mutated golden eagle, he once again led his horde of zombies on their journey. At this moment, Li Xiaofeng was in high spirits, fully aware of his newfound strength. While riding a mutated orange cat, he casually picked at his teeth with a metal pin. The pace of their march was swift. Within half a day, they had reached Wanning City. Fortunately, they had perfectly avoided an encounter with the Golden Eagle leader. After all, the distance between Qingbei City and Wanning City was considerable, with the southern rain base lying in between. Though the Golden Eagle's speed was astonishing, it had yet to find its quarry. Li Xiaofeng remained blissfully unaware, while the entire southern rain base trembled in fear. Despite having firmly established their foothold, they remained in awe of the imposing golden bird. In an attempt to eradicate the golden eagle flock, the base had dispatched 2 squads of awakened ones in quick succession. However, according to the images relayed back, they had been swiftly annihilated, with not a single golden eagle falling. The southern rain base could only strive to avoid provoking the flock, quietly focusing on their own development. Upon his return to Wanning City, the towering yellow light beam had vanished, yet the map still glowed with a yellow radiance. allowing him to effortlessly pinpoint its location. Once back, the strength of the numerous zombies had increased by another 10%. Without delay, he made his way toward the source of the yellow light, curiosity brimming within him. Could it be some celestial treasure? One bite could shatter the void and lead to ascension? Li Xiaofeng had already envisioned his title, Zombies Immortal, a name that exuded an air of supremacy. He cast aside the elite zombies trailing behind him and sped towards the city center with more than 10 Lord-level zombies, confident in their ability to handle any potential threats. The sole purpose of the elite zombies now was to serve as cannon fodder. At that moment, a notification pinged on Wanning City's map. Li Xiaofeng opened it to discover 4 red dots entering from the south. A brief glance revealed their identities: human awakened ones. 1 5th-tier awakened and 3 4th-tier awakened, likely dispatched from the southern rain base. After all, the phenomenon in Wanning City was visible throughout the entire province. As the only large human base in the province, it was only logical for them to send someone to investigate. Li Xiaofeng paid them no mind, continuing his journey to the city center, confident that the awakened ones would present themselves willingly. His speed was remarkable, and he soon arrived at the city center. The yellow light's location was atop a tall building, precisely where he had once enjoyed a watermelon. Familiar with the path, he approached with caution, activating his inside eye. Yet, within his view, there were no red phantoms to be seen. No enemies. Chapter 112. The novice merchant of the apocalypse. He found this peculiar and let little Zhuang step forward first. Even in the face of any crisis, Xiao Zhuang could endure for a time. At that moment, he could fully contemplate whether to fight or flee. After the will was transferred, Xiao Zhuang found himself on the rooftop. Contrary to his expectations, there were no enemies or treasures of nature, but instead, a small yellow dog stood on the rooftop, its eyes sparkling with brightness, its short tail wagging incessantly. The dog exhibited no signs of mutation, clearly unaffected by the virus, resembling a diminutive pet from a peaceful era. Li Xiaofeng felt an increasing sense of caution. In unusual circumstances, there must be something amiss. He retrieved a rifle from his backpack and shot the dog without hesitation. If it were an ordinary dog, it would surely have been riddled with bullets. However, the outcome left him utterly astonished. The bullet passed straight through the dog's body. The dog remained completely still. The bullet merely struck the air. This bizarre occurrence caused him to hesitate. Ultimately, curiosity overcame Li Xiaofeng. He directed Xiao Zhuang to activate rapid recovery and approached the little yellow dog. Just as he drew near, the dog seemed to notice him. A sharp bark echoed, causing Xiao Zhuang to shudder, nearly prompting him to flee. Yet, no danger ensued. Instead, green text projected above the dog's head. Li Xiaofeng cursed himself for his cowardice, feeling intimidated by an ordinary dog. In Xiao Zhuang's field of vision, a green interface materialized almost instantaneously. The initial words left Li Xiaofeng momentarily stunned. Apocalyptic Junior Merchant. Below, a list of commodities appeared, categorized as weapons, defenses, assistance, and survival. Li Xiaofeng stood still, lost in contemplation. He was perplexed by the sudden emergence of this merchant, feeling it was rather too abrupt. The system provided no answers, leaving him uncertain whether it was ignorance or intentional omission. An extraterrestrial civilization? Li Xiaofeng felt as though he were dreaming. The scene before him was far too strange. Nevertheless, with the apocalypse at hand, he found himself more inclined to accept the bizarre. He directed Xiao Zhuang to extend a finger and touch the weapons category. As he anticipated, it was indeed a touchscreen. The interface transformed once more, revealing an extensive list of weapons. First-tier battle blade, durable and exceptionally sharp, capable of effortlessly penetrating the armor of third-tier elite creatures. Price, 5 third-tier crystal cores. Second-tier battle blade, durable and exceptionally sharp, capable of effortlessly penetrating the armor of 5th-tier elite creatures. Price, 5 5th-tier crystal cores. Third-tier battle blade, durable and exceptionally sharp, capable of breaching the armor of 1st-tier lord creatures. Price, 10 1st-tier lord crystal cores. Special liquid cold weapon, shape-shifting durable, consuming crystal core energy, with greater power corresponding to the higher tier of the embedded crystal core. Price, 5 1st-tier lord crystal cores. Special laser gun, consumes crystal core energy, with power determined by the tier of the crystal core, capable of embedding up to 5-tier crystal cores to inflict damage on 5th-tier creatures. Price, 1 1st-tier lord crystal core. Li Xiaofeng found himself somewhat bewildered. The currency required by this merchant was, astonishingly, the crystalline cores of living organisms. Furthermore, the weapons for sale were evidently beyond the capabilities of this planet. Did this suggest the existence of a higher civilization? Could it be that they were indeed extraterrestrial beings? Li Xiaofeng sensed something amiss. Did alien life forms require crystalline cores? Moreover, what he was witnessing was merely the merchandise of a novice post-apocalyptic trader. Based on his deductions, it was reasonable to speculate that there existed intermediate and advanced merchants whose offerings would undoubtedly be far more formidable. If such weapons were available, why wouldn't extraterrestrial beings simply annihilate various powerful creatures to procure the crystalline cores directly? Why engage in such convoluted transactions? Li Xiaofeng only understood that crystalline cores could facilitate the evolution of mutated beasts, and beyond that, he was utterly ignorant. Could it be that the so-called alien entities were, in fact, mutated beasts? His mind was rife with confusion. Although the apocalypse had descended, rendering all events possible, he still believed that if something existed, it must have an origin, including this so-called post-apocalyptic merchant. He once again accessed the defense category. Tier 1 battle armor, incredibly hard and resistant to wear, capable of withstanding attacks from Tier 3 creatures. Price: 8 Tier 3 crystalline cores. Tier 2 battle armor, incredibly hard and resistant to wear, capable of withstanding attacks from Tier 5 creatures. Price: 8 Tier 5 crystalline cores. Tier 3 battle armor, incredibly hard and resistant to wear, capable of diminishing the attacks of Tier 1 Lord creatures. Price: 15 Tier 1 Lord crystalline cores. Basic liquid armor, can change form at will. Requires the consumption of crystalline core energy. Its defensive power correlates with the tier of the embedded crystalline cores. Price: 8 Tier 1 Lord crystalline cores. Basic flame fortress, can inflict fire damage on Lord creatures, accompanied by a burning effect. Requires embedding of Lord-level crystalline cores. Price: 10 Tier 1 Lord crystalline cores. Basic ice fortress, can inflict ice damage on Lord creatures, accompanied by a freezing effect. Requires embedding of Lord-level crystalline cores. Price: 10 Tier 1 Lord crystalline cores. Basic lightning fortress, can inflict lightning damage on Lord creatures, accompanied by a paralyzing effect. Requires embedding of Lord-level crystalline cores. Price: 10 Tier 1 Lord crystalline cores. Chapter 113. Acquiring equipment. Li Xiaofeng was momentarily stunned. Was the level of this extraterrestrial civilization excessively advanced? He had only heard of such items in online games during times of peace. To discover their tangible existence was astonishing. Moreover, these fortress structures could actually inflict damage upon Lord creatures. In his view, Lord creatures were currently among the most formidable beings, at least on land. If he possessed a sufficient number of crystalline cores, he could purchase 1,000 fortress structures outright. He could then entice powerful mutated beasts to approach, simply waiting for the advancement to occur. However, the little yellow dog required crystalline cores of at least Tier 3, rendering his surplus of Tier 2 crystalline cores unusable. As he pondered this, his gaze caught sight of the words Crystalline Core Exchange emerging in the upper right corner of the shop interface. With a thought, he clicked on it. To his surprise, it was a dedicated exchange for crystalline cores. Tier 1 Lord Crystalline Core, 101 Tier 5 crystalline cores. Tier 5 crystalline core, 21 Tier 4 crystalline cores. Tier 4 crystalline core, 21 Tier 3 crystalline cores. Tier 3 crystalline core, 21 Tier 2 crystalline cores. Upon conversion, a 5th tier crystal nucleus requires merely 8 second-tier crystal nuclei. However, the exchange ratio for a Lord's crystal nucleus escalates to an astonishing 101. This indirectly highlights the formidable nature of lordly creatures. Additionally, beneath the crystal nucleus exchange interface lies a note. The exchanged crystal nuclei are not tangible items, but rather virtual currency, exclusively usable within the apocalyptic store. This implies that one's crystal nuclei can be converted into a mere string of numerical currency, designated solely for the store, which exhibits an enigmatic reverence for crystal nuclei, resolutely allowing only ingress and no egress. Li Xiaofeng perused the other two offerings, which included various auxiliary equipment. The primary communication device, suitable for communication, configured with 1 host and 100 communication instruments, priced at 10 first-tier Lord's crystal nuclei. The initial zombie virus serum, capable of eliminating viruses from 5th-tier zombies, priced at 5 5th-tier crystal nuclei. The pure water source provider, capable of extracting moisture from underground, automatically separating impurities and viruses, daily providing drinking water for 10,000 individuals. Priced at 1 first-tier Lord's crystal nucleus. As he browsed through the rows of auxiliary equipment, Li Xiaofeng found little utility in them. Nevertheless, two items caught his attention: the city shield, which could withstand assaults from high-tier mutated beasts, enveloping the entire city. Priced according to area, 10 first-tier Lord's crystal nuclei, or 1,000 fifth-tier Lord's crystal nuclei. The shield consumes crystal nucleus energy, with a note indicating that the stronger the attack endured, the greater the energy consumption. The initial aircraft, enabling biological flight, achieving a speed of 10 meters per second. Though aerial directional changes are challenging, priced at 5 first-tier Lord's crystal nuclei. One item provides coverage for the entire city, while the other facilitates flight. Yet both are exorbitantly priced. This apocalyptic store is undeniably a black market. Nonetheless, some items are exceedingly practical, stirring Li Xiaofeng's interest. He glanced at the system's storage space for crystal nuclei and calculated that if all were exchanged for second-tier crystal nuclei, the total would be approximately 1,600. This amount was accumulated over 3 months through plundering the corpse hunting organization and hunting various mutated beasts, despite having eradicated 2 groups of mutated creatures. However, the majority of the mutated rats and cockroaches were merely first-tier mutated beasts, which do not yield crystal nuclei. Consequently, first-tier crystal nuclei are non-existent. As for Lord's crystal nuclei, he possessed none. Even the crystal nucleus of the deceased Lord Zombie had been consumed by the mutated orange cat. He cast a resentful glance at the plump feline, lamenting that he should have saved some. 1 Lord's crystal nucleus equates to 80 second-tier crystal nuclei. He placed 5 third-tier crystal nuclei on the counter, intending to purchase a first-tier battle knife to experiment. Suddenly, the unremarkable yellow dog opened its mouth wide, significantly larger than its body. A gluttonous creature. Witnessing the dog's transformation, Li Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow, reminiscent of the ferocious beasts from ancient mythology. The crystal nucleus was directly swallowed by the dog. Li Xiaofeng directed Xiao Zhuang to touch the dog, only to find his hand passed right through. The originally tangible crystal nucleus similarly vanished. Such technological prowess surpassed Li Xiaofeng's wildest imaginings. The conclusion that this phenomenon is of a technological nature arises from the observation that the small dog exhibits no semblance of emotion, resembling nothing more than a segment of code within a computer. In an instant, a white battle blade was expelled from the dog's mouth. The blade measured approximately 1 meter in length and 3 inches in width, its edge appearing remarkably sharp. A gentle flick of the blade produced a crisp, resonant sound. Although Li Xiaofeng lacked professional expertise, he could discern that this weapon was certainly not forged from ordinary steel. As he brushed his fingers along the blade, he could distinctly sense its keen sharpness, undoubtedly capable of effortlessly slicing through typical third-tier creatures. Although it bore a somewhat hefty price, its authenticity was indisputable. Despite his overwhelming curiosity regarding the origins of this apocalyptic shop, he found himself bereft of any clues to deduce its source. Li Xiaofeng began contemplating the equipment he ought to procure. Chapter 114, The Arrival of the Awakened. 1,600 second-tier crystal cores equated to 200 fifth-tier cores, or 21st-tier Lord cores. This could afford him liquid weapons and liquid armor. Though they appeared to transform seamlessly and were reasonably priced, they required continuous consumption of crystal core energy, rendering their long-term costs uncertain. Given Li Xiaofeng's currently meager finances, such items remained beyond his reach. Alternatively, he considered the purchase of 2 city defense turrets. However, the fall of Wanning City held little significance for him. At most, he would suffer the loss of a 10 combat power enhancement from a fixed-point buff. As for laser guns, they were equally absent from his considerations. Not only were they costly, but their power was also limited, suitable only for dealing with 5th-tier creatures and requiring energy consumption. Ultimately, he resolved to acquire standard battle armor and a battle blade. While these items might not significantly benefit him or his mutated orange cat, arming the zombies under his command would indeed effect considerable change. Furthermore, both items possessed high durability. It appeared that the apocalyptic merchant had only recently emerged. Equipping himself in advance to hunt mutated beasts and acquire crystal cores was essential for establishing a virtuous cycle. While any subordinate could abandon him in critical moments, it was imperative to secure a decisive victory against ordinary mutated creatures. Constantly replacing subordinates would hinder the enhancement of Li Xiaofeng's zombie squad. At present, they served merely as cannon fodder, yet in the future, they would be required to play a pivotal role. In this apocalypse, the strength of a single individual is invariably insufficient. He pondered the appropriate tier for the battle blade. A first-tier blade could only breach the armor of third-tier creatures, offering minimal impact. Conversely, a third-tier blade proved highly effective, capable of penetrating the armor of first-tier lords. However, its cost-effectiveness was lacking, allowing for the acquisition of only two, which held little significance. With a sigh, he lamented the absence of a system capable of crafting such weapons. Suddenly, he paused, struck by a revelation regarding the system's capabilities. Although he lacked the necessary materials to forge such equipment, what if he could merely synthesize them? He promptly purchased another first-tier battle blade and stored it within the system's material storage space, envisioning the crafting interface in his mind. Two white battle knives were placed together without the addition of a crystal core, opting instead for direct forging. A faint glimmer flashed as the two blades fused, resulting in the creation of a new battle knife. Had he succeeded? His expression brightened as he retrieved the newly forged knife from his backpack. Xiao Zhuang had already attained the rank of a first-tier lord, boasting a defensive capability that far surpassed that of his peers. Testing the sharpness of the knife was perfectly suited for him. Moments later, the test concluded, and he felt an exhilarating rush. The sharpness of this battle knife could pierce the armor of fifth-tier creatures. This indicated that he had successfully crafted a second-tier weapon. The cost? Merely two first-tier battle knives, equivalent to forging a weapon of worth 20 second-tier knives using 10 third-tier crystal cores. It was akin to an extraordinary bargain. Yet, his experimentation was not over. He pondered the cost of crafting a third-tier battle knife, specifically designed to combat lord-tier creatures. His excitement surged as he continued his tests. The results, when revealed, caused his body to tremble with uncontainable excitement, almost convulsing in disbelief. Only 5 second-tier battle knives were needed. This meant that a third-tier battle knife, valued at 800 second-tier crystal cores, could be forged using merely 100 cores. He had underestimated the immense potential of the forging function. Upon further examination, he discovered that the same principle applied to crafting armor. Ultimately, through forging, he exchanged 1,600 second-tier crystal cores for 5 pieces of third-tier armor and 8 third-tier battle knives. This was an unequivocal triumph. The 5 pieces of armor were distributed among himself and 4 of the controlled zombies. Unlike other zombies, he was reluctant to abandon these 4 with exceptional potential unless faced with life-threatening circumstances. As for the mutated orange cat, its size had grown to 7 or 8 meters, making conventional armor unfit. Only liquid armor would suffice. However, both liquid armor and weapons could only be acquired through direct purchase, rendering the forging function ineffective. The 8 battle knives were allocated to the 8 lord-tier zombies, while he retained the frying pan for the time being. With this significant enhancement in the strength of his zombie squad, they could hunt mutated beasts even in his and the orange cat's absence. Li Xiaofeng surveyed his zombie squad with satisfaction. Clad in suits and wielding battle knives, they projected an imposing presence. The other 4 zombies adorned in jet-black third-tier armor were entirely encased, revealing only their fearsome faces, reminiscent of unparalleled masters. Suddenly, Li Xiaofeng noticed several red dots on the map drawing near to the city center, 5 awakeners from the South Rain base. He stowed away his third-tier armor, disguising himself as a human, and was the first to exit the building. The radiant beam emitted by the Apocalypse Merchant had long since faded, and he wished to prevent any other mutated beasts or humans from approaching this location. With sufficient crystal cores, this merchant was akin to a veritable armory. It was only a matter of time before he could amass a formidable army of zombies. The Awakener squad hastily approached. The leader, a youth clad in a trench coat with exceptionally long hair that obscured one eye, embodied the essence of post-apocalyptic counterculture. As he ran, his trench coat and long hair billowed in unison. The remaining 3 consisted of 2 men and a woman, all of whom were relatively young, with one of them still bearing a youthful visage. Li, what on earth has transpired in Wanning City? Such phenomena are visible throughout the province, one team member remarked, glancing at the long-haired man leading the way. That cannot be divulged, the captain retorted, tossing his hair with an air of enigmatic authority. The woman behind him couldn't help but twitch her lips. Despite their prolonged companionship, she still found it difficult to acclimatize to the captain's pretentious demeanor. The quartet soon arrived at their predetermined location, a towering edifice before them. However, they abruptly halted, their eyes narrowing as they focused ahead. A student, upon spotting the 4, appeared flustered and attempted to flee, exuding the demeanor of a guilt-ridden thief. The captain's expression shifted slightly. Could it be that the opportunity had already fallen into the students' hands? Since awakening to their powers, the intoxicating enhancement of their abilities made them zealously pursue any chance that presented itself. In this apocalyptic world, personal strength was paramount, with the order of society dictated by the strong. "Stop!" the long-haired man barked, propelling himself forward to intercept the fleeing student. Simultaneously, one of his teammates swiftly drew a handgun from his waist, aiming at Li Xiaofeng's legs with pinpoint accuracy. Although the shot would not be lethal, incapacitating him would ensure that he could not abscond with any treasures. In the split second before the bullet struck, Li Xiaofeng deftly evaded the attack. Yet, in that fleeting moment of delay, the long-haired man had closed the distance. As the only fifth-tier awakener in the team, his prowess exceeded that of his peers. His hand transformed into a claw, launching a ferocious strike aimed at Li Xiaofeng's neck. However, Li Xiaofeng retaliated with equal ferocity, now a second-tier lord. Despite masquerading as human and facing power suppression, his combat strength lay between a first-tier lord and a fifth-tier being. The two engaged in an instantaneous clash, their fists moving with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye, transcending human limits. Li Fugui was increasingly alarmed. This seemingly innocuous student appeared to surpass his own capabilities. Such individuals were indeed rare within the entirety of the Nanyu base. He withdrew, his expression grave as he regarded Li Xiaofeng. Meanwhile, his teammates joined him, standing resolutely by his side. Li Fugui of the Nanyu base, was rash earlier. I hope the young brother can forgive my impulsiveness. Li Xiaofeng's lips twitched slightly. This individual, with his ostentatious appearance, was indeed named Li Fugui. What a remarkable character. Though he suppressed a laugh, he refrained from uttering a word. The other party had not only attacked, but had also resorted to gunfire, intent on crippling him. Now, upon witnessing his formidable strength, they sought to negotiate. First, they attacked a zombie, and now they wished to parley with one? Absurd. However, since they had adapted to the brutal rules of the post-apocalypse, matters could proceed more smoothly. His expression remained cold as he raised his gaze, signaling for the four to look behind them. Li Fugui and his companions furrowed their brows in puzzlement, yet they subtly turned to glance backward. However, the majority of attention remained focused on Li Xiaofeng, for they were reluctant to entrust their backs to him. A fleeting glance revealed to the four a sudden change in expression. Their faces paled in an instant. Hundreds of zombies had gathered in hordes, unlike any they had encountered before. This particular group exhibited a distinct sense of organization and discipline. The leading dozen zombies, dressed in suits and wielding white battle blades, instilled a sense of dread and despair within them. Among these, four were clad in imposing black armor, radiating an aura of authority. Li Fugui and his companions had completely turned around to face the advancing horde, terror etched on their faces, their minds momentarily paralyzed. Meanwhile, Li Xiaofeng silently retrieved a black frying pan, aware that the moment he drew it, the outcome was already sealed. Thud! The youngest member of the team was knocked to the ground, rendered unconscious. Li Xiaofeng had become increasingly adept at wielding his strength. Actual combat ability was not solely determined by talent and skill. Combat techniques and mastery of power also significantly influenced the results. The other three members of the team were jolted back to reality by the sound of impact, bewildered as they turned to see Li Xiaofeng brandishing the frying pan. How could they still be squabbling amidst such a life-and-death crisis? However, the subsequent scene plunged them into despair, an image they would never forget. One student transformed in an instant into a ferocious zombie. While the three were momentarily stunned, Li Xiaofeng had already lunged forward. Chapter 116. I wish to join the base a day later. Li Xiaofeng once again disguised himself as a human, seated atop a vehicle, his gaze cold and distant. Beside him lay an individual, unconscious, with a large swelling at the back of his head that showed no signs of subsiding. This was the team member whom Li Xiaofeng had knocked out. Upon seeing the four from the Nanyu base, he had already conceived a plan to infiltrate the Nanyu base. With the emergence of apocalyptic merchants in Wanning City, it had become a veritable armory. Unfortunately, he lacked funds. Even if he could reduce equipment costs through crafting, he still required crystal cores. Coincidentally, the arrival of individuals from the Nanyu base presented an opportunity. As the largest survivor base in the province, it boasted a population of millions, with countless awakeners among them. The zombies and mutated beasts they hunted were innumerable. Clearing out Nanyu City renowned across the nation, would undoubtedly be a monumental task, resulting in the deaths of countless mutated creatures and zombies. Furthermore, after the establishment of the non-U base, powerful awakeners would continually venture forth to eliminate formidable nearby creatures, preventing any threats to the base. The quantity of crystal cores within would undoubtedly be staggering. Li Xiaofeng, with merely a small zombie team, found the efficiency of crystal core collection to be painfully slow. Most importantly, he had no intention of exterminating zombies, as that would be akin to undermining his own foundation. Li Xiaofeng was not short-sighted enough to make such a grave error. The current urban elite mutated beasts have become exceedingly rare, likely exterminated by the South Rain base. What remains are primarily Lord-level creatures, reigning as sovereigns within the city. Yet their numbers are equally scarce. The inefficiency of traveling to annihilate a single Lord-level mutated beast in a distant city is unacceptable. The proximity of Chili City to Wanning City still necessitates a 2-day journey, and venturing to other cities would consume even more time. After careful deliberation, he resolved to infiltrate the South Rain base. Although the risks are monumental, should he be discovered, even as a second-tier lord, he would find it difficult to escape unscathed. The potential rewards are substantial. If he were to successfully pilfer the base's crystal core, he could arm hundreds of zombies, subsequently equipping Wanning City with a plethora of artillery. Li Xiaofeng chuckled to himself, lost in thought, when a soft murmur interrupted his reverie. The person beside him began to awaken from a state of unconsciousness. Rubbing his eyes, he suddenly noticed Li Xiaofeng and instinctively assumed a defensive stance. "I risked my life to rescue you, and this is how you treat your savior?" Li Xiaofeng remarked with a calm demeanor, pondering the irony that the other was unaware of his true identity as a zombie. His act of salvation was merely a means to facilitate his infiltration into the South Rain base. With the recommendation of an awakened individual, blending into the base would be nearly foolproof and would raise no suspicions. Although the number of awakened individuals at the South Rain base is considerable, this is relative to a population of millions. Based on his estimations, the status of awakened individuals within the base is likely significant. Once he integrates himself and masquerades as an awakened individual, he could gradually elevate his position within the base. Perhaps one day, the rulers might reward him with the role of security for the crystal core storage. At that point, "Please wipe your drool." The boy frowned slightly, as if recalling a memory. His team had been encircled by a terrifying horde of zombies. The thought of that almost sentient zombie army caused him to shudder. Suddenly, a sharp pain radiated from the back of his head. He reached up and felt a sizable bump. "Did you hit your head on my weapon?" Li Xiaofeng replied nonchalantly, wiping the drool from his mouth with a serious expression. Although Yin Lu felt a twinge of doubt, he had yet to see Li Xiaofeng's true form. Furthermore, the fact that he had indeed saved him overshadowed his skepticism. No matter how he pondered, he could never suspect that Li Xiaofeng was a zombie commanding hundreds of formidable undead. "Thank you." Yin Lu expressed his gratitude earnestly, feeling immensely fortunate to have escaped with his life. That captain and the others. Li Xiaofeng covered his face with his hands, feigning deep sorrow. "In such a dire situation, I could only save one person while wielding a frying pan. Seeing your youth, I believed you would be more adept at surviving, so I chose to save you." Yin Li's gratitude intensified, and hearing that the 3 members of his team had perished did not disturb him. Preserving his own life was paramount. He felt fortunate that his youth had led Li Xiaofeng to make the choice to save him. I despise my inadequacy for not being able to save the other 3. Li Xiaofeng gazed upwards. The phrase "overwhelmed with grief" was vividly embodied in his expression. Yin Lu, with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, instinctively thought not of the other's deep emotions, but rather questioned his mental state. Who could mourn so profoundly for someone unconnected? "Do not be disheartened. Accept the change with grace. You have demonstrated remarkable strength." Li Xiaofeng's sorrowful demeanor abruptly faltered, realizing that it was the very instigator of his turmoil offering him solace. The atmosphere felt decidedly amiss. "You are correct. We have brighter tomorrows to pursue, do we not?" Li Xiaofeng concealed his sorrow, adopting a visage brimming with positivity. "I wish to join the base and contribute to its development." Chapter 117. Return to the base. Li Xiaofeng's expression transformed, filled with fervor once more. The rapidity of his emotional shifts left Yin Lu momentarily stunned. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Introducing someone stronger than the captain into the base could only yield benefits for him. "That brother over there, my name is Yin Lu. What is yours?" "Li Xiaofeng." Lu nodded, yet he could never have anticipated that this name would become etched in his memory forever. The two began their journey back to the Nanyu base. As for the zombie squad, under Li Xiaofeng's directives, they were divided into 3 teams to hunt formidable mutated beasts across various cities and wilderness. The first team, led by a second-tier lord, the Orange Cat, was supplemented by 3 zombie lords and 200 elite zombies. The second team, led by Xiao Zhuang and Xiao Peng, also included 4 zombie lords and 200 elite zombies. Xiao Zhuang possessed formidable defense, albeit lacking in offensive power, while Xiao Peng provided enhancements to his attack and movement speed, making him a formidable adversary against most first-tier lords. The third team, led by Xiao Si and Xiao Mei, included 4 zombie lords and 200 elite zombies. Xiao Si's survivability was limited, but paired with Xiao Mei's healing abilities, they formed an impeccably seamless duo. These 3 teams were meticulously crafted after careful consideration. Barring unforeseen circumstances, they were unlikely to encounter crises. Moreover, the zombie lords exhibited an exceptional instinct for self-preservation, making them comparable to him in that regard. He could not lead the teams personally forever. As the zombie forces grew, it would necessitate strong subordinates to command them in battle. If all went well, he would acquire a substantial number of crystal cores from the Nanyu base, which he could use to purchase an abundance of equipment, thereby arming the enhanced zombie squad. At that point, it would likely emerge as a formidable force amidst the apocalypse, rather than the mere rabble it currently represented. He hoped that, in time, the zombie squad would give rise to even more lordly beings. The distance between Nanyu base and Wanning City was considerable. Yin Li's team traveled in a modified vehicle, and their journey thus far had been free of peril. The 4 team members believed themselves to be the pinnacle of strength in this post-apocalyptic world. In reality, however, it was simply that the lordly creatures had no interest in the crystal cores within them. Throughout the journey, Li Xiaofeng drove at high speeds. The modified vehicle was swift, and with his physical prowess, he would emerge unscathed even in the event of a collision. Conversely, Yin Lu remained on edge, despite being a 4th-tier awakener. He was still far beyond ordinary humans. Yet, if an accident were to occur, he would undoubtedly sustain injuries. After disguising himself, Li Xiaofeng seemed to have lulled the virus within him into a deep slumber, avoiding any agitation from the lordly creatures. He was disinclined to engage in battle. As revealing his true form was not a viable option, he could not possibly incapacitate Yin Lu each time. Once or twice might be acceptable, but repeating such a ruse would inevitably arouse suspicion even from the most naive. Nonetheless, he meticulously noted the locations of powerful mutated beasts and informed 3 zombie squads, confident that their prowess would be sufficient to annihilate them. The duo moved with remarkable speed, reaching the vicinity of the Nanyu base in less than a day, a feat largely attributable to Li Xiaofeng's exceptional driving skills. The modified car's hood had flipped up, its tires were severely worn, and sparks flew from the brakes. Yin Li's complexion paled as he gazed at the distant base, a wave of relief washing over him. He vowed never to ride in Li Xiaofeng's vehicle again. It felt akin to traversing a tightrope over a precipice. Li Xiaofeng alighted from the car with nonchalance, his keen eyesight instantly discerning the Nanyu city base in the distance. Within a kilometer of the base, all trees and underbrush had been cleared, revealing a stark, barren ground. On this expanse lay countless vehicles, overturned at a 90-degree angle, showcasing their 4 tires and elevating their height. These discarded cars formed a colossal shape, encircling the entire base. While this line of defense might be ineffective against formidable creatures, it proved surprisingly effective against lower-tier zombies. After all, powerful beings were few in number, whereas the province was home to over 100 million ordinary zombies, posing a significant threat to human strongholds. Behind the automotive barricade stood an immense white city wall, soaring several dozen meters high, exuding a majestic and awe-inspiring presence. Numerous slots adorned the wall, each housing a heavy machine gun, their dark muzzles aimed outward. Meanwhile, figures clad in specialized uniforms patrolled with an air of seriousness and erect posture. This was merely the outer wall. Li Xiaofeng could clearly observe that the base boasted 3 layers of fortifications. The central wall towered even higher, equipped with more advanced weaponry of greater might. The innermost wall reached a staggering height of 100 meters, serving as the safest haven within the entire base. Such a construction ensured that even if the outer wall were breached, the middle and inner walls could still provide formidable defense. as the most prosperous city in the province. It was likely that other modern weapons were concealed from view. Moreover, the base covered an extensive area, encompassing the entire main urban district of Nanyu City, capable of accommodating millions of inhabitants. Such defensive works would be unimaginable in times of peace. The rapid establishment of this base within a mere 3 months is nothing short of miraculous, perhaps even less than 3 months. Considering the initial efforts required to eradicate the zombies and mutated beasts within the city, it is no wonder that small cities like Wanning saw no human presence. All focus was undoubtedly directed toward the construction of the Nanyu base, a decision that proved to be the most prudent choice. Wandering aimlessly, one cannot hope to eradicate the zombies and mutated beasts throughout the province. Instead, as time progresses, these creatures evolve, leading to the inevitable downfall of the entire region. Chapter 118. Entering the city. Brother Feng, this way. Yin Lu observed the astonished expression on Li Xiaofeng's face, feeling a sense of pride swell within him. The two of them, driving a modified vehicle, entered the city. The automotive barricade had several designated pathways for humans to access the base. The design consisted of 2 derelict cars supporting another, creating an opening. As they slowly advanced into the base, the city gates were ajar, only to be closed in the event of an emergency. Noticing Li Xiaofeng's erratic driving, Yin Lu's expression shifted, and he cautioned, "Brother Feng, be careful. There are various landmines buried within the automotive barricade. We must avoid them." He feared that if they continued like this, they might trigger a mine, and he could hardly fathom the chaos that would ensue at the city gates. As the vehicle gradually proceeded, they spotted a ragged individual ahead, clutching a black backpack. Guards in uniforms promptly approached to inspect the bag. The man, clearly distressed, spoke cautiously, "I kindly ask you, brother, to lower the handling fee. I have 3 children to support at home." The guard, with an indifferent expression, glanced at him, causing the man to tremble and hurriedly retract his words, realizing his misstep. The backpack contained merely 2 packs of cigarettes and a bottle of beer, nothing more. The guard extracted 1 pack of cigarettes, prompting the man's complexion to change dramatically. "Brother Chen, the handling fee cannot be this high." Li Xiaofeng, observing the scene, felt a twinge of confusion. Fortunately, Yin Lu, adept at navigating such situations, provided an explanation. Since the establishment of the base, many had lost their jobs and access to food, forcing them to scavenge for resources. Upon their return, they were required to pay a portion of their findings as an entry fee to the city. Li Xiaofeng chuckled to himself. The base he had helped construct now demanded an entrance fee for him to enter. The guard, unfazed, pocketed the pack of cigarettes and tossed the backpack back to the man, curtly stating, "Get lost." He couldn't be bothered to offer an explanation, and upon noticing the approaching modified vehicle, his demeanor shifted dramatically. Although the car was nearly in ruins, those possessing vehicles within the base were evidently of some standing. The guard's once indifferent face transformed into one of sycophancy, his expression changing so swiftly it was astonishing. He stooped to acknowledge the 2 men in the car, clearly recognizing Yin Lu. "Brother Yin, would you care for a cigarette?" Yin Lu cautiously glanced at Li Xiaofeng, inquiring whether he desired one. Li Xiaofeng shook his head. As a zombie, he had no craving for tobacco, merely adopting the guise of a smoker for appearances. This display startled the guard, who respectfully regarded Li Xiaofeng. Recognizing his higher status compared to Yin Lu, Li Xiaofeng turned to observe the individual. Clad in green attire, it was not a military uniform from peacetime, but adorned with an emblem of a long blade embroidered on the chest. The guard handed Yin Lu a cigarette and personally lit it for him, then inquired, "Brother Yin, where are Captain Li and the others?" With a heavy sigh, Yin Lu replied, "Don't mention it. The captain and the others have all perished. A great upheaval has struck Wu City, and I must promptly report this upward." He sighed again, casting a glance at the guard. "By the way, please provide me with a pass for the inner city. Thanks to Brother Li, I managed to escape." Upon hearing that it was Li Xiaofeng who had rescued Yin Lu, the guard paused, a flicker of shock crossing his face, which soon transformed into a deeper respect. The status of a formidable awakened being within the base was far superior to that of an ordinary civilian. Li Xiaofeng glanced at the red card in his hand, which bore the engraving of a long blade. After expressing his gratitude, he tucked the card away. The guard, taken aback by Li Xiaofeng's kindness, felt a sense of unexpected honor. "Brother Feng, there's no need to be so gracious towards them. Our status as awakened beings in the base is quite high. Whenever any formidable creature appears, it requires our direct intervention. Li Xiaofeng remained silent, instead gazing through the shattered car window at the scenes unfolding within the city. Everyone in the outer city appeared ragged. Even those clad in seemingly intact garments bore numerous patches, looking exceedingly filthy. Their expressions were filled with despair and sorrow. Their postures were hunched, and their faces were pale, evidently suffering from prolonged malnutrition. This stark reality diverged greatly from Li Xiaofeng's expectations. He had surmised that as a large base housing millions, there would be no danger of annihilation, and that everyone's lives should have returned to a semblance of normalcy. While it might not resemble the tranquility of peaceful times, it should at least have reached a level of survival. Yet, witnessing the numbed expressions of the populace, he realized he had been gravely mistaken. As a zombie, he had never worried about food, unable to empathize, and thus could hardly fathom their plight. "Get out of the way, you little brat, or I'll run you over." Although Yin Lu was exceedingly deferential before Li Xiaofeng, he was also a person of some standing within the base. Before them, a group of emaciated children trudged along, their faces weary and covered in dust. It was clear they were not playing, but rather engaged in laborious tasks. The eldest among them tightly clutched a white cloth bag in his darkened right hand, his expression invigorated, as if holding onto a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, upon hearing Yin Li's shout, they turned to see the approaching vehicle, their faces paling with fear as they hastily moved aside. Li Xiaofeng's expression remained impassive, observing the scene ahead without a flicker of emotion. Yet, he gained a deeper understanding of the space. In the face of the apocalypse, the law of the jungle, where only the fittest survive, was vividly illustrated. Chapter 119. The initiator. Many professions that thrived in peaceful times have now vanished. Within the base, only a scant few job opportunities remain. Yet they are fiercely contested by millions. Naturally, the competition is fierce, and each day, individuals succumb to starvation. They lack the courage to alter their circumstances. While they understand that venturing outside the city to slay zombies or mutated beasts could lead to awakening, only a handful dare to attempt it. The majority merely aspire to survive within the confines of the base. In the apocalyptic world, the absence of capability and courage leads only to elimination. This is the stark reality. The outer city spans a vast area, and Li Xiaofeng drives slowly, meticulously observing the structure of the entire base. Yin Lu, alongside him, frequently curses the passers-by with a menacing expression. It appears that 2 zombies occupy the vehicle. The outer district lacks towering skyscrapers, instead featuring newly constructed residences that are semicircular in shape, varying in size. Li Xiaofeng recalls an animated depiction of a starfish's dwelling from more peaceful times, but here, the materials are of black stone. This architectural style is the most efficient in terms of material and space utilization. Each residence accommodates several individuals, creating a landscape that resembles a series of graves, merely missing the headstones. Numerous tomb-like structures are scattered, leaving wide streets for vehicular passage. The expressions of the inhabitants are numb, akin to walking corpses, and this eerie harmony with the peculiar residences deepens the uncanny atmosphere. Only those who have endured the apocalypse can truly appreciate the tranquility of the bygone era. The monotonous jobs they once despised now only manifest in their dreams. However, the outer district does contain conventional houses that stand out conspicuously. Through the car window, Li Xiaofeng observes these buildings, which are predominantly shops. Brother Feng. Most of these shops are pawn shops, where various resources can be exchanged. Compared to the flesh and blood of mutated beasts, the luxuries of cigarettes and fine wines from peaceful times, even the locations of formidable mutated creatures, anything of value can be traded for sustenance. In the outer district, food is the ultimate currency. Despite being shops in the outer district, powerful figures manipulate them from behind the scenes. Li Xiaofeng nods slightly, gaining a general understanding of the outer district. As the two navigate through, Yin Lu, with a note of caution, directs them into the inner city. Here, the walls tower high, and the defensive structures are considerably fortified. Brother Feng, be cautious while driving in the inner city. It is inhabited by influential figures within the base, many of whom are awakened. Yin Lu sheds his previous arrogance, adopting a demeanor of carefulness, fearful that Li Xiaofeng might drive recklessly. The inner city? What lies within the innermost district? Who resides there? A twitch at the corner of Yin Li's mouth betrays his irritation. There is no such thing as an innermost district. Yet he quickly composes himself, his eyes betraying a sense of wariness as he lowers his voice. That area is the core of the Nanyu base, home to the elite. The most prominent among them is the Wang family, a lineage of ancient martial arts from peaceful times. His voice drops further. Though an ancient martial family, they were merely adept in cold weaponry, struggling for survival even in times of peace. However, with the onset of the apocalypse, their agility birthed a significant number of awakened individuals. The turmoil in Nanyu City was swiftly quelled, thanks in no small part to them. Coupled with military collaboration, they rapidly established the Nanyu base, becoming the de facto power players within. As researchers developed methods to enhance abilities, the potency of the awakened escalated. Brother Feng, you know, powerful awakened individuals can completely disregard bullets, further elevating the Wang family's status. Until now, the Wang family remains the sole authority of the South Rain base. The once formidable powers of the past, during the era of peace, have been rendered impotent. However, in consideration of the sentiments of the numerous soldiers and civilians, they continue to reside in the core urban area. Yin Lu elucidated the distribution of influence within this core zone. Li Xiaofeng was equally astonished to discover that the Wang family had seized control of the entire South Rain base. The two awakened beings he had slain in Wuning City were indeed affiliated with the Wang family. They sought to bring a professor back. The inner city is inhabited by various awakened individuals and the foremost talents from diverse industries. With your prowess, Brother Feng, it is certain that your standing in the inner city is quite elevated. Should you advance further to become a pioneer and be incorporated into the ranks of the Wang family, you would attain a position of immense prestige within the core urban area. A pioneer? Li Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow, a conjecture forming in his mind. Yin Lu was already aware of his capabilities, which belonged to the pinnacle of fifth-tier beings. Yet, the mention of further advancement implies that he has encountered entities stronger than himself. This could only refer to the Lord-level beings. Are there lords among humans? In such a vast base, there must undoubtedly be Lord-level beings. Otherwise, it would have been breached long ago. The question remains, how many are there? Chapter 120. Envoys from the Wang family, do you not know how the awakened enhance their strength? Li Xiaofeng casually inquired, recalling his previous encounter with Zhou Yuan, who opted for viral injection. However, that was unreliable. The 8 corpse hunters exhibited a dazed demeanor, significantly diminishing their combat effectiveness. Yet, the awakened from the South Rain base appeared no different from ordinary humans, exhibiting no issues. They must have discovered a safer method. Brother Feng is unaware? Yin Lu was somewhat taken aback, astonished that Li Xiaofeng did not know how to strengthen oneself. Li Xiaofeng cast a cold glance in his direction. The latter displayed a hint of trepidation and patiently began to explain. Researchers had determined the efficacy of crystal cores, whose internal substances could enhance an awakened individual's power, allowing for continuous advancement without side effects. Li Xiaofeng furrowed his brow. This could indeed be regarded as the correct method for human progression. However, a frown soon creased his forehead. If the crystal cores have already been utilized, had he come to the South Rain base in vain? Nonetheless, considering that the Wang family is the dictator of the base, they would undoubtedly control such strategic resources, preventing other awakened individuals from easily obtaining them, lest their authority be threatened. Regardless, it must be attempted. The two arrived at the city gates of the inner city, where the guards displayed a marked vigilance. After scrutinizing their identification cards, they permitted passage. The guards maintained a stern demeanor, offering no words of flattery. Upon entering the inner city, the entire scene of the base transformed dramatically, presenting a stark contrast. Towering skyscrapers dotted the landscape, alongside numerous newly constructed buildings. In addition to those characteristic of the peaceful era, although the inhabitants were not clad in opulent attire, they were impeccably neat, exuding an air of refinement, with expressions tinged with pride. In comparison to the outer city, it was as though they had stepped into entirely different worlds. Li Xiaofeng felt as though he had returned to a time of peace, yet the blood-red sun still hung ominously in the sky. Within the inner city, towering buildings served as residences amidst a plethora of shops. However, these establishments prominently featured crystal core recycling. A second-tier crystal core could be exchanged for a substantial amount of food, and even luxury items like tobacco and alcohol could be procured. Nevertheless, the number of individuals seeking such exchanges remained limited. The inner city was vast, significantly larger than the outer districts. As a metropolis of the peaceful era, the main urban area could comfortably accommodate millions. The overcrowding of the outer districts was largely due to the extensive areas occupied by the inner and core cities. The two traveled in a dilapidated modified vehicle, navigating through several streets until they arrived at a towering building. This edifice, soaring several dozen stories high, stood as one of the most prominent structures in the Nanyu base. It housed the Awakeners Guild, where every awakened individual was required to register and maintain their records. Additionally, this was a place to undertake missions, albeit with a requisite payment of crystal cores to cover the location's costs. As Awakeners held a prestigious status, they were mandated to submit a crystal core of the same tier bi-weekly, a strict rule. The higher the Awakeners' level, the greater their standing within the base. In return, any new developments by the base would prioritize the Awakeners. Yen Lu patiently elucidated these details to Li Xiaofeng, who was surprised to discover that amidst the apparent chaos of Nanyu base, there existed a dedicated guild for Awakeners. After all, the Wang family had risen to prominence through Awakeners, hence their profound emphasis on this aspect. Yen Lu assisted Li Xiaofeng in completing the guild application form. As an outsider, he was obliged to provide his background, yet he refrained from disclosing his origins from Wanning City, instead claiming to hail from the corpse-hunting organization in Chili City to avoid any suspicion regarding his connection to the zombies of Wanning. However, no one seemed particularly concerned about his background. As long as one was human, that sufficed. Upon completing the application, he was required to undergo a test to ascertain his Awakener level. The evaluation process involved assessing strength, speed, and reflexes, any one of which, if met, would qualify him as an Awakener of the corresponding tier. Li Xiaofeng suppressed his true strength and unleashed a fifth-tier capability. Such prowess granted him a considerable status within the base while evading undue attention. Should he reveal his true Lord-level power, it would likely prompt a thorough investigation into his background. Ultimately, the guild classified him as a fifth-tier Awakener, assigning him a guild rank of level 1. Advancement within the guild required the completion of tasks to accumulate contributions and elevate one's rank. Furthermore, to access the core city, not only was it essential to possess the strength of an initiator, but also to achieve a guild rank of 5. Li Xiaofeng aspired to serve as a security guard for the Crystal Core warehouse, necessitating an elevation of his guild rank to seize such an opportunity. Simultaneously, Yen Lu reported his observations from Wanning City, detailing the presence of hundreds of elite zombies alongside a dozen suspected initiator leaders. This revelation sent shockwaves through the guild, representing a significant development even for Nanyu base. The news swiftly escalated, and within an hour, individuals from the core city were dispatched to respond. A luxurious sports car, emblematic of a peaceful era, swiftly came to a halt before the Union's entrance. Chapter 121, Wang Yu. Numerous awakened individuals murmured among themselves, gazing with a blend of respect and trepidation at the figure emerging from the vehicle. A girl, adorned with sunglasses, gracefully descended from the car. Clad in a form-fitting black outfit, she accentuated her alluring curves. Her exquisitely refined face bore a touch of makeup, and though partially concealed by her sunglasses, an irresistible charm emanated from her. Li Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow, though not for the reasons one might assume regarding her appearance. In his undead aesthetic, she paled in comparison to even a plump cat. What truly caught his attention was the undeniable fact that she had achieved the rank of a first-tier lord. With measured steps, the girl, wearing high heels, approached Yen Lu with an elegant poise. At that moment, Yen Lu lowered his head, his expression one of utmost reverence. Hesitant to meet her gaze. Is the information regarding Wanning City from you? The girl, known as Wang Yu, hailed from the esteemed Wang family, possessing not only a lofty status, but also formidable prowess. Yen Lu nodded slightly. Without needing further prompting from Wang Yu, he began recounting his experiences with unwavering honesty. However, he chose to omit the embarrassing incident of being knocked unconscious by Li Xiaofeng, feeling a sense of shame for having collided directly with her weapon. Wang Yu nodded thoughtfully, her delicate features now shadowed with gravity. Yen Lu had attained the rank of a fourth-tier awakened, and his captain was Li Fuguwei. Despite his comical name and unconventional appearance, Li Fuguwei was renowned for his exceptional strength, even among fifth-tier awakened beings. The fact that he had retreated in defeat indicated the presence of a primordial initiator. The emergence of multiple zombies with the strength of primordial initiators was indeed alarming. Were the zombies growing stronger? Awakened individuals generally regarded ordinary zombies with indifference. Even if countless zombies breached their base, they could escape with ease. Their primary concern lay in formidable, mutated beasts. However, it now appeared that the tides were shifting. Even the hordes of zombies were beginning to evolve. Upon learning that Li Xiaofeng had rescued Yin Lu, a flicker of surprise crossed Wang Yu's face. She regarded Li Xiaofeng with a slight nod. Yet, in the next moment, she unleashed a sudden assault. No one anticipated that Wang Yu, as a primordial initiator, would launch an unexpected attack. A hint of panic crossed Li Xiaofeng's features as he clenched his right hand into a fist, preparing to retaliate. Bang! The forces of both combatants collided instantaneously. Li Xiaofeng was thrust back several steps, his right hand trembling as he pointed at Wang Yu, his complexion pale. A top-tier 5th level awakened, indeed. Wang Yu had not unleashed her full power. She had merely conducted a rudimentary test. You managed to escape from over a dozen primordial initiators? And you brought a burden with you? Wang Yu's expression hardened. Her eyes, concealed beneath her sunglasses, bore into him. The imposing presence of a primordial initiator bore down on Li Xiaofeng. Should he fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, she would undoubtedly strike with full force. At that moment, Yin Lu sensed an unsettling shift. In the throes of his escape, he had not contemplated deeply. Yet now, reflecting on the situation, he pondered what kind of 5th-tier awakened being could effortlessly extricate themselves while accompanied by another. I took advantage of the distraction while the other 3 were entangled with the zombies. Li Xiaofeng's expression returned to normal as he calmly explained the situation. However, he harbored a sense of vigilance towards Wang Yu. Wang Yu still wore a skeptical expression. Such a simplistic explanation was difficult to accept. Li Fuguwei and his companions had initiated a surprise attack against me, intending to use me as bait to lure the horde of zombies. Yet, I was well prepared, injuring the 3 of them and ensnaring them within the encirclement of the undead. As for Yin Lu, he was on the same team as those 3. I saved him merely to prevent the zombies from advancing. At that moment, I could leverage him to buy some time. Nonetheless, fortune was on his side. Li Xiaofeng recounted the events with nonchalance. Wang Yu maintained a composed demeanor, yet she had come to believe him to a considerable extent. The strength of the adversary had evidently surpassed that of a 5th-tier awakened. If one were to catch Li Fuguwei off guard or possess some lethal technique, dealing with him would not be exceedingly difficult. He did not conceal the fact that he had indirectly caused the demise of Li Fuguwei's companions. If Li Xiaofeng had proclaimed himself with righteous indignation, it would have only aroused suspicion among the onlookers. Now, his explanation rendered everything coherent. Whether it was he who struck first or Li Fuguwei who initiated the conflict was of little consequence. Even Yin Lu, the party involved, exhibited no change in demeanor. Regardless, he had survived, and that was sufficient. Although Li Xiaofeng's intentions were not entirely pure, he had still saved him. Wang Yu cast a deep glance at Li Xiaofeng and nodded in acknowledgement. She then turned her gaze toward the guild staff and sighed softly. The southern city of Qingbei, near the Nanyu base, was home to a horde of golden eagles. The eastern city of Rongqin faced formidable and bizarre creatures. The western city of Xishan had also encountered issues, and even the seemingly secure northern region was now besieged by a powerful horde of zombies. This was evidently a well-organized and disciplined group of undead, undoubtedly led by a stronger chief. The situation, which had appeared stable, seemed to be shifting once more. While the entire Nanyu base seemed tranquil, dark currents surged beneath the surface. Establish the horde in Wanning City as an A-grade mission. The girl's voice brooked no argument, definitively categorizing the incident. Chapter 122, A-grade mission. Aside from the S-grade Golden Eagle horde, there were only 2 A-grade missions in the entire Nansong province. And now a third had emerged. Each A-grade event posed a significant threat to the Nanyu base, presenting considerable challenges. Should they wish to address it, the awakened of the Nanyu base would suffer heavy losses. Even the most formidable teams would hesitate to accept such tasks lightly. Wang Yu soon departed from the guild, preparing to return to the core urban area to discuss the matter with her family. I am Chen Lin. Would you be interested in joining us? A burly man emerged from the crowd after Wang Yu left and approached Yin Lu. Yin Li's expression shifted, astonished that a team had come forth to invite him to join. Upon hearing Chen Lin's name, his countenance brightened with delight. The opposing team comprised 6 members, 3 of whom were 5th-tier awakened. However, it seemed they had lost a member during their last mission, necessitating a replacement. Yin Lu casually informed Li Xiaofeng before nodding in agreement to join them. He never anticipated that this misfortune would lead to a fortuitous turn of events, allowing him to join a stronger team. With the prowess of this new group, he could undoubtedly tackle more challenging missions. Li Xiaofeng was taken aback by Yan Li's abrupt decision to abandon him. Nevertheless, he was confident in his own abilities to undertake tasks independently. Ignoring the curious gazes of those around him, he inquired with the staff and soon found the task list. S-Class Mission: Eradication of the Golden Eagle Flock in Qingbei City. Mission difficulty: extremely dangerous. Several waves of awakened squads have already perished. Mission requirements: the average guild level of team members must be level 4, with at least 3 initiators. Mission rewards: all team members will be promoted by 1 level and gain eligibility to enter the core urban area. Additional reward: 31st Order Initiator Crystals. The foremost task was the Golden Eagle Flock, and Li Xiaofeng was reminded of the 2 golden eagles he encountered on the highway. He had an inkling that those 2 eagles belonged to this very flock. Not only did he fail to meet the mission requirements, but even if he could accept it, he had no intention of courting death. Leading a horde of zombies into this fray would likely result in total annihilation. He then glanced at the subsequent tasks. A-Class Mission: Strange Creatures in Rongchen City. Mission difficulty: dangerous. Mission requirements: the average level of team members must be level 4, with at least 2 initiators. Mission rewards: all team members will be promoted by 1 level and gain eligibility to enter the core urban area. A-Class Mission: The White Mist in Xishan City. Mission difficulty: dangerous. Mission requirements: the average level of team members must be level 4, with at least 2 initiators. Mission rewards: all team members will be promoted by 1 level and gain eligibility to enter the core urban area. The lower-tier tasks were classified as A-Class, yet they still lacked detailed descriptions. Upon inquiry, he learned that information about specific tasks would only be provided once a mission was accepted. Furthermore, there was no requirement to pay crystals for A-Class missions, which were highly sought after by the non-U base, hoping a team would willingly undertake them to alleviate their pressing concerns. There were only 2 A-Class missions, both appearing to be quite perilous. The requirement was that the team must include initiators. Such teams were considered elite within the inner city, verging on the threshold of the core urban area. Based on what Wang Yu had previously mentioned, it was likely that the horde of zombies he commanded also constituted an A-Class mission. However, the zombie army had long since dispersed across various cities to hunt aberrant beasts. He informed his minions and the Orange Cat to steer clear of the locations designated for A-Class missions. According to his estimates, A-Class missions either involved multiple lords or featured high-ranking lords. Even if the zombie horde emerged victorious, they would undoubtedly suffer grievous losses. As Li Xiaofeng perused the tasks, a frown began to form on his brow. His aspiration to elevate his guild's rank and access the core urban area was proving to be far from simple. If he did not join a team, he would have to commence with the most basic tasks, many of which required a team to undertake. Based on his calculations, without joining a group, reaching guild level 5 would likely take him at least a year and a half, a prospect he could ill afford to wait for. In these turbulent times, the apocalyptic situation grows increasingly tense, necessitating the prompt establishment of one's own faction. It is imperative to find a team, and the average level of its members must not be low. However, it seems that the surrounding teams harbor no intention of recruiting him. Despite his guild's low rank, his own prowess is undeniable, positioning him as a rather coveted individual. Yet, the reality stands in stark contrast, perceiving the wary gazes of those around him. He surmises the reason behind it. It is likely due to his inadvertent revelation of having framed Li Fuguei and the others, which deterred everyone from considering him for inclusion. Although most awakened individuals in such dire circumstances would be even more ruthless than him, the mere admission of it is still hard for others to accept. Li Xiaofeng chuckled coldly, unperturbed. He registered his information on the guild's list for freelancers. If a team recognizes his value, the guild will dispatch someone to contact him. Chapter 123. Joining a team after registering with the Awakeners Guild, Li Xiaofeng was assigned a residence in the inner city, a coveted prize for all those in the outer districts. As a 5th-tier Awakener, his abode is situated near the core region. Within the entire inner city, aside from the exceedingly rare First Awakeners, 5th-tier individuals rank among the elite. Li Xiaofeng resides on the top floor of a towering building, reclining in a wicker chair on the balcony, continuously contemplating his next strategic move. Through his observations and subtle inquiries among the city's residents, he has deduced that the Wang family must have amassed a substantial collection of crystal cores, at least tens of thousands, if not more, sufficient to arm his horde of zombies. Should he acquire surplus crystal cores, he could also venture into crafting equipment of Tier 3 or higher. However, to gain access to the Wang family, he must first secure the qualifications to enter the core district. This could be achieved by either consistently completing tasks until his guild level reaches 5 and his prowess matches that of a First Awakener, or by accomplishing an A-grade mission. Ding! Just as Li Xiaofeng was deep in thought, an electronic chime echoed at his door. Outside his residence, a small display screen had been installed. Through the newly established local communication system of the Non-U base, individuals within the base can connect with one another, a privilege exclusive to the inner and core districts. A message was arriving, the sender's number being 12138. Greetings, our team would like to invite you to join us. If you are interested, we can discuss this in person. Li Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised by the swift invitation. In this era of desolation, indeed, strength is the sole currency of acceptance. Upon investigating the address linked to number 12138, he discovered it was not far from his location, merely across the street. Minutes later, Li Xiaofeng found himself standing before the door of his potential allies. He rapped gently upon the door, a slow cadence that evoked a sense of nostalgia within him. It had been ages since he had knocked on a door. A burly man opened the door, exuding a fierce aura. A scar tracing down his right eye adding to his menacing demeanor. Hello, I am Zhao Meng. Upon seeing Li Xiaofeng, the giant's demeanor transformed. He was remarkably warm. His face adorned with a broad smile, a stark contrast to his intimidating appearance. The Awakener Guild possessed the identity information of Li Xiaofeng, so it was hardly surprising that he was recognized. Li Xiaofeng. The burly man gestured for him to enter the room first and poured him a glass of chilled beer. A rare commodity in this post-apocalyptic world. Please wait a moment. I am the team leader, but I need the other members to arrive before a decision can be made. Li Xiaofeng nodded, refraining from further conversation, and settled into a quiet wait. Half an hour passed, and 3 individuals gradually entered, a wiry young man, a stout fellow with a round face, and a bespectacled student. However, after becoming awakeners, vision problems were no longer an issue. The glasses worn by the student were merely ornamental. Li Xiaofeng garnered a general understanding of the team's strength. The leader was a 5th-tier awakener, while the other 3 were 4th-tier awakeners. Zhao Meng informed the trio about Li Xiaofeng's potential addition to the team, seeking their opinions. The stout man and the student reacted with indifference, merely nodding without offering any additional remarks. However, the lean young man wore a sullen expression, and after a moment, he spoke slowly. I learned that Li Fuguwei and his companions perished because of him. Does the team truly wish to include someone like this? Zhao Meng scoffed and shook his head. In times of life and death, if ambushing strangers ensures survival, what would you choose? Besides, it was Li Fuguwei who struck first. He was simply outmatched. The slender youth fell silent. He realized that when it came to dealing with strangers, he would not hesitate to act against even his own teammates. Ultimately, Li Xiaofeng successfully joined the team. Aside from the captain's name, he was unaware of the others. However, as long as the guild levels of the 4 were sufficiently high, that was all that mattered. The other 3 were all at level 3, with the captain at level 4. The team's average level reached 3, qualifying them for B-level missions. Although the other 3 tacitly accepted Li Xiaofeng's inclusion, he could still sense the lean youth's hostility and even a veiled animosity from the 2 others. This left Li Xiaofeng perplexed. He had no acquaintance with them. Could it be that Li Fuguwei was their father? Shaking his head, he chose to disregard the trio and exited the room. Did 3 4th-tier awakeners truly harbor murderous intent towards a 2nd-tier leader? If they did not seek their own demise, Li Xiaofeng had no intention of eliminating them. He merely wished to leverage this team to complete his tasks. The trio were mere small fry, incomparable to the multitude of crystal cores within the city. Upon his return, Zhao Meng elucidated the team's situation, suggesting that the other 3 might not be accustomed to a new member joining and urged him not to take it to heart. A flimsy excuse. Nevertheless, he paid it no mind, learning that Zhao Meng had already gone to the guild to prepare for undertaking a mission. His spirits lifted. At last, he could embark on a task. Chapter 124. Departing the city as he returned, the clock struck midnight. An electronic voice resonated in Li Xiaofeng's mind once more. Ding. A new weekly task has been issued. Please pay attention. Ding. Weekly task. 3rd-tier leader. Task introduction. Having reached the rank of a 2nd-tier lord, your strength has significantly increased. Yet the path of evolution continues, and the road ahead is fraught with challenges. Advance to become a third-tier lord and lead the undead clan forward. Task duration, within 7 days. Task reward, a random upgrade of a skill or talent. Upon seeing the task title, Li Xiaofeng felt an ominous premonition. The task description and rewards had scarcely changed. Could it be that the system was unable to issue new tasks? Li Xiaofeng felt somewhat disheartened. Yet the reward remained quite substantial. With each advancement, he was afforded an additional opportunity for skill and talent upgrades compared to other beings. His evolution value had once again surged by several thousand. It appeared that the zombie squad had made some gains. Through the zombies he commanded, he would also receive a certain amount of evolution value. The next day, Zhao Meng gathered the 4 members of the team to discuss the task. Although Li Xiaofeng did not require rest, humans still did, even those who had awakened. The entire discussion was conducted among the 4, with Li Xiaofeng refraining from interjecting. Given his strength as a second-tier lord, he had a reasonable success rate executing A-level tasks alone. Ultimately, the team accepted a B-level task. B-level task, the giant python of Ning County. Task information, according to scavengers, ordinary humans searching for resources. A black giant python approximately 10 meters in length has appeared in Ning County, which is affiliated with Nanyu City, along with numerous ordinary mutated snakes. The base estimates that the black giant python is a 5th-tier elite creature, and there should be hundreds of ordinary mutated snakes within its group, predominantly of the 1st and 2nd tiers. Task difficulty, difficult. Task reward, 20,000 contribution points. This task's difficulty was suitable for the team. 2 5th-tier awakened beings would suffice to handle it. Moreover, the reward was considerable. If Li Xiaofeng were to obtain 20,000 contribution points, the guild's level would ascend directly to level 2. However, based on the task information, he quickly discerned something amiss. A 5th-tier creature commanding elite beings? From his previous experiences, it was certain that a gathering of numerous elite mutated beasts would have a lord among them. Either the black giant python was a 1st-tier lord, or there was a more formidable lord deeper within the snake horde. Only these 2 possibilities existed. This task was not so simple. Li Xiaofeng candidly expressed his concerns, not wishing to see the team perish in this endeavor. Reforming the team would waste a significant amount of his time. Remaining within one team would accelerate the growth of his contribution points. What do you know? The lean youth displayed disdain, wholly disregarding Li Xiaofeng's analysis. He was already a veteran of several tasks, and although his strength was only 4th tier, completing this task and obtaining the crystal core would allow him to advance once more. At that point, he would stand on equal footing with the captain. Smack! Li Xiaofeng abruptly interrupted the youth's words with a slap, sending the young man's teeth flying and blood spilling from his mouth, though he had not exerted his full strength. You, the youth exclaimed. Li Xiaofeng shook his hand, ignoring him entirely. If he refused to heed his advice, so be it. As for this slap, it merely serves as a lesson for the other party. To provoke a zombie is truly an act of recklessness. Li Xiaofeng has resolved to seize an opportunity to eliminate it during his upcoming mission. Let us depart. Zhao Meng, exhibiting a subtle glimmer of delight in his eyes, earnestly called upon the group to set out, showing no inclination to defend the older members of the team. Wang Jia could only cover his face, swallowing his discontent, yet the intensity of his murderous intent towards Li Xiaofeng grew ever stronger. No longer masked as it had been the day before, the Team's vehicle was a modified Hummer, significantly enhanced in performance across the board. The driver was a bespectacled student, skilled behind the wheel and proficient with firearms, tasked with long-range attacks within the group. The others in the vehicle introduced their abilities in turn. Team leader Zhao Meng possessed petrified skin and enhanced strength, serving as the primary force in close combat. The student showcased his expertise in driving and firearms, contributing to combat support. A stout individual boasted enhanced physique and fatigue reduction, his stamina far exceeding that of his peers. Responsible for support and logistics, the youth injured by Li Xiaofeng wielded exceptional knife skills and enhanced vision, also a mainstay in close combat. Should he ascend to the rank of a 5th-tier awakened, he would likely surpass Zhao Meng. As for Li Xiaofeng, he merely claimed to possess enhanced strength and expertise with a frying pan. Though it sounded peculiar when he produced the enormous frying pan measuring over a meter in length, the others chose to believe him. Cautious as they drove through the inner city, once they exited to the outskirts, they accelerated, showing little regard for the inhabitants there. Daily, numerous accidents occurred, yet the awakened faced no repercussions, though they did not collide with anyone on their journey. The presence of the vehicle instilled considerable panic among the outer city populace. The student at the wheel, possessing a strikingly handsome visage, wore a pathological grin of excitement. The others in the vehicle remained impassive, indifferent to the chaos. The convoy drove straight out of the South Rain base. At that moment, a modified vehicle unexpectedly sped past them. Li Xiaofeng turned to see Yin Lu seated inside, the very team that Yin Lu had recently joined. Gone was the flattery of the previous day. Upon a mere glance, Yin Lu turned his face away with a cold demeanor. A petite girl beside him, intrigued, inquired, "Do you know him?" Yin Lu, maintaining his frosty expression, shook his head. And awakened, wielding a frying pan.